What if Naruto failed to summon shadows permanently? The game has begun. A welcome player, what the hell, the player has been identified as Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto couldn't believe what he saw, a floating blue box with words he didn't understand. This had to be a Jinjutsu. What was the seal to deactivate the Jinjutsu? Again, loading stats and name Naruto. Uzumaki title, the player occupation academy. Student level LV 4 horsepower, 100 deputy, 100 chakra, 2000 ton strength, 6 vitamin, 10 to CCO, int 3 wisdom, 3 look 1 skills, current shadow clone jutsu level 3 is class, and slash a mission created tutorial mission details, learn the intricacies, and delve into the game system mission rewards. EXP mill system knowledge player accepts mission yes, slash no, and I must be hallucinating. It's a dream mission denied. Naruto shook his head, convinced it was all a lucid dream. It had been 2 days since he stole the forbidden scroll, fought Mitsuki, and achieved his goal of becoming a genin of the leaf hides the whole experience. It was quite exciting. He deserved a break. With a grunt, he fell back asleep, instantly forgetting about the whole box situation. Beams of light entered his small apartment at dawn, heralding dawn for the entire village of Konoha. Naruto felt his eyes slowly begin to open, yawning in contentment at a good night's sleep. He smiled widely when he saw Irika's headband placed vigorously on the corner of his desk. Maybe he could get some sleep more, and Bell the player has fallen asleep. MP and HP restore. Naruto's eyes opened wide in horror as he saw his nightmares materialize before him. It wasn't a dream. Naruto thought, forgetting he had gone through the same thing the night before he should have. Listen to Irika Sensei's class level 4 at Bit Class. What is all this? Naruto checked his stats in amazement. If it wasn't a Jinjutsu, it must be good. He didn't know, but he could understand something from the status window. His level was his current skill, YSTR, probably immense strength, but he wasn't sure. But the real question still remained, why was all this happening? New ability, gain deduction, level 1. Wow. Not so bad, Naruto thought with a contemplative look. So if he improved certain abilities, he leveled up. If this thing showed all his skills and talents, what was the problem? It was like real life, but he could keep track of his own abilities better. That was it. Definitely everything. There's no problem. All right. Jumping out of bed, Naruto got ready to get dressed. He opened the closet and revealed his infamous orange jumpsuit. Putting it on, he quickly realized the blue box was missing. Maybe it was a one-time thing. Buzzer or not. New mission, first step to greatness, created mission details, go to the academy, be assigned to a ninja team, and become a Konoha ninja. Mission rewards 1000 EXP, become a true ninja. Failure, the dream of becoming Okage was crushed mercilessly. The player accepts the mission yes, slash no. Naruto's eyes widened at the sight. The conditions next to the failure option, not becoming Okage or talking, meant that he had to accept the mission, and that was EXP, but since it was in the rewards tab, it couldn't be something bad. What was wrong with accepting the mission anyway? How do I accept the mission? __. Yeah, I should have done the tutorial. The mission accepted. That was easy. Time for breakfast, said Naruto, happily forgetting for a moment the blue box. Irika had told him that tunnel vision wasn't good for an Okage if something got to him. Well, the blonde was taking the really important things as a joke. He opened his refrigerator door, and his mood immediately improved. Instant ramen and milk. What else could a future player want? Okay, would the player like to observe the ingredients? Observe and be clear. Items: carton of milk, a dozen pack of instant ramen. Watching and alert. The carton of milk may contain poison. The effects include diarrhea, nausea, and general weakness. What the hell? The prickly blonde yelled. Poison. He drank them often. Naruto checked the box urgently before coming to an obvious conclusion. It's expired, whispered Naruto. No, after the screams of frustration stopped, he decided it was best to stick with water for the day and maybe buy some new cartons when he got back from the academy. Although I did lose some milk, this carton really saved me from having a horrible day, Naruto thought. Seriously, he finished his breakfast, hurriedly tied his headband, and headed to the academy. I wonder who I'm going to be on the team with. And well, obviously, I want to be on the same team that Sakura, maybe Shikamaru, Akshoy, Kiba. Would also be good. To be fair, Sasuke seriously didn't want to be on the same team as the Dobe. They were rivals. Competitors. Naruto shuddered. __. I'm going to be late for class. The blonde took his usual shortcut to get to the academy, passing through rooftops, suspicious alleys, and empty roads. Bell running skill had increased by a level running, is now level 6 great Naruto, thought as he rounded the last bend towards the academy. He entered the building, with confidence making sure to show off her new headband to every teacher she passed, and then walked into class. "What is Naruto doing here?" asked Sakura, instantly getting close to the entrance. When he walked in, Naruto thought she had failed with his signature smirk. Naruto put a finger to his headband. "Am I the future Okage? Why are you all so surprised? Is this headband from Izuka?" "Well, maybe I shouldn't have said that last part. Did you steal Iruka-sensei's headband?" asked Kiba, surprised too. "Farman. No, he didn't give it to me. I earned it," Naruto exclaimed quickly to dispel the misunderstanding. The bell is now open. New skill, public speaking level 1. "You're right. Guys." Naruto turned his head to meet his hero, Yuka-sensei's gaze. Tears were welling in his eyes as he thanked her profusely. After a brief reprimand, he returned to his seat. He had been waiting for this moment for 2 days. The satisfaction of proving others wrong was worth it. If there was one thing they loved about Naruto, it was proving others wrong. That was one of the reasons why he was so kind. The reasons why he had become Okage. His blue eyes turned to the local emo, who looked ahead in contemplation without sparing a glance at the other students or the fangirls sitting around him. You think you're so cool. Wait till you see my new jutsu." Naruto smirked proudly as he remembered the jutsu he learned from the Forbidden Scroll. It was the first real jutsu he had learned of his also infamous jutsu Senna. Last night, he spent the day creating clones and conversing with them, which in retrospect sounds incredibly lonely. Realization calmed him again. "How boring!" Naruto exclaimed loudly. "When will they announce the teams?" "Be patient," Naruto yelled and pulled from the podium. "The first period hasn't even started." He needed something to calm his boredom. Where was that blue box? And there was the glowing blue box appeared before his eyes, visible only to wait. Was he the only one who could see the thing? "Hey, Sakura!" Naruto yelled to the pink-haired girl. The girl had her typical annoyed look on her face while looking at Naruto. "What?" "And nothing." Shortly after, there was an awkward pause. "Nothing, hee," said Naruto in a choked voice with his hand in his hair. ___. Weird. And that proved another point. Naruto was the only one who could see the glowing blue box in front of him at that moment. That made him feel good for some strange reason. He was special level 4. Is that low or high? Naruto thought, frowning. He looked at the items in my refrigerator, and that means I can observe other people. Deduction skill hot increased by 1 level. The deduction is now level 2. Naruto looked at the nearest student, who happened to be Shikamaru. The pineapple-headed boy was fast asleep, snoring softly in the crook of his pale arm. He observed. Observing and observation. Successful name, Shikar. Onera title, N/Occupation Academy. Student level, LP 6 horsepower, 100 deputy, 100 chakra, 150 strength, 2 vitamin CU, 3 int 13 wisdom, 6 L3. What the hell? Is this fake? It has to be. Naruto thought, frustrated. It's impossible for a sloth to be taller than me. In must mean intelligence. If Shikamaru had that much. Naruto noted with satisfaction that Shikamaru's chakra was also much lower than his. Was because who cares really? And what if he had a demon in his stomach? What were the chances of it escaping? Suddenly Naruto realized he had no answer, then checked Sakura. Observing and successful observation. Name Sakura. Burino title Occupation Academy. Student level, LV 2 horsepower, 100 deputy, 100 chakra, 100 strength, 1 vitamin 2 of 2 int SE wisdom, 2 LCCO. Naruto grimace, seeing what he saw. He didn't know if he should celebrate, cry for being superior to Sakura's level, but he wasn't surprised by the pink-haired girl's stats. Their fights in training sessions usually ended in brawls without any sense of a learned taijutsu. And it's not like Naruto could be talking, since he rarely used taijutsu in his fights, of course. Then he checked Sasuke. Naruto wasn't fool, knew Sasuke was stronger than him. He wouldn't be disappointed no matter how big the difference was. He stared at the boy, thoughtfully watching. And successful observation. Name Sasuke. Yukiya title, The Last Yukiya. Occupation Academy. Student level, LV 1 horsepower, 100 deputy, 100 chakra, 250 strength, new vitamin 7 of 14 int 7 sap CUL2. What how? When Naruto screamed in his mind, Sasuke was 8 levels superior to him. 8 Naruto didn't know how to reach him. He didn't even know how to level up. Doorbell. The players you can level up by earning experience points, by completing missions, or by increasing skill levels. Great. Naruto drawled. I'll announce the teams now. Naruto's eyes opened wide, and he sank into deep concentration. Even Shikamaru for once woke up from his slumber. Most of the students wore similar expressions. No wonder the team you were assigned to had the potential to decide your future. For the next few years, most looked forward to joining teams with their friends, or with people they knew and were strong, but Naruto only wanted to be on a team with Sakura. Buzzer the player is very lucky that intelligence levels don't decrease. Naruto's eyes twitched. He had tunnel vision and couldn't hear a name that wasn't his own, completely ignoring the screams and yells of his other classmates as the teams were announced. One by one, Team 7 will include Naruto Uzumaki now, Sakura, Aruno, and Yada, yelled Naruto. With joy, luck hadn't accompanied at such a crucial moment for someone with only one luck point. Naruto was completely impressed with himself. Yasuke Yukiya, Shiro, oh no, my first impression of you guys is that you're all annoying. Naruto, sweat drop, lit up. That guy was his sensei, honing to tell the truth. Not even he expected his joke to work. Tall, silver-haired, and masked sensei looked quite exotic, and if it weren't for the honing vest he was wearing, Naruto wouldn't be surprised that Kakashi didn't even outside of his village. He could tell that Sasuke was also judging his sensei with close scrutiny. If the boy's narrowed eyes were any indication, Sakura just looked angry, but she knew a quick way to check whether or not their sensei was capable observing by observing, and Naruto smirked. It was time to see if this old man was for real or not. Observation failed. The target's level is too high. Naruto's jaw dropped. This means our sensei is really strong. It looked like the box blue had its limits. The blonde saw it with different eyes. Would the player like a partial observation? Yes/no. And yes. Name Kakashi. Attack title, copy ninja. Occupation, Onin sensei. Level, horsepower 100, 100, deputy 100, 100, chakra street, bit dex int, known luck, underscore. Naruto muttered to himself, drawing a strange look from Sasuke. Copy ninja. What does that mean? Well, Kakashi sighed. Let's start with the introductions. How did Sakura ask? Likes, dislikes, hobbies, dreams, and more. So why? Don't you start first after all? You are our sensei? Naruto asked in amazement. For once, I agree with Naruto, grumbled Sakura. Kakashi put a hand to her chin. And Naruto felt his hand start to twitch in annoyance. He had a feeling his sensei would do this often, and the blonde definitely wasn't patient by any means. Okay, I'm Kakashi Yatake. I'm not in the mood to tell you guys about my likes, dislikes, and dreams. Well, I guess I have a lot of hobbies. No. Naruto waited for him to continue and waited. That's all, exclaimed Naruto. Sakura looked annoyed. She just said her name. Kakashi sighed again. Well, that's it, your turn, Naruto. He never took long to answer, and was the next one. I'll do it. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I like cup ramen, but the ramen that Irika Sense and Ichiraka bring me is even better. What I don't like is yi, and waiting for instant ramen to cook is a pain. I wish I could reduce the time to a minute. My dream is simple. One day, I will surpass the old man as Okage, and I will make everyone in charge respect me. Date. I go hobbies, and making jokes is very fun. The public speaking skill has increased by 1 level. Public speaking is now level 2. Kakashi nodded. Great. Next. Then Sasuke deviated into what he wanted to say about killing a certain someone. Definitely trying to be interesting, thought Naruto, seeing through the whole facade. Definitely not scary that he's talking about me. Although it's better to keep my distance for a while. Just in case. Sakura was next. Typical fan stuff. I thought you were on my side. Sakura sighed, complained the blonde to himself. Perhaps my efforts are useless. Bell intelligence has increased by 1 level. Naruto tried not to cry on the spot. He and Kaka's yes. Rio randomly. What did Sakura ask? Well, to be honest, I've been keeping a secret from you. And believe me, you're not going to like it. Secret. Do you really think you can become a Henning with only 3 weak jutsus? There's another exam, or rather training, of the 27 graduates. Only 9 become Jin and the rest return to the academy. Tell me, Sakura, what is the failure rate for this exam? The girl in question gulped. 66%. That's not fair. Do you know how hard it was for me to master those jutsus? Bram. Naruto. Kakashi had an air of indifference. So maybe you're not ready to become a ninja yet. Naruto's gaze hardened. Well, it doesn't matter. I'll overcome any training you've imposed on me. Sensei, it wouldn't be good for you to call me sensei, since you'll most likely return to the academy soon. Well, That's the reason why I called you Sensei. It's better if you get used to my voice, Sensei, because soon you will hear it a lot more. Come on, I'm going, Naruto thundered with his voice full of confidence. Oh, okay, well, whatever. Tomorrow we will have survival training in the field. Bring all your tools and make sure not to eat breakfast. I don't want you to throw up in the freshly cut grass. Take these leaflets. The details are printed on them. Naruto quickly took the leaflet, memorizing all the details in a hurry. Goodbye, and with a last gesture of peace, his sensei disappeared in a swirl of leaves. I need to learn that jutsu. The blonde had a new goal in mind. He needed to pass any training Kakashi threw at them, no matter what. Even if he had to give up all his ramen packets, God forbid. What's so difficult about training? Naruto was excited to show off his new jutsu to everyone. Maybe even leave Kakashi-sensei a little dejected. Naruto looked at the other two, wondering what they thought of everything. Are they going to train or something? Naruto asked. Sakura had already left. Sasuke was still sitting with his hands crossed. Thoughtfully staring at the leaflet in his hands, Naruto shrugged. He too needed to train, better go home, and do some exercise sit-ups. Maybe I'll fight some dummies. Bell new mission learning. Lukia created mission details challenge Sasuke to a sparring. X mission rewards 400 learn the Ukiya-style taijutsu and increase taijutsu level by 2 failure. The dream of becoming a ninja crushed mercilessly. The player accepts the mission. Yes. / no train. Now Naruto thought in disbelief. He looked at the glitch tab. Yes. There was no escape. It was almost as if the system was forcing him to fight Sasuke right now. Plus, he had gotten some rewards. Meanwhile, 400 experience seemed alright, especially considering his previous mission never materialized due to Kakashi's planned training. He might as well accept. Hello, Sasuke, greeted Naruto, trying to be as friendly as possible. The smile on his face was almost painful to spread to its fullest extent. Naruto resisted, gave the impulse to punch the other boy in the nose. You know how tomorrow we have training. How about if we train, we can practice a little. Sasuke didn't look up in shock. No, thanks. I'm not going to receive training from the last one. I need to persuade him, although that required a lot of insistence on my part. The last one, I no longer learned a new jutsu. Believe it, please. Interested. Sasuke finally looked up. And that's. And Naruto smiled, put 2 fingers together in the sign of cross. Shadow clone jutsu. In a succession of puffs of smoke and billows of smoke, 2 shadow clones appeared next to Naruto, each of them holding a thumbs up. Sasuke huffed him some clones, then Naruto's eyes flashed. He expected that reaction. In an instant, he threw a punch at his CL. This one caught it with the palm of his hand. A second later, Sasuke's eyes widened in surprise. Well, I guess you and your clones could be some good target practice. Where should we train? Dode the blonde just wanted to get this over with and win the points, and didn't want to extend the sparring for too long. Right here, right now. Sasuke immediately switched to his basic taijutsu stance. No matter what you learn, I will always beat you, Naruto. The outcome is inevitable. Maybe you can beat me for now, I admit it. But could you beat 5 like me together? Naruto smirked as he linked his fingers. Shadow clone. Judo. 2 more Narutos appeared next to the 3 that were already present. The roof they were fighting was quite small, so Naruto couldn't give it everything like he did against Mookie. It wouldn't be appropriate to do it for training anyway. Naruto lunged alongside his clones to throw the first punch. The raven-haired boy quickly deflected it with the side of his forearm before landing a direct blow to his stomach. The blonde took the blow head on. While Sasuke was fast, he wasn't the strongest. In fact, Naruto felt that he and Sasuke were on par in strength. He scanned, and before his opponent landed another knee to his chin, his clones were missing instantly on the boy. One grabbed his leg, and the other Sasuke's torso. Sasuke immediately ducked and delivered a strong kick to all the clones behind him. He did a somersault in the air, dodging at the same time a hook from the real Naruto that ended up hitting one of his clones. __4 remain with the space that now had. Sasuke immediately performed a series of signs with his hands. Naruto's eyes opened wide. A jutsu. AP Perel, you have it, boss. Before they launched themselves at their opponent and delivered a devastating kick to his jaw, but missed the target. The Ukiya became a fountain of smoke. Do you think you're the only one capable of creating a solid clone? Or does it not serve the same purpose? Behind us, a kick pierced Naruto's stomach as the blonde grunted in pain. Soon after, Sasuke glared at him. Training is much more than just fighting. Naruto duck, dodge, weave, punch, poof. There are 3 left. Taijutsu is the basis of every fight. Shinobi, and if you don't even know it, you don't need a spot on my team, Sasuke stated. As if it were a fact, another clone lunged at Lukia without paying attention to the words being said. Sasuke spun a foot, flew through the air, and brutally hit the clone in the cheek, destroying him completely. Only a single clone remains complete. Scan. The player wishes to learn Uchiha clan taijutsu. Yes/no. Yes. Do something stupid. System. Naruto growled, holding his stomach in pain. New ability. Obtain Uchiha clan taijutsu level. An instant a wave of knowledge washed over him, not as tsunami. Fighting stances. He never learned. Experience he never acquired, and technique he never practiced. Bits and pieces, kick, spins, flips, dodges, and Naruto relived it all in an instant. And he didn't feel remorse for a second. He felt a sudden urge to laugh, but he held it back. The blonde, who always smiled and laughed, felt the pure addiction of having the power at his fingertips. It was so easy, so unfair. His last clone was extinguished. Naruto adopted a stance with the one that Uchiha was very familiar with. Sasuke's eyes opened wide before narrowing them again. Copy your opponents. I thought you had more shame, Tobe. Never mind, like I said, the outcome is inevitable. They shot forward again. But something about the air was different. Naruto moved completely differently. The stiff and bulky movement he had seen before had not been seen once in the current fight. Sasuke didn't notice the second he threw a punch at the blonde. Naruto counterattacked. Naruto spun around in the air and delivered a reverse circular punch to the unsuspecting opponent. Sasuke grunted as he was thrown back a few feet. Naruto froze stunned. He just landed a clean blow to Sasuke. Snarling, Sasuke Uchiha went on the offensive. He leaped into the air, aiming all his momentum at Naruto's head with his legs. Sasuke noticed how blue Naruto's eyes were for the first time. Naruto had jumped at the same time, staring straight into his opponent's eyes. Naruto threw an elbow straight at him back, sending Uchiha to the ground. Without even looking at his face, Naruto could tell that Sasuke was angry, not furious. In an instant, Naruto was once again at a disadvantage. Although he learned Sasuke's taijutsu, it was only a basic version, a mere imitation, not the original technique. It had a small imprint of muscle memory, but it wasn't the same as the blood, sweat, and tears that Sasuke had put into creating his own style. It lacked the same finesse and agility that Sasuke used in combat. Due to his ignorance of the style, in general, the duel continued, and Naruto began to realize that he was going to lose. It was almost as if Sasuke was predicting his moves. It was then that he understood Sasuke could predict his moves because it was his own style. He needed to return to his previous state by placing his hands in the correct position. He shouted, "Shadow clone!" Just Sasuke ripped his hands off and separated them. And then immediately after Needham, Naruto lost. I don't know what you did to copy me, and I admit that I was a little intriguing, but as I said several times, the result is inevitable. This fight is over, said Sasuke arrogantly, putting his hands in his pockets and walking towards the exit. Naruto was already on his back, panting heavily as tiredness took over, but he wouldn't let the idiot have the last word. You won this time, Sasuke. The result could have been inevitable, and you could have beaten me without using any jutsu, but I saw you grabbing your arm. I managed to hurt you. It's a victory for now. Come on, Valo, yelled Naruto, raising his hand. Didn't hear any response, but knew the Uchiha was listening. Bell mission learning. Uchiha completed rewards 400 EXP. Uchiha style taijutsu. Learn taijutsu level increased by 2 bell. Congratulations, you leveled up. The player is now level 5 and a tribute point was earned now. Well, what the heck were attribute points? Naruto quickly devoured his extremely light breakfast. A brief feeling of guilt entered his loins before he was swallowed by a sip of goodness that was milk. To tell the truth, not even he was going to have breakfast. But the fight with Sasuke had made him reconsider completely. Taijutsu was exhausting. Naruto, of course, didn't know that. The taijutsu they taught at the academy didn't belong to any style, but rather to the fundamentals of fighting in general. But despite all that, Naruto was excited, almost dizzy, as he used the Uchiha taijutsu. It felt fresh, something he normally only achieved with his epic pranks. He eagerly observed his newly improved stats. Name Naruto, Uzumaki title, the player occupation academy, student level LV5 HP, 100 deputy, 100 chakra, 2000 strength 6 vitamin, 10 dex 5, and CU wisdom 3. Look at current abilities: Shadow Clone Jutsu, level 3 class, Inbar attribute points. One looked at his level in dismay. He still had a long way to go to reach Sasuke's level, but at least he was getting there. The amount of attribute points he had was also disappointing, especially since he finally knew that they were after consult with the system. The points could increase one of their stats instantly without having to put in any effort. Yes, please. But I wasn't sure what to put it, considering I had a very important task in a few hours. I needed to do something fast, and when in doubt, follow your gut. It was really a surprise that the Jinchuriki put his only attribute point in a strength. Hey, blue box, put the tip in a strength, thought Naruto. Buzzer. One attribute point has been used. Strength has increased by 1 point. Naruto smiled widely. It was time to knock Kakashi off the huge pedestal. Naruto was standing on flexed muscles, trying to test if the strength attribute actually had any effect. To begin with, he didn't feel anything at all. But did people really feel their muscles growing as they got stronger? Could he really trust the system to increase his strength instantly? Sakura scoffed as she looked away again. No, Naruto. For once, the meathead ninja stayed silent. The pink-haired girl raised an eyebrow in surprise before looking back. If Sasuke noticed the change in Naruto's behavior, he didn't mention it. Some would say that Naruto had matured and seen the difference between himself and Sasuke's level, which made him determined to improve and prove himself in the test that Kakashi would object to. But the real reason Naruto was confusingly quiet was because of the Uchiha's stats. Name: Sasuke Uchiha. Title: The Last Uchiha. Occupation: Academy student. Level: LV 13. 100 add, 100 chakra, 250 strength, new vitamin, 7 to 14, and 7 SAPC. L dose. This bastard also leveled up. Naruto thought, gritting his teeth in frustration. What would he do to regain lost ground? It was really impossible to beat a prodigy like Sasuke. They really were on two different levels. Naruto dismissed those thoughts. He will not catch his rival, no matter what it takes. And that started with overcoming Kakashi's training and becoming a true Chunin. Good morning, said Kakashi, making a peace sign in the air. You're late. Sakura shouted with an accusatory finger at her distant sensei. Soft breezes blew through the training area, carrying with them a welcoming scent of pine and the familiar sound of bells. You will have until noon to take these bells from me. That's why the clock is here. Whoever doesn't get a bell also doesn't get lunch. You should have had breakfast. No. Sakura's face twisted in a new vengeance as she glared at Kakashi with her hand on her stomach. Even Sasuke looked annoyed. Naruto just blinked. Like, there are only 2 bells. One of you will most likely be tied to a log as expected. Whoever doesn't have a bell will immediately fail and return to the academy classes with their former teachers. Luckily, you can use your shurikens and other tools. I want you to attack me with the intent to kill Bell. New mission: Jingle Bells. Created mission details: get to ring one of Kakashi's bells. Mission rewards: EXP 600 Kakashi's. Respect Sasuke's. Respect failure. Remain a weakling for the rest of your life. The player accepts the mission. S-bar. No. That is an easy one. Yes. Touch one of his bells. Naruto didn't care about Kakashi's level. Not only was he going to touch them, but he was going to take one for himself. Isn't it dangerous for you? Asked Sakura with a worried voice. Don't worry, Sakura. I will be nice to the sensei, said Naruto, smiling. Naruto and Kakashi remained impassive. It is often said that the weakest dog is the one that barks the loudest, and Mr. Last is proof of that. They can start. Naruto lunged at Kakashi with his cradle and point-blank range, eager to cut his sense. And for the bells, I haven't said start yet. Naruto's eyes widened as he realized there was no one in front of him. Too fast. However, I like your enthusiasm to kill me. We start now. Ready? It begins. The blonde moved away a bit, but not as much as Sakura and Sasuke, who ended up hiding among the trees. I need to follow the bells, and while I'm still at the top of my capacity, there's no better time than now. I'm here, sensei. Fight me if you can, yelled Naruto with his hands crossed Kakashi's side. You're not like the other two, right? I am Naruto Uzumaki, the future Hokage. Naruto stopped talking before launching himself towards the silver-haired Honing, but immediately took a step back when he saw the man put his hand in his pockets. Okay, Mr. Hokage, I know I'm not your sensei yet, but I will give you some free lessons. A lesson of fighting: ninja, taijutsu, kunis, shuriken, katanas. A book. Naruto tried to articulate with difficulty with his eyebrows raised to the maximum he does not have that there is. More truth, maybe it is a book with a lot of secret jutsus. Yeah, that's an observing already successful article named Ichi Paradise. B1 article details written by one of the legendary Sannin, the brave Jiraiya-sama. The Ichi Paradise series is a best-selling franchise known for its wickedly entertaining storytelling. Naruto felt his anger intensify, instantly pervert, get down that you're fighting me. You recognize this book interesting, but I don't care if I resist reading it or not. Naruto kicked out and launched himself at Kakashi with a kick. The man lazily raised a hand, grabbing Naruto's foot with a thud before dodging the other kick Naruto threw at him, turning a page in his book. At the same time, is this the difference between a honing and me? Naruto thought in disbelief. He needed Sasuke's taijutsu again activating, and Uchiha clan taijutsu skill level 1 activated. Its use drains 20 MP. Every minute, he threw another punch at Kakashi, but realized he had missed a ninja. I should never be caught from behind it, he had said. Kakashi in a monotone. Naruto, move, he's going to kill you, Sakura yelled from somewhere in the trees. Naruto didn't need to hear it twice. As soon as he heard Kakashi's voice, he began to move. Kakashi's fingers touched the cold, empty air. The blonde somersaulted and got in a position behind Kakashi jutsu. Do you really want taijutsu? Here we go, sensei. Naruto yelled, getting into position. Kakashi looked annoyed that his attack missed. Oh man, I really wanted to hit you with that, brat. Wow, what's such a cool pose? I feel like I recognize it from somewhere. The only thing you should recognize is my fist, said Naruto, running toward the man that was so cheesy. Naruto punched Kakashi straight in the stomach. The honing, as always, he caught it with his left hand, but was surprised when Naruto immediately threw a reverse circular spin. Right after, it seemed to Sakura that Naruto had gotten faster, but that was at Sasuke, and Kakashi knew that something had completely changed in Naruto's style as the movements were faster, more fluid, and focused on the raw power of each attack. It actually surprised Sasuke even more than it did Kakashi when Naruto first copied his style. Yesterday, he was an expert and didn't think much of it. But then came the scary part. Naruto was improving with every hit, punch, and kick, and he was looking more and more like the real thing. Maybe Sasuke should go. The roundhouse kick landed on Kakashi's shoulder, who responded by grabbing his leg to keep from getting grabbed. Naruto moved off the honing shoulder before it could reach his ankles and was suspended in midair, making a hand sign shadow clone Jutaki. He threw shuriken at exactly the same time. The smoke enveloped him, preventing Kakashi from seeing Naruto. More clones appeared next to him, already knowing what to do. They grabbed him by the legs and pushed him directly towards Kakashi like a missile. Bell new ability, obtain battle strategies. Level 1. The bells are mine. Sensei Naruto's initial idea was launch himself towards the bells and pray to Kami to catch Kakashi by surprise, but his body was telling him something different simultaneously. He threw a punch towards the man's head before crouching on his legs, and at the same time, throwing his hand towards the bells. A brief jingle was heard. Doorbell mission bells. Completed rewards. EXP 600. Respect from Kakashi. Respect from Sasuke. Dexterity has increased by 1 level. Taijutsu skill has increased by 1 level. Taijutsu is now level 4. Taijutsu skill of the Uchiha clan is now level 2. Naruto rolled forward as Kakashi moved at the last second, completely nullifying his final push to get the Belzer record. Doesn't mention any taijutsu studies, but it's obvious you've had some practice. I wonder where you learned it. Well, I guess I can't be lenient with you either, right? Kakashi asked before running towards the blonde at a moderate speed. Naruto panted as he got back into position. He needed to get the bells at all costs. Release of fireball jutsu. A torrent of burning, viscous fire erupted across the field before him, covering Naruto's vision in ruby reds, oranges, and yellows. His skin flared menacingly as temperatures reached dangerously high levels. Despite not being too close, the fire eventually died down, leaving the grass beneath him scorched. Kakashi was nowhere to be seen. Naruto said, Sasuke appearing next to the blonde. What was that? Naruto asked, amazed by the jutsu used by the Uchiha. The boy black hair stared straight ahead. Just one jutsu. Why did Sasuke come? Because this honing is too strong to beat right now. Although, it seems regrettable to ally with the last one. We must do it if we want to win, said Sasuke, with his eyes lit up with frustration. And Sakura asked Naruto, is going to delay us. It is better not. Sakura, here we are quickly join forces to beat Kakashi sensei, yelled Naruto, covering his mouth with his hand. Sasuke shook his head. Is this really the guy I saw fight a moment ago? He thought with a grimace. You realize there are only two bells challenge Sasuke, yeah? But I want her to have the same chance at getting the bell, while we still can. Naruto narrowed his eyes, looking in every direction, whereas Kakashi, he only saw the expanse of green grass that disappeared into the forest of trees that surrounded them. Shadow clone jutsu, said Naruto, summoning a dozen clones around him. Six of you stay still, the rest of you find Sakura and bring her here. You have it. What if she doesn't want to come? Asked one of his clones while greeting. Naruto scratched his hair. Oh, just say Sasuke is here. Two, his clones dispersed after that. Sasuke felt a twitch in his eye, but ignored the sensation to focus on the situation. His eyes opened wide, hearing a slight tremor below him. Jump, yelled Sasuke. Naruto did exactly that, dodging a hand that came out of the ground. Kakashi was here. The number one of the Ukiya village. Could be interesting. Sasuke looked back, taking 2 steps forward and staying silent. Maybe I can't read standing in front of you too bad. I was getting to the point. Good. Lesson 3 of fighting ninjutsu. Kakashi began to perform a sequence of jutsus. His hands became a blur. Let's go. Sasuke. Naruto realized for the first time how fast the Ukiya was. He sprinted, but Sasuke was already a few steps ahead. Water release, water bullet, jutsu, cohesive water balls. They came together and launched themselves at Sasuke and Naruto, forcing them to separate, dodging the attacks. Well, he dodged it. Now Naruto wasn't sure what to do next. The academy had never taught them how to fight ninja of this caliber, let alone with jutsus that weren't the basic clone, but maybe that was all he needed. As Sasuke, Naruto yelled, a voice from behind them. His clones disappeared with a puff, and all interaction with Sakura suddenly filled his mind. How did that happen? Shaking his head, Naruto slowed down a bit so the girl could catch up to him. Sakura walked up to him, panting with hands on knees. You and Sasuke are going to team up. Bell, new mission prodigy, created mission details. Steal one of Kakashi's Bell's mission rewards. X100 new ability. Closing question mark. Title Konoha prodigy glitch. Inbar, a player accepts mission. Yes / no. Of course. Naruto thought with a grin. He had no idea what the title meant, but Konoha prodigy sounded cool, and the 100 EXP was the highest reward he'd ever seen for a mission. Completing it probably would make him level up once more, which also meant another attribute point. All of this without mentioning the random ability he would receive, and to steal one of Kakashi's bells. He needed all the help he could get. Yeah, for now, we'll probably have to work together if we want to beat Kakashi. Who cares if we fail right now, said Naruto, trying to inspire confidence in Sakura. I guess, but if we fail, we'll go back to the academy. Sakura shuddered. Like I said, we'll worry about that later date. I'm going. Bell, new ability achieved. Persuasion level 1. Naruto looked ahead where Sasuke was already fighting with a honing __. I have to go. Jutsu of the shadow clone, repeated Naruto. Next to him appeared about 8 clones, looking at their boss, awaiting orders. Sakura, listen, I will make these clones become you and enter the fight. You have to infiltrate with them. And when you have the opportunity, simple, just take the bells, urged Naruto with a tugging motion of his hand. Battle strategy increased by a level. Battle strategies is now level 2. Sakura nodded before her eyes widened as she watched Naruto's clones turn into identical copies of her with a hand signal. Naruto could feel the physical strain the technique put on his chakra levels. To keep the Inge active for a long time, it was necessary to maintain a physical transformation through a continuous flow of chakra, something that was difficult enough on its own, and now Naruto had to deal with 8 clones all at once. For a normal gening, or even a normal honing, this would be completely impossible to conceive, and would result in immediate chakra depletion. But Naruto was different. Follow me, exclaimed Naruto. Both of Kakashi's eyebrows rose as he saw several Sakura, led by one Naruto, rushing towards him before blocking another blow from Sasuke. Naruto made his way into the fight. Uzumaki, Naruto is here. The Sakura army yelled, instantly mimicking their actions. Naruto didn't even notice that one of them was Sakura. Sasuke leaped forward back, missing another kick at Kakashi, who honestly looked irritated at this point. His hands started moving in rapid succession. Guys are starting to get really annoying. Water dragon, Judo water release. A water beast emerged from the river behind Kakashi, taking form and transforming into a colossal dragon that glared at them angrily. The body of water completely lacked the serenity and calm of an ocean, and instead was akin to the swift and relentless aggression of a rushing river. The clones, they backed away before starting to run in a vain attempt to escape, but the beast hunted its prey with precision. The the power of. The large amount of water immediately destroyed the clones on contact. Naruto could only stay mouth open watching as his clones became chaos, but still not everything was ruined. To think that I had to use that jutsu on clones. Shut up, Naruto shouted bravely, launching himself to kick Kakashi. The kick missed because Kakashi quickly leaned to the side. But Naruto didn't stop there. He bent his torso down so his hand reached the ground before pushing outwards to gain the necessary acceleration and trap Kakashi in a standstill with his legs spread wide. MP has been drained Chia style, Taijutsu level 2, disabled. Doesn't matter, I don't need it right now. Anyway, his legs closed around Kakashi like scissors on a piece of metal, trying their best to cut it. Sasuke arrived on cue, sweeping Kakashi's leg with a kick. Naruto fell to the ground with Kakashi, who struggled to free himself from the grip with Sasuke on his legs and Naruto on his arm. Sakura now screamed Naruto. The tension in his legs was becoming unbearable. Sakura appeared out of nowhere, presumably, and slid past Kakashi's body with her hand outwards, grabbing the bells in the way. Sean Orono managed to defeat him, a real honing. Naruto laughed in joy as he let go of Kakashi and stood up. The adrenaline that flooded him did not leave him. What elevated her excitement even more, her plan really worked. I told you, Kakashi, I told you. I guess you're our sense now. After all, haha. Kakashi patted him on the shoulders, brushing off a blade of grass stuck to his unit. Congratulations. I didn't really expect that. Now, who will Sakura give the other bell to? Naruto's smile faded. He finally realized the notification for completing his mission never appeared. Kakashi continued mercilessly. Like I said, only 2 of you get through regardless of if the 3, did they manage to work together or not? Sakura, what's your decision? Sakura's face looked extremely uncomfortable as she looked at the bluebells in her hand. Her gaze softened as she looked at Sasuke, who didn't even look at her, preferring to look at the grass beneath him. Her face became even more worried as she looked at Naruto, who looked equally uncomfortable. I can't make the decision, Kakashi-sensei said finally. Why didn't he ask? Kakashi, is it wrong in this type of field? We have to make decisions like these to survive. Sakura, perhaps? Your academy didn't teach you things like that. Sacrifices are made in the middle of missions that were supposed to go perfectly. And sometimes lives are the price that ensures a mission's success. Kakashi's gaze hardened. We are not guardians of peace or any childish idea you may have assumed at the academy. We are shinobi. Kakashi pointed into the distance. There is a stone. Countless names of shinobi considered heroes of the village are engraved on it. So it is not a normal stone, much less the name of my best friend is also engraved. Where is this going? Naruto thought sadly, my best friend, and sacrificed himself so that I could truly live. Do you think you would be capable of making those decisions on the battlefield that said they should not abandon this training? They should stop thinking about becoming shinobi completely. What? Naruto roared indignantly. What did they do to deserve such a thing? Underscore. Sakura screamed as the bell she was holding disappeared in a puff of smoke. Kakashi was nowhere to be seen. Either they just fooled me. That's probably why the mission notification never showed up. Naruto realized where the hell the old boo went. Naruto yelled as Kakashi's face peeked out from under his legs. You're not the only one who can use shadow clones. Naruto. Kakashi quickly revealed himself from the ground. Guys, come in. K. Naruto wasn't sure if he should be happy or just relieved at that moment. Sakura seemed to think the same thing, her expression still marked by Kakashi's talk. True, Kakashi began before immediately laughing. Afterwards, Sak asked weakly. To tell the truth, they passed as soon as Naruto appeared with his Sakura clones. A shinobi must see beyond the rest. The objective of this test was to evaluate their teamwork, not if they got the bells, which they obviously didn't. I believe this is the fastest team to pass the bell test. So, congratulations, Kakashi said, his eyes narrowed in a smile. Naruto raised his hand. So everything you said before is the whole truth, is that shinobi are tools that our village can use freely. However, Sakura's decision, or lack of it, should not be condemned in the shinobi world. Those who break the rules are scum. It's true, but those who abandon their friends are worse than scum. The silence after her words floated in the almost tangible tension of the air. Underscore. Be it's really great, Naruto thought with eyes full of wonder. But one day I'll be like that. Kakashi raised his thumb. Great. Starting tomorrow, the Team 7 will officially debut as a Shinobi Team Bell Prodigy mission. Fail mission, first step to greatness. Completed rewards 1000 EXP. Become a true ninja Naruto. Could only smile as he was flooded with notifications. Guess I didn't level up. Congratulations, you leveled up. Player is now level 6. Nevermind. Earned attribute point. New title. Kono Jinin has achieved Konoha Jinin title. Increases all stats by 5%. While performing missions assigned by Konoha Naruto, I had so much more to learn again. And then I launched myself at Kakashi and caught him between my legs. And then boom, Sasuke came in and knocked him to the ground. And Sakura came in at the end to grab the bells. In one fell swoop, Naruto finished telling his story to the other genings that surrounded him. They all looked at Sakura, who nodded shyly in confirmation. Oh man, it seemed like you guys had a great test. We just fought a little. Yasuma-sensei made us pass, said Choji while devouring the barbecue. Or what was left, Shikamaru sighed. Yeah, it was troublesome. It's not like you've done much anyway. Ino replied sarcastically. Where are you? Kiba asked meaningfully. Naruto shrugged. He said he couldn't come. He had tried to persuade Lukia, but his persuasion was only good for one. For now, to celebrate the death of all the Genin, Kiba had announced a party at the Inuzuka Grill family restaurant. Naruto was glad he didn't have to pay out of pocket. He was already suffering from the ramen he bought without Yuka paying for it. Well, if Sasuke didn't, here I am. I'm saying that the whole scene that ASE narrated is a complete lie, Naruto said, Kiba crossing his arms. Akamaru nodded with a bark before returning to the piece of meat underneath him. What do you have to believe me, man? I was so cool, Shino. You believe me, right? Shino remained silent, as always, before shrugging his shoulders. I believe you, Naruto, Hinata said, her voice as shy as ever. Thanks, Hinata, finally. Someone with a brain on your team. Hinata blushed before returning to her food. The rest of the group went by quickly, enjoying the food and the company with the missions and all the workload that comes with being a shinobi. They probably wouldn't see each other again for a long time, just as all the teams started to leave, with Kiba staying. Of course, Naruto called someone specific Shikamaru. The spiky-haired boy looked back before saying goodbye to his teammates. Naruto led him to a place a little far from the restaurant, but no longer to make it look suspicious. What Shikamaru asked, putting his hands in his pockets. Okay, now what it's done, how do I tell him? Well, listen, there's a scenario. Well, this isn't working, How do I explain it, Shikamaru? And look, Naruto, I'm already overwhelmed. Hurry up, man. Let's assume first that you can categorize a person's characteristics in numbers. For example, strength at a 4, or speed an 8 or 9, and more. Shikamaru's eyes lit up a little. I have no idea what you're talking about, but I can infer what types of characteristics are there. Are they related to battle mainly? There is strength, vitality, intelligence, wisdom, and luck, and I think speed too. Interesting. What is all this for Naruto? I was expecting this question. It's for a game. I'm trying to create a game. Yeah, Shikamaru looked at him in disbelief. Okay, and where do you think he'll scale in intelligence in your game? Observing, and successful observation. Name, Shikamaru, era title, and bar A. Occupation, Konoha Jinin, level, LP, 6 horsepower, 100 deputy, 100 chakra, 150 strength, 3 vitamin, 4 to 3 int, 13 wisdom. See, Naruto, he noticed with joy that Shikamaru was level SE like him. You must be around 13 years old. I suppose, Naruto affirmed. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow. And you, Sai, Naruto whispered with modest embarrassment. I'm also surprised that you're so sure of the numbers. I've already talked about it. I definitely don't have anything that tells me all this. So the game is some kind of role-playing game. I think I've seen something similar before, but anyway, why'd you call me? It certainly wasn't to inflate your ego. The blonde nodded in agreement. Then the player receives a card that allows you to automatically increase one of your stats by 1 point every now. And then which stat would you increase, stay, as one of the characteristics? Well, it would increase my intelligence, __. B. I should have done that instead of putting the other one into strength, but at least I know what to do with this. Attribute point, Shikamaru Taro thoughtfully, but if the character is a shinobi, it would certainly be better to have a balanced approach. No, Naruto looked up hopefully as the card appears from time to time. As you say, it would be more useful to diversify for all the characteristics instead of focusing too much on just one. How is that, asked Naruto. Genuinely curious, think about it. We are shinobi, we get caught in all sorts of positions on any given mission. Let's say we increase our intelligence to a genius level, but will our strength be enough to support us in one-on-one combat? With too much strength, on the other hand, how do we plan to use that ability? We need intelligence, in theory the best. Shin, and they would have the highest stats and balance, like you say. So it would be best to boost the stats you have low at the start, and word from there, this guy is really smart, thought Naruto, impressed by his way of thinking. Thanks, Shikamaru, you really helped me, said Naruto. Smiling, Shikamaru shrugged, no problem. But now you owe me one. __. See, Naruto waited until he was sure there was no one around him before opening his status window named Naruto Uzumaki title, the player occupation Koha Jinin, level LP 6 horsepower, 100 deputy, 100 chakra, 2000 strength 6 vitamin 10 to 6, and CU wisdom 3, look at current abilities shadow clone jutsu, level 3 class, Inbara attribute points A. Shikamaru was said to balance it out. My vitality is already high, my luck is too low, but increasing it is boring. Wisdom, already I'm wise enough, right? Better to go with intelligence. An attribute point has been used. Intelligence has increased by 1 point. This is so amazing, whispered Naruto between laughs, feeling a sudden urge to laugh in celebration. He pointed at the stone monument that towered over the entire DA. Their carved faces inspired and fueled the will of fire amongst the citizens of Konoha during the darkest of times. Forget about surpassing the old man. I will surpass them all, the first, the second, the third, and the fourth. Naruto Uzumaki. The fifth Okage, believe it, new ability gained. Will of fire level 1, your eyes on the target, ask Kakashi. Yes, it's 3M away, answer Naruto. On his W, Keedle, don't screw it up, Naruto, said Sakura from another spot. Okay, I'll count down. Don't make a sound. 3, 2, 1. Already Naruto jumped out his hiding place to catch the target. His shadow clones did exactly the same, already, shouted Naruto as he jumped on the target with all his might, covering his furry body with the combined weight of his 2 clones. The cat squealed and scratched him as Naruto grabbed its arms and legs and held it to his chest. Is that it asked Sasuke, coming out of the tree behind him. Observing, and successful observation. Name, Tora title, the Lost Cat of Konoha, level LV3. Naruto tilted the cat to the right, pretending not to know that it was already Tora, cued in the left ear. Yes, it is him. Doorbell mission, finding Tora, completed rewards, EXP 50. A whole week of D rank missions was suffering for the mind and body. Naruto hadn't leveled up even once, and his taijutsu never increased any level until now. Training with Kakashi was more like doing chores than real training. The exploration skill was now level 5, although it didn't really matter that much. Oddly enough, it was the highest level of any skill he had so far, but considering all he had done for the past week was explore lost objects and other random activities, it made sense. Team 7 went to Okage's office to drop the cat off immediately after Madam Sure Jimmy, wife of the Fire Diamond, thanked them profusely before hugging him tightly. Naruto felt a little bad, but he also knew that the cat deserved it for torturing the who subdued them. Ewan exhaled a puff of smoke before announcing their next mission. Team 7's next tasks are to babysit an old man's grandson, go shopping at the neighboring village, and help harvest potatoes at the local farm. Naruto quickly responded, fed up with all the random tasks they were given. No way, man. Missions are supposed to be cool, not babysitting your grandson. Sasuke raised an eyebrow at Naruto, responding to Okage himself. I never said he was. Please give us a better one, he exclaimed. Naruto out loud with hopeful eyes. Not only were the missions they were doing boring, but he needed some that would give him more experience to level up. He realized that Sakura and Sasuke were in agreement. Naruto, you're just a rookie Genin. You're not the only one doing this job. Even the Okage himself started these tasks. Iduka yelled at him from behind the desk. Never mind, please give us better missions, Naruto. As a Genin, the D rank missions are all you have. But hey, I'll make an exception. Naruto looked up in surprise. Persuasion skill increased by 1 level. Persuasion is now level 2. I can give you a C rank and escort and protection mission for someone in particular. Okay, that sounds more fun. Now Yusin hit his desk, walks past, and out the door came a tall man, wearing a sleeveless black shirt wrapped in a towel and baggy pants underneath. He had a bottle of alcohol in his left hand. He seemed to be drunk, with a small gray goatee and tiny glasses. He looked like one of the suspicious grandparents of Konoha children some brats are protecting. Me, especially the short blonde one. Are you really a Genin? Shut up, drunk, and Naruto began, but became discouraged at Kakashi's look. The man pushed up his glasses. I am an expert bridge builder named Tazuna. I will need your protection until I return to my country and finish a bridge. Bell new mission protection Tazuna. Created mission details. Keep Tazuna alive until the bridge is completed. Mission rewards experience 3000 class interrogation of closing title, closing question mark failure death. The player accepts the mission yes, / number 3000 sure Naruto smiled calm. Drunk the future Okage protects you. Let's go Naruto, shouted with his hands up. They had officially left Konoha beyond the Great Gates that guarded their village. Why are you so excited? Sakura asked Naruto, scratched the back of his neck. I have never left the village, so it's interesting. Kono's Genin title is currently applied to increase stats. Genin team title Konoha yes / no yes please. Naruto thought 5% didn't seem like much, but it was still useful. Tazuna scoffs. You really are a shinobi boy. I'm starting to fear for my safety. You are a bit suspicious too, man. If Naruto's observational skills were greater, he would have noticed the slight widening of Tazuna's eyes at his words, or the brief movement of his long calloused fingers. However, Kakashi did it. Tazuna-san, are you from the land of waves? Asked Sakura curiously. Tazuna looked at her with air evaluative. Yes, I am sensei. There are no shinobi in wave right now, but in the long run it's better for us. After all, there won't be any really dangerous shinobi that attack Tazuna this time. Naruto, yes. He watched as Tazuna kept his head down. Suspicious buzzer deduction skill increased by 1 level. Deduction is now level 3, but Naruto wasn't one to think badly of others. He let the moment of panic pass for Tazuna. But what was that other feeling? And buzzer warning bloodlust detected. Shivers ran down Naruto's arms as he stopped mid-walk. An enemy appeared out of nowhere, manifesting from the small pool near Kakashi-sensei. Another masked and cloaked person jumped up, grabbing a thick black rope. The rope surrounded the honing on both sides before completely trapping him. One less. A deep, dull voice was heard, with a twist of the hands and waist. The spiky rope pierced Kakashi, leaving behind a small pool of blood and organs. Naruto only saw red. It was anger. It wasn't just the blood pooling in his feet, staining his sandals with that visceral color. Kakashi-sensei was dead. Naruto screamed. Sakura instantly. Naruto jumped sideways as a pair of spiked ropes dug into the empty space he once stood in. His eyes widened in joy. His muscles ached for some kind of release, but in his mind there was no doubt about it. He was scared. Bell. New mission. Meet Demon Brothers. Created. Mission details. Defeat the Demon Brothers. Mission rewards EXP 500. Kakashi's respect failure die. Player accepts mission yes / no. But when there was a target, Naruto never gave up. Activating and Yukiya clan taijutsu skill level 1 activated. Its use drains 20 MP every minute. I'll kill them all, roar Naruto, in anger both at himself for freezing and at the enemies for killing Kakashi-sensei. Naruto ran towards the enemy ninja with renewed vigor, and next to him Sasuke began his attack. Sasuke threw shuriken, shikanais, sticking one end of the spiked ropes on the tree, rendering their ranged weapons useless unless they wanted to retrieve them. The tallest enemy, Shinobi, went for Sasuke, leaving the other for himself. Shadow, clone, Juda. Naruto. Clones appeared at his side, running a few steps behind the original. The blonde spun the kunai he pulled from his pocket, holding it with an ice-pick grip. It was within his reach the second the masked man swung his razor-sharp claws at Naruto. The blonde slid to the ground past his legs, and at the same time passed over his cradle and down his legs, making him bleed. Instantly, Uruk the clones rushed at the man with their own war cries, but finally turned into smoke. After a few swipes, Naruto looked back and saw the man's bruised face, then began his assault. Naruto flicked his head to dodge a blow before immediately responding with an uppercut to the man's stomach. Due to the height difference between them, Naruto was forced to get closer due to their short distance, but the cloak that covered the enemy's body allowed him to see through his attacks with incredible ease. Another blow, but this time it barely managed to tear the skin near his hand. Timbre poison detected. Naruto didn't care. He continued his frenzied dodging and countering each attack from the man. His close combat style was surprisingly well suited to fighting the mysterious man, who seemed confused the second he saw the beginning of the signs with the man hands. Naruto tore the hands with his own before kicking the man Bell mission. Encounter Demon Brothers. Completed rewards EXP. 500 Kakashi's respect. It's over. But Naruto didn't stop there. He continued beating the shinobi into the ground without giving him a single chance to breathe. Enough Naruto. But he killed Kaka. Naruto paused to observing. An observation failed the target level. Is too high with the player like a partial observation yes. Slash. No yes name Kakashi attack title copy ninja occupation honing. Sensei level horsepower 100 deputy 100 chakra street bit dex and known luck wait are you alive? He asked looking into Kakashi's eyes. You sound disappointed, but yes I am alive. I just used the substitution jutsu. Anyways, it seems they didn't need me at all. Good work Sasuke. Naruto. And good for you Sakura for putting the customer first. Naruto looked at the groaning shinobi below him. Sasuke pulled up another one who looked equally sore. Kakashi tied them up and placed them against a tree. Trunk Tazunasani needed to talk to you, said Kakashi. Naruto shuddered at his sensei's gaze. These are Chunin from the Hidden Mist Village, known for their stamina in combat, and sometimes for using poison. The wound on your arm, Naruto, is filled with poison. Don't move, or it will get worse. We can open it and extract the poison later. How could you see where we were? One of the Chunin asked. A puddle of water on this sunny day was impossible. Tazuna coughed. Why didn't you help the children when you could? I wanted to find out who they really had in their sights. And in this case, it was you. Tazuna-san. The mission. It consisted of protecting you from thieves and scammers, not trained shinobi at the very least. This is already a B-rank mission. We would be doing something outside our duty if we continue with this mission. Naruto looked at Tazuna with discomfort, seeing the desperation on his face before looking back at his hand. The poison spread, and every second he felt a stabbing pain in his arm. Sakura swallowed, sweating. I think it's best if we leave it now. Sensei, Naruto needs medicine for the poison, and the truth is that we're not trained. For this, Kakashi nodded. I agree, Sakura, my mission. If I don't complete it, I will die. How seriously should I take the system? Thought Naruto. Hyperventilating, gritted his teeth. He had to make a decision. Now, grabbing his kunai, Naruto stuck in his arm. Blood gushed from the cut, eliminating the red liquid along with any remaining poison from his body. Naruto, what the hell, Sakura? Yelled Naruto. Smiled despite the pain, extended his bloody fist towards Tazuna, whose eyes opened wide. Hey, drunk, look, all right, this fist. No matter who comes to stop me, not even Okage himself. I will protect you until your stupid bridge is built. All right, we have to continue with the mission. Bell, the public speaking skill has increased by 1 level. Public speaking is now level 3 after being scolded for cutting his hand so deeply. Kakashi wrapped Naruto's hand with bandages, noticing that now the wound was practically healed. Bell, new skill achieved, self-regeneration. Level 1, great. Already I can heal myself with reason. I don't feel as much pain in my hand anymore. Naruto looked at his hand in wonder, but ignored it for now. Team 7 carefully boarded the ferry, trying not to capsize the boat as their combined weight leaned on the wooden boat. Fog quickly formed over the waters, leaving the blonde blind. The ferry guide gently rowed the boat, each stroke taking them further out to sea. Eventually, a massive bridge appeared above them, its cobalt frame visible from through the slightly clearing fog. It's best if we don't make any noise. If Gata doesn't attend, we'll all die, said the tour guide gravely. Then this was the bridge that stood in the way of Gata's total control over the shipping industry. Surrounding wave, in Naruto's opinion, it was a small thing, but it was also the first step in a good direction. The ferry passed through a wall of canals, leaving them in a tunnel of darkness for a while. But once the entrance cleared, Naruto could clearly see the welcome presence of trees, and other plants were beginning to appear. Wow, said Sakura, with eyes like stars. The ferry was parked near one of the docks, giving Naruto and the others time to leave. I can't go any further. I wish you the best in your adventure, no matter how risky it is. The ferry guide said to Tazuna. Tazuna smiled. I understand. Thanks for your help. Please, Kakashi, send take me home safe and sound. Tazuna asked the honing, tilting his straw hat. What did you say? Kakashi asked indifferently. It doesn't matter. Naruto looked at he walked in front of him, following in Sasuke's footsteps, who was a little ahead. He personally had a lot of work to do on the mission, and it was definitely crucial. 3,000 extra was the maximum he had been offered for a mission, and getting that would give him a huge boost to surpass Sasuke. There were also the mysterious titles and classes he would receive. He knew the titles would give him extra points, but the class he received was completely ambiguous. Normally, the system would just pop up and give him a brief description of what it was. But this time, he didn't do it. Naruto's plan for his next attributes was to accumulate dexterity and wisdom. His luck was terrible for some reason, but he didn't want to waste the points on something as basic as luck. The blonde noticed how Kakashi's hands moved slightly, which was strange considering he would probably never normally notice it. Maybe my deduction skills are failing, and everyone ducked down, yelled. Kakashi Naruto fell to his knees as a gigantic sword flew through the space where his head was before drill into the wood of the tree above them. And on top of the leaf, and Naruto shuddered. A warning bell. High bloodlust was detected. The man only showed them his bare back. His slightly gray skin seemed alien to Konoha. Shinobi wide striped pants and leg warmers covered the lower half of his body. But that wasn't the scary part. The man's face was covered with bandages, leaving only his eyes and hair visible. The intensity of the glow left Naruto paralyzed. Watching it, observing, and observation failed. The target level is too high. Would the player like partial observation? Yes / no. Yes. Name: Zabu Momochi. Title: Demon of the Hidden Mist. Occupation: 7 Ninja Swordsman of the Mist. Level: Horsepower 100 Deputy 100 Chakra Street Bit Dex and known Luke. This guy, and he's on the same level as Kakashi. Demon of the Hidden Mist, 7 Ninja Swordsman of the Mist, although it pains me to say, and right now we're no match for him. Momochi Zabu Zak Kun, the infamous ninja renegade of Iden Mist. I didn't expect to see you here. Everyone stay back. It's on another level, I know. I guess I'll have to reveal it now, Kakashi said, lifting his headband. Kakashi's eyes glowed scarlet with a few black tamen swirling around the pupil. What is that? Naruto thought, frowning. He watched as Sasuke's face scrunched up in confusion. One of the symbols of Konoha's supremacy, the Sharingan. It's an honor to see it in person, Zabuza said, his deep voice piercing through the mist. Naruto looked at his sensei, Sharingan. Sasuke glared at Kakashi. The Sharingan counters all taijutsu ninjutsu and jinjutsu. It is a dim jutsu available only to some, but the signature ability of the Sharingan gives whoever wears it the ability to copy the techniques of their opponent, while they see it the shinobi who has copied more than one jutsu copies ninja. Kakashi finished Zabuza before crouching over the sword-covered Tizuna-san, and do not interrupt the fight. It is an order. Zabuza disappeared in an instant before appearing once again standing on the water next to them. Their uttered Sakura Ninpu Jutsu of hidden mist. Strands of mist manifested and swirled in the air like the tentacles of an octopus before completely hiding Zabu behind the thick density of the air. Zabuza is known to be a silent assassin. Stay alert, Naruto. Gulp the mist. The white air continues to become even more concentrated and thick to the point where Naruto could barely see the orange in his own clothes. Buzzer warning. SE detected extreme bloodlust. New ability gained stamina. KLV1. Naruto felt his hands and legs tremble as he looked at the others in concern. Sasuke and Sakura were the same, to the point that Sakura almost collapsed from fright. Sasuke, Naruto, Sakura, I assure you not to worry, said Kakashi, looking at them with a smile. I never let any of my comrades die. Bad luck. Naruto felt his heart jump out of his chest as he heard Zabuza's voice echo behind him, but just before the Zabuza's sword would cut through them all, Kakashi dived, plunging his cradle and into the man's skin. But he was a water clone, but Kakashi was also a water clone, but Zabuza was also a water clone. So is that how a Honing fights? Naruto asked, to no one in particular. Yes, Sasuke answered clearly. Kakashi was quickly thrown into the pond beside them, with Zabuza following close behind. Water release, water prison jutsu. Kakashi's ragged voice gasped loudly as a ball of chaotic swirling water surrounded the Honing, leaving him completely trapped. But that wasn't the least of the Genin's worries. The water pooled in front of them, slowly taking the form of Zabuza. Do you guys really think you're worthy of being ninjas? Standing there cowering in fear as I release a bit of bloodlust. You've already killed your first rival MMM. At your age, you kill my entire class, snarled Zabuza. Naruto, teeth in rage. You think he's impressive? You're a monster. A foot slammed into him straight in the chin. A second later, throwing him several feet away, Naruto groaned in pain as he felt his jaw with his hands, making sure nothing was bent. He had grabbed his headband in midair, which had come loose the instant Zabuza kicked him. Sasuke grabs the others and runs away with Tizuna. Sans Zabuza can't move. While this jutsu is active, Kakashi yelled from his stuck position, run again. I really am that useless Irika gave me this headband. I promised to become Okage. So much effort alone to escape. Naruto stood up, wiping the dust off his headband. He began to tie it to his head. Someone once told me that those who break the rules are scum, but those who abandon their friends are worse than scum. I will not abandon you, sensei. The clone snorted the words, don't shut up, and monster without eyebrows. I am not just any genin. I am Naruto Uzumaki, the future Okage of Konoha. Write it down. Sakura stood surprised. Is it really Naruto, Sasuke? I have a plan. Everything was prepared from the seals to the strategy to make them Zabuza. Smirked at Rogan. Naruto couldn't just stand there and listen right after making such a cool speech. Right, shut up. I don't have time for your words. Shadow clone Judo. About 50 to 60 clones appeared around Zabuza, creating a dust devil around the ground, activating, and Yukiya clan taijutsu skill level 2 activated. Its use drains 20 MP every minute, yelled Yada, the clones rushing towards the lone man. But even with better taijutsu than Naruto's academy, the Fu clones were 10 bad. Each blow from Zabuza's sword annihilated 5 or 6 of his clones. But none of that mattered. The clones managed to survive longer than they should have. Lukia's superior acrobatics made sure of that when only half remained. Naruto gave the order to self-destruct. Each clone's smoke emerged, covering the grass fields in white. It wouldn't last long, but a brief moment was enough. Naruto threw the Fuma Shuriken to Sasuke, who smiled in recognition. Now, yes, what did we talk about, said Sasuke, smiling with a dramatic flash. Sasuke uncoiled the shuriken to its maximum capacity. He jumped high in the air before throwing it at insane speeds. The shuriken went past the clone and headed toward the true target, the real Zabuza. Zabuza smirked. He caught the shuriken in his hands and jumped over the other, keeping the judo on Kakashi. But instead of the shuriken passing, Naruto appeared out of nowhere with a kunai, and in one hand he joined the judo fingers of both the clones, and the shadow clone Naruto original threw the kuna at Zabuza, trying to distract him from the water prison technique. Zabuza rolled his eyes. It's almost embarrassing how they underestimate me. With a twist of his sword, he reflected all the kuna and lazily, but Zabuza was on his back. Fire release fireball. Jutsu, a ball of scorching scarlet fire aimed straight for Zabuza, flew through the humid air. Zabuza, with one hand, his prison, couldn't counter the jutsu. Or so he thought. Water release, water bullet, jutsu, growled Zabuza, doing one hand signs. The water ball hit Sasuke's fire in the center, creating even more steam that was generated in the mist present there. But while vision mattered, Zabu's divided concentration mattered even more. The mist demon was busy making one-hand seals and maintaining his prison for Kakashi at the same time, and didn't notice that Naruto was nowhere to be seen. A hand grabbed Zabuza's leg from underwater and threw him into the pond. Naruto wasn't sure what he was thinking as he voluntarily pulled Zabuza towards him, but it was an impulse. Immediately, the assassin's enraged face appeared before his eyes underwater as he began to swing his sword. Timbre battle strat increased by 1 level. Battle strategies is now level 3. Leveling up didn't have the same effect when you were about to die. Goodbye, world. Kakashi grabbed the sword before it struck as his Sharingan spun wildly. Naruto quickly swam away as the honing level shinobi resumed. There the battle reached the shore a few seconds later, panting as Akura helped him up, and that was when a storm battle began. Jutsu after jutsu of water were thrown around by Cad shinobi as the Genin watched in awe at the intensity of the battle. Tsunamis of water were launched nonchalantly, not caring about anything that stood in their way. Naruto never in his life realized how much potential water truly had, nor did he realize how terrifying it was. Finally, the water stopped. Naruto and the gang cheered when they saw that Zabuza was completely cornered. Running forward, they tried to see Kakashi deliver the final blow. Then, when two Zon stabbed into Zabuza's neck, instantly drawing blood, Sakura gasped, stopping her movements with Tazuna as Naruto and Sasuke struggled forward. The person stood boldly on a tree branch. His strange attire distinguished him from the others, with striped pants similar to Zabuza's, a green ori, a brown sash, and a mask. Peculiar. Naruto couldn't tell if it was an enemy or not. I have to thank you for taking care of Zabuza for me. It has certainly been a difficult journey tracking this man down, said the person with a surprisingly kind voice. You are a hunter ninja of the hidden mist, pronounced Kakashi, correct? It is our duty to hunt down missing ninjas as Zabuza here. The conversation continued, but Naruto lowered his voice. He knew that what the masked man was saying made sense, but his instinct told him that something was wrong. The tingling continuous forced him to act observing, and please don't fail this time. And successful observation. Let's go. Name Aku Yuki, title apprentice of the mist occupation. Missing level LV 16 horsepower, 100 deputy, 100 chakra, 350 strength, new vitamin, 8 to 16 in O wisdom SE, luck 2, missing ninja apprentice of the mist. And this person and is on Zabuza's side. Naruto realized with his eyes wide open. But why would he kill Zabuza? There had to be something else here. He was at an absurd level 16. It was impossible that if he made such a mistake, if he told Kakashi about his discoveries, they would ask him about the source. Naruto definitely didn't want to tell anyone about the system he had and be seen as completely delusional. The only option was to face it directly. Naruto walked towards Zabuza's body, and Kakashi could practically feel Aku's eyes on him. Kakashi-sensei, something doesn't add up. Do you mind if I try something? Naruto whispered. Kakashi nodded clearly. Naruto took a deep breath. The first stage begins. Hey, you won't be on Zabuza's side, Naruto asked out loud. Thinking it over, this was not a good idea. Aku's calm immediately vanished. Her posture was a bundle of nerves. Sakura started walking towards the group with Tazuna behind her. Hey guys, what's going on? A second later, they placed a coupon a millimeter from her neck with Aku behind her. Or was it a clone? It didn't matter. Sakura was in trouble. Sakura shouted Naruto in anguish, any of you move, and I'll kill her in front of her eyes. Aku's calm and comforting voice disappeared, completely replaced by the cold and monotonous voice of a weapon. Naruto noticed how Kakashi and Sasuke's hands twitched, waiting for the right moment to attack. Although Sakura's situation was horrible, it also showed one thing: Zabuza was alive. Begin the second stage. Leave Sakura alone, or I will kill Zabuza right in front of your eyes, said Naruto, pointing at the kunai that he placed on Zabuza's neck. The second he saw Akuma, this was a huge tactic, but one that could pay off. Naruto had made a grave mistake. Provoke anger of impulsive Aku instead of letting her go. With Zabuza practically dead, Aku released Sakura immediately after with gestures that denoted his eagerness to keep his master alive. Sakura Joe, before running towards Sasuke, taking out her kunai. Well, now we can have Kakashi kill Zabuza and join Aku. Naruto's kunai stuck in the water. They had seriously underestimated Zabuza when underscore he switched for a clone with a whirlwind. Aku disappeared. A second later, Naruto fell to his knees with a deep breath. You were not so bad, right, sensei? Kakashi glared at him. We need to talk. The genin groaned. This wasn't going to end well. So you thought it was too much of a coincidence that the hunter Nin showed up just when Zabuza lost? Asked Kakashi, trying to confirm his thoughts. Naruto's sweat dropped. Sort of, yeah. No, actually, I have some sort of blue box that tells me a person's name, title, occupation, and abilities at a glance. And I've used it against Aku to find out who the real true. Sometimes it was so unbelievable that it was better to lie blatantly at. This moment, Kakashi was lying comfortably in a bed, resting his body after the strenuous use of a Sharingan. Well, thanks to Naruto, we know that Zabuza is still alive, and although Sakura was in a delicate situation because of it, something bad could have happened considering that she was a water clone. Good job, Naruto, said Kakashi with his characteristic smile. Naruto blushed with the praise. Anyway, we have to start training as soon as Zabuza come back. Although he was a clone, I know that the real Zabuza suffered serious damage. So at least for now, we have time to train and be better prepared. Tren Sensei, that guy is too strong. He is more or less at your level. What chance do we have against him? Complained Sakura. Overestimating yourself, it's bad, but underestimating yourself can sometimes be even more detrimental. Yes, you can beat Zabuza for now, but the Hunter Ninja is also a target. Plus, they're improving a lot. I was impressed by the ideas that Naruto had throughout the fight. Sasuke squinted at Naruto. Was the dobe always so smart, or did he just fake it at the academy? Sakura nodded in agreement with the statement. She was also quite impressed by Naruto. Wow, I really want to train now, Naruto exclaimed, his smile calming the atmosphere. Why are you so excited? It's useless. A short boy came out of the hallway with a permanent frown on his face and ended up hugging Tazuna Inari. These are the ninjas that help protect Grandpa during his time. Journey, they will help us too, said Tsunami, frowning at the child. The Inari looked at them with a lost look. But Mom, these ninjas are gonna die anyway. Dinners, what did you say? Growled Naruto. You are no match for Gata. Don't tell me what I can and can't. Naruto scolded Sakura, dragging him back. He is just a child, and an idiot. Naruto suppressed his anger before letting his smile reappear, activating an ability. Will of Fire level 1 activated. I don't know who the hell Gato is, but he doesn't stand a chance against me no matter how many say I can't do something. I'll prove you wrong. I'll save you and your village on this mission. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, the future Okage of the Leaf. Believe it. Inari's glare intensified. What's a cage? Another word for stupid. For the first time in his life, Naruto had nothing to say. I just want my 3000 XP. The training will start now. Finally, some real training from Kakashi, Naruto thought with a smile. So far, they've only done some standard training and a few useless missions. Kakashi-sensei stood up. A finger. I'm sure everyone knows what chakra is, right? The three genin nodded in unison. Okay, today we'll learn how to use chakra with some special exercises. But we already know how to use jutsus, sensei. Sakura said, confused. You've done jutsus, yes, but not effectively. Using a large amount of chakra in each jutsu is not effective at all, and it can weaken your jutsu or even leave it dysfunctional. Naruto hummed in confirmation. Weak jutsus in the middle of a battle are the first step towards death. Control of chakra not only minimizes the amount of chakra used, but also the speed with which a jutsu can be executed. If you continue as a shinobi without controlling your chakra, you will undoubtedly die. Naruto gulped. And what is the training sensei tree? Climbing, huh? I can do that, Sakura whispered to herself. I see you are not very excited. Well, it was to be expected. After all, any Hingen could climb a tree. However, this is not the typical tree climbing that children do. It has to be done without hands, without my hands, he said Naruto out loud. Not sure how that would work. I have to hug the tree with my legs and pull myself up. You'll see. Kakashi walked towards the tree before placing one foot on it. Then another, and one more. The genin was climbing the tree without using his hands. With the crutches supporting him, Kakashi climbed the long tree as if it were a leisurely stroll before looking up at them upside down. As he crossed a branch, the genin looked in awe at their sensei. So that's what he meant, growled Sasuke. You see, the trick is to gather the right amount, correct amount of chakra on your feet and use it to stick it to the tree. This technique requires effective use of chakra. How will this prepare us for Zabuza sensei? Asked Sakura. Exactly, controlling chakra is one of the most basic aspects of being a shinobi in combat. The main aspect of this exercise is learning the exact amount of chakra to apply to the feat, a skill that every shinobi must perfect. As a genin, a sort of tradition, the chakra needed to climb a tree is not large. In fact, it is quite small, but reaching the right level is difficult for beginners. After all, feet are the part of the body that cost the most to accumulate chakra. So basically, we will be able to climb on anything after this is over, asked Naruto, curiously. Quite well. Although some materials can be more resistant than others, climbing or walking on water is something completely different. Walking on water is not what Zabuza did in theory, continued Kakashi. To learn this technique means that you have the ability to learn any jutsu. Your affinities will also be affected, but that's not it for now. Another thing you gain from this exercise is the stamina to keep fighting the longer you control your chakra. I don't like to talk too much, so let's start for now. Kakashi threw 3 kuna into each of the genin. The weapons landed in front of them. Mark your progress with these kunai. Whoever gets higher is practically the best at chakra control. By now, since you are beginners, try to get some momentum to climb. Make sure to use the standard seal. As well, it will get easier. Naruto looked at the tree in front of them with determination. I'm going to do it faster than everyone here, especially Sasuke. Naruto sealed his hands. Let's do this. He felt the presence of chakra in his body before ordering him to stand up. Just a little. Naruto urged him, feeling the chakra building up on the surface of his feet. He started to run. He placed his foot on the tree, making sure to keep the chakra on the foot. At the same time, the weight of his body decreased drastically. Instantly, he was running after Naruto, placed his other foot on the tree until he was parallel to it. But he didn't stop there. He ran 2 more steps before the chakra in his feet ran out, signaling the end of his run. Naruto cut the bark of the tree with a quick slash, marking his progress. Bell new skill. achieved chakra escalation, level 1 skill chakra escalation. Increased by 1 level chakra escalation is now level 2 new skill achieved chakra control level 1. I think I've got it, Naruto thought to himself, frowning. He watched Sasuke's progress with curiosity, noticing how his mark was roughly at the same level. I'm catching up. So it seems Sakura can control her chakra better than the rest of you. Impressive. Naruto looked at the pink-haired genin in awe, not thinking he would see her progress too. Before, she was sitting on the branch of her tree with a smile. This how Naruto clenched his fist. Sasuke, he also had similar emotions. He mainly wondered how Sakura had come so far, but also how Naruto was at her level. Sorry, Naruto, but it seems that Sakura has a lead on you in the race to become Hokage and Sasuke. It seems that the Uchiha clan no longer has as much prestige as it used to. Sasuke and Naruto looked at each other. The passion to improve in the exercise was evident in their eyes. Naruto looked at Sakura with wide eyes, and maybe he could ask her for some advice. Hell, he wasn't going to show Kakashi that he had what it took. Hokage saw by himself, without any help. Bell new mission testing the waters, created mission details, learn a chakra climb, and walk on water in a week. Mission rewards, mission job change, locked EXP, 10,000 Kakashis, respect failure, lose all self-respect, forever player accepts mission, yeah, / no hell. And Naruto yelled loudly. The other shinobi looked at him in confusion before getting back to the matter at hand. Naruto didn't care how long it took. He was going to master both techniques in one day. Chime skill. Chakra scaling has increased by 1 level. Chakra scaling is now level 3 higher. Chime skill. Chakra scaling has increased by 1 level. Chakra scaling is now level 4 even higher. Chime skill. Chakra scaling has increased by 1 level. Chakra scaling is now level 5. I need to go further. Naruto took one last step before marking his height for everyone to see. Chime skill. Chakra scaling has increased by 1. Chakra escalation level is now level. Naruto huffed and puffed as he stood atop the tallest tree in the forest. The dense clump of leaves served as a platform for him to watch the bright sun and the rest of the dark green forest. I did it, Naruto shouted for the world to hear with his back leaned back. Bell ability chakra control has increased by 1 level. Chakra control is now level 2. Sasuke looked at the blonde with undeniable envy, how he thought with, but mostly confusion, why he was so difficult and how Sakura and Naruto managed to do it so easily. Kakashi closed the book. Equally impressed with Naruto, he expected the blonde to be slower so he and Sasuke could support each other and advance faster. But this was also good. His rate of improvement is remarkable, almost like a Keikai Henkai. I had never seen anything like it. Is this the power of a Jinchuriki, or is Naruto really that talented? He can achieve something like this in 4 hours, and not only achieve it, but he completely mastered it. Time will tell, Kakashi thought, closing his book with a thud. Naruto sped down the tree before doing a dramatic flip to the ground. He smiled at Sakura and Sasuke, who were confused and furious respectively. Now that I've mastered it, I'm in the lead, sensei, Naruto asked, honing. Kakashi put a hand to the back of his neck. What's a clue? Naruto frowned. Anyway, what do we do now? I think we should wait and see what happens. The best thing for you and Sakura is for you to get some rest for now, considering how tired you both are. Tired? I can hold out much longer, Sensei, Naruto said to the silver-haired man. He was going to do sparring sessions, but given my situation, and better not, besides overtraining is not good either. Naruto, how am I going to complete the mission? Naruto thought angrily. He needed that experience. If he wanted to level up, he was wishing they would finally build that damn bridge. Who knows how long it would take. And to learn to walk on water, Naruto needed Kakashi Sensei's help. I'm going to try to learn to walk on it water. Kakashi faster than I thought. Okay, for now the technique is similar to climbing trees, but your chakra has to adapt to the water, which isn't solid. And then Naruto asked, so just leaving the right amount of chakra for your feet to stick to won't work, considering the randomness of water. You have to continuously send chakra pulses to your feet every second and keep them that way. Naruto could feel his brain churning. Try to process all the information. Kakashi sighed, best if you try it yourself and learn as you go. I think there's a lake north of here, but don't stray too far. Don't get discouraged if it doesn't work out. I'll be impressed if you get it done in 2 weeks. Naruto saw his chance to gain some of this the moment Kakashi said his last sentence, "Very well, sensei. If I can master this water thing in a week, you'll have to do me a favor." Kakashi shrugged. "Okay. But what will you use the favor for? I don't know, teach me a new jutsu." "All right, but you better start now. If you really want to win this." Naruto nodded. He had some work to do first day. Splash. "Why is it so hard?" Naruto yelled in frustration as he fell into the water for the 10th time. Clothes soaked, he swam out of the small pond before trying the technique again. Finding the pond, it wasn't too hard. In fact, it was a lot closer than Naruto expected. Chakra continued. Small pulses, change it up. Accordingly, Naruto muttered to himself. He put a foot in the water to check if it was working. Of course it wasn't, but he noticed a slight upward force on his walk, which seemed to be a good sign. Naruto took his foot off before looking at the sky. It had only been 30 minutes since he left, but Naruto still felt like he was moving slowly. For some reason, the sun was setting slowly. "So it was better if he got back. For now, I'm here," said Naruto, opening the door. Kakashi greeted. "Hi." Tsunami walked in and out preparing dinner for everyone. Naruto looked at the thoughtful Yukiya with a smile. Buoyancy. Sasuke managed to finish the exercise. The boy from black-haired remains not yet, but he's improved a lot. "Soon you'd better." Naruto Sakura assured the blonde, or Sasuke himself. Of course, Naruto laughed smugly. Sasuke, seeing no other option, uttered some very surprising words. "How did you do it?" Naruto froze stunned. "There's no way I heard that, right, Sakura?" And Kakashi felt the same. "Could you repeat that?" Naruto asked. Sasuke gritted his teeth. "I said, how could you do it? First of all, I'm amazing, way more amazing than a shinobi normal. Second, I said it was amazing. I don't care. Just give me some tips or something." Naruto lightly nodded. "Advise me." "Well, I can do it." Sasuke sighed in relief. "But it won't benefit me that much, right? In return, you have to teach me a jutsu of your own," said Naruto, trying not to laugh, seeing Sasuke's expression. "Okay, I'll teach you something." Kakashi smiled at the relationship between his genin. It reminded him of his days, as such, no matter how brief they were. "Going to eat, everyone," said Tsunami from the kitchen. Finally, when Naruto finished dinner, he no longer felt like training, not because the food was bad, but because he heard about the tragic death of Inari's father, the hero of the wave. Tsunami's teary eyes looked back at the group of ninjas. "Ever since Inari died, he hasn't been the same. Don't worry, brat," thought Naruto with a frown. "I'll save this village, and you at the same time." Second day, I'm floating. Naruto practically levitated in the depths with his feet completely submerged. It wasn't like walking on water, but it was a great progress. Bell's skill chakra control has increased by 1 level. Chakra control is now level 3. Naruto fell into the water as his concentration faded when he looked at the blue screen at his side. __. C swam back to land, patting his clothes dry. "Maybe you could take a short break or a long one. Wake up, you're going to catch a cold." Naruto shook his head as he felt his eyes open on their own and met the black eyes of a black-haired girl in front of him. "Where was I? All right, training, huh? Who are you? Why are you picking leaves?" Naruto asked, yawning. "These leaves are good medicine, something very important in these types of areas." Naruto nodded, understanding. "Wow, it's really early. But I guess it makes sense. What were you doing so early?" "I saw you sleeping near the pond, so I brought you here near the sun so you can dry off." "I was actually doing some training." "I thought so. Seeing your headband, you look like a ninja, right?" Naruto smiled widely. "Yes." The girl opened her eyes wide. "Incredible. Why you're training?" The blonde clenched his fists. "I need to get stronger, much stronger. In fact." Why? Naruto paused. "Normally, no one asked anymore. Becoming Hokage is my dream. For everyone to recognize me and prove that I'm more than just a hopeless kid." "And who are you chasing this dream for, huh? Is there someone important to you?" emphasized the girl. Naruto remembered all the people he had met his life. Yes, he definitely had a lot of important people to him. Yes, of course, the important people in my life are in sort of the reason why I want to be strong without a single significant other. What's the point of being stronger? The girl smiled warmly. "You seem to understand, though not many do. See you somewhere else. What kind of training are you doing?" "I'm trying to walk on water, but it's not working out." Naruto didn't miss it like the girl's eyes widened in recognition. Why would someone as innocent as her recognize something like that? Bell deduction skill increased by 1 level. The deduction is now level CU. Naruto did something he should have done from the start. Observing, and observation successful. Name: Aku, Yuki. Title: Apprentice of the Mist. Occupation: missing. Level LV 16 horsepower, 100 deputy, 100 chakra, 350 strength. New vitamin 8 to 16 in 8 wisdom 6. Look to Naruto's eyes widened in shock briefly before closing again. "My luck And it's terrible. Maybe I should give him some points when he levels up. But the most shocking thing is Aku wasn't a bad person at all, absolutely, even though she was the wrong person's apprentice. Naruto could almost relate to her. Fighting her at that point would probably be a defeat for Naruto, considering his current level and the lack of information he had on her. He could leave already seeing that who didn't seem to want to hurt her, which was surprising considering she definitely knew who she was. It wasn't like Naruto had threatened his master's life the last time they met, though it hadn't had any results. Naruto, he looked apprehensively. Maybe he could get something out of this too. She has to know how to walk on water, right? Hey, do you have any tips for walking on water? Naruto asked curiously. Aku froze, but I'm not a ninja. I don't think I'm qualified to give you advice. Is that the right answer? How should I continue after that? I'm not so sure. I know how to tell if someone is lying or not. And my gut tells me that you're quite the skilled ninja. Naruto said matter-of-factly, not caring that he was lying through my teeth. Why would you think I'm trained? Naruto came up with the weirdest things to say, and he fit them all into one conversation. Your way of walking and moving in general seemed similar to the shinobi from my village, you understand. Now, could you please help me out? I've been stuck with this for a few days now. Aku paused, her dark eyes lingered on Naruto's blue ones for a long while. Naruto wasn't sure how long, but at the moment he didn't particularly care. Well, you're very observer, certainly impressive, but very nice to get advice. And while my teacher taught me in a rather unconventional way, first, always practice the exercise with your eyes closed so it's easier to concentrate on the sensation of the chakra in your feet. Second, imagine your chakra molding into it instead of just sticking to your feet. Naruto nodded, recording all the words in his brain. Aku smiled. That's all I can tell you. I have to go already. Thanks. The girl came out from between the trees before turning. Once more, by the way, he's telling me now, huh? I won't give him that satisfaction. Naruto's stubbornness prompted him to say the next sentence, Zabuza's apprentice. Yes, I know. Naruto finished for Naruto, felt the air between him and her suddenly chill. This could have been a mistake, but he wasn't going to stop now. Being honest, it sounded great in hindsight from what he had observed from his previous encounter with Aku. She was incredibly protective of Zabuza. Maybe he was her father or something. I don't know why. What are you with that guy being the nice guy that you are? But I'm not going to ask, because the next time we see each other, I'll knock him out in front of you. Aku looked back, making Naruto flinch at the state of her eyes, radiating anger. But then they calmed down. My master is an important person to me. I will not tolerate any bad words against him. However, I will not kill you, considering that you have been in my hospitality until now. Naruto did not understand how someone could have a ruthless killer as an important figure in their life, but not wanted to question him. Aku went to the middle of the forest, leaving the blonde alone to reflect on what had happened. Fourth day, Naruto placed another foot in the water. Carefully, with his eyes closed, concentrating, he molded the chakra in the water and quickly emitted pulses of energy. It worked. W yelled. Naruto began to walk a little faster around the pond before attempting to trot and eventually running on the water as if it were normal grass. Walking on water felt amazing. Ringing skill. Chakra control had increased by a level. The chakra control is now level 5. Naruto jumped out of the water and onto the soft grass next to it, enjoying not being wet. He had accomplished this before a week had passed, just as he had promised Kakashi. Sensei Bell. Mission testing the waters completed. Rewards. Mission job change unlocked. EXP 100. Respect from Kakashi. Congratulations. Shublevelet. Player is now S level. 2 attribute points gained. Naruto could only celebrate even harder as he received not 1, but 2 attribute points at once. It was because it was level S. It meant something. Naruto prepared to return to Tsunami's house to tell Kakashi the news, but stopped when another notification appeared. Buzzer. New mission. Survive. Created mission details. Survive for mission. New job. Question mark. Close failure. Death. Player accepts mission. Yes. / no. Naruto had no idea what a job was, nor did he want to know. He just leveled up and received 2 attribute points he needed to tell Kakashi so that learn a new jutsu. It was too late to get distracted with this mission. Best to go. No. / no. Naruto blinked. He could have sworn he said no. Shrugging, he repeated the order. No. Yeah. / no. No. Yeah. / yeah. Whatever. Yeah. I guess it was just a mission like always. And anyway, he'd get some rewards at the end. Transporting, and time seemed to stand still as Naruto's body began to glow a light blue. It started at his feet, and parts of his body transformed into a small digital cobalt. Blue before evaporating into nothingness, he lost feeling in his legs, then his waist, abdomen, shoulders, and finally his face. Where am I, Naruto? Was nowhere to be seen. Where the hell am I, Naruto? Asked to no one in particular. Was dark. So it took the genie's eyes a while to adjust to the surroundings. The surroundings became increasingly visible. Naruto almost wished it hadn't been. He was in some kind of large sewer. The murky and freezing water sewer that invaded the nose made it evident the wide open space was only closed by the upper circular walls of the sewer canal. In the middle, a river of water flowed slowly through the sewer. What is this? Hissed Naruto's body. Moved on its own as he dodged a pair of kunai aimed at his head. He stepped back several meters to assess what was happening on the other side of the canal, where two hooded figures of moderate height observing, and successful observation. Level 6, Shinobi level 7. Shinobi, a level 7 ninja, and another level SE against one another. That would be difficult for any normal gening, but this was Naruto activating and taijutsu ability of the Uchiha clan level 2 activated. Its use drains 20 MP points every minute. Let's finally see where all this training has taken me, said Naruto as he got into position, making a gesture with his hand forward to the two enemies to come closer. The shinobi jumped into the water, using the same technique of walking on water that Naruto had learned. Uzumaki did the same without having to worry about maintaining his chakra. Other ninjas who recently learned the technique of walking on water usually take a day or two to get used to the sensation and be consistent. Naruto, on the other hand, had the system on his side. Once he leveled up a skill to a certain extent, he could maintain that level of performance indefinitely, or until he tired. Judo, Shadow, clone Naruto's clones surrounded Naruto and also began to run alongside him. A torrent of water sprang from underneath Naruto as the strong pressure of the element turned his clones into smoke. The water quickly pulled him out of the center of the canal, pushing him hard against the walls of the underground sewer. What kind of jutsu is that? Naruto asked in amazement, wincing as he felt a slight pain near his torso. Where the water hit him, it had been completely silent, and Naruto had barely seen the signs. Seeing the two shinobi slowly approaching him made him get up quickly. He needed to summon more of them. Naruto's eyes widened in pain as a punch connected with his stomach. A second later, he bent down to dodge the next blow, ducking and delivering a sweeping kick. A cool combination he used to use with his Uchiha taijutsu. In the span of half a second, the blue-eyed ninja spun around while kicking the other enemy at the same time. He was slightly cut by a kuna that revealed itself too late. I have to stick to taijutsu and clones for now. Not that I know anything else. Wait for it. Well, I don't know anything else, Naruto thought, exasperated. The first thing he would do after getting out of that sewer hell would be to make the most of the bets he made with Kakashi and Sasuke. But back to the subject, Naruto pulled the kunai out of his punch. Within or turning it back, could one of the shinobi launched himself forward, trapping Naruto in an arm lock. Naruto used his size to get away before delivering an elbow to the jaw, knocking him back. Naruto followed the attack, connecting a strong hook to the jaw, felt the impact jolt the lower level shinobi unconscious on the ground. The enemy disappeared in a flashing red light. The warm-up is over. That was just a warm-up. The job hunt will begin soon. The longer you survive, the more points you earn, and the higher level of the job assigned. What to survive? What was this about the slow footfall of a sandal on stone filled Naruto's ears? The terrified gening slowly turned his head, widening his eyes at the sight. Target. Clang, 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 clang. The plates of the dark red armor spun and clashed as the tall man got closer and closer to Naruto. His waist-length hair swayed slightly, but most of all, the Konoha headband shone brightly on his head. Naruto didn't need to see the other features to know who it was. He had already memorized the man's face from staring at the Okage monument for hours. Your opponent will be the shinobi. Goddess, sir. Senju. No, this can't be happening. He can't survive against the first Okage. How would he get points? What was the system thinking when facing him, the god of shinobi of all people? How was he going to put up a fight? This wouldn't be a battle. It would be torture. Naruto was fighting Shuram, Senju, the man whose tales and legends harmed his abilities, and him, a gening fresh out of the academy, found himself in an advantageous position. Warning and insurmountable pressure rushed towards Naruto, who tried scream, but soon discovered that his throat wouldn't obey his commands. The blonde fell to his knees, feeling the almost tangible gravity that covered him, preventing any movement. His chakra seemed practically frozen in response. The feeling of power in his veins wasn't present at all. He was so used to feeling his chakra that he forgot how it felt without it. In front of his Sama Senju, Naruto was an ant. No, not even an ant. He was much less a Saira Senju. He was not an ordinary human. There was nothing different about him. The type of power he felt was the closest thing to a god. Red tentacles of chakra leaked from his body as Naruto fell into a deep unconsciousness. Naruto held his head in pain as he felt a sudden migraine and dizziness run through his head. The familiar presence of the forest and the water calmed him greatly. He was back in the pond. You survived for 0-0 in 12 seconds. Seconds, how you will receive a job based on your actions. So far, the player is a very determined and kind-hearted person who he accepts adversity with pleasure and will do his best to avoid it. His path has been fraught with death from the beginning, sealed by demons and the atrocities that come with it on his path to becoming the strongest. The corpses will not be his, and the player will walk a path parallel to that of the Shinigami himself. With this in mind, the decision has been made. Your job will be to be a necromancer. I am impressed, Naruto said Kakashi sincerely. Naruto smirked as he calmly walked through the pond. Moment he didn't even need to think as he put one foot after the other in the water. I told you, Sensei. Now it's about that bet we made. And Naruto said, slurring his words. Yes, I'll think of something and show it to you later. Naruto jumped out of the pond, walking towards the training area where Sasuke and Sakura with a blonde hadn't told Sasuke about. The water exercise, something told him it wouldn't be a good omen. Sasuke continued doing the tree exercise. As expected, his Kanai mark was much higher than before, but it was still far from perfect. Sasuke jumped down the tree again, his foot leaving the wood just 3/4 of the way to its full length. I guess it's a better time than ever to start helping him. Hey Sasuke, yelled Naruto, reach for the genin. Sasuke looked at Naruto in surprise before calming his expression. What do you want? Naruto smiled. I'm here to help you, saying that made me feel good. The raven-haired ninja bristled before slowly nodding in acceptance. What do I do? Well, after seeing you try exercise, can I give you some tips? And the main problem right now is that you can't keep the chakra in your legs long enough. That could be because you've put too much chakra into your legs, which would be impossible to control, mentioned Naruto. And how do I put less chakra? Asked Sasuke. How do you know how much chakra to put in a fire jutsu compared to a clone one? Try to find that difference and apply it here. Sasuke looked at him like he was an alien. That's strangely clever coming from you. Naruto frowned. Yet doesn't matter. By the way, I need the jutsu when we get back to Konoha. Sasuke snorted before running towards the tree again. Naruto didn't need to search any further. He knew Sasuke would get it sooner or later. Plus, something even more important was waiting for him. 2 attribute points. 2. He had waited until now to add up the points, not because he was very patient, but because he simply wasn't sure what to do. Name, Naruto Uzumaki. Title, The Player. Occupation, Konohajuna. Level, LP 7. Horsepower, 100. 100 Deputy. 100 Chakra, 2000 Ton Strength, 6 Vitamin, 10 Dex, 6 and 5 Wisdom, 3 Look. 1 Current Abilities is Shadow, Clone, Jutsu, Level TR Class, Inbara Attribute Points 2 time to increase my luck, and Wisdom. Naruto wondered, scratching the back of his neck. Could he keep his bit stat unchanged for long, considering how high it was? Strength might need to improve. Luck, Intelligence, and Wisdom were the stats. He was lacking the most balanced approach, right? But something had seemed wrong to increase his supposed luck and wisdom when he could automatically see the difference in his ability by increasing the other stats. Naruto sighed, the decision causing a knot to form in his head. I guess I'll just listen to Shikamaru, but not completely. I'll increase my strength and wisdom using my attribute points. 1 attribute point has been used. Strength has increased by 1.1 attribute point has been used. Wisdom has increased by 1 point. Naruto paused for a second, trying to perceive the difference. He didn't feel any wiser than this. He thought, disheartened. Naruto took a deeper look at the forest. Maybe he could train alone for a while. __. See, Naruto grimaced in exhaustion as he ran through the treetops of the forest with his stamina quite low despite the large amount training against your own supercharged clones for. Hours was exhausting, especially considering you were using your own chakra. Luckily, the sun was still out, and getting back to Inari's house wasn't too difficult. 10 more minutes or less. Naruto, he could now see the familiar path to the house they had been living in for a week. Leave my mom alone. Yari Naruto ignored all his tiredness as he pushed his stamina to the limit, pushing his legs to propel him even faster. Yada, just before a sword pierced the small boy, Naruto slammed his fist into the enemy's face, pushing at the last minute to knock the man into the water in front of the docks. There was one more person. Naruto turned to Inari, worried. Are you okay, baby? Behind a shining katana stopped right in front of Naruto's neck. Naruto smiled. Don't worry, these guys are nothing to me. After all, the clone could handle the other guy quite easily. Why did you come here? Inari asked timidly. Why? I was training alone for a while, and the others left without me. So I assumed you would be here, but I guess not. Yari nodded. Anyways, I'm glad you proved me wrong. Inari, a real __. Wouldn't have taken on those guys like that, damn. I'm not sure I could have done it at your age. You're strong, very strong, Naruto said without looking at Inari. He had to leave. If they sent bandits to Inari's family, what would the bridge be like? They would face each other here. Naruto had a good idea of who. Take care, I have to go after all. Heroes are still heroes. Yes, I cheered, and Nari said. Naruto smiled one last time before running away. His smile slowly turned into a solemn frown. This wasn't going to end well, right? Naruto headed to the bridge, trying to examine the players present. While he tried, the fog practically prevented it, but it also made it much easier to guess who was behind it. Kakashi-sensei was fighting against Zabuza, and Naruto would not be surprised if Sasuke and Sakura were already fighting against who. Naruto slowly entered the fog, trying not to alert anyone, and much less Zabuza. Once inside, he could clearly see what was happening. He was right in his previous assumption, except that Tazuna was also on the bridge, and Sakura was with him. He was watching. What is that ice dome? Aku's jutsu? Initially, Naruto was planning to attack Aku by surprise, but the whole plan changed when he saw Sasuke's bloody body. I thought he was a good person, but he's not giving himself completely to Sasuke, Naruto thought angrily. His eyes opened wide when he saw an opportunity. He seized the opportunity. A small shuriken pierced Aku's shoulder as he stumbled over the Shadow Clone Judo Bridge. Without wasting any more words, Naruto headed to the battlefield, activating his ability. Uchiha Clan Taijutsu Level 2 activated. Its use drains 20 MP points every minute. Naruto engaged the masked boy in combat. Let's test your taijutsu. Okay, Naruto smiled. I assume you've already completed the water walking exercise, Raku asked, almost as if they weren't enemies. Naruto frowned. Why do you remind me now? He ignored his question. Naruto's clones immediately stormed, and intending to overwhelm Aku with their sheer size, the blonde took to the air and landed behind, who gracefully threw a careful punch to whose back, who was too busy with his numerous clones. Although their number was rapidly decreasing, it was impossible for him to miss. Right? Wrong? Who? He didn't just dodge. He twisted his legs before pushing Naruto's fist to the side with the back of his hand, redirecting all the force in a single instant. An instant later, a silent kick from the rogue ninja propelled him back to his feet. He then dodged another blow thanks to the slight rustle of Naruto's loose clothing. He hadn't noticed before, but one reason Aqua's taijutsu was so lethal was its silence. Naruto couldn't hear any of Aqua's movements before he attacked, making his movements that much more imperceptible before they actually landed. It was a battle between Uchiha's and Aku's taijutsu. Either separately, Uchiha's taijutsu seemed to be much more effective overall, but in the fog where senses like hearing were so important, Aku's was even more effective. If this fight continued any longer, Naruto wouldn't be able to win. It would better to retreat for now. Naruto summoned more clones to take care of Aqua, slow him down for the moment he had to find Sasuke was inside. Hey, Sasuke jumped slightly when Naruto's voice sounded in his ear. You came in. Sasuke squeaked, an unusual sound coming from Uchiha. Why not? Naruto shrugged slightly. You have no idea what that guy can do here. He is own. Naruto thought, seeing the image of here in one of the mirrors. The Zon stabbed into Naruto as he groaned from the sudden pressure on his back soon after blood covered his orange jumpsuit. But the pain wasn't unbearable. Both Naruto and Sasuke stood up immediately, although, with a grimace of pain, "We have to get out of here," yelled Naruto. "I'm trying, idiot," yelled Sasuke. After a burst of hand signs, a fire red hot headed towards the opposite side of the ice dome. The fire was partially reflected, setting fire to the entire enclosure. But it was in vain. Naruto looked around him, defeated. If the fire couldn't defeat the ice, what would? But wait a moment, the ice had melted slightly. "Do you think your fire could defeat the peak of the Keikai?" Henkai asked, whose voice echoing through the dome more. Enon launched themselves at the duo this time. They managed to dodge several, but not all. Naruto ran desperately through the dome, trying to guess where you would appear. It was almost impossible. The only thing he felt was pain as more objects pierced his body, drawing more and more blood outwards. "This isn't fair. Even with my ability to level up, I don't have any jutsu to counter. Who is this?" The Zon stopped. "Unbelievable," and a Sharingan. "But that will change the outcome." Naruto prepared for another throw, but it was still too fast. "Naruto, to the right," yelled Sasuke. Seeing no other option, he did what Sasuke told him. Nothing hit Naruto. Sasuke's eyes were glowing red. Maybe now they had a chance to win with the same jutsu as Kakashi. Sasuke got a huge power boost. Normally Naruto would feel jealous, but right now surviving seemed to be the most important thing. Naruto stood up in a hurry and ran toward Sasuke. He needed his guidance and wanted to beat Aqua right now. Sasuke's eyes flicked over us. Sasuke jumped out of the way, only to realize Naruto hadn't done the same. His scarlet eyes went wide. Did he? Naruto had leapt up when Naruto met the incredibly fast Akatsuki in the middle of their teleportation-type jutsu. He grabbed Akatsuki's hands to the side before kicking him in the torso away from his intended direction. Finally, a direct hit, but it didn't stop there. Quickly summoning clones, they caught Aki's body flying before throwing it back at Naruto. The blonde slammed Aki in the back with his foot, sending him crashing to the ground of the bridge with a painful thud. It should be over by now. Naruto placed his cradle and at Yu's neck without hesitation and stabbed inwards into the water. "A water clone, sorry, Shinobi," said the voice of Aku from somewhere. Behind him, the body of Sasuke. He lay motionless next to Aku, whose Zon was still piercing Lukia's neck. Naruto held his breath. Aku bowed solemnly. It's amazing to have found such a loyal comrade. He could have certainly dodged the projectiles at the last second, considering his own Keikai Henkai, but doing so would have made you the target. Fury, you must be one of his loved ones for him to react like that. If it's any use, I'm sorry for killing your comrade, but it was for my own survival. If anything, Shinobi are born. Fury, please don't take it to heart. Bell, the closing interrogation, wants to lend you chakra. Do you accept? Yes/no, or you're going to die. Naruto growled softly. I don't think so. Naruto disappeared into thin air before appearing beside you once more, and your death will be especially painful. He launched an uppercut at Yu's stomach, pushing him through. Ice mirrors, shards of glass exploded with the impact, creating a hole in the previously impenetrable ice dome. A tornado of red chakra erupted around Yu's body. Naruto stared at the ragdoll-like body that rolled across the bridge. Without mercy, Naruto launched a direct kick to Aku's face, splitting his mask in two. Yu's body spun across the floor of the bridge before he could regain his balance. But he was already tired, bloody, and facing an incredibly strong opponent here. He was ready to give up. He stood up slowly with his eyes closed, accepting his death. He couldn't. Naruto stopped his punch at the last second. A burst of air hit him. He removed his mask, revealing his feminine face to the fog of the bridge. The sideburns on his face became less pronounced. His eyes acquired the same sky blue color, and the red chakra no longer enveloped him. Naruto remained silent as he watched the boy in front of him. Your friend is dead, killed by me, and yet you still don't kill me. Naruto's anger rose in an instant, but he controlled it, continuing his blow to Aku's face. You have weakened. What form did you have before? It doesn't matter how naive people seem to think that letting Aku live as opponents is an act of kindness, but not to me. You have destroyed my reason for living. A weak shinobi like me is not worthy of helping Master Zabuza. So please kill me. Naruto couldn't help it. He laughed in disbelief. What's so good about him? He's a monster. He kills for fun. How can he be so loved by someone? Aku smiled. Maybe you see it that way, but in the darkness of my times, Zabuza was the one who helped me the most if I'm of no use to the one I live? For what's the point of continuing to live? This kind of logic is horrible. I hate it. So you give up after being defeated. Once what about all the training you did to get this? Far was it all useless? You hear nodded. Yes, you have no hope, whispered Naruto the Kunai, with a quick movement. Would do it quickly. Use eyes suddenly opened. The rogue ninja was gone. Kakashi felt his Chidori pierce through a body, but it wasn't the right one. His accomplice and sacrifice himself for him. Kakashi thought in disbelief, master, and whispered. Aku in a low voice. Kakashi, you were wrong again, said Zabuza, laughing. Blood stained his masked face as his gray eyes stared into Kakashi's. Thank you, AI, for helping the boy back. Then if not, he would be dead by now. Ha ha, shouted Zabuza, laughing out loud. He swung his sword, trying to split Kakashi in two, but missed completely as Kakashi grabbed Aku's body and jumped back. Naruto grabbed his kunai, but stopped when Kakashi turned to him. No, this is my fight, Naruto. Naruto gritted his teeth, but still he stood still. Yes, he probably would have died if he had tried to fight Zabuza, but he didn't care. Naruto grimaced at Sakura's voice. Thank God you're alive. Let's go find Sasuke and get out of here. With Tazuna-san, Kakashi-sensei can take care of Otto now. Sakurai, said Naruto, pointing at Sasuke's body, which was slightly obstructed by the mist. Naruto watched as Sakura walked away with Tazuna toward Sasuke's body before focusing back on the fight in front of him. Kakashi slowly dismantled Zabuza, his slow movements allowed to easily guess their opponent. Something even easier for someone with Sharingan. Kakashi then demobilized both of Zabuza's arms in a brutal display of fighting. There are no more jutsus and no more fog to hide behind. Zabuza, it's over, said the honing coldly to the fog demon chatter. Well, that man has made you look ridiculous. What a shame. If you die, how I will pay you what is due. Naruto looked to the other end of the bridge and saw a rather short man slowly approaching the trio. Behind him was a mob of bandits, all equipped with their own weapons. Jagged hairline, small black sunglasses, __, black and violet tie, and the man was yelling that it was some shady business. Gato, what is all this? Asked Zabuza. With murderous tone, Naruto took a step back. Business, Zabuza, I'm gonna kill you right now. So say your last prayers to the world. Please don't worry, no one will miss you. Someone would. What does this mean? Do you really think I would pay that amount for you? Never. I am a businessman. I don't run a charity. You're famous around here, and you have incredible skill. Trying to betray and kill real shinobi would be difficult considering the amount of friends you've made over the years. But you, LOL, you're perfect. A rogue ninja that nobody cares. Does it matter if you die? Don't take it so seriously, Zabuza. It's a good business. Anyway, you didn't fool me. Either the mist demon was a joke you lost to some random ninja who arrived recently. You're not a demon, said Gata, laughing. Zabuza, look, Kakashi, you are no longer my priority. Finish our fight. I have no reason to kill Tazuna. Kakashi nodded in acceptance. But I say, Gato stepped forward and kicked Aku in the face with contempt. This girl, or boy, is just as annoying as you. Naruto felt his rage overwhelm him as he began to run towards Gato, only to be stopped by Kakashi, who grabbed the back of his jumpsuit. Naruto, and there are too many. Naruto directed his anger at Zabuza. You will not do anything. He is disrespecting Aku in front of you. Zabuza shrugged his arms stiffly. And what, Aku died? And then Aku was still your friend, eh? Comrade, there are no true friends in the world of ninjas. Renegades, girly, are either tools or people who use others as tools. Nothing more. Aku was a useful tool that was appreciated for his strength. So I'll repeat my question, and Naruto growled, frustrated. So Aku really didn't mean anything to you in the end. He sacrificed himself for you, and you won't do anything. You just stand there. A long silence enveloped the duo, and the thick atmosphere between the two grew even thicker. Kunai, whispered Zabuza. What Kunai? Immediately after Naruto threw his cradle, and the mist demon Zabuza caught the weapon with his mouth. How exciting! Kill them all, shouted Gato. The crowd screamed as they completely infiltrated the bridge. The sound of multiple footsteps and war cries filled Naruto's ears. Instantly, Zabuza went to meet them. But Zabuza was a demon. He attacked everyone with the kunai in his mouth, cutting down the bandits like scissors on paper. He dodged a dozen swords at once before slamming into men several meters taller than him. Many bandits fell to the ground lifeless as a long gash ran down their necks in a matter of seconds. But even they were too much for Zabuza. The swords pierced his chest as the crowd began to overwhelm. But Zabuza didn't stop with the implacability of a hungry lion. He plunged the kunai into Gato's chest. Zabuza laughed, ha ha ha, Gato. I don't care if I die right now. But as long as you come with me to hell, I'll be happy. The demon finished the massacre in its entirety shortly after Zabuza smiled for the last time in his life. I will never see you again, considering you were going to have an Aku. But thanks, Naruto swallowed his throat in apprehension, appreciating the sight of a real man. Naruto, said Kakashi. All of this was too much for a newly formed Genin. Naruto's eyes remained wide open as he assimilated all the events in one sitting from his memory. Naruto Sasuke is alive. The heart of Naruto sped up as he looked to his left and saw the familiar blue shirt boy raising a hand in greeting. I see. You really were a very kind person. Aku. Naruto glared at the bandits now. These guys deserve to die. Jutsu from Shadow Clone. A day later, and Zabuzaku's funeral was a low-key affair with Team 7 and Tizuna in attendance. The burial seemed more like a routine than an act of love, which wasn't surprising considering the lives the missing ninja had saved. They lived lonely lives and didn't have many friends to mourn their passing. It was a small memorial, the largest of which was the mountain of swords behind Zabuza's funeral. It's a shame, but make no mistake, Zabuza wasn't a good person. Nothing he'd done would have changed that. But in the end, he had good intentions. What's even sadder is that Eugenen had to go through a mission like this so young, a rank A mission. How lucky I was your sensei. If not, thank you, sensei, Sakura said politely. Well, no, I can do it whenever we go now. Sasuke nodded. Naruto looked at the graves in front of him. I'm going, sensei. Let me stay here for a while. Kakashi sensei raised an eyebrow. Sure, positive your wish, Sasuke. Sakura, let's go. Naruto remained motionless for a long time while the rest of the team left him behind. There was a particular reason why the blonde stayed, and it wasn't because he wanted to reflect on the death of the duo no matter how sad. It was the system was telling him something. Bell new ability, obtained shadow extraction. LV1 information. Shadow extraction allows corpses to be transformed into shadows that the player can recover at any time. The greater the level difference, the lower the chance of success. The longer the time since the body's death, the lower the chance of success. The greater the person's willingness to remain in the afterlife, the lower the chance of success. Current maximum shadows. 2 Chu. That means, and can I revive them as shadows? Then the following question arose: who should I revive first, and would it really work? This was the first real ability the system had ever granted him. So Naruto was a little skeptical now. Who should he turn to, Zabuza or Aku? Hut didn't really matter since he had 2 spots available anyway. But it was these shadows that died earlier. They were the ninjas he had fought yesterday. Had Aku's sacrifice been in vain if he could have revived her afterwards? Obviously that wasn't the truth, but Naruto's paranoia quickly took over his senses. The ability gave him the chance to reunite Zabuza Yaku. But what if one of the summons failed? It was best to test the limits of the ability for now, since the system indicated that the higher the level, the more difficult the extraction became. It would be easy to test his own capabilities. For now, Naruto approached the tombstone next to Zabuza. His hands were shaking and his heart was pounding a mile a minute. The grave remained painfully still, begging to be called, and the sword similar to it begging for someone to hold it again. Use shadow extraction in Zabuza. Extracting and extraction failed. What are 2 more chances left? Try again. Extracting and extraction failed. 1 more chance left. Naruto needed this to work. Zabuza's death shouldn't be so disappointing. He needed another chance. Whether as one or as a real being, he wouldn't lose. Now, no matter what the cost, he needed this extraction to summon. Activating an ability. Will of Fire level 1 activated. Ability Will of Fire level 1 has the additional effect of increase extraction success rate by 10%. Zabuza, and your devotion to the sword earned you the name Mist Demon. Now show me that same devotion, the same devotion with which Aku serve you now, and arise. Extracting and successful extraction. A dark energy erupted from Naruto's body as he felt a surge of power rush out of him like water after a broken dam. The visceral aura flowed straight towards the buried corpses until it finally disappeared completely. Then silence. But then the energy began to flow once again. Without Caesar, tendrils of liquid shadows slowly began to form from the grave, pooling into a shadowy mass. with no defined shape. But the shadows kept pooling on top of each other, slowly forming a familiar shape. I can't believe it. And Naruto's eyes looked at the monstrosity before him. The shadowy mass of Zabuza stared back at him. Zabuza of the Shadows LV. His appearance was the same as always except for the fact that the colors of his clothes had been replaced with a pitch black, and his face displayed a faint blue, completely lacking the human colors he once had in his spirit. The giant sword he always used rested comfortably, with every contour of the metal-tinged black. A stern grimace was evident even through his bandaged face. Zabuza looked more terrifying than when he was alive. Am I brat where? The heck am I brat? Snarled Zabuza. In his ghost form, Naruto shuddered briefly in fear before backing away. It was terrifyingly shocking to see the Zabuza's corpse, a body he helped bury back in real life. Just want to show the incredible capabilities of his system and how much power he had in his hands. I said, "Where the hell am I?" The shadow asked again irritably. Active skill, Shadow Extraction LVL1. Information. Shadows consume 50 PM every minute, a value that will decrease as the skill level increases. The initial extraction requires 20 PM, 50 MP. That's crazy. That means only 2 minutes. Naruto thought in disbelief, doing mental calculations. The ability, at least for now, was incredibly weak. Just 2 minutes could make the difference between a victory and a defeat in the most difficult moments, he understood. But 2 minutes was still too little in any case. Zabuza was a honing level ninja, so the 2 minutes would definitely be worth it for now, and it wasn't like he was going to be this low level. If Naruto improved his level in Shadow Extraction, he could certainly decrease the MP drain, which would make the ability with a monster to deal with. Naruto greeted the shadow with his signature grin. Zabuza, this is Naruto Uzumaki, you know, the blonde boy from before. Zabuza looked back at him. Yes, I know now. Tell me, Naruto Uzumaki, why am I still alive? And more importantly, how is he now a shadow? So there would be no reason not to tell him about my ability, right? I could also pass it off as a special jutsu of mine, as Kakashi-sensei called it a Keiki Henkai. It is my ability, a Keiki Henkai like Aku's. I can summon the dead in the form of shadows, or something like that, to be honest. It's still a work in progress like many other things. Naruto said seriously. Zabuza's eyes open wide. Are you telling me you can summon the dead? Just kidding, brat, you're alive right now. What more proof do you want? What is the afterlife like? By the way, don't make fun of this situation. This is not a normal Henkai. How many things could I do if I had? Something like that. Zabuza chuckled mischievously. Why did you summon me, huh? I wanted to test your ability on someone, and turns out you died recently. So I did it so you could assess my current ability, said Naruto. Are you telling me this was all a test to see if you could summon me or not? Why didn't you summon? Who first? Asked the Mist Demon with his deep voice taking on an inquisitive tone. I can't give a reason without revealing the levels, right? What should I do? You are much stronger than Aku, so I wanted to see if I could summon you or not. Practically, well, that wasn't so bad. Zabuza nodded his head before observing his muscles with strangeness, and then around him with curiosity. A look of denial spread through his eyes. Naruto observed his behavior. What? Zabuza picked up the wide black sword that he carried on his back and brandished it frantically in the air, crossing the atmosphere and sending gusts of wind through the fields, shaking the leaves of the nearby trees. It was an impressive display of swordsmanship, but both Naruto and Zabuza noticed something. Zabuza was weaker, much weaker. Why am I so fucking? Zabuza slowly yelled in frustration, flexing his shadow muscles as he continued his attack. Naruto paled as he realized what had happened. The system would never be so generous with him as to grant him such a promising ability. It would never give him direct access to honing level shinobi with a simple gesture. No, the system forced him to work to achieve that kind of power, and in this case, it made the shadow itself. Dark Zabuza was much weaker than the original. They shared the same appearance and personality, but completely different stats. Dark Zabuza was similar level to Aku, or something like that. The 2 minutes became even more useless given that Shadow Zabuza was only level 1. He needed to level up his shadows, and his Shadow Extraction. Naruto was quick to rectify his mistakes. Zabuza, your current form is much weaker than when you were alive. I'm not sure right now, but I think you'll have to train to get stronger again, or else I'm stuck like this for the rest of my life, asked Zabuza angrily at the eyes blazing. Naruto chuckled, technically speaking, you're not alive. So yes, Zabuza lunged at Naruto. Naruto dodged to the side, dodging the attack. Completely before sweeping the shadow's legs, knocking him to the ground, Naruto immediately sheathed a kunai from his pocket and placed it at Zabuza's neck. You're not a honing anymore, just a shadow of mine, remember that, Naruto whispered, gravely applying pressure to the solid surface of Zabuza's neck. Naruto felt a giant sword slide towards his jugular. The body in front of him dispersed into the water. The same trick, and Zabuza's deep, monotonous voice echoed in his ears. You may not remember, but since you obviously forgot, let me remind you one last time. I am Zabuza Momochi, the Mist Demon, and I have no master. Naruto gulped as the gigantic sword left his throat. Now summon you. Naruto looked one last time the shadow, cautiously before rubbing his throat to ease the pain. Note to myself, don't anger the psycho swordsman. Buzzer. 30 MP left. Naruto turned back, mentally calculating. A minute had passed, which meant the count was gone, and the initial summon cost of 20 could still summon Zabuza. Naruto nodded. Okay. Naruto approached the grave here, hastily, eager to get this over with. He probably didn't need that much effort to summon Zabuza, considering the level difference between him and Aku wasn't that high compared to the difference between him and the honing level shinobi. Maybe a couple of tries. Get up, X, falling, and extraction. Successful, just like before. A dam of energy broke off from Naruto's body, flooded the air, and hurtled towards Aku's grave. The earth seemed to absorb all the energy as it dissipated into the grave. The shadows gathered again, forming the body of you that Naruto easily recognized. Aku, with all her feminine grace, appeared fully grown in her usual clothing. But this time, everything was shaded a dark black, and her skin was a peculiar shade of full wear. I asked Raku, looking at Naruto. With obvious surprise, Naruto looked for Zabuza. It would be easier for him to explain after all, but there was no one in sight. Doorbell. Currently, you can't keep more than one shadow summoned at a time. Naruto groaned. Annoyed, he barely had a minute left. Listen, Aku, in short, I have the Kek and Janai to summon the dead from their grave. Something I already did with Zabuza, and now, with you, the bad thing is that now you're much weaker than normal. Something that I think you should already notice. Zabuza is currently on the same level as you when you were alive, which means you'd be somewhere genin level. Probably higher, but yeah, that's it. Naruto finished panting after the long monologue, looked at you with hope again. Where I didn't expect the afterlife to be so colorful. MP Buzzer, completely exhausted. All MP-related skills and abilities are disabled. Naruto looked at the empty grasslands in front of him. Well, 2 weeks later, and Buzzer mission. Protection of Tizuna completed. Rewards EXP 3000. Class Neuromancer. Granted title Messenger of the Dead. Congratulations, you've leveled up. The player is now level 002. Attribute points. Earn new title Messenger of the Dead. Achieve Messenger of the Dead title increases shadow extraction success rate by 5% and increases all stats by 3% during missions. Wow, another 2 attribute points for the future Okage. Naruto smiled happily as he checked all his notifications. It was finally starting to go uphill over the past few weeks. Naruto had been through most of the time he spent training with Team 7 and helping to finish the bridge that Tizuna was so set on. And finally, the hard work really paid off. The bridge, in his honest opinion, looked beautiful. It wasn't very sophisticated, but it managed to show an elegance to Kore. With the small town they were in, Tizuna had the look of a proud father as he watched his bridge from afar. I have spent so many decades dreaming of this moment. It's thanks to you all that this is possible. I can't thank you enough. Enough, said Tizuna with tears in his eyes. As I said, Tizuna-san, your amazing hospitality was more than enough as thanks, said Kakashi, bowing. Naruto smiled. It was always nice to see people do good things. And you, said Tizuna, turning his smile to Naruto and me. I also thank you very much, Naruto, for protecting Tsunami and Nari when it mattered most. Naruto tried not to roll his eyes. The man had already mentioned that same incident over 100 times and had brought it up snack at every dinner and every time I was alone with him. Yes, big brother Naruto is great, mentioned Inari. Behind Tizuna Sakura, Ryo, surreptitiously, big brother Naruto. Huh, now you have fans. Naruto, hypocrite. Naruto wanted to say it, but refrained. Grandpa, I think we could name the bridge while the ninjas are still here. Tizuna laughed. You're right, Inari. How about the Great Naruto Bridge? Naruto smiled at the name, and a strange pride flooded his heart instantly. but he really deserved it as much as the others. The great bridge Zabuza Naruto shook his head. The shadow would probably kill him if he did something like that. Sounds great, Kakashi Ryo. If that's all we say, goodbye to Zuna-san, of course. He couldn't keep them here any longer, after all, replied Tazuna. With all his heart, Naruto gave Inari a thumbs up. I'll visit you later, Inari. For then, you better be a lot stronger, sure you will, Yari smiled. Toothly, have a good trip, yelled. Finally, Tsunami, the whole team, felt a soft tug on their hearts. When they finally left the small village they had been in for the past month, Naruto looked at the road ahead of him and groaned. It was going to be a very long journey walking. It wasn't very difficult. But the food they had was minimal energy bars and, most importantly, no ramen in the 2 weeks. Since the funeral, Naruto had resisted the temptation to summon Zabuza again for this. He had several reasons. First, he was almost certain that Zabuza didn't even want to be summoned at this point. Second, no, he was very unsure of how to deal with it. And lastly, the whole shadow thing. It made him really nervous. Sure, Nomancy was cool, but it was really weird from the outside, summoning the dead to be your companions. Yeah, totally normal. Naruto also felt like he'd have a better idea of how to deal with the problem back in his home village. Konoha. W was cool, but it didn't have Ichiraku's ramen, right? A steaming bowl of soft, chewy noodles and the aroma of a miso and pork. Naruto was already salivating. A bowl of ramen. Tochi will definitely catch up with me. Hey Sasuke, last one to reach the tree over there has to pay for the ramen. Naruto started running at full speed. One more miso ramen, Naruto shouted as he dropped another bowl on the table in front of him. Sasuke looked at his wallet with wide, disheartened eyes. How much does this guy eat? And Iruka was glad that he didn't have to pay again. Yes, Iruka-sensei. Where's he? Oh yeah, we were fighting with Slurp, a guy named Zabuza, and we found out that he was just a nice guy after all. I got him. Defeat them all with one cool Hutsu, blah blah blah. I saved the whole village, and then they named a bridge after me. Isn't that cool? Iruka nodded in acceptance, not believing half the stuff coming out of Naruto's throat. Naruto finished another bowl and patted his stomach in thanks. That's enough for now. All right, Sasuke, I'm done eating. Sasuke sighed in relief. Oh, then I'm off now. You have to train me, Naruto declared. An awkward silence filled the ramen shop. Train Sasuke asked. Remember the jutsu you owe me, H. Yes, Naruto applauded inwardly. A jutsu sook and hopefully effective since the fight with Aku. Zabuza. Naruto had realized how limited and short the range of his jutsus was, composed mainly of the Shadow Clone, and the Academy 3 were useful in their own way. But the blonde needed something more striking, something to cause damage. Naruto looked at Sasuke triumphantly. What jutsu can you teach? Sasuke adopted a thoughtful pose. The truth is that I don't want to teach him anything, but since it was a bet, I guess I'll have to. Howdy. Well, I'll show you something. Come to Training Ground 46 tomorrow morning around 6. I think it's usually empty around that time. Naruto smiled. You got it now that Sui. Sasuke was gone. The blonde said his goodbyes to Tochi Iruka before following his usual route to his apartment. The route that usually avoided the busier areas by using the alleyways that lined Konoha. The moment Naruto arrived at his apartment, he jumped onto his couch. Tired. It had been a long month, but certainly not without its own benefits. Open name Naruto Uzumaki. Title, the player occupation, Konoha Genin, level LV 8 horsepower, 100 deputy, 100 chakra, 2000 strength, 7 vitamin, 10-6 in CCO sap. For look 1 current abilities, Shadow Clone, Jutsu, level 3 Shadow Extraction, level 1 class Necromancer, attribute points 2. Lately, I've been facing this dilemma a lot more often, but I guess it's a good thing. What should I add? Thought Naruto. The blonde felt it was best not to stress over the details of each point for once, and just add them where he thought was best. Adds dexterity and luck. 1 attribute point has been used. Dexterity has been increased by 1 point. 1 attribute point has been used. Luck has been increased by 1 point. On board. I guess it's time to summon one of them. Who should it be? Naruto remembered his previous encounter with Zabuza and shuddered. Was it better if he went to Aku, perhaps to tell him? Where was he now? A summoned shadow. Aku. The darkness moved like water itself. Cohesive matter combined to form the shadow. So it wasn't a dream? Aku asked, raising an eyebrow. Naruto rolled his eyes. Hello, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. Who summoned you back from the dead? Are you in Konoha, the Hidden Leaf Village? Oh, so this is the land where Lokage resides. Interesting. And why did you summon me? Naruto asked, looking around. Naruto put his legs up on the couch. He was bored. So you summoned me, a dead shadow, to relieve your boredom. Something like that. No seems like a great idea at the last minute, right? If he doesn't do it, Naruto didn't like the dead, treating him condescendingly. Were you the clones? And I prefer not to talk to myself or Zabuza, of course, but I prefer even more not to talk to him. Aqua felt understanding before walking around the place, trying to investigate. This is a magnificent house. You are rich. Naruto, Sin Naruto, couldn't help it and laughed out loud. Maybe it was the right decision summoning a cool Deo. His head Naruto shook his head. Listen, I don't have much time for talk to you considering it's been a minute, but for now this is fine. Just so you know, I won't summon you or Zabuza too much, and only when truly needed or in times like this. In fact, I can't allow others to know of your presence. You understand? Aku nodded then bowed. I understand, Naruto. Sand for now. I take my leave. How do I do this exactly? Please let this work. Moaning and groaning in anguish as the sound interrupted his precious sleep. He was about to fall back asleep when his mind seemed to speak directly to him. Sasuke is going to teach you a jutsu. With that, his mind went into overdrive. Naruto quickly brushed his teeth, took a shower, put on a new jumpsuit and sandals, checked his ninja gear, filled his backpack with protein bars for breakfast, and headed to the training grounds. The many open fields were hard to make out, but Naruto managed to make his way. Training ground 46, and the large open expanse of grass was perfect for training. Naruto realized as he made his way across the ground. Naruto yelled as he heard Sasuke's voice behind him. He placed a hand over his heart, trying to calm down. He replied, Naruto, I don't have much time, so let's get this over with quickly. I'll give you the hand signs and some basic tips. But that's it, said Sasuke, unloading his backpack on the ground. What jutsu are we learning exactly? Naruto asked curiously. Oh, I haven't told you, yet you've probably seen me do this many times during the training or fights. Fire. Release fireball jutsu. I take it back. Sasuke is literally awesome, said Naruto with starry eyes. You need a demonstration? Asked Sasuke. No. I need to learn this as fast as possible. Come on, I'm going. Are there any hand signs? Sasuke growled in confirmation. Of course, normally there are 6 hand signs, but others with greater chakra control, like Kakashi-sensei, can turn them into 4 or more. For now, we will only learn the 6. The successive seals are snake ram, monkey boar horse, and tiger snake ram, monkey boar, cab tiger. Remember that Sasuke threw him some kind of scroll. The paper fluttered when it reached his hands. Here are all the hand formations. No, I hope you learn in a week, since this jutsu is a specialty of the Uchiha clan, but do your best and also consider my debt finished. Of course, Naruto shouted in gratitude. Any advice? Sasuke rolled his eyes. First of all, you know how this jutsu works. Obviously, the shinobi who use a jutsu simply stir up some chakra in their stomachs and release it using. Not exactly, Naruto admitted. Embarrassed, Sasuke frowned slightly and tightened his eyebrows. How am I going to do this right? Think of it like this, a fireball jutsu. It's not just made of fire, it's chakra that turn into fire. And where does that chakra come from in us? So, the first step is to mold the chakra in your core into fire, and then release it through your mouth. Naruto nodded understanding. Then, why do you cover your mouth like this with your fingers? It's easier to direct the fire where you want it to go. I see. Naruto began to perform the hand seals, moving them with tremendous slowness, but with precision. He thanked his younger self for remembering each seal after failing to summon a clone for 3 times. Snake ram, beast, horse, tiger. Naruto felt the chakra in his stomach churn and turn like a caged wild animal, and he molded it to heat up even more and reach the aspects of fire. The chakra expanded and expanded in his stomach, feeling a warm internal feeling. Something is coming. Naruto opened his mouth wide as he placed his curled fingers in front of his mouth. Fire release fireball jutsu. A small thread of flame shot out of his mouth. Sasuke smirked. It's not like climbing trees to get it the first time. Believe me, it will take much longer. Naruto laughed to himself. The truth is he wasn't expecting a spectacular result, but it was still disappointing. OSU. Naruto's ears twitched as he heard a strange sound. Sasuke looked around. Similar. Wait, do you hear that? Asked Naruto. Of course I can. Naruto pricked up his ears even more. What the hell is it? Sound like a squirrel or something? The sound got even louder. It wasn't a squirrel or any similar animal. It was a person, probably a teenager like them, considering the high pitch of the voice. Yelly let the fountain of youth spill all over Konoha. Yes, sensei. To be more exact, there were two people, one taller and the other more or less the same height. The strangest thing is that both seemed to be wearing a kind of green liquor. Naruto approached the spectacle curious to see what was happening. What he saw was more than shocking the boy of his size, presumably walking with his fingers with one hand crossed behind his back and the other sticking out. Only the thumb and index finger were doing a handstand. He had weights on his legs. "And who are you, young gentleman?" Naruto looked at the dazzling eyes of the older man, even more surprised by how bright his teeth were. Could they even be real? I am Naruto Uzumaki. Oh, the children of Kakashi. How is it? What would you expect from my rival by having his team exercise so early in the morning? I don't think it's worth telling him the truth." Naruto, sweat dropped. The teenager stopped exercising. Sasuke. Sasuke Yukiya. Sasuke looked at the other boy indifferently. Yes, the boy. Presumably. The other man's son smiled in a way that his sensei found strangely familiar. "I am Rogel, and I must challenge you to a duel." "A duel?" repeated Sasuke incredulously. "Of course," exclaimed Lee with the same joy. Naruto felt more and more out of place with every second that passed in the presence of the green duo. Who in their right mind would say duel right after meeting someone? To be fair, that sounds like something I would have done, admitted Naruto, gritted his teeth. Lee, the older man, practically yelled, making Naruto flinch reactively. "Yeah, guy, Sensei Gay. What a weird name. What did I tell you about challenging people to a duel?" Immediately Naruto sighed in relief. Finally, someone with common sense. Lee dramatically pointed his finger at the sky. "Never forget to say by please, K," Naruto whispered in shock. "And what exactly have you done in this case?" Gay asked vaguely, as if he was passing on some sort of divine knowledge to his student. "No, I didn't say please, Sensei." Lee said frantically, "What the hell is going on? Wait." Tears are in his eyes. "I sincerely apologize, Sensei. As punishment, I'll run around Konoha 1,000 times. That's not so bad, right?" Naruto thought, aware of his own ability. It would take an absurd amount of time, but it was certainly doable considering that Naruto himself had incredible stamina. The punishment would no doubt be easy to replicate. But he never stopped talking. Blindfolded Naruto looked to the left, meeting Sasuke's gaze. Naruto didn't know if the Yukiya was amazed or simply stunned by what he was seeing. Personally, Naruto felt both, although he didn't see any point in running around Konoha blindfolded. And by the way, he had to admit that it was impressive that the boy could achieve such a feat regardless of the reason. Naruto, he had been playing pranks on the village since he was young, but even he hadn't memorized the correct routes to get around it. Gay smiled widely. "Your youth is as vibrant as the morning sun." "Lee, sir." Gay sought Vento. Naruto recoiled in horror as he saw the newcomers beginning to hug each other. Vehemently, what was he seeing? Sasuke adopted a similar stance, trying to completely abstain from conversation. Gates me forcefully. "Excuse me, it seems I haven't introduced myself yet." "Nor have I introduced you." "Indeed," Sasuke said, dragging his words. "I'm Lee Sensei, and two others together, we form the team Cool. Nice to meet you," exclaimed Gay, adopting a dramatic pose. "So they're a shinobi team like us now. It makes much more sense. They must not be from years before us." Then Naruto realized, nodding. "I think Kakashi told them about me." He didn't ask. Gay with a smile bouncing. "No," he said. Sasuke, bluntly. Gay, he stepped back as if he had been hit. "Do I not deserve the recognition of my dearest rival? I will have to train for solve this problem." "Are you serious? I need to check their stats." Naruto started with Lee first, as he found it better to see him compare to other genin in Konoha, observing and successful. Observation: name Rogel, title Prince of Taijutsu, occupation Konoha, genin, level LV, 1 horsepower, 100 deputy, 100 chakra, 10 strength, 15 vitamin, 16 20 in CU. 3L2. Naruto looked at Lee's stats in amazement, instantly noticing his high level 19, and only one genin in his level was higher than Aqua's. Sasuke. How monstrous was this guy? Naruto skipped over the next section before moving on to the stats. He tried not to faint right then, and their Lee's stats were something he'd never seen before. It was almost unfair to compare him to someone like Naruto or Sasuke, and Kami forbid he should be compared to someone like Sakura. 15 in strength, 16 in vitality, and 20 in dexterity. How strong is this guy? Naruto couldn't even hope to reach those stats anytime soon, let alone ever. But luckily, there was also an exaggeration. His progress seemed to depend on the missions. He received a completely unpredictable factor that was beyond his control, imagining having to increase those stats with pure training and at the level of Le shuddered how much training Lee had to do to reach such a state. But then Naruto noticed his chakra and his title, only 10 chakras. Suddenly he understood why Lee was called the Prince of Taijutsu and why his stats seemed to be so focused on the strength of his body. Most likely Lee had reservations of abnormally low chakra, forcing him to focus on the incredibly demanding art of Taijutsu. Naruto frowned sympathetically at Gabe before making another observation, but the outcome was very, very predictable. Observing an observation fail the target's level is too high with the player like a partial observation. Yes, Baron, no, yes, Naruto recited, not even surprised at that moment. Name, Mid-Guy title king of Taijutsu occupation, Honing Sensei, level horsepower 100, 100 deputy 100, 100. Chakra Street Bit Dex in known luck. Naruto felt a renewed respect for the comical tough guy in front of him. And no wonder he was standing in front of royalty. After all, very well. I think introductions are over. Didn't you want to fight? Sasuke asked Naruto, excitedly wanting to see the boy fight with his own eyes. HN, we could spar anyways. I wanted to see how much I've improved. Sasuke declared, smiling. Naruto knew Sasuke was going to lose. It was practically inevitable. At this point, the level system wasn't always accurate, all considering Naruto's own stats, where details like his own level were remarkably low. But during fights, the higher level opponent usually took the win, unless it was thanks to a flash of genius or the lower level managed to obtain the victory. An example of this was his own victory over you, where the QB's chakra helped him a lot. And here, considering the overwhelming agility and strength of Lu, there was no way for Sasuke to win unless his teammate had been hiding a secret from him, secret jutsu, for a while. But Naruto didn't care. He just wanted to see if he could copy Lee's taijutsu, or not Leander. Oh, sorry for the misunderstanding, Sasuke. So I wanted to ask if I could train with both of them at the same time. Naruto blinked. Sasuke gritted his teeth in rage. This kid is really looking down on me. Lee snapped. Guy, of course, I didn't mean to be disrespectful. Lee quickly corrected, I forgot to mention it, but taijutsu is my specialty, so it wouldn't be fair a one-on-one duel. And how would you think that without knowing my capabilities? First asked Sasuke in a low voice, but visibly irritated. Taijutsu is also your specialty, Sasuke-san. We must fight immediately, insisted him with eyes full of determination. HN, Lee got into position. You can use any jutsu you wish, but the other rules of a standard duel apply. Naruto watched Lee's stance with interest, finding his first move quite peculiar, with one hand behind his back and the other pushing forward, as if inviting Sasuke to attack him. Almost it seemed like Lee was purposely leaving gaps in his defense. Now, how did I copy Sasuke's taijutsu? Last time Naruto thought earlier the system had automatically given him the option to use Sasuke's taijutsu on himself without applying any skills to it. This meant Naruto was in a very tough spot for his idea to work. Seems like he's there all fired up, said Gaith excitedly. I'll count them both. TR2-1 go. Sasuke lunged forward while he stood still. Despite the look he is, thrust the raven-haired Chunin through a wide kick. At nothing, Lee was already gone. Sasuke gasped as a sharp pain erupted in his back, where Lee kicked him from behind. How will I ever be able to copy Lee's taijutsu if I can't even see him? And Naruto couldn't see Lee's movement from the barrier. How would Sasuke see them? Sasuke jumped back across the field, trying to find space to recover and think, but he didn't even have time to do that. As soon as he opened his guard, Lee flew across the open field with a spinning kick towards his opponent, which was thankfully dodged by the target. Sasuke huffed and puffed as he dodged another onslaught of kicks and punches from the green-clad Chunin. He had yet to land a single goal. This guy is a monster. Fire release fireball jutsu, announced Sasuke. In response to the swift, his hands ran through the signs with casual and practiced ease, finally transforming the work of his body and chakra into a ball of flames that flew towards the boy at great speed, scorching the ground beneath it as he traveled. Lee jumped into the flames, burning the tips of his green spandex in the process and leaving his pale skin exposed to the morning wind. The attack then continued, taijutsu against taijutsu, and apart from the king himself, no one could defeat the prince in hand-to-hand combat. It was a technical battle, with each punch and kick executed after great thought, but also at a pace that forced Naruto to concentrate to see what was happening. Lee's taijutsu was fluid and agile, but each punch and kick was so intense. That made it clear how much he had practiced. Each move Sasuke didn't have that much intensity at his disposal, but he definitely had something more. The Sharingan was going to leave this for later, but there goes nothing, Sasuke thought with a grimace. Sasuke's eyes suddenly turned scarlet red as two Tomo quickly surrounded the pupil. Gay quickly narrowed his eyes at the movement. There's the jewel of the Uchiha clan. You don't have to be a genius to understand why Kakashi was given the enormous responsibility of training the last Uchiha. After being with Kakashi so many times, I know the abilities that it grants to whoever uses them, but will it be enough for Sasuke to defeat the young Lee? Naruto looked at the mysterious ability in amazement. He still had no idea what it did except that it helped Kakashi copy some of Zabuza's jutsus. But that was all. It was a Keikai Genkai exclusive to the Uchiha, a jutsu that Kakashi had somehow managed to master. But the effect was clear. Sasuke suddenly became faster. No, he was not physically faster. He could only predict Lee's movements more quickly. This was very beneficial for Naruto, who could finally observe both fights from every kick to the punch. Before, Lee controlled the pace of the fight, but now Sasuke controlled it too. He tried to score each and every one of Lee's hits, the way he dodged Sasuke's hook, and even the way he moved in response to Sasuke's scanning. And yes, it worked, Naruto thought happily. It would probably take time for the scan to complete, so until then. So Naruto just waited peacefully for the fight to end and Sasuke to lose, which was an inevitable outcome at this point. But Naruto wasn't even allowed to do that. A cold but respectful voice resounded from behind the blonde guy. Sensei. Another more feminine and much warmer voice was heard a second later, repeating exactly the same thing. Naruto turned around and saw two teenagers about his age, but taller, approaching him. The boy looked familiar, but the blonde couldn't remember at all who he looked like. Nowhere had he seen him. He was wearing a beige shirt with suspenders and dark brown shorts that left his lower legs exposed. He also seemed to have long brown hair, which wasn't unusual, unlike Naruto's bright blonde. But the most distinctive feature seemed to be his eyes. Both of his eyes were pale, just like Hinata. Naruto realized with a look of relief on his face. From there, he recognized the boy. He and Hinata must be related, considering their features, familiar facial features, and more specifically her indistinguishable eyes. She's a Keikai Genkai like Sasuke's. Naruto thought curiously. He had never seen anyone other than the clan. He was from Hinata, the Hyuga, the IK. Yes, the IKA clan. The other person was a girl of medium height, but her presence was quite intimidating, not because of her face or her aura, but because of the enormous bow staff she carried on her back with her feather blouse and hair tied back in a bun. The girl seemed quite nice. Naruto began to introduce herself while closing the distance between them. Hello, I'm Naruto Uzumaki Genin from Team S. I'm Tenten Janine from Team Guy, and he's Nara, also a member of the same team, said Tenten, pointing to the boy next to her. Itaga, right? Do you happen to know Hinata? Ikaga asked. Naruto, seriously, and the eye looked at him without any emotion. Nervous Naruto thought about the word that came to his head. Yada. Ikaga. No, I don't know her, said Niji in a monotonous voice. Well, at least he answered my question, although it certainly sounded like a lie. And who's fighting against him right now? He asked, staring at the fight unfolding before them. Sasuke struggled to keep going. His legs nearly buckled as another leg sweep made contact. How much longer? Naruto just winced at that moment. Lee was toying with Sasuke, but he answered Niji's question. Of all dinners my partner Sasuke Uchiha is fighting yours. Tenten pricked up her ears. Sasuke Uchiha near snorted him. One failure fighting another failure. Lee is just losing the time, as always. What the hell is wrong with this guy? Maybe he saw someone walk by who said something like that. But his own teammates, if Sakura or Sasuke had said something to him. Naruto clenched his fist. How can Leo Sasuke be a failure? Naruto asked, annoyed by LGA's attitude. He simply couldn't understand how someone could think like that. And for some reason, it infuriated him deeply, perhaps because Niji's attitude contradicted his fundamental beliefs. As a shinobi, Tenten chose wisely and kept silent. A year of fighting and training with Lozic had made her understand his way of thinking more than she wanted to be honest. And yeah, I wasn't a bad person, but she wasn't nice. Either the difference between a genius and a normal shinobi is Clara and Lee and Sasuke. Our genius is the latter, could have been one, But Clara clearly isn't anymore considering she's losing against Lee of all people. Naruto couldn't even believe what Ika was saying. And so you're a genius, you'll be able to defeat Lee. Naruto asked out loud, of course. I've done it sometimes no matter how much effort he puts in, he'll never be able to beat me. He and I are living proof of the disparity between geniuses and everyone else. Neji said confidently, stretching his legs as Naruto spoke. I just couldn't believe that people like that existed. Geniuses. Disparity. Who even believed in that stuff? I'm not a genius or anything, but still. I think I'd beat you up if I wanted to. Naruto said, letting some arrogance seep into his voice. Who knows? Maybe Naruto could defeat the Ika with one eye closed. Observe. Name Nika title in Bara occupation Konoha Genin level LV 19 HP 100 deputy 100 chakra 200 strength 13 vitamin 14 15 yes wisdom C Nook 3 __. See, forget it, Naruto thought bitterly, but that wouldn't stop him from asking what he wanted to do next. You wouldn't mind training, right? Naruto asked coldly. Neji answered without hesitation, there's no point in training with someone so much weaker than me. Are you sure you're not afraid that your theory is false? If Sasuke, Lee precisely, are failures, it would be too. No, Naruto asked, try to irritate Nei's pride all at once. If Neji's eyebrows were raised for something, it definitely worked. Neji quickly got into position, a very different stance than Leo's. Sasuke had his palms open. Whatever, he wasn't planning on wasting energy before training. But considering the minimal amount he'd be using, it's perfectly fine. This arrogant bastard thought, Naruto angrily. He couldn't wait to get it off his face. He activated his Uchiha clan taijutsu, and he headed towards the motionless Ik. He wouldn't allow anyone to say those words, and he would live to tell the tale. But then someone caught his punch. Naruto looked into his sensei's eyes. Guy smiled at Naruto with an apologetic expression. I'm sorry, Naruto-san, but I can't allow this fight to happen. Naruto didn't care much, it just bothered him how easily Gai managed to stop him. The word easily meant Gai. He simply raised his palm and caught the fist and didn't even flinch at the massive force. Pressure, why? Isn't sparring an act of youth? Naruto asked sarcastically. Yes, of course, but training while you enter a partner needs help. That's not typical of young people, right? Naruto looked to his right in panic. Sasuke was on his knees with no energy left in his body while he tried not to fall backwards onto the soft embrace of the grass. Naruto ran towards him but didn't try to start a conversation. He could tell what Sasuke was feeling at that precise moment. After all, Naruto himself had felt it many times. The idea that you could never beat an opponent no matter how hard you tried, that the gap between the two of you was completely inevitable, was depressing to think about. I'm sorry, Naruto-san, but your teammate refused to end the fight no matter how many times I tried to do so, he said, bowing to him. It's all right, Naruto said in a frowning voice. Gai, he spoke afterward, I'm sure you and NEI will be able to fight in the Chunin exams. Naruto-san, the Chunin exams ring. New mission teaching Lhasa created. Details. From a mission, defeat Aji during the Chunin exams mission, rewards 20,000 EXP, learn the Ilga Taijutsu style, and increase the Taijutsu level by 2. Failure, become a supposed failure. The player accepts the mission, yes/no. Yes, of course, Naruto answered the system, smiling. Listen, NEI, exclaimed the blonde seaweed. Naruto continued, I will be the one who defeats you in the Chunin exams. No, whatever. So don't lose to anyone before me, you understand, and gain that sweet experience. Neji shook his head, chuckling. You and your empty words, well, prove to me, Naruto Uzumaki, that failures can defy fate. Naruto helped Sasuke to his feet, support his weight, while the Uchiha leaned his body on his comrade's shoulder. He looked back one last time, activating an ability. Will of Fire level 1 activated to 5 fate. I will do much more than that. Clear eyes. Fate is just another word for losers like you who can't admit their own defeat. I will forge my own path, my own destiny, no matter the situation. That's my Nindo, my way, ninja. Yes, that's it, thought Naruto. I won't let anyone ruin my path to Okage, neither NEI nor Lee nor anyone. Ability Will of Fire has increased by 1 level. Will of Fire is now level 2. Information. Will of Fire, when used effectively, can boost the morale of one's comrades. It is considerably more effective when used around lower-ranking shinobi. Sorry, Naruto, but you're going to do a lot. More than that to beat NEI. We're in a different league, interrupted Tintin. When I asked for your opinion, Miss Fangirl. And AR asked bluntly. Naruto left with Sasuke before Tintin could retort. That guy gets on my nerves, Tintin said through gritted teeth before taking out her practice stick. Lee laughed nervously. Sure, it was just a game joke. He laughed heartily. It'll be great to see your progress, Naruto. The fourth will be proud. It was another morning and another day. One day since Naruto met Team Gay, and one day since Sasuke was fully built by Lee. The difference in Lee's behavior. Sasuke was obviously starting to irritate Naruto. Where was the arrogant and annoying bastard who used to challenge Naruto? In everything, Naruto missed the Sasuke from before, but he didn't have the heart to say anything to Lukia. Full skin. The player wants to learn a Ken Taijutsu no Goken. That's what it's called. Yes, please. Naruto had waited an eternity for the scan to finish, but it had taken much longer than expected. If he remembered correctly, the scan of the Uchiha clan Taijutsu had barely lasted a minute, but it made sense considering the relative complexity of both Taijutsu styles. It seemed that the stronger or more advanced the Taijutsu, the longer it took to scan. Error. What is that? Naruto thought, puzzled. He had never seen a message like that from the system before. It used to be the typical ding or something similar. Your Taijutsu level is currently too low to learn the Ken style of Taijutsu. Do you wish to archive the Ken style of Taijutsu? No. Of course. He knew things were going too well for him to automatically learn Lee's Taijutsu. Anyway, not that he needed it from the start. What does archiving mean? Yeah, archiving and archiving. Successful. Naruto looked at his stats. Sadly, he needed to improve his Taijutsu level. He would lose more idis in the future, but the system was making it very difficult for him. It had given him a mission for the Chunin exams that definitely wouldn't be held anytime soon. Naruto sighed as he refocused on the real world around him. So you're telling me that you and Sasuke fought against Team Gay and got outmatched? Completely asked Kakashi, indifferently turning a page in his book. Naruto nodded sadly yes, and proceeds to challenge one of them to a duel in the Chunin exams, which I have yet to decide to include you in. Yes'm. It was to be expected, of course. You have been a genin for at least a year, while you guys don't have much experience in general, and considering that guy is your sensei, you would undoubtedly have some sort of experience in the area of Taijutsu. Sasuke remained silent. Kakashi noticed Sasuke's sadness. Sasuke, don't discourage you. Month is obviously Lee would beat you. There's always someone stronger than you at this point. But the real difference between a strong shinobi and a weak one is what they do to overcome their own weaknesses. What do we do? Kakashi-sensei asked Sakura curiously. Kakashi smiled his trademark smile. Train. Naruto groaned. The type of training Kakashi had put them through so far consisted of basic exercises and formations, and it wasn't something the active ninja wanted to continue. Their sensei shook his head in surprise. Complicity, don't worry, it's not just any training. It will be an individual session with each of you. How will you train us all one by one at the same time? Naruto asked. Confused. Kakashi laughed. I thought you could find out. Naruto the Honin placed his hands in a very familiar position, one with which Naruto was very intimate. Shadow clone Judo 2. Clones of Kakashi appeared out of nowhere, or more specifically from chakra. The original Kakashi gave orders to his doubles. One clone will stay with Naruto, and the other with Sakura. Then Sasuke stays with the original Naruto. Asked in disbelief. Don't complain, Naruto. Sasuke has the most similar skills to mine, and it would be more useful to teach him personally for now, and it's not like my clones don't have the same knowledge. As I mentioned, Kakashi moving the Nero. Whatever, let's go, clone, said Naruto, discouraged, walking towards the corner of the training field. The other clone accompanied Sakura to the other side of the field at the same time. But the kids these days always so impatient, said Kakashi, closing his book and glancing at Sasuke. Sasuke stared back motionlessly. Kakashi's voice suddenly tensed. I'll teach you some important things, but first I think it's time we talk to Sakura. As sensei, what exactly are you going to teach me? Asked Sakura. The clone scratched his white hair. Indifferently, the truth is your skills and mine are probably the most similar, so for now, I'll focus on Taijutsu. Sakura groaned loudly. Kakashi's clone took out his book. Come on, Sakura. We can't allow that you walk around like always. If by chance I enroll them in the exams. Chu, right? Sakura snorted like yes with Naruto. You wanted to learn a jutsu, Right, Kakashi asked the blonde Naruto. Nodded yes. The clone clasped his hand very well. Then, I know what we will do. We have to check your elemental affinity. The Genin sharpened his elemental hearing. What affinity? It is basically the element with which your chakra is most in tune. For example, my elemental affinity is lightning, therefore I can learn lightning jutsus much faster. It's helpful to know before you start learning actual jutsus, so you can focus on one specific element at first and not waste time trying to learn something else you understand. Was pretty basic. So Naruto had no problem understanding his sensei. So regardless of what affinity he had, it would be more beneficial to learn just of that element to begin with would have been to know it before Sasuke taught him that fire jutsu. Naruto complained in his head, then I won't be able to do jutsus that I'm not compatible with. Asked Naruto, anxious for the answer. No, not exactly. For example, I'm known for copying 1,000 jutsus, but not all of them are lightning type, right? It's just easier for those with the corresponding affinity to turn on the jutsu, and it's also more effective in terms of chakra. I see. How do we check exactly my affinity? Kakashi reached in his pocket. I asked the original to give me this before we left. He held up his hand and revealed it to be a piece of paper before ask. It's not just any kind of paper, it's chakra paper, and it has the ability to discover what kind of affinity a shinobi is. Let me give you a demonstration. When I open my chakra here, and the paper crumpled in an instant with a satisfying crackle. A crinkle in the paper means it has an affinity for lightning. The same way for fire, the paper lights up. For wind, the paper splits in two. For earth, the paper crumbles. And for water, it gets wet. That's great, exclaimed Naruto with his eyes glazed with excitement. The clone tried not to laugh. Now try it yourself. Naruto excitedly took the chakra paper, taking it from Kakashi's grasp. He held it in his hand, eyes wide before placing it between his fingers. He carefully pumped his chakra through the paper, waiting for something to happen. Kingstone chakra paper detected. You will be allowed to choose your own affinity. Select one of the following: fire, wind, lighting, earth, water, he asked. Naruto, completely baffled. Choose wisely. Kingstone chakra paper detected. You will be allowed to choose your own affinity. Select one of the following: fire, wind, lighting, earth, water. Choose wisely. How am I supposed to choose? So, suddenly thought Naruto, with raised eyebrows. Why is he giving me the choice in the first place? Naruto looked up at the expectant look on Kakashi's face, whatever amount was visible, and looked down immediately after. What's wrong? Asked Kakashi, curiously crossing his arms. I'm nervous, exclaimed Naruto, trying to sound as shy as possible. For what? It's not like the element you get to decide your future or anything good sort of. Yet Kakashi chuckled. I take your time, I guess I'll read in the meantime. But I must say it's not like you to be so judgmental about these things. Normally, you'd be on the verge of finding your affinity. No, Naruto mentally slapped his forehead before looking back at his subject. It was just like Kakashi to be so observant about these things. He really didn't know what to pick, but maybe he could try and get one out of him. Reply to Kakashi: don't worry, Kakashi-sensei. It's just that I don't want to have a mediocre affinity like Earth or something like that. So I'm a little anxious right now. Asked Naruto, trying to give a valid reason for whatever he was doing. Don't underestimate any element, Naruto. It's often the environment and the opponent we're facing that determines the effectiveness of an element. It does make sense. When he fought Zabuza, using jutsus like fire would be practically useless against the giants of water they created with the hand signs they threw out. Then there was no straight answer from Kakashi on what element he should choose, and Naruto wrapped a hand around his head as he began to concentrate. The big question remained unanswered. What element should Naruto choose realistically? It had already taken him forever just to inject chakra into the paper, and if he kept this up, Kakashi would get suspicious. Not that it would matter much, of course, but it was still awkward. At the very least, he should go through all the elements one by one and by elimination choose the ideal. Naruto said, nodding with satisfaction at the idea. First was fire. It was a valid choice, and certainly the most striking. Naruto was sure that choosing fire would significantly increase his firepower, both literally and figuratively, but he was worried about the flexibility of using said element. So far, all the opponents he had faced were water users, which made Naruto distrust the element in general, although it would help him learn the jutsu Sasuke's. And next was wind. Naruto didn't know what to make of this. He'd never seen anyone use a wind jutsu, so he couldn't accurately assess the strengths and weaknesses of such that perhaps best to discard this for now. Lightning looked promising. Probably the coolest of the lot considering it was Kakashi's element. Would it be useful for training Earth? No, never. Naruto personally didn't see the appeal of Earth-style jutsus, not because he was trying to downplay them, but because again he had never seen them in action. Unless you count the jutsu where Kakashi came out of the earth to surprise him, but that was only a small preview of its potential. Then came the water. Clearly, this was the most valid option. Naruto had seen the true potential of water jutsus when Zabuza and Kakashi faced each other for the first time, which was an eye-opening experience for the genin. The flexibility and ferocity of water were evident during the confrontation, which seemed to matter a lot more now that he took the decision, but the main factor that influenced his decision was doubt the training. Although Lightning gave him the option to train with Kakashi, the Honing was only a man and rarely had time to dedicate exclusively to the jutsus. However, Zabuza Yaku, whose invocation was within reach of Naruto, could train him much more easily considering the aptitude of both in the water element. There was no better option. There's my mind is prepared. Naruto breathed, squeezing the paper tightly. I choose water. You have chosen. Congratulations. Your elemental affinity is water plus 5 stats when using water style jutsus plus 25% chakra efficiency. When using water style jutsus, Naruto felt water run down the side of his fingers as the chakra paper moistened in response to his chakra. Kakashi let out a surprised grunt. You finally did it, huh? Water. I didn't expect it, tbh. You mean neither. Kakashi closed his book with a resounding snap. You know how jutsus work, right? We draw chakra from our core and manipulate it to suit our needs, creating what we know as jutsus. Naruto hummed in agreement. Yeah, obvious. Okay. This is where things get a little more difficult. Nature transformation. You've heard of it. Suddenly, Naruto felt himself being pulled into a new world of knowledge and training. Oh no, doorbell. New title. Stormbringer achieved. Stormbringer title grants 15% more chakra efficiency when using water-style jutsus and lightning-style jutsus in addition to increasing all other stats by 5%. What this title has to be my strongest, yet a 5% boost to all my other stats and 15 extra points in water, adding it all up. I'm 40% more efficient with water, and the completely random boost to lightning is only a 10% away from having affinity. So I can focus on lightning too. Naruto thought in awe and happiness that he was finally receiving, in his opinion, well-deserved gifts from the system. Equipped Stormbringer title from Team Stormbringer. Equipped Stormbringer means that the title gening of Konoha will be replaced since the user does not yet have the ability to multiple titles blocked. Yes / no multi-title. Whatever. Yes, Naruto returned to Kakashi the clone, took a step forward. Well, you're about to find out to be your first jutsu is a little unconventional, but how about we learn, and in the meantime, Yusin Saratobi prepared as Oki of the Leaf rarely did. But when I faced a man, it was mandatory to do so, otherwise the consequences would be dire. The man in question entered his room without permission and sat on the chair in front of Yusin with half of his face bandaged. Yusin could only guess what he was thinking through the man's left eye. Danzo. And so the fight began. They spoke like old friends, but both knew it wasn't like that. Really, maybe once, but certainly not anymore. The atrocities that Danzo had committed in the name of Konoha had made sure of it. Yusin, I have a proposal. Saratobi knew it. While Danzo always put his hand on his cane for a moment before asking for something, but what is for the upcoming Chunin exams, the council and I have decided to implement a new rule. Yusin speak. The mandate is as follows. All teams wishing to take the upcoming Chunin exams must have completed a mandatory B rank mission that is unusual. Yusin noted with a frown, and that's why Danzo smirks slightly for many reasons you've probably already noticed, but the mortality rate in the Chunin exams is frankly beyond high. For a Konoha shinobi to die is not only a thought in itself, but it would be an embarrassment to us if other villages came in. I'm sure you wouldn't mind the first reason, but I can't be given the right to speak either. Yusin came out of his thoughts. In any case, why change that rule now? And what effect would it have in forcing? It would be like removing the good teams from the rest. Not only would teams capable of successfully completing a B rank mission be valid during the Chunin exams, no, this would not only reduce the mortality rate in the exam, but it would also more accurately show Konoha's strength to the other villages as expected. He offers valid arguments. The truth is that I can't sincerely refute I see no other option. Thank you, Danzo. You and the rest of the council have done well. Danzo nodded humbly, but the faint smile was still present on his face now. Then what is the real reason for all of this? Asked Hughesen. Danzo's smile faded. Why would there be another reason? You and I both know that I care about this village just as much as you do, without no matter who is Okage or not. Yusin just sighed. He was too old for this political move. He took a long drag on his pipe before letting it out his bedroom window. I can't wait to retire finally. Yusin smiled warmly. Naruto, I bet on you a month later. Naruto roared in determination. He wouldn't lose there. He had lost count of how long he had been under the sun. But at this point, it didn't matter. Next to him was his rival Sasuke Uchiha, who was in the same position as the blonde. They were both in plank position with sweat running down their chins and falling onto the soft grass as time continued to pass and the pain continued to increase relentlessly. You can do it, Sasuke-kun, yelled Sakura from the sidelines. Naruto gritted his teeth. Damn annoying teammates. But I'm not going to waste my energy talking. Kakashi returned to the real world, looking up from his usual book. They continued doing the exercise. I never said it was a competition. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up both. Naruto and Sasuke yelled loudly as his last bit of energy began to drain away. Ringing vitality has increased by a level. Naruto dismissed the message immediately alone. And a few more. Sasuke fell face down first. Naruto fell immediately after, glad to be finally done. The exercise was basic, but it definitely hurt to do it for long periods. I told you I would win, Naruto said smugly despite panting. Sasuke didn't even seem to be able to speak as he clutched his stomach. It had been a month since Naruto chose his elemental affinity, and during that time the team as a whole had continued their training at a moderately fast pace, faster than before the mission. Hello, of course, at least once a week Kakashi would hold a private training session with each member of the trio, which drastically improved the points each genin was lacking for Naruto. The Honing had worked on a way to improve his lack of firepower. When it was revealed that his affinity was the water, began training the blonde in a specific jutsu that he believed could sooner or later prove crucial in the future. For Sakura, Kakashi hadn't done much except work on his taijutsu and overall strength. Whether it was through lengthy training sessions or gruesome exercises for hours on end, he made sure that Sakura was stronger by the end of the day. Sasuke was a much more complex matter. Compared to the other two, he didn't have the right mindset to begin with. His loss to Lee was devastating to his ego and pride. As a shinobi, Kakashi therefore had to waste time trying to demoralize Uchiha before starting the real training. At least that was all Naruto knew. He had tried to discover the secret of the training that Sasuke had received, but everything was a secret. That's why Naruto felt an incredible curiosity to finally see the stats of all his companions. He had refrained from doing so during the first month of training because he wanted to check his progress in front of the others without hesitation. First, he made an observation of Sakura observing and successful observation named Sakura, Uruno title, in Ibara occupation, Konoha genin level, LP 6 horsepower, 100 deputy, 100 chakra, 100 strength, CU vitamin, Quata 3 in 6 wisdom 3, look 5 MMM. That's a pretty good improvement, Naruto thought with narrowed eyes, remembering when he first got the ability. He shuddered as he remembered the pink-haired girl stats for back then were practically indistinguishable from civilians. Demons were inferior to Naruto, who at that point had no real abilities save for his shadow clones. Looked at Sasuke, moving his head to the right, where the genin was still face down, observing, and successful observation name, Sasuke, Uchiha title, the last Uchiha occupation, Konoha genin, level LV 14 horsepower, 100 deputy, 100 chakra, 250 strength, 10 vitamin, 8 to 16 and 7 sap. CU, look 2s, and not bad at all. He definitely improved at a steady rate. No wonder he leveled up more faster than me, considering he was already a higher level. Naruto noticed. With a thoughtful frown, Naruto's own stats. Hey Naruto, stop messing around. Sakura yelled from farther away. Naruto was so deep in his thoughts that he subconsciously dismissed everything else, something that seemed to happen much more recently. When he opened his system, the blonde started running towards the rest of the team. Wait for me, Kakashi stroked Naruto's hair lovingly, as if we were going to leave with you. Naruto, that sounds exactly like something you would do, Naruto replied with a deadpan expression. Kakashi placed his hand over his heart in an exaggerated manner. Your words hurt me. My dear student. Sasuke coughed into his elbow. Sensei, please get to the point. Sakura nodded in agreement. You're right, Sasuke, Kakashi said, his voice instantly changing into what Naruto called honing mode, indicating that he was finally about to say something serious. We've been called directly to the Okage office for more than just a mission. Sakura asked with a stray expression. Disbelief with a surprised expression clearly visible on his face. Sasuke and Naruto were also surprised, but for different reasons. Both had been in the office several times and were used to that modestly small and functional space. And why reason, asked Sasuke, voicing Naruto's question faster. And this is when things get serious. Kakashi adjusted his pace, slowing down to make it easier to speak. I guess I have to start since a month ago. There was no talk of a new mandate that would drastically change shinobi traditions. How come we didn't find out about that? Naruto asked. Well, it was top secret at that time. Not even the Honings had the right to know. Naruto wasn't going to ask how Kakashi knew, and it seemed like none of his classmates wanted it. He didn't blame them. Sakura, Taro, thoughtfully twisting her fingers. And what exactly does the sensei mandate entail? To be honest, I don't know all the details. I only know that it refers to the Chunin exams. That's why you should pay close attention to what he tells you. The Okage. Naruto smiled. You can count on us, sensei. After that, they left the training grounds and participated in some informalations. Then they finally arrived at their destination, the academy. The office was located in the administrative section, so it was quite a nostalgia trip walking through the halls again, this time like a real ninja. To think that he couldn't do a cloning jutsu back then, Naruto whispered to himself. Laughing, Kakashi walked past the secretary without a word, need to show his ID or anything. Without hesitation, he knocked on the door of the cashier's office. For Naruto entered enthusiastically, right after wanting to tell the old man everything he had learned in his few months as a genin. That was until he saw that there was another man in the office besides. Using Kakashi bowed. Oka, Sama, Danzo, Sama. Naruto, and the rest of Team 7 did the same. Naruto looked suspiciously at the man called Danzo, but not without reason. The innate aura that emanated from him was enough to scare even the most fearful, and almost chilling, as if a feeling of terror washed over him, the feeling that someone could be behind him at any moment, forcing Naruto to keep his paranoia active. But obviously he still intended to carry out the observation. Observing an observation failed. The target's level is too high. With the player like a partial observation. Yes/no. Yes. Name, Danzo. Shimura. Title, the Shinobis. Occupation, leader of Rot. Level, horsepower 100 deputy 100 Chakra. Street bit dex in known luck. What does all this mean? Naruto wondered with his eyes wide open at what he saw. The darkness of the shinobi leader of the root was something superior to his current level. Naruto had the vague feeling that he shouldn't know anything about what he saw, so he decided to ignore it for now. It's best to look before he leaps. For now, he looked at Okage with a questioning expression. The man had a strange expression of excuse me, but the comforting smile was still present. Thinking about it, and I never used observe. The old man truth observing. And it's obvious. How will this end? Observation failed. The target level is too high. With the player like a partial action. Yes/no. Yes. Name, Iron Salad. Title, the Professor. Occupation, Okage. Level, horsepower 100 deputy 100 Chakra. Street bit dex ain't known. Lou, there's nothing new to learn here. You were called here to inform you about the new mandate that will take effect today, but I'm sure you already knew that. Kakashi said. Danzo with a soft and unnatural laugh. Because of his gruff appearance, Kakashi feigned ignorance, but he knew it was useless. I'm not sure I know what you're talking about. I'm sure you don't, considering your knowledge of the Ambu. Anyway, let me recite the mandate to you. He cleared his throat. Teams wishing to compete in the Chunin exams must have at least one B-rank mission logged on their activity list. A B-rank mission. Kakashi's face lit up in instant recognition. So that's their objective. Not a B-rank mission, either. High for some genin teams regardless of their skill, Kakashi asked curiously. Yusen spoke up next. Although it's mentioned as a B-rank mission, to be honest, they're more C-rank than B-rank. The missions aren't usually combat-related and don't involve too much fighting. That's what you said for the wave mission. Naruto thought in disbelief. At this point, it must be a curse. Naruto tried to ignore Danzo's piercing gaze as he spoke. If I may ask, Okage-sama, hadn't we already completed a rank A mission to Yusen? He laughed at Naruto for actually using the term Okage-sama. Yes, It is true that Team 7 has successfully completed a Rank A mission. However, other villages won't see it that way. Only the missions count. Starting this month, for some reason, they will assign us the mission right now. Kakashi asked, correct. The Okage said, taking out a stack of papers and flipping through a few pages of a folder before stopping. Your mission is to capture a group of bandits and bring them back alive to the Konoha forces in a maximum of 2 weeks. That's the only objective. You're probably wondering why it's a B rank mission. Right, Naruto nodded the bandits. And they are sanctioned near the borders of IA. Kakashi immediately turned his head towards Lokage in shock looking. Quickly between him and Naruto, the Okage simply nodded, acknowledging the honing situation, but refrained from answering. He's crazy, thought Kakashi. Confused. The odds of a shinobi from IWA showing up and recognizing Naruto are quite low, but the risk is just as high, not much higher, if they declare war on the Jinchuriki. Of all people, however, there has to be a different reason. The two people in front of me are too smart to make such a drastic mistake. But which one could it be? IW, isn't that one of the other shinobi nations? Asked Naruto. Without referring to anyone in particular, Danzo smiled, but not condescendingly. Correct, Naruto. Then why this particular mission? Asked Kakashi, dreading the answer. Danzo's smile seemed to widen even more. The truth is that they are not the only team that received this mission. Naruto's face wrinkled. Hey, who else is there? Lee's team? Shikamaru, Kiba? Aren't they from Konoha? Yes, someone from IBA received the same mission. You see, this mission isn't really a mission. It's an early competition between the participating villages of the Chunin exams. Kakashi was right. These lunatics. There are more people present besides Suna. Danzo smiled as he stood up from his chair, his voice grandiose, always sending shivers down Naruto's spine. Next month, Konoha will be hosting the first ever International Chunin exam. New mission, International Chunin exam created. Mission details. Join as a contender in the upcoming Chunin exam. Mission rewards. EXP 1 perk. Question mark close. Unlock failure. Die. Player accepts mission. Yes/no. Naruto trudged along the muddy path that stretched out in front of him, trying to avoid sinking his footing into the deeper sections of the dense soil. Liquid, but it was in vain. How disgusting! Sakura shrieked as she got mud all over her skirt. Why is there so much mud here? It's not like we're surrounded by rocks at every turn we make, complained Naruto, equally frustrated by his surroundings. What did you say? Nothing, Kakashi interrupted, stopping the inevitable argument. The main reason is that we're near Iwagakure, which is surrounded mostly by rocks and is known for its rugged terrain. Why would they go to Konoha? Because the Okage himself and the creepy Danzo asked them to. Naruto, he didn't know if the other gening teams would do it too, considering how confidential the whole thing was. He also didn't have time to ask, so he had to pack his things and leave the next day. The next morning, he immediately ate Tuchi's ramen as a good luck charm, hoping the mission would be over soon. According to Kakashi, it would take a day or two, but he couldn't trust his eccentric sensei too much. Sasuke gracefully jumped over a particularly large mud puddle. Didn't the Okage say that our mission was close? From the border with IWA, as you mentioned, he used the word borders, right? How can I explain this? Kakashi said with his hand on his chin. I'll start from the beginning. I'm sure you know what happened during the Third Shinobi World War. IWA and Konoha were in a big fight. If I remember correctly, commented Naruto, remembering the lessons that Iruka used to give. Totally true. In fact, it was a pretty big fight. The territories of Konoha were conquered, right, and left, leaving the citizens of their respective villages suffering the cruel consequences of the war. The same thing happened in the Second Shinobi World War, and although it was not as serious, it set the foundations for an intense rivalry between both nations, and with that rivalry came several unimportant deaths. That sounds horrible, and groaned Sakura. Kakashi grimaced under his mask. It was, believe me, I was part of it. In fact, believe it or not, Konoha had been losing the war for a good while now. But I'm sure you know who turned the tide. Sasuke growled affirmatively. The fourth Naruto's head turned when he heard the name of his idol, the fourth Okage, Minato Namikaze. Kakashi nodded, managed to change the course of the war by himself, earning himself the title of Yellow Flash of Konoha. However, that is straying from the topic. What you need to know is that due to the war, a large amount of territories remained unclaimed by neither IWA nor Konoha, for fear of retaliation from both sides. Sakura shook her head, confused, slowing down her speech a little. That doesn't have much meaning. Truth, why no one takes at these places, and they are not just any villages were. Previously battlefields where shinobi fought and died are reminders that the war existed and should not happen again. If I suddenly arrived and proclaimed that it possessed lands like these, it would practically be announcing that it is ready for another war. Konoha and IWA have had multiple talks and agreed to maintain the border areas as a sort of peacekeeping. Danzo did not say that they would compete against the other Chunin teams. If we compete against IWA, who hate us, without us knowing how the hell would it go? Well, this asked Naruto with ragged breath at the thought of facing the DEA shinobi, not because he was afraid of fighting them, but because he wasn't sure how deep their hatred went. Kakashi seemed to have read his mind. In any case, if some Dua shinobi, you know who I mean, were around the territory and saw us, there would definitely be a fight. That's why I have a security measure to prevent that. If something like this happens, Naruto sighed with relief. What is Kakashi? He held up a one-handed sign. Smoke emanated from his body. In an instant, completely covering the transformation, the smoke was slowly revealed. How the hell? An incredibly old woman with long gray hair falling over her shoulders and wrinkles on her face. Kakashi was practically unrecognizable. His previous height was reduced by 30 centimeters due to his back being awkwardly hunched. Naruto couldn't believe what words came out of the mouth of the Honing. Next, hey, I have to be dreaming. And what the hell? Sakura yelled in surprise, almost tripping over a rock. I'm pretty sure she knows she's an inj. Why are you all so surprised? Kakashi asked innocently. Even her voice is slightly different. Naruto realized with a thoughtful look. Naruto looked at the old woman in front of him. First, why are you still wearing a mask? And second, do you really need to wear that disguise? Why not? Naruto crossed his arms. Isn't it strangely suspicious that an old woman traveled alone through border areas with 3 other teenagers? Kakashi released the een right after, and smoke came out again. You're right. I was just trying to have fun. In any case, ninjas aren't always that useful. If there's an enemy sensor on the battlefield, it would be incredibly easy for them to know who's using the inj. For now, we only use the technique to hide our true appearance. But why did Sasuke ask curiously, voicing Naruto and Sakura's thoughts? Naruto really doesn't. He understood Linj's purpose at that moment. Even if they were discovered, their appearance would have no influence in a fight. Kakashi seemed to be taking unnecessary precautions, something he never did. Believe me, no IWA shinobi should recognize you. Since it is a competition, the IWA Chunin could attack you in the real Chunin exams. Kakashi said without looking at any of the Chunin. I am lying blatantly, but I hope no one has noticed. The real reason is it's Naruto's hair. His blonde hair is somewhat strange. Here would definitely attract people, and Kami forbid they connect him with Sensei. I can't allow that to happen. Naruto looked back at the road. In front of him, the shadows of the buildings began to appear. Kakashi cleared his throat, drawing all the attention to him. Like I said, everyone will need to use injas in case we run into any IWA shinobi. We will have to create alternate identities. Naruto's eyes widened. Alternate identities, yes, like a name and appearance. And if you want different personalities, though, that's not really necessary for this mission. How do we know what to wear? Sensei asked Sakura a second later. I'll give you some pointers on what to change. Sasuke, take care of your hair. I don't know, Alisalo or something. As for Sakura, please change your hair color to black. And Naruto, you'll be the one who needs to change the most. Huh? Why me? Scolded Naruto, slightly offended. Kakashi chuckled. He didn't mean it in that sense. Naruto, the truth is you are the one who stands out the most in the crowd. In fact, you should change your face completely for now. Remove those sideburns, and you have to change your hair to black. The eyes are also a little noticeable. Whiskers, eyes, hair. Well, I guess it could be done. Sasuke, stop. We should do it already. Well, using an continuously does not consume much chakra, but it can consume a lot if you use it continuously. For now, try it, but don't let your chakra levels drop below 50%, answered Kakashi with a meaningful look at Sakura. Okay, I guess I'll do it right now. Detected the player wants to use the character staff menu S bar. No, Naruto had no idea what he was looking at. A sure opening and menu name: skin, hair, height, face, body, eyes. I guess I should set everything up with my thoughts. Like always, let's try it. Then Naruto breathed, trying to imagine his costume body eyes. And black, how should I change my face? A little more angular. I guess I still have a lot of baby fat. Also, I'll get rid of the mustache for now. As for height, I can get some centimeters taller, no skin, a little paler hair, a little longer and less bulky. I guess that it is black my body and should stay more or less the same. I guess that's all mistake. Please enter a name, a no name. What is the name of the guy in that comic I read? Roar, roar, yes. That has been set as roar information. The use of ing menu means that this specific ung is stored in the system. Therefore, the user can repeatedly use sorted lung. Without making changes, the smoke suddenly surrounded Naruto's body. The genin immediately staggered as his new height made it incredibly awkward for him to walk. Naruto looked at himself in amazement. Wow, Naruto couldn't see his face obviously, but he could see the change in his body. His figure was slimmer, but not as thin as usual. However, the hair that fell over his forehead was definitely black. Kakashi, do you happen to know anyone who looks like him? Naruto smirked. No, I'm just that impressive, sensei. Your voice isn't the same either. You could probably keep up that during the whole mission with your chakra. Anyway, what about you two? Naruto looked to the side where Sakura and Sasuke, where Sakurai looked weird with black hair. At least Sasuke didn't change much except his hair that was no longer as pun as before, but it seemed like he had combed it to one side with a comb. If he had put on glasses, Sasuke would definitely look like a boy from the Konoha library. He and Naruto laughed. Immediately shut your mouth, exclaimed Sasuke. Through his teeth, Sakura appeared from the smoke. Just after yes, tooing probably isn't better. Naruto stared at her expressionlessly. It didn't escape him that she immediately looked away. They were approaching the edge of the town that was in front of them. Very well timed to defeat some bandits and return to Koha. Ugh, this is so boring, grunted Naruto as he stared at the ceiling. Sasuke snorted, accepted Tobe. How does Sakura have her own room? Asked Naruto, horrified by the unfairness of the matter. If you want your own room, just say so, Naruto, said Kakashi from the corner of the hotel room. Had spotted an almost empty hotel in the village and quickly booked 2 rooms for a few days. The rooms were small, but enough for everyone. How long will this mission last? Asked the blonde. I don't know the exact amount, but definitely not more than 3 days. There's no way I can deal with this for 2 more days. How about I go now and capture the bandits? Asked Naruto without the slightest hint of confidence. Kakashi lazily looked at him over the book and sure, I guess, but take Sasuke or Sakura with you and don't stray too far. Do you remember their identifying marks, right? Yeah, tall, bald, and with scars on his face. That big scary guy is the leader of the bandits. I'm scared, Naruto replied sarcastically. Sasuke, let's finish this mission. Kakashi's eyes widened, as if he had forgotten something. Oh, don't forget tooing Naruto. Yasuke, I guess you're the blonde wasted no time in making a hand signal. Detecting Inge opening and Inge's available Riwi use. Yugi, the old Naruto, no longer existed because Riwi replaced him. Naruto looked at Sasuke. You're not going to Inge, believe me, it's not worth it. Naruto shrugged, trying inwardly not to laugh at the situation of Luch. How about we have a competition between us? Whoever finds the bandits first will have to pay the other with 5 trips to Ichiraka Ramen. Does that seem fair to you? No, I don't like Ichiraka. How about if I win, you pay me at the Inuka Grill? Asked Sasuke with a smile bouncing out of the blue. Too expensive. My pay is practically dead without Irika paying me in Ichiraku, but backing out now would go against my pride as Naruto. Uzumaki, losing is not an option. Very well, let's do it. Naruto shouted approvingly and shot off towards the east of the village. The village was not very big, but not that small either. It was quite busy with merchants and other workers moving here and there with relatively large buildings and other shops. It was a simple and orderly town from the outside. According to Kakashi, it was practically a home for missing ninjas, bandits, and other criminals from all villages due to their free status. So Naruto searched and searched and searched. Some more time. The sun was setting quickly. A glimmer of dread began to take hold of him. Sasuke had already found the bandits. They were waiting for my return. No, I mustn't lose hope now. There was one more building left on the east side of town. Naruto looked at the sign with suspicion. Asiasi restaurant. Let's go in. Then he pushed open the front door and entered the somewhat busy store. There were only a few customers between 8 and 10, but the atmosphere was still somewhat hectic. Welcome to the Asiasi restaurant, exclaimed an old man from the counter. Naruto sat in the corner, analyzing all the customers at once. No, There isn't a single person who matches that description. Ugh, why did I bother? I'm sure Sasuke already found them anyway. I'll stay a while here. I guess Naruto muttered to himself, playing with his black hair. But immediately after some people entered the restaurant, ugh, I can't find them anywhere. Okay, how about we stay here for a while, I guess. But there are no seats available, right? Just find an empty one. Please no, please no, please. A short girl and a moderately tall boy sat in front of Naruto with short black hair and strange colored pink eyes. The girl's red uniform and brown bulletproof vest shone against the dull colors of the restaurant. The boy wore the same uniform, but in a very different way. He had black glasses, the paler face, and bandages on his right arm. What an eccentric duo. What does that red uniform mean? The girl looked at him once before her eyes shone. What the hell? Hello, I'm Kuratsuchi, your name. And her stutter Naruto, almost revealing his identity. Immediately, it didn't really matter that much if they knew his name, but it still felt like a mission to keep it a secret in memory. That name is quite unusual around here, roared his partner, commented calmly. Naruto felt sweat slowly start to flow, and he dripping down my chin. Seriously, I hadn't realized. What's your name? He pushes his glasses back. I'm Fuji. That's all a bit disappointing. Well, Riwi, what are you doing here? Exactly, asked Kuratsuchi, flipping her short hair over her shoulders. Well, there goes nothing. My family are renowned merchants around here, so I came here to trade alone right now. I have nothing to do, so I wanted to look around the city a bit, said Naruto continuously. Kuratsuchi nodded, understanding. I see. So that means you know who comes in and comes out this way, right? Naruto froze. The conversation was not going the right direction, but he couldn't stop the lie now, or else he would definitely become suspicious, right? Kuratsuchi leaned closer to whisper something in his ear. Yui. Well, this is going to be oddly specific, but have you seen a tall, bald man with a ton of scars on his face? He is very scary and stands out in a crowd. Probably had 5 or 6 thugs around him. If that was possible, Naruto froze even more. Who are these guys? How is it possible that they have the same description as Kakashi and less observing and successful observation? Name Kuratsuchi, title princess of IWA, occupation genin of a Wagakure, level LV, 17 horsepower, 100 deputy, 100 chakra, 300 strength, 13 vitamin, 10 to 15 and 6 SAPL. 5 Naruto's heart raced as he read the stats of the naive girl in front of him. His luck was terrible facing the rival team of IBA in a place like this. It was almost as if CI was trying to make him lose or something. Apart from the main problem, Naruto realized that she was even higher than Sasuke's level and consequently higher than his own. Are they really much stronger than us? Naruto wondered, incredulous at what he saw. No, the level system wasn't always everything. He knew that, but then Naruto saw something else in her stats. The title princess of IWA is royalty or something like that. This didn't look good for the genin of Konoha. In fact, it was terrible. It would be best if he returned to the hotel for now and planned an attack later. But at the same time, and I can't allow myself to be ahead of the bandits, this only leaves one option. I'll have to continue with the bluff. How to be honest, I may or may not have seen it. Why would you care to know? Naruto asked knowingly. Suchi looked at his teammate, who shook his head repeatedly before shrugging and looking at Naruto. Well, Riwi, the truth is, and they are both shinobi. Naruto, Jade, no way. The Dua genin nodded smugly. That's true. I don't have my headband right now. Same, considering I'm wearing a costume. But I can teach you a jutsu if you want. Ubu glared at his teammate. Is it really necessary to tell all this to a civilian? Anyone could be part of Team Konoha. You know, Kuratsuchi looked at Naruto suspiciously. You're part of Team Konoha, roared. Naruto shrugged. What exactly is a Team Konoha? Kuratsuchi looked at Yukai, as if to say, I told you. So, see, anyway, it's clear that I strayed anyway. Do you remember a man like that? Naruto shook his head. No, never, she sighed, dissatisfied, resting his head on the table. This mission is a drag. In the meantime, order something to eat. You're missed out. Naruto leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes, enjoying the peace that surrounded him. But then the door opened again, revealing a tall and bald man. Naruto stood up, immediately looking more closely at the man's face. Kuratsuchi did the same. Next to him, hot red lines spread across his face, unevenly, making the man seem to be permanently frowning. He has that being. Hey, Ruji, whispered Kuratsuchi. Naruto didn't take his gaze off the man sitting in the newly vacated corner. I highly recommend you get out of this store right now. Things are going to get ugly. Naruto looked at the muscled man and the thugs behind him. One shinobi against common bandits probably wouldn't be too difficult for the genin to defeat, especially considering their high level. Although Naruto hadn't directly looked at Kuratsuchi's level, he didn't waste any time. It wasn't a policy like his grandfather, who she didn't take things calmly or lightly. She just did what she wanted as fast as possible, even killing. Well, not exactly killing. The mission involved capturing the bandits alive, which meant she couldn't really fight. This put her and Aki at a huge disadvantage since the bandits wouldn't mind letting her live. She threw a kunai at the main target, who was distracted with the menu in front of him. Of course, she aimed it slightly to the right so it wouldn't hit him. That should be enough to scare him off a bit. Little but the satisfying sound of the kunai embedding itself into the wood never reached the target. She caught the kunai in her hand at that moment. Kuratsuchi should have known the man was no ordinary bandit, but of course she didn't. Her overconfidence wouldn't allow it. Instead, she charged forward. Someone wants to fight, the man's deep voice echoed throughout the small restaurant. At that moment, all the people who were in the restaurant left in a panic, pointing at her companion Obokata of the rest of the gang. I will take care of this guy alone, of course. Sensei would have told me to wait for him to come now, but it's too late to stop here. The taijutsu started first, expecting an easy fight. Kuratsuchi confidently landed the first blow. She swung her legs under the scarred man, who responded, dodging immediately. He could barely see the hook that followed too fast. The genin jumped back, feeling the force of the punch in the air that hit her face in. At that moment, the fight was outside the restaurant. He narrowed his eyes. Lava released jutsu. The rain of bullets, balls of burning hot lava, erupted from Kuratsuchi's mouth and were sent towards the enemy. With great speed, the deep voice sounded again. Water release. Judge Chudo, wall of water. A wall of water pierced the ground and formed a nearly indestructible water structure that completely blocked the next attacks. Gee, so he is a shinobi. Never mind, Kuratsuchi gasped as a kick landed on his stomach. The power of it sent her towards the building opposite the restaurant at high speed. This guy, and maybe I have to start taking it seriously. And finally saving that owner from the bandits was really annoying. Kuratsuchi's eyes opened wide upon hearing the familiar voice Ruji. As soon as Naruto helped the owner to safety, he ran out of the building, ignoring the fight Ubu was having with the other thieves. At first glance, it was evident that the tall one was the strongest. Naruto examined his surroundings before setting his gaze on the man in front of him. Finally saving that owner from the bandits was really annoying. Riwi. Naruto ignored Kuratsuchi's voice. The plan was somewhat simple. He needed to quickly defeat the man in front of him before getting a shadow clone to take him back to the hotel, then completely interrupt Ubu's fight and create even more shadow clones to also bring those bandits back. And if necessary, also defeat Yukai to defeat the target. The one in front of him had a plan, but to achieve it, he needed to stay hidden from Kuratsuchi. Thank goodness Kakashi taught him the perfect jutsu to do it. Naruto breathed Ono before repeating several hand signs. Water release, fog concealment technique. The water droplets in the air around the street began to thicken, condensed into a layer of fog that covered the street completely. Naruto continuously pumped chakra into the jutsu, which served to thicken the fog even further. What the hell, yelled the target. Frustrated Naruto could understand it. Even as a user of the jutsu, he couldn't see anything, but he also knew someone who could. He summoned shadow Zabuza. The dark matter spun around itself, forming thick but barely tangible tentacles. They seemed to move randomly, but Naruto knew better. The infamous Zabuza Imamochi had come back to life. Miss Naruto didn't need to waste any more time. Zabuza, I know you don't want to serve me, but we have to defeat this guy. Shadow. Zabuza growled, and his sword transformed into a mass of shadows. Anyway, finally, there's action, brat. Who do I have to kill? Active ability shadow extraction. LV1 information shadows consume 50 PM every minute of value that will decrease as the skill level increases. The initial extraction requires 20 PM. Naruto tried to ignore that Zabuza had just said that he would kill the man and instead focused on the enemy in front of him. He couldn't allow the target to die, but he also needed to defeat him as quickly as possible. Kuratsuchi probably wouldn't see with the fog while it lasted, and he wouldn't want to waste time trying to fight there. Maybe he would try to help Ubu in his fight. They were supposed to be just bandits. But considering the leader was a shinobi, it wouldn't be surprising if the others were too. Zabuza "Have you located him?" asked Naruto, curiously, taking a kunai out of his bag of course. "I can," answered Zabuza, immediately offended by Naruto's question. "The problem is that I'm too weak right now." Right, Naruto completely forgot Zabuza's shadow was strong. But he paled in comparison to the real person. The summoning was probably around Chunin level, but physically, he could have been even inferior. Only experience and technique had him the fight for now. If Zabuza had been in his old form, the fight surely would not have lasted so long. Naruto closed his eyes in the middle of so much fog he couldn't trust his sight. He listened carefully, straining his ears. The sound of bustle and heavy footsteps filled his ears. In front of us, he used Ukiya Taijutsu, activating and Taijutsu skill of the Ukiya clan, level 3 activated. Use drains 15 PM per minute. The user can use this ability for a few minutes without consuming PM. His ability, which was now level 3. Due to the recent month of training with Kakashi, quickly took over his body. Naruto leaped into the air, dodging the massive body that rushed towards him. The Chunin winced if he had been hit with that Zabu, swung his gigantic sword with practiced efficiency, aiming for the crook of the man's neck. The man brought his hands together and caught the legendary sword in his palm. Zabuza's eyes opened wide before narrowing again. He applied even more pressure to the hilt, releasing the sword of strength from the man's grip before lunging and striking at the opponent's legs. The target simply jumped back the attack completely, but at the same time, Zabuza still had his sword. That sword I think I recognized from somewhere. Anyway, I'm not going to ask what kind of jutsu it is. The youth of today, with their Kei-Genka and clan jutsus, why make it so difficult for the rest of the normal ninjas? The man complained before hardening his voice. It doesn't matter. I suppose after this, there's a Kei-Genka and less in this world. My name is Zenki. I think it's only fair that you know the name of the last person you will meet. No. Naruto found it strange that the target or Zenk referred to his shadow extraction as a Keiki Henkai, but it also made a certain amount of sense. When faced with a new jutsu that seemed almost unimaginable, it was logical to assume that it was some kind of jutsu bloodline, but in this case, it wasn't. Zenki performed hand signals at a rehearsed speed. Wind release breakthrough. A torrent of gust erupted from his mouth. The intention of the jutsu was Clara tries to dissipate the mist, but it won't be that easy. Right, Naruto thought the wind was very strong, but the mist still remained partially. This was due to the amount of chakra Naruto had invested in the jutsu, and the comparatively smaller amount that Zenki had used in his wasn't much, but Zenk already saw it. You're just a kid, hummy, have fun destroying each other. And then Zen ran. Naruto met him in the middle, depending on his taijutsu, to take the fight. The bald, muscular man threw an incredibly fast and wide hook, which Naruto quickly dodged, ducking at the last moment. Naruto took his opportunity and threw a punch to Zenki's stomach, who was completely exposed to his attack. Zenk simply chuckled in response. Oh no, the man lunged and grabbed Naruto's leg before throwing him into the air. Naruto, he struggled to get away, but Zenki's physical strength was too strong. A final, clean blow seemed inevitable, but Zabuza was still in the fight. Immediately behind Zenki, the legendary swordsman swung his sword again at Naruto's neck. Naruto was quickly released in an attempt to escape Zenki's attack, who was forced to retreat. It worked in part, but the cut on Zenki's back said otherwise. Blood spilled onto the ground. The ruby color was visible even through the mist. Partially thick. Naruto smirked at the sight. It was pure strength against a swordsman, an all-rounder like Naruto. I need to land a precise blow and knock him out, but I can't do something like that with my own strength, considering he is much stronger physically. Maybe a shadow clone jutsu. Around 12 clones manifested around the Chunin, each of them running toward the opponent in front of them in a hurry. Oh, the kitty wants to add more players to the field, smirked Zenny, adopting a calm stance. No, nothing's wrong. Kamami. Zenk's muscles tense, contracting for a brief second before exploding from their static position. His clones did their best, really, but it was completely useless. Every punch and kick the bald man destroyed two of his clones at once. The force and speed of his attacks were impossible to block or deflect. Zabuza snorted at the brief fight before looking at Naruto. Seriously, maybe he has a plan. Naruto turned his head with great speed to hear the good news, but maybe you're going to get a good hit or two, and I need a way to. Get close to that man, Naruto grimaced, imagining the pain a punch from zinc. Yeah, that would definitely hurt a lot. And to get close to the monstrosity without getting pummeled into oblivion, that was also asking too much. But they could try something. Naruto summoned a clone. He gave a meaningful look. Zabuza, alarm your sword the shadow. Smirk something. That looked incredibly creepy on the undead man's face. Naruto looked at his PM in fear. He only had 50 left, which meant that Zabuza barely had a minute left. He quickly deactivated his Ukiya clan taijutsu ability, making sure not to waste any more. This was his only chance. The clones were demolished. Zen stared at the two remaining figures in front of him. Zabuza's shadow gripped his sword tightly. He swung his sword at terrifying speeds, spinning the blade as it flew towards its target. Knowing how damaging the weapon was, Zenk couldn't afford to try and stop it with his hands, which only left one option. Dodging the sword passed through Zenki's body, who quickly dodged the attack. Ah, now, I recognize you are Abuza Momochi of the Mist, right? Asked Zenki, looking at the shadow with amusement. You don't seem that strong like the stories say, and you are as smart as you look. Idiot. Zabuza's sword disappeared in smoke, while Naruto appeared a second later. It was fitting that Zabuza used the same technique that was once used against him. Zenki's eyes opened wide. Naruto's hands ran over the signs of another jutsu, the one Kakashi had taught him, first before teaching him the next with great reluctance. Water release. Rough sees a monstrous amount of water erupted from Naruto's mouth, directed towards Zenki. The tsunami of water drenched him with great force, but he didn't move at all. The liquid collided with the rest of the surroundings in a similar fashion. A large amount of water remained on the ground, creating a blue layer over the otherwise rough road. Naruto was left standing completely soaked by his own jutsu. His black hair fell over his forehead, as wet as his clothes. He painted lightly. Before taking a deep breath, he needed to do this, sending a pulse of chakra to his feet. Naruto began to run on the water. What a pain, muttered Zenny, shaking some water off his clothes. At least now it will be even more fun to beat up you. And that idiot Kuratsuchi, where the hell is she? Naruto thought before shaking those thoughts out of his head. He needed the man. Smirked, showing his surprisingly pearly teeth. All right, then let's do this. Naruto ducked as a swift kick flew past his head. He took the opportunity to close in on the giant and landed a punch to his jaw. With a satisfying crunch, the attack landed. Yeah. But Zenkei chuckled. Once more, Naruto's blood ran cold. He was wide open. Zenk appeared in front of him, instantly grabbing his face tightly. He literally lifted Jining up with one hand before slamming his face into the rocky path. Naruto winced in pain, feel his nose instantly break upon contact, and the organ began to bleed shortly after. The water that had slightly cushioned the impact turned a murky red. How does it feel? The man asked, grinning sinisterly. Naruto simply smirked, accidentally tasting the metallic blood that reached his lips. Great. Why? __. Did I do that? A brief flash of anger ran across Zenk's face before he smiled again. You won't feel well for long, trust me. Zenk launched himself into the sky like a snowman rag before jumping. Naruto's vision was a nightmare as his body spinning at full speed prevented him from seeing his surroundings properly. Naruto staggered forward as a leg dug into his stomach, dropping him to the ground with a loud splash. The pain was unbearable, without a doubt the worst he had ever felt. Kakashi's training was nothing compared to this. Naruto's enge had already disappeared, revealing his much shorter stature and blonde hair for everyone to see. Bell, the vitality has increased by 1 level. Zenki crossed his arms. You're even more of a child than I thought. I should feel bad now, although the truth is I don't feel much pity. What's your name, kid? Naruto slowly stood up. His bloody face, his torn clothes, and weak posture weren't very attractive. Jining simply smiled, understood. Water release, water prison technique. After all, Zabuza was always known as the silent assassin. A dense, rotating sphere of water surrounded the man, quickly trapping him inside. Zabuza had one hand submerged in the sphere, which kept the jutsu active. This was the real reason why Naruto had used his left C jutsu to create the optimal environment for Zabuza's imprisonment technique. Of course, Zabuza could have performed the technique without a body of water, but it would have been much slower and therefore much harder to trap Zenki, a physical monster. That way Zenki screamed and thrashed around inside the sphere, but to no avail. He hit the sphere continuously, causing it to ripple and shake. In response, Naruto, try not to gape at the sight. How is he so abnormally strong? Does he use chakra? Or is it just his normal body shadow? Zabuza finished this quick. Kid, it's hard to keep a guy like him inside Naruto's side. Putting his hands on his knees, that was really tiring. He ran over to Zabuza, eager to finish the fight. Look, we just need him unconscious, Naruto said matter-of-factly. Unconscious? Why not? Kill that bastard, growled Shadow Zabuza, drawing his giant sword with his remaining hand. Naruto knew this would happen. The mission said the water prison shuddered with a groan. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. The prison was crumbling. The layer of water surrounding the man was getting thinner and thinner as he continued to bombard the sphere with an avalanche of punches. A second later, the man was free with a deafening roar. Zenki leaped into the air to try and escape, but Naruto was already behind him. Sword! Naruto yelled instantly at Zabuza. Zabuza swung the black sword like a spear at the blonde, who caught it in midair. Naruto grunted at the sudden weight, knocking him back before Zenki could react. Naruto spun Kubikiri around and slammed the man's head down with the blunt side of the sword. Zenki was unconscious. Shadow Zabuza, archaeologist, greeted. Chief, take this body to Kakashi Sense and explain to him that it's the bandit the mission spoke of. Naruto ordered, standing up once more. And you asked his clone, worriedly equipped, to Riwi. Riwi stared at the clones. I have work to do. I needed to catch the remaining bandits from Team IWA, and I had a plan to do just that. Kuratsuchi sighed in relief as she took out the last bandit with ease. They were definitely shinobi, but they were nowhere near Chunin level. And now we have to deal with that other guy. Ubu pushed up his glasses, as always, and snorted in disgust as he saw the bandits moaning in the corner of the restaurant. The leader, Kuratsuchi, hesitated. I'm not really sure, to be honest. She was sure she heard Riwi's voice at that moment, and after the release of the fog jutsu, she found it useless to try to help in the fight. Without a doubt, it was fortunate that he also returned, considering how difficult it had been for Ubui with the remaining bandits. They were not very coordinated, nor were they strong individually, but they had the numerical advantage and could have easily overpowered her. She turned around when she heard the sound of footsteps. Riwi entered the restaurant slowly, with his eyes moving in all directions. An alert Kuratsuchi narrowed his eyes. At this point, it was obvious that Riwi wasn't just any merchant from the town, but quite the opposite. The boy looked her in the eyes and smiled apologetically. I can explain everything. Kuratsuchi made into mush. Kuratsuchi confirmed. Great. How about we talk at that corner? I know I don't seem very trustworthy right now, but I'm sure I can convince you otherwise. Princess of Awagakure, and of course, the renowned Ubu Fuji, Ruji declared with a kind smile. Kuratsuchi was surprised at how new about my situation, as if a spy sent by grandfather would not be very surprised if the old man sent someone to watch her during the mission, especially in a place like this. Ubu looked at his partner, who nodded in confirmation. We accept your offer, haha. You do not need to be so serious, Ubu, Sen said, Riwi laughing. I do not care if you trust me or not, but I assure you that I am on your side. The trio walked towards the corner of the restaurant, surrounded by the surrounding tables. Kuratsuchi did not realize at that moment that I had completely lost sight of the remaining bandits, but Riwi, yes, Kurtos, Suchi glared at the boy in front of her. Okay, Rugi, can you introduce yourself again, this time truthfully? Of course. Well, to start with, the Hakor Shinobi forces sent me directly here. Something about a previous Chunin exam, right? Yeah, that's why they sent us here too. But I haven't seen you on any other Genin teams, right? You mentioned. That's right. I'm not on any Genin team. They sent me here to supervise the exam or the competition between Kono and IWA, and to help protect the coming IWA team if necessary. To be honest, I didn't expect them to come so quickly, so I was a little unprepared for their arrival. That's why I'm sorry, said Riwi, frowning. Kuratsuchi had already decided. The person in front of them was genuine, to say the least. She was still angry because Grandpa had sent someone to watch her, especially when he had made her promise not to treat her like a child again. But that was a matter for later. She smiled radiantly at E. Well, our honing sensei will probably come soon. Do you want to come back to us? I guess you beat the leader. Right, Jay Sensei? Re randomly stuttered, yeah. Oh, right. And yes, the leader is completely knocked out for now. We can go look for them later. Scrunched his face, confused. Why not now? Rui shrugged. It is your wish. And one last thing, sorry, what for? Rui turned into a puff of smoke. Kuratsuchi jade in surprise and stood up from his seat. Instantly, Ubu did the same, although, without gasping, Kuratsuchi ran towards the entrance of the restaurant, looking for any trace of the black-haired shinobi, but something felt strange. She couldn't describe it, but the atmosphere itself seemed different, huh? Kuratsuchi shouted, Yukai, from inside the restaurant. What did Kuratsuchi snap, looking frantically at the empty street in front of her? Before looking back inside, the bandits are gone. What Kuratsuchi shouted in her head, coming to confirm the truth for herself. No trace of the bandits remained. Rui had taken them all, which it meant that, and they had played them from the beginning. A sudden wave of memories entered Naruto's brain as he quickly ran back to the hotel. Wait, that worked, thought the genin in disbelief. He thought Kuratsuchi Yuki would have asked him for at least some kind of confirmation of his identity, and he had prepared his clone for that kind of answer. What he didn't know was that he didn't need to either. Naruto Rio maliciously felt a pang of remorse for having lied to the kind genin from IWA, but no, he could lie. He felt good. Fooling people as trick was a much easier way to achieve his goals without having to fight. In a way, he was also forced to lie. He didn't stand a chance against both of them at once. I'm here, Naruto realized. He knocked loudly. Kakashi-sensei. It's me, Naruto. Kakashi's voice came muffled a second later. Password? Huh? What password? Come in. Naruto opened the door with a click. He smiled at the presence of a defeated Sasuke, and an indifferent Kakashi. Naruto looked at Sasuke with a knowing smirk. You found the bandits. Sasuke Kuin. Sasuke simply grunted no. Well, guess who did it? Come and men. Naruto's clones burst into the room, immediately dropping unconscious or horribly injured bodies to the floor. 10 bandits lay on the floor, each matching the descriptions on the mission list. Their clones saluted before disappearing. A second later, Naruto withdrew his own, and just a second later, trying to elaborate on his point. Kakashi looked back at the men indifferently. They found them and beat them all. Naruto scratched his head. Well, it's a long story. I think I'll make it short. I found the bandits, beat them up, and brought them here after a fight. The IWA team. TBH, I was a bit too detailed. Sorry. Sasuke looked at him like he was a underscore. Weirdo. Kakashi just shrugged. Naruto frowned. He hoped they would be more impressed. Sakura burst through the door a second later, and the commotion woke her from her room. What happened? Naruto greeted her before continuing, like I said, it's a long story, but basically, please not again, said Sasuke, grabbing his forehead. It's okay. I owe you some ramen. Naruto smirked victoriously. Yeah, this was a total success, huh? And what do we do with these bodies? Naruto asked a second later. I'll take care of it for now. Change your own. So team IW doesn't recognize you, said Kakashi as he approached the bodies. Kakashi spit his finger, leaving a little bit of blood seeping through his pale skin. He placed his hand on the ground, followed by a circle of inky black seals enveloping it. More smoke appeared and then came out, and a pack of dogs, huh? This is all getting too wild. A week later, and Naruto looked at the strange, perfectly straight rock in front of him. You can come out after that, Konohamaru. And his two friends slowly got out of the artifact. How awkward was that? Naruto Sensei, the blonde, groaned. He forgot about all this with all his Konoha timeout. You promised, yelled Konohamaru, pointing at her face. Naruto racked his brains to remember what he had said. You promised. You said you would play ninja with us today. Naruto grimaced. Did I really say that? Sakura smirked at her partner. Seriously, Naruto playing ninja with little kids? I really can't blame her. And boss, who's the girl with the big forehead? Asked Konohamaru. Oh no. And Sakura's face scrunched up in anger. What the hell did you say? Konohamaru and his companions ran away from the scared girl. The girl in question looked really angry as her eyes widened in rage. But then Amaru crashed into someone. Calm down, boy growled. The person in question was wearing a baggy black jumpsuit that radiated a chilling energy. Where their forehead was supposed to be, they were wearing an unknown face shield. Someone from another village. Why is she here? Naruto thought, oh wait, Chunin exams. Probably a lot of people from other villages will be coming soon, so she should be very surprised as to this situation is just a misunderstanding, right? But the creepy kid didn't stop there. He grabbed Konohamaru by the collar of his shirt and lifted him up. That hurt a lot, brat. Konohamaru grunted in dismay. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Put it down anyway. It was my fault. Sakura apologized sincerely. because it was partly her fault. The girl next to the foreign boy spoke up. Next, put it down, Kankuro. Yeah, okay. And Kankuro smiled. It's okay. Anyway, I'm bored TBH, I don't care. Kankuro gasped as he felt an intense pain in his arm, forcing him to release the boy. Naruto's kick wasn't very strong, but it was enough to free Konohamaru. Naruto stood passively in front of the boy, but inside he was angry. It seemed that Kankuro was also just as angry. He tried to punch Naruto in the face in response, but compared to Zenki Kankuro, he was extremely slow. Naruto moved his face barely an inch, evading the fist completely before striking. Launch himself downwards and sweep his feet with a low kick. Kankuro fell backwards with a thud. The Konoha Chunin waited patiently for the boy to get up. You'll regret this, you hooligan, yelled Kankuro, throwing a massive punch at Naruto this time. He didn't need to dodge. The sand burst into life as it rose up in front of Kankuro and wrapped like handcuffs around his hands, stopping his movement. Completely a new opponent entered the battlefield. You are a disgrace. Kankuro. Naruto turned his gaze towards the newcomer, standing upside down. The boy's red hair was the only feature that stood out. His eyes met Naruto's. The blonde shuddered. This one was different. That was the least he could notice. Observing, and maybe level 17 or higher, hopefully not even close to 20. Observation failed. The target's level is too high. Naruto's surprise was almost tangible in the air. The Chunin exams are going to be really wild. Naruto kept his gaze fixed on the red-haired boy. He tried his best. He couldn't help but look away. His simple brown clothes were nothing special, but there was something sinister about the strange peanut-shaped cocoon on his back. Of course, comparing it to a peanut didn't do it justice. There's some kind of pressure surrounding this guy. What is it? Naruto thought with a slight grimace. Warning bell. Bloodlust detected. That was bloodlust. Was it a skill or technique that needed to be perfected? And if so, how do you learn it? Or was it an innate skill, something born from the own person? The boy continued to think that you're here playing with little kids. I think you've forgotten the reason why we're here. Kankuro clenched his fist, his face scrunched up in frustration. They started. Gaara first. The boy, he was Gaara. He shook his head slightly. One more word if you're dead. The atmosphere suddenly heated up when Gaara launched his threat. Naruto wasn't sure if the Sunagenin was serious, but just seeing the intensity of sweat on Kankuro's face, it was safe to assume that yes, I apologize, Gaara. It was completely my mistake, babbled Kankuro with his gaze lowered. Gaara simply nodded before turning from his position to Kankuro's side. The sand that impeded the movement of the taller Genin disappeared underground as Kankuro let out a sigh of relief. And you, who are you? Asked Gaara, looking somewhere behind Naruto. Naruto turned his head to match Gaara's line of sight, only to be met with the familiar face of the only Yukiya in Konoha. It's polite, introduce yourself before asking someone else. Or don't they learn that in Suna? Asked Sasuke, smirking as he walked to a place next to Naruto. Gaara didn't react. I'm Gaara of the desert. These are my brothers Kankuro and Temari. Who are you? Wait, he threatened to kill his own brother. Naruto realized with wide eyes and horror. What kind of boy is he? I'm Sasuke Yukiya. And these are my teammates Naruto and Sakura. The Duna shinobi didn't show any sign of recognition. Why are there shinobi Duna in Konoha? They are our allies. But they can't cross borders like that, right? Asked Sakura, sternly crossing her arms. Well, you're not the smartest of the group, right? Insisted Temari, showing some kind of identification to the group. They haven't informed you of what's happening in your village, Sasuke. And Sakura simply watched confused. But Naruto wouldn't let his village look bad in front of another foreigner, of course we know. Naruto said aloud, laughing under his breath, it's the Chunin exams, and they've come to compete. Kankuro nodded before narrowing his eyes in suspicion, which seemed odd to him with the pain on his face. So, why were your comrades so surprised by our presence? It was to be expected. They arrived very early, and they don't exactly look like shinobi. Naruto chided, clearly alluding to Kankuro's strange attire. Sasuke couldn't hide his laughter. Kankuro bristled angrily before wilting at the sound of Gaara's snorting. What's your name, your full name? Gaara asked, ignoring the taunt towards his brother. Naruto Uzumaki at your service, said Naruto, putting his hands in his pockets. Hissed. Naruto's body moved on its own as a tendril of sand moved towards him at terrifying speeds, flying through the air like an arrow, he gasped as he looked to his right, where a conjured sand spear was only inches away from piercing the spot where his face once was. Floating in time before falling to the ground uselessly, what the __ is wrong with this guy? Wow, you dodge him, said Gura, almost surprised now. It will be even more satisfying to kill you in the exams, Naruto. Uzumaki Kankuro Temari. Let's go. Without a second's hesitation, the more than eccentric trio left the premises. Sasuke smiled. The exams will definitely be interesting. Sakura froze, stunned by the encounter. If that's how all the other genin are, how the hell am I going to survive? Kinomaru simply looked at his boss in amazement. Boss, you're great. Naruto couldn't even smile at the praise. He knew Gaara was different from the moment he met him after experiencing him in the flesh. The pressure of his bloodlust was nothing compared to the replica of the first cage he was forced to fight against, but it was superior to that of Zabuza before he died. And how could a child of the same age as Naruto have such immense pressure? The answer was with his observation. He had left the notification aside, making sure to remember to accept it. Once the interaction with Gaara ended, would the player like a partial observation? Yes / no. Yes. Name Gaara. Title: The One-Tailed Jinchuriki. Occupation: Genin Dungakur. Level: Horsepower 100 Deputy 100 Chakra Street Bit Dex. And known luck was a Jinchuriki like Naruto himself. But unlike Naruto, he wasn't kind, welcoming, or merciful at all. Naruto shuddered. The Chunin exams are going to be tough, no doubt. Hello. Naruto looked up. When Kakashi greeted him at the top of one of the bridge's pillars stood the silver-haired sensei. He slowly began to descend, using the chakra technique. The three of them were already accustomed to Naruto. Smirked. If he had seen that a few months ago, he would have been stunned. It was funny how much things had changed in such a short time. In fact, if he had never obtained his system, the genin shook his head. There was no point in thinking about useless people and other imaginary circumstances. The fact was he had obtained the system, and thanks to it, he was stronger. Well, it was pretty obvious. But you're in the Chunin exams, congratulations, said Kakashi without any enthusiasm, rubbing the back of his neck. He gave them 3 one-piece of paper each. These are your applications. Naruto looked at his own application with interest. Application for the Chunin exam. Name: Naruto Uzumaki Sensei. Kakashi. This application proves that you are nominated to enter the Chunin exams after your confirmation upon successful completion of a B-rank mission assigned to your team. Naruto looked at his sensei and confused why it says the word confirmation. Shouldn't we already be in the exam? You were simply nominated for the exam if you don't want to participate. You don't have to show up if you want to sign the exam and hand it in tomorrow in room 301. Naruto looked at Sakura out of the corner of his eye. He didn't find it strange, nor did he blame her. If she tried to skip the exam, the conflicted expression on her face was quite evident. Perhaps a little motivation would be enough. Don't worry, Sensei. We will all be there tomorrow. You will have 3 new Chunins on your team to keep you safe, Naruto said. Humorously, Sakura's head shot up at the mention of everyone. Sorry, Naruto, for bursting your bubble, but no, I don't see any of you becoming Chun, Kakashi said with a serious expression, jumping down onto the flat surface of the bridge. Naruto asked, taken aback by his sensei's easy admission. Kakashi raised a hand to block Sakura and Sasuke's questions. At most, only 1 or 2 shinobi become Chun each year, and that was before this whole international thing started. The other villages wouldn't send any regular shinobi to represent them. They'll send the best of their genin. This time, there's a lot more competition with a variety of techniques never seen before. You can overestimate if you want, but underestimating your opponent is even more dangerous. Sasuke hummed lightly in agreement. Some villages are turning legendary shinobi in a honing just to teach some genin for the exams. Rumor has it, well, you'll see when the exams start. That's all for now, Naruto shouted before the honing could leave. Wait, Sensei. What do you need us to do to become Chu? Asked Naruto, desperately anxious. Any knowledge that would increase their chances. Kakashi was right. With the amount of genin taking the exam, it was inevitable that there would be more people like Gaara. Hell, even Karatsuchi was a monster. The rookie genin were fighting against people with a year more experience. The only thing you need to do is improve tremendously, and I mean at a very fast pace. Naruto couldn't help but chuckle. Kakashi and the rest of Team 7 looked at him, amused. Improving at a fast pace. If there was one thing Naruto All he could do quickly was improve. Naruto looked at his stats idly as he stood in front of the door to room 301. Name: Naruto Uzumaki. Title: Stormbringer. Occupation: Konoha Genin. Level: LV10. HP: 100 MP. 100 Chakra. 2000 Strength. 10 Vitamin. 12 Dex. 9 Int. 6 SAS 4. Look 2. Current abilities: Shadow Clone Jutsu. Level 4 Shadow Extraction. Level 1. Class: Necromancer. Attribute points: 0. His rise to level 10 wasn't much of a surprise after having fought for so long. Against Zank and done multiple side quests, Naruto gained a ton of experience in those situations alone, and that's without even mentioning the increase in his stats due to the amount of training Kakashi had put him through. Learning Tuhu was certainly a welcome experience as it helped his chakra control and discipline, which somehow worked to help him level up faster. In his opinion, by leveling up twice, he'd invested his points into strength, intelligence, and dexterity. He ignored the vitality, considering that it had increased several times over thanks to his personal training. Although it had decreased in recent weeks, intelligence clearly had the greatest impact on Naruto's mentality, which was why he focused on it next. It didn't change his personality at all, or suddenly give him the vocabulary of an experienced writer. However, he suddenly found himself able to articulate words he already knew better, as well as changing his way of thinking. While he thought about the things flying freely in his rather busy head, his deduction skills were currently tingling at level 3. The skill wasn't very useful to him, or rather it showed how little effort he put into deducing things, but Naruto trusted his instincts. He looked at Sasuke and Sakura, who seemed to come to the same conclusion as him. Sasuke smirked. "It's the wrong floor, isn't it?" The Jinjutsu began to fade, revealing the signal to be Naruto. He sighed. How would that fool a genin? So they headed upstairs. The walk wasn't particularly long, but it wasn't very pleasant either. Team 7 quickly made their way to the real room 301. They entered a room packed with Shinbo. Naruto didn't recognize a single soul. All eyes quickly focused on the approaching Team 7, who tried hard not to divert attention. Sakura failed completely, blushing nervously, which made sense considering she wasn't used to it. To everything, Sasuke, as the only Uchiha left in Konoha, was also used to attention. Naruto was used to it for more sinister reasons. As a vessel of the Kabai, he received many looks in his life that were usually bad instead of good. Weight, and it was that short black hair and a majestic attitude. Suchi was in the exam along with her teammates, and a stranger, but how they had completed the mission and the IWA team didn't, which means that the IWA team had in fact failed in their own task. So they shouldn't be in this room right now, Naruto thought as he watched the girl talking animatedly with her team. She was a princess, but it wasn't entirely impossible that her family used some kind of influence to get her to take the exams, or that there was some kind of backup test for teams that failed the qualifying exams. But it didn't matter. The only negative was that there was another tough opponent in the exam. Of course, there was Dara. Even in the presence of the great crowd, it was easy to miss him, partly due to his flaming red hair that stood out like an apple hanging from a tree. Yonakimo Kiri. It was certainly an international Chunin exam, plus it didn't make any sense considering that many of these villages were no longer allies, and worse still, they hated each other to death. And what's even worse, IWA was present within Konoha. Naruto tried not to groan when he heard the familiar voice. Rogel proudly shouted to Naruto, letting everyone in the room know, "Here, I challenge you to a duel." "Why did I have to be a duel right now?" Naruto asked in disbelief, looking at everyone watching him clearly. He said, "I already fought with Sasuke-san, and that day, he didn't want to fight you also since he needed medical attention." Naruto tried to analyze the situation with clarity. He could reject Lee's offer and avoid a lot of problems. However, he also wanted to see how much he had improved since the Wave's fight with Zank was not a standard battle without a doubt. And his use of Zabuza's shadow was also worrying. He needed to see how much he could do without his special abilities, which he definitely couldn't use publicly in the Chunin exams. An ability that could literally raise the dead and use it at his whim. It certainly wouldn't sit well with the rest of the world if people killed and stole children to obtain a Byakugan. What would they do with his ability Would they assume it was a special Kek Genkai? But something else made him want to accept the challenge even more. Timbre, new mission, rock, paper, sot, Vento created, mission details. Accept the challenge, Lee's, and trains mission rewards 1000 EXP, increases Taijutsu level by 2, respect for him. Failure, lose, all hope of becoming a Taijutsu master. The player accepts the mission, yes/no. And so Naruto accepted. Sakura rolled her eyes. That's the old Naruto. I know, well, we can't fight here, right? Let's go to one of the open hallways. There's plenty of room available, Naruto said, indicating for them to move. Lee greeted his teammates Niji and Tintin. The first one simply scoffed while the second one returned the greeting. Well, nothing has changed, Naruto thought, amused. Sasuke, Sakura, I will return in a few minutes, Naruto said to his teammates. Soon, they were outdoors with no spectators. You can use any jutsu you wish, Naruto San. Whoever is unconscious or admits defeat will be the loser. Are you ready? Asked Lee, already in his iconic pose from jutsu. I don't want to complicate life. Let's see. He is an expert in taijutsu, so I have to beat him with other methods. Using Sasuke's taijutsu would practically be wishing for the death. Seeing how he fared last time against him, I need to outsmart him. Somehow Naruto took a few steps back with a nod. He signaled for the fight to begin. Lee was quick. Seeing it with his own eyes and experiencing it in person were two different things. Naruto ducked under a flying kick to the head before blocking a punch to the chest with his arms. Cross the impact forced the blonde back, who grunted slightly at the force. Naruto lunged forward, looking to start his own attack. But it was certainly difficult considering the agility of his opponent. The Jinchuriki tried to land a blow to Lee's stomach, who simply dodged it with his hands behind his back and then attempted a wild uppercut to the jaw. Lee lunged forward, dodging the uppercut and connecting a strong blow to Naruto's stomach. Naruto stepped back in pain, but didn't lose his concentration. A few seconds later, he was kicked several meters back, coughing slightly as he felt as a bruise formed near his chest. It's going to heal. I shouldn't worry. He didn't like the QB being inside him very much, but if it came with advantages like regeneration, in the end it didn't matter. Naruto couldn't count on one hand the times he had won a fight or even survived thanks to the healing abilities of the Nine Tails. Right now, he had no way of beating Lee's, and he continued like this. The boy was too fast and strong to be caught by a genin with a year less experience. But Naruto had to. Try, his pride demanded it. He closed his eyes and began to truly concentrate. He moved forward with difficulty, not caring what Naruto did. His bright blue eyes flew open. Shadow clone, Jutsu. Naruto shouted, his voice echoing slightly in the hallway. Lee had the decency to look surprised as copies of Naruto appeared all over the area. Before his expression hardened. Simple, they won't help you, Naruto said. It was no wonder Lee didn't know what clones were of Shadow, since it was a jutsu forbidden in Konoha. Apart from Kakashi, Naruto didn't know who else could create Shadow clones, and that further improved its effectiveness. The element of surprise was a technique that Kakashi had instilled in the team, stating that even the weakest ninja could defeat a Honin if the situation favored them. Activate the Uchiha Taijutsu. Activating and Taijutsu ability of the Uchiha clan level 3 activated. The use drains 15 MP points per minute the user can use. This ability for 1 minute without losing MP. Clones face their enemy. Naruto felt Lee's surprise when they began to physically attack him. He probably expected the clones to disappear with the slightest touch, but was confused to discover that was not the case. But that did not matter. Although they could cause real damage, they were not as resistant as the real Naruto. The difference was evident to the experienced genin. The clones disappeared one by one. But in that moment, Naruto finished with his next set of replacement seals. He exchanged with one of his clones. Naruto, he took the blow to his right shoulder as Lee's eyes widened in surprise. With a roar, he lunged at Lee with murderous intent. A satisfying thud was heard as Naruto finally managed to land a solid, clean blow on the green-clad boy. Naruto snorted smugly. Yes, but the fight wasn't over, and according to Lee, it hadn't even started. Lee charged once more, but this time he was even faster. Naruto gasped as he felt a river of pain wash over him. Lee had given him a kick to the chin, launching him into the air. How is that possible? Front lotus. Naruto tried to land, but found he couldn't even move in the air due to Lee squeezing his arms and legs. When he had arrived behind him, bandages began to surround his body, trapping him completely in the air. Summoned Shadow Zabuza. Naruto stopped his summoning. Prematurely, he couldn't reveal an ability right now. Right before the Chunin exams, he looked at his impending demise and grimaced. This was going to, it's already hurting enough. The bandages loosened instantly, allowing Naruto's legs to move with his frantic legs. He managed to quickly position himself in the air and land on both legs still he had. Barely avoided a serious injury. What was Lee thinking? Of course Naruto would probably heal, but Lee didn't know, right? But that voice was awfully similar. Naruto looked around until he found a source of the voice that had accidentally saved him, and they found a giant turtle, or was it a land turtle? Had never been able to tell the difference. Lee knelt in front of the turtle as if it were a deity, his face full of apology and concern. "I'm sorry. Please, I just wanted to test my abilities." The turtle frowned, a comical expression on the reptile's face. "That move is forbidden for a reason. Lee, I'm deeply disappointed in your lack of foresight. A fight is not just about physical strength. Unfortunately, Ada-sensei would have been the strongest in our village a long time ago. Time for your lack of obedience. I will give you a just punishment." Naruto simply watched the conversation with a blank stare. This had to be a joke. "I promise I will face the consequences without hesitation," he swore solemnly, putting his fist to his heart. The turtle nodded in agreement. "I think your sensei wants to talk to you." Smoke swirled around the turtle's large shell as a burly man appeared above it with his unmistakable green suit, his bushy eyebrows, and his exuberant pose. It was obvious who was gay. The sense of the gay gentleman shouted. He ran towards his mentor, who stood still and waited. Blood spurted out of the boy's mouth as Gay landed a punch straight in his face, knocking him down. With all his might, Naruto stood up, shocked by the sudden turn of events. "I am very disappointed in you. If you hadn't come sooner." Gay shook his head. "Okay, let's not talk about it. I'll be brief, since you both have to leave soon. The first exam is about to start. Once it's over, I will have you give 100 laps around Konoha." Lee smiled widely and gave a thumbs up. "Gay sensei." The two hugged forever, or so Naruto assumed had happened. He was gone as soon as Gay mentioned the Chunin exams. "How I got so distracted," Naruto thought, bewildered. "I hope I didn't miss anything. If so, I don't want to even imagine Sasuke or Sakura's reaction." "Sen, wait a second, please," yelled at him from behind. Naruto waited for the boy to catch up. "What's up? The exam starts soon." "Don't worry, Guy sensei," he said. "There's still some time left. In fact, there's between 6 and 10 minutes until it starts. I want to talk to you about something." Naruto was confused about what to talk about. He nodded for Lee to continue. "During the fight, while using the frontal lotus, I noticed something strange. I'm sure it was that. Since I'm pretty good at deducing things, you seem to be holding something back for some reason." Naruto-san Jr. spoke to him in a low voice, walking next to the blonde. The blonde was slightly impressed. It was the brief moment of hesitation that made him react. In any case, it didn't matter. Naruto had nothing to reply, because what she was telling him was true. He rightly interpreted her lack of response as confirmation. So he was right. "I won't judge you for holding back, since I've done the same. But I urge you not to attempt this during exams, especially against me. Holding back against an equally strong opponent is considered an insult to me and many others. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you for accepting my fight." Naruto wasn't sure why, but he started to feel guilty anyway. Lee left first, saying goodbye, leaving Naruto alone. His thoughts. The blonde could only sigh. "Really, there is no way to prove my nomancy right. But if he had to fight him," Naruto promised himself that he would try with all his might, even without the help of his shadows. He returned to the room with the rest of the gathered teams. The villages seemed to have separated naturally, each one in their corner. Naruto headed to the Konoha section, eager to meet all his friends from the academy. Within the Konoha section, all the ninja teams were separated by year groups from the academy. "Hello," greeted Naruto, were Shikamaru and the rest of his team. Kiba and the rest of his, and Naruto himself. "Oh, Naruto is here. You look a little different," announced Kiba, looking him up and down. Naruto looked at himself with doubt. "Really? Maybe he grew a centimeter? Or less? I'm joking, haha. You should have seen your face," said the Inuzuka, laughing uncontrollably. Naruto felt a twitch in his. Well, you don't seem to have changed either. You're still as stubborn as ever." Kiba froze before nodding smugly. "That's right." Shikamaru gently punched him in the neck. It wasn't a dumb compliment. "Hey, Naruto." "Shikamaru, I'm surprised to see you here. To be honest, I thought you wouldn't want to compete in the Chunin exams," Naruto said, looking curiously at the sharp-haired genin. "You're right, to be honest," Shikamaru admitted, scratching his head. But I don't think Inan and Choi would have let me live if I hadn't come. Of course they did, Ino yelled from another corner. Conversation with Sasuke and Sakura Naruto almost felt sorry for Yukiya. He almost looked at the rest of the team's Yoyada, and Shino Naruto was tempted to use the ability to observe all the ninja, but he had already done it a month before Hinata had improved drastically, but was still not at her current level. Shino was progressing at a similar pace, but was probably stronger than Hinata if she didn't use Subi Kugen, or so he assumed from their individual stats. Shino's bugs were not a public secret in Konoha. In his last name, he would probably be recognized by some older ninja from other villages. They all knew how deadly his Een bugs could be. Nat stuttered, as always with flushed cheeks. Hello, Nudo-kun. It's nice to see you again, Naruto-san. Shino said. Her voice wasn't very low, but it still sounded like a whisper. For some reason, the rest of the conversation continued in a similar manner, with everyone chatting a bit here and there. 9 rookies fresh out of the academy is a rare occurrence. Naruto's ears perked up at the new voice. The tall boy seemed unusual to say the least, with his long silver hair tied back in a ponytail and circular glasses around his eyes. He looked like the typical intelligent student of the academy. At least he was from Konoha. He continued with his haughty voice. To be honest, they seem a little naive. They shouldn't take these exams so lightly. And who are you? He asked. And it doesn't bother you, Kabuto? Believe me, don't underestimate those around you. This is the 7th time I've taken the exam, and I still haven't become a Chunin. Look at these cards. Ninja Information. Naruto looked at the pieces of paper that Kabuto took out of his pocket were bright orange and had some kind of kanji engraved on them. These cards contain a lot of information about a lot of things: the number of participants, the strengths and weaknesses of some contestants, and other things. Naruto simply looked with suspicion at. The person in front of him having so much information was not a simple shinobi. True, taking the Chunin exam for the 7th time did not seem to affect his other talents, but it seemed to be incredibly useful, and he wasn't going to waste the opportunity to evaluate his opponent's skills. The main goal of all this was to become a Chunin by the end of the exams. After all, the bespectacled genin was practically begging them to ask him about someone or something, maybe to gain their trust. Naruto stopped. Lately, he was getting too paranoid. Naruto took a step forward. Can you tell me something about Gaara? He's a genin from Suna. Kabuto smiled before shuffling his cards. He frantically finally pulled one out before starting to read the details one by one. Gaara, huh? Well, he's quite capable, right? 8 C rank missions and 1 B rank even before the entrance one. Not bad for a genin. Unfortunately, there isn't much information on his strengths. As for his exploits, he's returned from all of his missions without a single scratch. Naruto listened intently. He hadn't learned anything from it except that the boy was even more of a monster than he expected. He ignored the others. When Sasuke started to ask about him, the Chunin exams were going to be even harder than he thought. If there were more monsters like Lyra, this wouldn't end well. And that's not even counting Niji. Shut up, all your useless mouse. Naruto flinched a little at the loud noise, and the explosion hummed. The smoke cleared, revealing a whole gang of shinobi for everyone to see there. Names are Marino and Vicky. The examiner for the initial test, Marino, was a tall man who exuded confidence and intimidation. His face was covered in horrible scars, and the dark trench coat he was wearing didn't alter his impression much. Please everyone submit your applications and sit in the indicated seat. Naruto did so slowly, making sure to observe everyone he saw. He tried not to look too much at Kuratsuchi, the only foreign genin he actually recognized. He wondered what exactly they were doing for the first exam. Looking at the tables and the classroom, it was almost as if they were going to have some kind of exam. Naruto froze. No, they're not going to give us a test, right? Naruto thought, laughing nervously. Invested a lot of points in intelligence, but that didn't make him learn new information at all. It had only changed his way of thinking a little and improved his level of understanding. Naruto looked at the students next to him, Yada, and some genin from Otoge Kirif. It was an exam. Why were they forced to sit so close? And Vic explained the rules of the exam in more detail, talking about point reductions and also the team reductions that were applied if someone cheated or tried to cheat. The Chunins who surrounding them were there only to supervise each student and warn them if they cheated. And then came the final point. If anyone lost 10 points, the entire team would be disqualified. Naruto laughed hysterically to himself. Of course, he's going to disqualify us all. He could tell Sakura and Sasuke were thinking similar thoughts if the stunned looks on their faces were any indication. He continued to ruminate as the tests were handed out. They had 1 hour to solve only 10 questions, which was not a good sign. Every student knows that the exams with fewer questions are the ones that worry the most, since they're the ones that influence the grades the most. Naruto went over the questions one by one, maybe at least one. It would be easy. Right, question 1. Let's suppose a Kuna was thrown at an enemy shinobi perched in a tree 20 m away. The angle between the Kuna and the ground was 20 g. If the shinobi has the standard speed of a Chunin, with what angle and speed should a second kunai be thrown to hit the enemy? Can put some circumstances as long as be realistic. Naruto felt his eyes bulging out of their sockets. What kind of question was that? Was it even possible to solve? What was the point of solving such a problem on the battlefield? Could someone calculate everything in the blink of an eye in the middle of a fight? Shaking his head, Naruto moved on to the next questions. They were all the same. He tried not to bang his head on the table in frustration. No, and I have to think about it carefully. These are questions that not even Sakura could solve with certainty. If she can't, most of the people present didn't either. Naruto's eyes widened in realization. Why doesn't cheating only cost 2 points? It shouldn't be ground for disqualification. And why are the seats so close together? It's almost like they've made it easy to cheat. And wait, they want us to cheat without getting caught cheating is BS for all shinobi. But then the next problem arose. Sasuke had the Sharingan, both in Nada and Niji had Subyugan, and the others had special abilities. He didn't have no special ability that would allow him to cheat without one of the proctors noticing immediately as he thought about that the Gening teams were being eliminated one by one. Hinata seemed to understand his situation. Looking ahead, he tilted the paper slightly so Naruto could see some of the answers. It seemed Hinata was smarter than she let on, as she already had 4 or 5 questions answered. The temptation was there, begging him to look. An invisible force pulled his head towards the paper. Even as she tried to look away, Naruto couldn't copy these answers, whispered and Nada as softly as possible, which wasn't too different from his usual voice. Well, maybe it was, but the rupee felt that way with the amount of people leaving. There's no point in taking risks. I wouldn't be surprised if Hinata and I have already lost some points. I don't have to refuse. I have to wait for the last question. He shook his head slightly before looking back at the paper. He must have gotten the message from the way as he placed it in place. 40 minutes passed, every second a tantalizing wait for the final question. Now the 10th question will be announced. The final rule for the 10th question was even more terrifying. Naruto was sweating as he felt the pressure build. Should he accept or reject the question now? Since he hadn't written a single answer, it was to be expected that he would go away. That only left one crazy option. Naruto raised his hand. Before you say the last question, I need to go to the bathroom, please. He could feel the Genin's eyes on him back. Kankuro had done the same thing minutes before. Proctor, take this boy to the bathroom, said Aiki with disdain. They handcuffed Naruto and dragged him with ropes. Probably the handcuffs were put on to prevent him from performing jutsus, which was a pretty appropriate disadvantage. The blonde headed to the bathroom, and one of the stalls weren't very well kept or clean, but they would do for now. After all, he hadn't gone there with that purpose. Hurry up, Brett, you've wasted enough, barked the supervisor from the corner of the bathroom. He was taking a crazy risk, but it was definitely better than expulsion for him and his 2 teammates, and for it to work, he'd have to be willing to do something dirty. Naruto took a deep breath. Observing, and successful observation. Name, Yuta Anime. Title, The Textbook Genius. Occupation, Konoha. Level, LV 13. Horsepower, 100. Deputy, 100. Chakra, 125. Strength, 7. Vitamin, 6. Dex, 8. Int, 10. Wisdom. CCO, LCCO. The Chunin that brought him was incredibly weak. Naruto was shocked at how weak he was. Yuta, this raised the question of what exactly the Chunin exams were tested on to determine if someone as low as level 13 could become Chunin. Naruto knew that he wasn't that high of a level either, but his level was completely skewed by the amount of skills the system had given him that weren't taken into account. His real level would be at least 5 or 4 times higher. The Genin were also very lucky that Yuta was considered the genius in the textbooks. He zipped up of the pants. The cuffs would prevent the jutsus, of course, but Naruto's abilities never needed his hands. Right summons Zabuza shadow. Some shadows emerged behind the Chunin, who remained motionless, while the ode behind him continued to grow. A faint darkness materialized in human form, and the dark figure of Kubikiri landed on the supervisor's neck. Yuta froze when he felt the familiar sensation of steel pressed against his neck. Naruto glared at the Chunin threateningly, while Yuta left dropped the strap to the handcuffs in shock. Hey, what are you screaming? Move, or try anything, and I'll kill you right here. And now Naruto interrupted coldly. You can't. You and your team will be disqualified, whispered Yuta, scared. Naruto laughed slowly. It was an incredibly strange sound from the little boy, which made it even more terrifying. After all, that was the effect he was going for. Naruto took a step closer to the sweaty man. The deal, it's simple. Tell me all the answers to the test, or you'll die, and you won't hurt me. You don't know who I am, he asked Naruto with an evil smile. I am the vessel of the Kumi. Even now, he begs me to kill you, tear you apart, and feed on your flesh. I should answer him. Yet enemy. Yuta gasped at the sound of his name. Please, I can't let you cheat. They're going to kick me out. How is this? I willingly force you to tell me. Yet, San, it's practically cheating, just like the others. This Mayo Jutsu isn't an illusion. It's a curse. If you mention that I cheated during the exam, that sword will fall. I don't care if I do it in the middle of a classroom, nor the Nine Tails either. Now will he reveal the answers to me? Naruto focused all his attention on Luda, hoping she would answer the bell. New ability, gained bloodlust. LVL 1. Yuta nodded hesitantly. Naruto smirked. It wasn't that hard right now. The second question was especially difficult. You all passed the exam. Naruto tried not to scream in frustration when Aiki revealed the true purpose of the mission. According to the rules, he didn't even have to write anything down, and he would have still passed anyway. He had passed the test. Naruto left the classroom, sending a thumbs up to Yuta, who refused to acknowledge his existence. Well, the truth is I couldn't expect anything else. Behaving like a psychopathic killer takes its toll on me. The first exam was over, and he had passed with flying colors and with threats. And Vicky began another long speech to inspire the students, but was interrupted when a purple ball broke through the glass window and entered the classroom. Shards of glass exploded on the floor. Before that, the purple figure slowly revealed itself. Soin Kamitarashi, the head examiner for the second Chunin exams. This is going to be annoying. Doorbell. The skill tree has been unlocked. Naruto looked at the floating carving next to him. Skill tree, what the hell is this? Choose between the two skills displayed. Enhanced eyesight, level 1. Iron skin, level 1. Naruto wasn't sure what to think when the purple-haired woman appeared out of nowhere, but he was certainly surprised after introducing herself in a rather terrifying manner. Anko led all the Genins to Training Camp 44, also known as the Forest of Death. It looked like a terrifying place with tall, jagged trees that looked like perfect hiding places for all sorts of creatures and other Genins. Naruto observed with a grimace. Someone could die in that forest without anyone noticing. The Forest of Death has its infamous nickname for a reason. The first exam was a boring and mediocre written exam, right? Don't worry, there will be much more this time. Action said. Anko, excited. Naruto was definitely more worried. Now his thoughts turned to Gaara, against whom he definitely could not fight as an equal with his current abilities, a psychopathic Jinchuriki, sowing chaos in a place like the Forest of Death, where he was practically allowed to kill other Jin, and surely was not going to end well. Either way, Naruto would do everything possible to avoid conflicts with the Jinchuriki as long as possible until he became much stronger. Then came the real decision that had to be made. Choose between the two abilities shown. Enhanced eyesight, level 1. Iron skin, level 1. Naruto had been waiting for something like this to appear ever since he discovered that the system gave him separate perks in addition to manually increasing his stats. Enhanced eyesight, iron skin. Well, I can guess what they mean by the names enhanced eyesight. Probably referred to increased visual range, which seemed useful in a way. Iron skin, iron probably made him a lot more durable. For a short time, both were clearly using his PM, considering they weren't really chakra related, and he got the ability immediately. Considering his options, Naruto was definitely leaning towards iron skin, considering his own fighting style was mostly hand-to-hand combat. Even on the team he was on, enhanced vision was of no use. It was of no use when his own teammate had, among other things, a Sharingan, While that was true, Naruto definitely needed more information before he could make a viable choice. Enhanced Eyesight Level 1. Information. While the ability is activated, the user has a greater understanding of their surroundings. Their vision is drastically improved, as is their general awareness of moving targets. Well, according to what Sasuke told me about the Sharingan, it's practically a much weaker version of Tsukai Henkai. Naruto thought, weighing the words appearing on the screen. Iron Skin. An info while the ability is activated. Once activated, the user's skin acquires iron attributes, making it much more durable and resistant to all types of attacks. Naruto's mouth was watering at the idea of having both abilities at the same time, and he quickly closed his mouth when he saw that other genin were looking at him strangely. Although having both was a good idea, the system had only given him one option, and when analyzing his options, Naruto had one answer. Clara chooses Iron Skin. New ability Timbre. Obtained Iron Skin Level 1. Its use consumes 10 MP and lasts a minute before a 10-minute skill cooldown is applied. Iron Skin was the skill that seemed to fit best with his current abilities and skill set. Having something like the Iron Skill would be incredibly useful when fighting people like Zenny, who was resilient. Without using any skills, he looked around at the monsters surrounding him. Iron Skin would be extremely useful in the near future. Anko had finished her notification speech and was starting the instructions for the next exam before someone else interrupted her. Okay, you can start with the next exam. Now Naruto and the rest of the crowd turned their necks at high speed towards the girl who said that. Loudly, with short green hair and a tan complexion, the genin in question looked very exotic. Anko laughed out loud, then threw a kunai and flashed so fast that Naruto could barely keep up. The girl caught the kunai with her bare hand before rolling her eyes in disbelief. Anko, she looked a little impressed, but calmed down immediately. The invigilator of the second exam crossed her arms. Kids these days are so impatient. They think I want to explain so much to them. Of course not, but someone has to lay down the ground rules, and that person, unfortunately, has to be me. So, to the rules of the second exam, then came an explanation of the second stage of the Chunin exams, which only indicated to Naruto that the exams seemed to be about finding conflicts for some reason. The mission was to go into the center of the forest with the Heaven Scroll and the Earth Scroll, which seemed easy enough on its own. However, each team only had a single scroll. That meant that only half of the teams would qualify for the third stage of the exams. And to qualify, you had to be aggressive. There really wasn't an ideal strategy except to avoid being seen. The first one, Anko, picked up a pile of papers. You'll have to sign this waiver, just to have some guarantees. Henning's group. He slowly moved towards the supervisor, who placed the sheets on a table in front of them. Hey blonde, move aside. Kuratsuchi walked past Naruto as she went for the flyers. Naruto was a little disappointed at being the same height as the girl when he was almost 30 centimeters taller in his Ryui form. For a second, he thought she would recognize him for some reason, but he pushed that thought away. It probably wouldn't do her any good to realize it was Ryui, seeing as how Naruto and the rest had practically stolen the mission from him. From Team 7 signed their papers with a spare pen that Sakura had. However, it seemed that not everyone had a pen, since others started asking Naruto for one. As well, the green-haired girl was the first to ask, hey, can I borrow a pen? Naruto looked into her strange bright orange eyes and handed it to her. Clearly curious, he glanced at the genin who was able to catch the kunai and that Anko had thrown so easily. Observing and observation failed. No, and the level of the objective is too high. No again. Would the player like a partial observation? Yes/no. Yes. Name FK. Title The Seven Tails. Jinchuriki. Occupation Takigakure. Genin level HP 100 Deputy 100 Chakra Street Bit accent known. Luke. Naruto stood there shocked at the turn of events as he cast the observation. He assumed the FK girl would be a pretty strong genin without RLE, if not less. Who would have thought she was a Jinchuriki like him? And Gaara, there was not one, not two, but 3 Jinchuriki in the Chunin exams. Counting Kuratsuchi on the list, there was more than one monster in the exams. Would it be hard to win them all? And so only one solution came to mind. If they were all monsters, Naruto just needed to become a bigger one. Naruto handed the Sky Scroll to Sasuke, who he trusted much more with objects of such importance. So we have a game plan. Naruto asked the rest of his teammates. Yes, our main objective is to enter the center with both scrolls. Right, what does that mean? Right now, we need the Earth Scroll, so we should scout our enemies in advance and find out who has each the Earth Scroll and the Sky Scroll. After all, it would be pointless to fight a group with a non-Sky Scroll, said Sasuke, putting a hand to his chin. Naruto, let's make the most of your clones. Naruto nodded. It was a good start, no doubt, but it was completely dependent on the strength of their opponents for it to work. If the opposing groups that had the Celestial Scroll, they were counting on someone like Gaara, who was probably already killing people left and right. The plan would fail completely. We also can't let them recognize Naruto, he mentioned with a thoughtful look at the blonde. The clones can disguise themselves as something else while they explore and come back to me with information. Naruto added, clasping his hands. He summoned exactly 12 shadow clones, sending each one in different directions. The clones formed like random civilian children. Naruto remembered seeing to stop someone from attacking a blonde brat who was in the forest with him. Naruto looked at the sun, raising his head. Very well. I think it's time to bell warning bloodlust. Detected. Naruto paused. What happened? Naruto asked Sakura. Anxiously, Sasuke looked alert to Naruto. Didn't have time to notice his eyes were already red. The wind erupted with a shriek from the treetops as Naruto yelled move, so everyone could hear the cyclone wind scratched and tore his clothes, but thankfully he largely avoided it thanks to his soprano understanding of the situation. Once the jutsu was finished, Naruto looked around him. Everyone is okay. Both Sakura and Sasuke yelled affirmatively despite the shattered trees and earth around them. In the top of a tree stood a masked Chunin. His spiky blonde hair and pale green fur were easily visible among the sparse line of trees by his appearance. And of course the headband he wore it was obvious that he was from Amigakure. He then crouched down, aiming directly at an unsuspecting Sakura. Sakura, move, Naruto ordered, immediately running towards his pink-haired companion. I didn't think they would attack us so quickly, Naruto thought in disbelief. I need to end this quickly. Sasuke seemed to be thinking the same thing because he tried to intervene as well. Sakura quickly dodged the attack. Her reflexes were much faster thanks to the infernal training that Kakashi gave her. She might not be that strong, like Naruto or Sasuke right now, but I can also defend myself. Naruto launched himself towards his enemy at great speed. He deflected the shuriken that was thrown at him with his kunai before launching himself into the attack. In a battle of taijutsu, there were many that could defeat Naruto, but there were also many that couldn't before the genin of Amigakure could react properly. Naruto landed a hook kick to the face before using his other leg to grab onto the heel of the NI and knocking him to the ground instantly. It was an efficient move, although not cheap, but that was what ninjas did. Naruto brought his cradle and stuck it into the opponent's Jin's knee, who burst into water curse, yelled Naruto. Frustrated to make matters worse, his pants were completely wet. Sakura seemed just as angry, but managed to calm down. Well, we couldn't be the only ones who decided to use clones. Well, thank goodness they weren't shadow clones, thought Naruto, trying to be optimistic. Let's not overthink this. We need to act as quickly as possible. It's possible that our location has been revealed with all the commotion, and we definitely don't want any more attention on us. We can also find a place to camp, said Sasuke, trying to get the group back into action. Naruto, the clones revealed something, yet apparently that wasn't a bad sign, nor a good sign. It meant that there weren't many opponents around, which meant they had less chance of finding an enemy to defeat. And again, Earth Scroll Team 7 walked for about 20 more minutes, trying to cover as much as possible distance as possible, as stealthily as possible, as clones still hadn't disappeared, which was starting to be very unusual. Anyone would have thought that the dozen clones he had sent would have found someone by now. The walk passed without incident, except for the few large creatures that appeared from time to time, but they were easily scared by some fire jutsus that Sasuke threw at them. And then the warning bell started. Extreme bloodlust was detected. Naruto's blood ran cold, guys. Oh, one, an explosion echoed through the forest, launching Naruto and all nearby obstacles with overwhelming force, uprooting trees from the ground and shattering boulders into pebbles. In a single shockwave, he felt his body fly like a rag doll through the air before landing painfully on the grassy forest floor. He rolled and tumbled with the resulting momentum before finally coming to a stop against a tree that helped him and stopped his movement. Naruto stood up looking around dazed. He needed to get back to the others. Whatever was facing them at that moment was very different from anything they'd faced before. The bloodlust that was radiating from that person was something Naruto had never experienced. SSSSS. And his eyes, open wide in front of him, was an enormous snake the width of a train, but not that long. Its green, scaly skin and reptilian eyes were a terrifying sight. Naruto gulped. As he faced the reptile, he lunged with another shuddering hiss, narrowly missing his target. As Naruto leaped into the air and landed on the snake's back, the blonde tried to dig his cradle into the snake's skin to gain leverage, but found it was nearly impenetrable, and his attack barely left a scratch. He dodged another blow from behind, as the snake's tail was not willing to be so vulnerable. The blonde finally had to separate himself completely from the snake's body. Any attempt to balance himself on the creature's slippery, scaly skin was in vain. With each passing second, his companions ran faster danger. He needed to find a way to get rid of the snake quickly, and he had the perfect idea. He summoned Zabuza's shadow. The person in question appeared in a swirl of darkness at his side, as stern as ever. Again, Naruto grimaced, knowing that would happen. I know I depend on you a lot, but I need to get rid of you, miserable animal. Besides, I don't need you, just a sword, of course, but do it fast, and you better not call me for a weak brat. Of course, Naruto lied through his teeth. I wasn't going to stop summoning Zabuza for a whole week. Zabuza threw the sword at him. Normally, this would have been a violation of tradition, but since I'm already dead, I don't care anymore. Too impressive. Naruto caught the black kubikiri carefully. The large sword required both of Naruto's hands to wield properly. He grinned widely as he watched the snake approach. You shouldn't have done this. You poor snake. It's time for its execution. Naruto exclaimed loudly, grabbing the sword and folding his hands. Knees, he pushed with all his strength over the snake's fangs, and near its head with a jerk, he brought the sword down on the snake's head. The metal pierced the snake's skin as if it were butter, decapitating the reptile in one blow. It was a bloody spectacle. Red blood and blood vessels sprouted from the disconnection in the snake's body, also covering Naruto with blood. The genin wiped the blood from his face with his hand and planted it in his hair. Listen, Naruto. Naruto became alert immediately. This was the first time Zabuza called him by his real name. Normally, he only used brat or kid, which always irritated him for some reason. Zabuza seemed very serious. Snake summoning is a technique unknown to many in the rest of the world. Only 2 people currently know it, but I think only one of them would use it to kill Chunin. And if what I think is true, you and your companions are in serious trouble. Who is Orochimaru of the Sannin? Sasuke growled and groaned in pain as he felt the blood running down his thigh. His leg had driven the kunai into him without a second thought, and now he faced the consequences. Fire style, part of the phoenix flower, the black-haired boy shouted as he performed the hand signs at a record pace. Multiple fireballs launched themselves towards the pale snake man, who twisted and turned through the jutsu, not allowing a single hair to be singed by the bright orange fire. This guy is like nothing I've ever known. It's obvious that they're pulling my leg, but why? What's in it keeping me alive? Thought Sasuke, with a frown. The fear and adrenaline in his body were the only things driving him at that moment. Everything else was secondary. He was going to survive this no matter what. He looked at Sakura beside him, who was shaking in fear. Her eyes were devoid of all emotion except fear. I could use some help from Naruto right now. Sasuke threw himself back, throwing his ninja wire with fury at the man, who didn't even flinch at the attack. The wire surrounded the enemy, hook in her body. Sasuke caught the end of the wire in his mouth and immediately waved his hand, causing the thin chakra conducting wire to burst into a line of flames. Sakura's eyes widened in hope as the damage seemed to have been inflicted, and everything did absolutely nothing. The man had returned to his original form. He remained motionless on the branch and was grinning evilly. What is someone like you doing in the Chunin exams? You are definitely not a genin, Sasuke muttered, trying by time. The answer the man gave him made Sasuke wish he hadn't asked the question in the first place. You Sasuke-kun, I have come for you now. How about you reveal the ability you've been hiding? It would be a shame to let you die so easily, the man said sadistically in a low, condescending voice. Sasuke felt anger course through his veins, but he couldn't do anything. The man in front of him was superior in every way, from trapping Sasuke with that genjutsu from before with a simple look to seeming indestructible by the way he resisted his jutsus. He closed his eyes and the next time they opened, they were scarlet red with two tomo revolving. Around the pupil, the pale man Rio gritted his teeth. Great. Finally, the real show can begin. I have to try to surprise him with my attack. Trying to be on the defensive all the time will only cost me my life. I need to trust my chances of hitting this man. Sasuke sent a pulse of chakra to his feet and launched himself through the large branches of the tree. He was in discovering that the snake man was still motionless. That would be his mistake. The Ukiya met him with an uppercut that was casually blocked with his fist before jumping on the man, freeing his hand now with his back to his enemy. He attempted a sweeping kick that was gracefully dodged. Sasuke stepped back to avoid a blow to the throat. Before reaching into his pockets, he grabbed over a dozen shurikens and threw them all at once at his opponent at the same time. He sealed it with one hand, charging each projectile with pure lightning. The man looked slightly surprised before leaning back at an unusual angle for any human shinobi. No, Sasuke's Mirkiv. Naruto wasn't the only one learning a new jutsu during his training with Kakashi. Discovering that it was compatible with lightning was a surprise, but a pleasant surprise, and something he was going to take full advantage of. He tugged on the strings connecting each of the shuriken, bringing them back for a second chance at redemption. The man disappeared into a puff of smoke. Sasuke heard a round of applause behind him. The menacing voice was recognizable. Nice try, Sasuke. Kuin, I'm very impressed by your versatility. She's a beauty, but I'm afraid her diarsa is over. Sasuke felt his vision darken as he felt a sting in his neck from behind. Itachi Orochimaru stood widely as he watched Lukia's unconscious body in front of him. His body would be really useful. He just had to manage the mark, and everything would be set in stone. The beloved Sharingan, finally. It would be his. But who was this girl standing in front of him, trembling with a kunai in her hand? Who cares? Orochimaru swatted the kunai away before slamming the girl into the undergrowth at the foot of the trees. After all, his plans weren't affected whether she was alive or dead. She was a simple nuisance, someone he didn't need to deal with, and someone he would rather not kill, just to buy time. An ant in a room full of giants. But Sasuke, on the other hand, and Orochimaru laughed together. Teeth, his plans were going. Great. Hey, snake monster, another annoyance. Orochimaru didn't even look at him. Instead, he summoned one of his snakes and directed it towards the boy. Surely that would be enough to kill. I said, hey, you're really starting to piss me off. Orochimaru, the legendary Sanin, finally looked at the boy. Ripped orange clothes and blonde hair covered in blonde. It wasn't a modern look, but the most surprising thing was the large black sword he carried on his back. Orochimaru smirked. Time for a kill. Naruto. He looked at Orochimaru of a Sanin with a look of pure hatred, seeing the unconscious and hopefully undead bodies of his friends. He tried to keep the heavy sword on his back with one hand, but he managed it. Anyway, Orochimaru pretends to be that monster, pale as hell. Nobody noticed that something was wrong with that guy. Naruto thought, ho, the brat Kaioi decides to come now. I assumed that the snake would take longer to defeat. Well, that sword, where have I seen it before? In fact, what is it? Doesn't look like no jutsu I've ever seen before. Orochimaru whispered slowly, an interested expression on his face. It doesn't matter what jutsu this is, Naruto said, placing the sword in front of him with both hands. I'll kill you no matter what. It was false bravado, but it was something he needed. If he didn't believe he could win, he had no chance of doing so, much less of saving his teammates. Of course, Naruto wouldn't get his hopes up. He couldn't beat a Sanin. They had read about the three of them during their time at the academy. But if he could either stall for time until help arrived, or try to escape somehow with his two companions. For now, he had no other idea than to fight the human snake. Naruto leaped forward with surprising speed as Orochimaru's eyes widened slightly. He's almost as fast as the Ukiya. Let's see how Orochimaru fights. He just smiled widely and in a rather creepy manner, Naruto would add, as he easily blocked Naruto's incoming punch before moving away from the kick. Secondary, as if his body was made of rubber, he wasn't attacking back. If he underestimates me and tries to play with me, I'll make him regret it, Naruto thought as he clasped his hands. Shadow clone, Juda Naruto's clones, each with their own copy of the sword, rushed towards Orochimaru, who playfully glared at the moving clones. His long, slender hands executed a series of signs. Lightning release, great lightning dragon, a ferocious being of lightning, formed behind Orochimaru, taking the imposing form of a dragon to launch into the offensive. The construction crackled with power before pouncing on the now scared clones with immense speed. Naruto felt that each of his clones ceased to exist before the quick response of Orochimaru, leaving him defenseless. Naruto simply watched in silence, preferring to analyze the situation instead of attacking, and losing immediately at that moment. He found himself in a disastrous position. Orochimaru remained protective in front of Sasuke and Sakura, who seemed fainted despite the raging battle surrounding them. Plus, Naruto's own MP was depleting by the second as he kept Shadow Zabuza active, who was also nowhere to be seen. Naruto cursed the Shadow, who said that there was simply no point in fighting a Sannin. He had forgotten what kind of man Zabuza was before he died, calculating, selfish, and little risk. If he hadn't made the deal with that miserable traitor Zabuza, he would undoubtedly be alive and kicking right now. Zabuza didn't want to risk fighting against Orochimaru, although he probably couldn't die in shadow form anymore. Say goodbye to Shadow Zabuza, Naruto thought angrily. The legendary sword in his hand disappeared a second later. The Sannin narrowed his eyes. I wonder, and Naruto took a quick look at his MP bar. It was quite large. He didn't know how fast it regenerated, but he was sure it increased as he leveled up. Using skills when he was at a lower level was a real pain. He needed to think about his skill and battle strategy. The increase in level with his constant fighting was proving vital in the battles he had fought. He summoned more clones this time without letting them be rushed so easily. The clones surrounded the pale man, who didn't move a finger when he saw him. He looked at Naruto with a gauging look. Naruto began to make various hand signals. The release of water. The raging sea, shouted Naruto, along with his clones who had tried the same jutsu at the same time. Jets of water sprang from the mouths of each clone, pointing towards him. Orochimaru, with a colossal pressure enough to shatter the toughest man. It was the largest amount of water Naruto had ever managed to form, but Naruto knew it wouldn't do any harm to the Sannin. Summoning jutsu, the water moved away from Orochimaru as a puff of smoke spread around him. The smoke cleared to reveal the tall man, now atop the head of a titanic brown serpent. Its narrowed yellow eyes glared down at him. The coiled snake of the serpent erupted with shocking, swiftly spinning in a wide circle and destroying his clones one by one. Naruto leaped to a higher branch, but narrowly missed him. He froze as he lost sight of Orochimaru, who was no longer on top of the enraged snake. His eyes widened as he felt a cold, gripping sensation on his neck. Warning buzzer. Extreme blood pressure detected. The system is urging you to run for your own safety. Orochimaru's snaking tongue retreated. You're interesting, aren't you? What a container of the Kyuubi with jutsu, said I myself had never seen, and control over elemental manipulation so early. Why haven't I heard of your progress? Yet it's so exciting. Naruto swung his kunai, trying to stab the enemy behind him, but his weapon was deflected at the last second. The blonde immediately raised his hands, facing his enemy head on activating and taijutsu ability of the Uchiha clan. Level 3 activated. Use drains 15 MP points per minute. The user can use this ability for a minute without consuming MP. Naruto briefly engaged Orochimaru in combat. His movements were painfully slow against the experienced shinobi who could see his movement from miles away. Even while blindfolded, his opponent had a lazy smile as he continued to block and dodge. Then he attacked. Naruto was thrown backwards at breakneck speed. When a palm struck him in the stomach with terrifying speed, he felt an intense pain in his back as he landed on the rough bark of a tree. He coughed scarlet blood, staring at the liquid with wide eyes. The blonde stood up soon after, vowing that he would never allow a surprise attack like that to happen again. A brief tremor in the ground followed as Naruto felt himself being dragged into the ground as a hand emerged from beneath him and grabbed his leg. When he had done so, Naruto instantly replaced it with one of the several branches that surrounded him, avoiding what would have otherwise been a sticky situation. He wiped the sweat from his face. The forehead, observing carefully his surroundings. Orochimaru was in the middle of the clearing between the swarm of trees formed after the summoning of the giant snake that was no longer seen anywhere. It's so boring having to fight against a moving target in such a large space. Why don't you come closer, Naruto-kun? I want to test you properly. Naruto obeyed with another institution. He went toward Chunin, who chuckled at the approaching presence of the genin. If Naruto didn't do any of that, there would be no doubt he would die. He couldn't just face the man in front of him, or the Jinchuriki would disappear. Naruto only had one last trick in his bag, something he had refrained from using. Until now, having not seen a good opportunity, but now was his only chance. Summon Shiraku. Naruto ordered Orochimaru cross his arms. It's fun to see such a brave genin's secret technique. Ice crystals reflected demonic. An ice dome formed around both of them, while Naruto smirked. Aqua had used her. The technique was immediately just what Naruto wanted. Naruto felt a rush of memories as he saw the mirrors surrounding them. In each mirror lay the image of a shadowy figure that could be none other than you. For the first time since the fight started, Naruto noticed the genuine surprise in Orochimaru's eyes. If anything, it looked like pure confusion. Naruto didn't blame him. He too would have been just as baffled. This jutsu. In another one, I don't recognize. What exactly have you been hiding? Naruto Uzumaki asked Orochimaru, his eyes flashing with emotion. Ice, what a spectacular achievement. Such a feat would require extremely high discipline and concentration. And I doubt you have the skill for that, considering you carry the beast inside the voice from before. And who exactly it was? Naruto no longer cared. He rushed forward, ignoring Orochimaru's numerous questions. Orochimaru sighed. It really doesn't make sense. Aku flew between the mirrors like a bolt of lightning, striking Orochimaru in the jaw, whose face twisted in astonishment at the blow. Although the extraction had weakened his base stats, the jutsu he had already perfected worked with the same force. Luckily, Naruto followed immediately, throwing a punch at the opponent, but he was able to miss due to his inhuman reflexes. Shadow clone jutsu. The clones continued to distract Orochimaru, who quickly dismantled them with precise and expert blows, and from the safety of his mirrors he threw Senbon at the man, who caught the projectiles with his bare hand before observing them with interest. You can't use Senbon, right? He asked Orochimaru, watching him with interest. Whatever is time to get out of here. I'm already wasting enough time. Naruto was thrown to the side when one of Orochimaru's hands stretched out unimaginably and punched him hard in the stomach, pushing him towards the mirrors. The blonde struggled to get up, finally falling back to the ground, clutching his leg in pain. The Sannin flexed his knees before exploding with speed, pulling his arm back in the process. Before slamming his fist into the ice dome, the structure was instantly shattered, disintegrating into a pile of ice shards and crystals. Naruto watched in shock as sharp ice crystals rained down as he tried to crawl away. A pair of shadowy arms caught him and dragged him away. Naruto looked into Shadow Waku's dark eyes before nodding in thanks. We can still stall for time until we get Sakura and Sasuke out of here. Naruto-san. Naruto smirked as Aku pulled him down. Who says I haven't evacuated? Already a second before Aku summoned his ice mirror, some clones took his companions. He had to thank his technique, the ability to trap a Sannin inside himself for a very short time, however long. For now, the use of here had ended. His PM also ran out quickly with the activation of Lukia Taijutsu and the previous use of Zabuza as a sword. Say goodbye to Aku. Naruto was left alone. Orochimaru walked among the ice rubble. You have piqued my interest, Naruto-kun. I must admit that I assumed that Yukiya would be the strongest of your team, but I was completely wrong. Techniques I've never seen before, speed and strength at a level far superior to what you should currently have, and a cunning intelligence that has kept you alive until now. Who would have thought that the Kyuubi could have such an effect on its Jinchuriki? Naruto Ryo silently believes that the Kyuubi did so. He tried not to correct it and ended up biting his tongue to contain himself. The man's voice suddenly darkened. It would be wonderful to have the Sharingan amount of abilities that are obtained just by activating that damn eye. Or at least that's what I thought. The Kyuubi is an infinite source of chakra at your fingertips. And just by seeing the effect on you, I can only imagine what Orochimaru of the Sannin would get. Why do you talk as if you could steal those abilities or something like that? Naruto thought in disbelief, feeling that his leg was finally starting to heal. Orochimaru smiled. And that's why I'll mark you. Anko inspected the corpse of the woman in a beige shirt in front of him. His face, as smooth as a toy's, was terrifying. Orochimaru has begun felt euphoria, fear and a good dose of furious. Anger running through his veins sent a message to the third cashier. I don't care what appointment or meeting he is at, this is of utmost importance. Tell him his student is here, instructed Aang to his subordinate supervisors, whose faces paled at the realization. I will go hunting how Orochimaru could have gotten in, and why now precisely, thought Hanko. While reviewing the facets he had had during the last year, he grabbed unconsciously the neck mark. Will probably mark someone if it didn't get to them before, but that can't be the real reason why he's here. It's just a hobby he could pursue while he has time. There's something bigger hidden behind the Chunin exams. His mentor was ruthless, calculating, and the most dangerous man. He knew even more than the third cashier. Everything he did had a reason. The international Chunin exams seemed too good to be true. Yanko was getting more and more convinced of it with each passing second. She gritted her teeth as she pushed her muscles to go faster. I'll kill you, Orochimaru. Mark, what the hell is he talking about? Naruto thought, confused. Whatever it was, it didn't sound good. Orochimaru grabbed his face before tearing off the skin. The real skin underneath was even paler and looked even more reptilian. Amber circles with a thin slit served as eyes, and a sinister smile appeared on his new face. This won't hurt too much, Orochimaru purred. His eyes widened as Orochimaru's head snapped free from its socket, stretching farther than the distance between them, aiming for his head with its long, sharp teeth. Before he could move, the pale collar wrapped around him before reaching his neck. Originally, this was going to be for Sasuke, Orochimaru whispered into his ear, but your acting made me change my mind. Naruto's mind was racing at a pace of 100 miles per hour as Orochimaru spoke. He's going to bite me. He's going to bite me. He's going to bite me. Orochimaru, he lunged, activating Iron Skin. Activating the Iron Skin skill, level 1 activated. Its use consumes 10 MP and lasts for 1 minute before a 10-minute skill cooldown is applied. Orochimaru turned his eyes wild with anxiety as he imagined all the power he would have with the KBI in his hands. Thud. He tried to bite again. Thud. Naruto smiled, hiding his smirk before gathering what energy he had left to reach for its cradle and attempt to slice through the elongated neck. Orochimaru stepped back, with a frown on his pale face, curiously observing the blonde's neck. You never cease to amaze me, right? Orochimaru asked, amused. The desire in his eyes seemed to intensify. It's not fun when the prey doesn't resist. So I appreciate the effort you've made so far. After all, it only makes the inevitable more satisfying. You're just a cannibal. Insane, right? Naruto asked, standing up and brushing off his clothes. No wonder they kicked you out of Konoha if you're so desperate to eat children. Little Orochimaru frowned at their little antics before his face suddenly perked up. Fire release dragon fire technique. A pillar of fire flew past Naruto in a straight line towards the grinning dragon man. The fire slammed into the spot where Orochimaru was standing before being extinguished. Oh, my dear student, didn't I tell you never to shout a jutsu like that before? Orochimaru said sarcastically, completely unharmed by the flames. Anko, the proctor of the second exam, was crouching on a tree branch above Naruto. Finally yelled Naruto to the woman, who looked at him in surprise. Why the hell is there no security in this place? The purple-haired woman scoffed, putting aside her very valid concerns. Without a second thought, do you really want to argue about it with it right in front of you? Okay. But I almost died several times with my team. Orochimaru greeted magnanimously. Anko, you look as magnificent as always. Could you tell me the reason for your interruption? Don't play dumb with me, Orochimaru. I know you're out there branding children, and I'll kill you before you get out of here alive, said Anko. Ada, tightening her grip on the kunai in her arm. Branding children? I haven't branded a single one. Anko, would you do something like that to accuse your dear sensei? Asked Orochimaru. Ask the boy yourself. Anko looked at Naruto, who just shrugged. How the hell did this gening survive against Orochimaru for so long? I need to get out of here, and fast. Naruto thought with a frown. We still have to pass the Chunin exams. Iron Skin has been deactivated. Naruto looked at the lady above him. Hey, Proctor, you can automatically pass them considering we had to fight Orochimaru in the middle of the Chunin exams. The glare Anko gave him could only be described as burning. A pair of shadowy figures wearing animal masks appeared behind Anko, crouching in a similar manner. The Ambu, only 5 to fend off Orochimaru from the enemy. Naruto gathered hysterically, his eyes wide with frustration, seeing the small group face the infamous shinobi. Anko grimaced more is coming, brat. Orochimaru put a hand to his chin, thinking deeply, should I face them all at once and kill 5 shinobi, or be generous and leave for now, letting the 5 survive? Really, he is giving us a choice, thought Naruto. Surprised the group remained silent, not knowing if Orochimaru would take their answer seriously. Obviously, they meant to leave. Orochimaru turned his back on them, I feel. Very kind today. Now, I have a new target, Orochimaru thought, while thinking about the blonde Naruto. Kuin, your rate of improvement is amazing. Keep improving, keep getting stronger. Sooner or later you will hand all your work to me. Disappeared in a whirlwind. Naruto looked at the remaining honing. Am I leaving? He already left, asked Sakura, stuttering. The blonde forgot that Sakura had not seen the Sannin without the disguise. Naruto nodded. For now, after his encounter with Orochimaru, Naruto immediately ran towards his companions. His clones had headed in the direction that they had indicated, so it didn't take long to find them. They were still unconscious when he got there, and Sasuke woke up shortly after. Right now, they were taking shelter under a huge tree that gave them some cover while they whispered. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. How did you manage to escape? Naruto scratched the back of his neck. To be honest, I didn't do much. The crazy proctor came with reinforcements and bought me time to escape. Sasuke looked him in the eyes for a few more seconds before looking away. It's fine, I guess, but now we're at a severe disadvantage. What do you want to say? Sakura asked. Sasuke grimaced. The others had a better chance of finding the scroll they needed and were able to scout ahead. That man's interference left us in a bind from the start. We need to focus on our goal and the objective. The Earth Scroll. Sakura looked over at Naruto. Naruto, do you have any information on your clones? Naruto shook his head. No, really. There's only one clone active right now. The others were dismantled while he was fighting earlier. Sasuke looked at the sky. It's getting dark. We should walk a bit to the east before resting for a while. We will stay awake. I'll go first. Meanwhile, and Naruto's clone deactivated his eng as he advanced through the forest that was slowly darkening. I'm the only one alive so far, right? He thought. The clone, with an air of smugness, observed with annoyance that his name was still Clone. Was Naruto clone or not Naruto? He was going from branch to branch, looking around in search of something to show the boss. He stopped just before leaping from high up in the treetops before ducking down at the sight of something very peculiar. Naruto planted his feet against the tree and started running down at a silent pace, making sure no one saw him. The entire circle of the forest had been cleared by what appeared to be a powerful attack. The trees were thrown down and completely uprooted from their respective roots. Realizing how powerful the attack must have been, Naruto, in shock, simply crawled further down. He shouldn't be afraid. I'm just a clone, Naruto insisted, feeling the sweat run down his face. It doesn't matter if I disappear, right? I'm not alive, just a clone, just a lot of chakra. Naruto headed towards the clearing, trying not to make any noise as he walked in his shinobi sandals. Sneaking around wasn't his specialty, but all shinobi had some experience in hiding that made them ninjas. The darkness certainly helped, but neither did the bright orange clothes. Naruto cursed the original for not having changed his clothes. So far, a shinobi with such clothes colorful didn't make much sense, but blaming the original would be hypocritical. Naruto walked around inspecting every inch of the ground for any clue as to what happened. His eyes widened comically. A blood-red liquid pooled around his feet as he stepped in a pool of blood. Naruto looked at his foot in surprise. Before searching for the source of the blood, the clone shouldn't be scared. Naruto made his way along the blood before finally reaching the body that kept him going. Glasses, skinny, an aristocratic face. Naruto coldly watched the small cut on his stomach, a cavity seemingly formed by a single clean blow to the boy's remaining relatively intact body. He knew that person of Investiga his boss needed. He remarked smugly that he was the longest surviving clone and had managed to find the Earth Scroll. He plunged it into his jacket. Ubui woke up after his meddling. I shouldn't have woken him. I'll lie as long as I say it. What do you say? And I'll escape, then maybe I'll find out who tried to kill him. Why are you here? Whispered up Bookie in a frantic voice. Naruto could see the pure terror on his face. Curiosity overcame him. Well, I wanted to know what had happened. What made you act like that? You? The fellow Genin asked Naruto. Getting into trouble. You have to get out those monsters. Those monsters are fighting each other, said Ubu slowly. Crawling next to Naruto Ubui's knees slowly started working again as he got to his feet before starting to walk away. They are there if you want to see them. I'm leaving. Naruto looked where he was pointing. He passed through the variety of bushes before coming into sight of what Ubu was mentioning. Bell warning bloodlust detected. Gaara faced Fu. Jinchuriki against Jinchuriki. He immediately tried to flee before a tendril of sand passed through his body. Goodbye, Naruto woke up with a gasp as he felt memories flood his mind. Those two, and they were ahead of him in every way. He clenched his fist tightly. I need to get stronger. Day 2. Naruto hurriedly walked through the store's mind, racing with ideas every second. Most of them were almost guaranteed to fail and were completely crazy, but the few that seemed to have some merit were stored in his mind. They were at a severe disadvantage, the team, if they still didn't find a single scroll on the last day, and Naruto knew for sure that the other guys had found them. They needed to find a sky scroll as soon as possible, which wasn't going well at all. Sasuke seemed equally distressed with his gaze fixed on the ground, sitting and thinking distractedly. Sakura simply seemed frustrated, judging by her frown. Naruto was also frustrated, but not because of the mission. The entire clone experience yesterday was extremely revealing and showed how strong his fellow Jinchuriki were. If Type S were to encounter them, they would be completely destroyed. Naruto couldn't deny it, no matter how hard he tried to defend himself. The enormous amount of power they radiated out in that brief moment was enough to convince him, but that doesn't mean he was going to admit defeat for now. It was best to keep their distance from the two of them for as long as possible. What's our plan now? Sakura asked. Naruto was spinning a kunai between his fingers. We just need the path of the earth, and fast. The longer we take, the more likely we are to fail. Sasuke snorted. We are not on the right track. If we don't get it by today, they will practically eliminate us. There are probably already teams in the towers for then. It will become increasingly difficult to find teams that also have an Earth Scroll. Naruto hummed in agreement. That means we have to go all out. What do you mean? Sakura asked, tossing her hair back as a breeze of wind came towards them. We're going to have to split up. Battle strategy increased by 1 level. Battle strategies is now CCO level. Naruto was surprised at that notification. That ability rarely levels up. Sasuke nodded, while Sakura looked horrified. Split up. Almost we die. Naruto, there's a crazy girl out there trying to kill Chunin, and you want us not to stop? Asked Sakura angrily with her eyes narrowed. Naruto sighed. I don't think the crazy girl will come back. Many Honin came to protect us when they found out about the intruder. He really understood her worries, but she wanted to get out of the forest as soon as possible, and it seemed that Sasuke shared her feelings. Sasuke just crossed his arms. You're right, Sakura, the pink-haired girl breathed before opening and closing her eyes. We separated. Naruto, he shook his head. No, Sakura, you need to join Sasuke. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. And you'll go alone. You're not getting too confident. Naruto was overconfident. Naruto, no, but I know what I'm capable of. Sakura is more of a support shinobi and supports your skills much better than mine. Sasuke completely ignored him. How about I go alone? Naruto shrugged. Like I said, Sakura and I don't make a good team on our own. And I have shadow clones. With one fluid motion, Naruto summoned a dozen clones. Let's explore the area. Area run as fast as possible. Self-destruct immediately if you find an enemy. Do not approach the target or let them see you directly. Naruto ordered his clones. Yes, boss, the clones shouted in unison. Naruto turned to his teammates as his clones dispersed. The fact that he regained the memories of a shadow clone when he disappeared was a mind-blowing revelation. It was something Naruto hadn't noticed before, something that at that instant he should have understood the moment he used the jutsu. Really was the main advantage of shadow clones, in his opinion. Naruto raised an eyebrow at Sasuke. Still want to go solo? Persuasion increased by 1 level. Persuasion is now level 4. What's up with my iddies today? Sasuke muttered frustratedly to himself before looking Naruto in the eyes. We'll take the scroll, and you better find at least one. Naruto, meet me at the central tower in a day or so. Either you get a scroll and come with us, or we have it if we don't see you there. Naruto nodded determinedly. I won't worry, I'll be there. Sakura was going to find the Earth Scroll. No matter what happened, Naruto made his way through the thick vegetation of the forest, stopping every minute looking for a good route. He wanted to maximize contact with the other groups without putting himself in danger, which was obviously difficult considering the extension of the forest. He had some encounters not with other shinobi, but with strange creatures that tried to attack him. Fortunately, after a few hits, they escaped just when he thought that everything was going to hopeless. He could see a black flash out of the corner of his eye. Naruto stopped immediately and hid behind a large tree, preventing any sound from escaping his mouth or any movement he made. He slowly glanced around the tree, searching for who the figure was. The figure seemed to be muttering loudly and was clearly a woman, judging by the feminine tones of her body. I told her not to wander alone, and Naruto froze, recognizing that voice. Kuratsuchi was right in front of him. He realized that he had two options: attack the girl right now and steal any scroll she might have, or try another method. He could fight her, but he wasn't sure he could win without using his shadows. He didn't remember her stats exactly, but her level was much higher than his. Either way, he needed to do something. His team's position was at stake. It was then that Naruto realized his teammate wasn't with her. The last time Naruto saw Ubui, he was beaten up and bleeding terribly, which meant he was probably looking for the boy with glasses. At that moment, Naruto smiled and came out of hiding. "Hello." Kuratsuchi's face lit up with panic upon hearing someone else. Immediately, her hands adopted a fighting stance as she fixed her gaze on Naruto. The blonde passively raised his hands. "I'm not here to fight." "Then why are you here?" Konoha Jinin spat out venomously. Naruto stepped back slightly at the obvious disgust in her words. "I'm Naruto. Nice to meet you too." Although it's been a while, the Jinin realized that his hand moved on its own when he caught the Kuna and that it was flying toward his head. The metal was only 2 centimeters from the center of his eyes, which gave Naruto a strange headache as he slowly moved it away. "Wow, she's completely crazy. Although it's been a while, I'm here on serious business," Naruto said, throwing the kunai aside. "Your partner, Ubui, do you know where it is?" "I was patrolling the area for my team when I saw a person with glasses trying to run away. I got a little closer and I realized that it was the genie I'd seen before. Your teammate seemed quite injured, so I tried to get closer. Curiously, as soon as he saw me, he kept signaling me to leave, as if something very dangerous was chasing him," said Naruto, basing his story on some truth, but not wanting to reveal that it was a shadow clone. "I didn't want to risk my health or my position, so I came back. I think I can guide you to your teammate if you come with me." "Why do you want to help another team?" asked Kuratsuchi. Her eyes, they were still full of doubt. But Naruto noticed that there was also hope. She probably wanted to see if her team was okay or not. "Well, my teammates abandoned me," Naruto said, looking down in embarrassment. "They thought I was bringing them down and asked me to patrol the area before they went to the central tower. We already had both scrolls, so we planned to enter one of the towers at midnight. It didn't seem safe to them before exploring, so they sent me. By the time I returned, they were long gone." Kuratsuchi showed obvious compassion, but that didn't stop him from asking why you can't enter the tower and claim to be part of your team. "Damn it," Naruto sighed dramatically. "I tried. Of course, the supervisor said I needed both scrolls if I wanted to get in. That doesn't make sense, right? But it seems like something Konoha would do. I guess I have no other choice. But be careful if you try to betray me or do something behind my back. I won't be nice this time," Kuratsuchi warned with a threatening tone at the end. Naruto didn't scare him much. He was also surprised by how quickly he accepted it. In fact, he was expecting the whole plan to fail. Maybe he really felt sorry for the blonde with the story about his teammates. He shrugged to himself. "Okay," said Naruto happily. "Follow me." "Wait." Naruto felt his heart skip a beat when he heard the accusatory tone in his voice. "How did you know Ubu's name?" That's all Naruto thought, and his heart rate immediately returned to normal. He LOL head. "I heard it." Sasuke felt a terrible itch in the skin as the mosquitoes began to invade him. He needed to get out of there. "Sakura, decide. We've been walking for hours." Sasuke, "Koen, how long will it take us to find someone?" Yukiya clicked his teeth. She had always been so annoying. "If you walk so slowly, we'll never find anyone." "Follow me," ordered Sasuke. Without looking back as he ran off, Sasuke only managed to run for a minute before noticing something. It was a smell, not a penetrating one, but an aroma of flavor. Someone was cooking. Sakura arrived behind him, panting with exhaustion. That Sasuke covered her mouth with his hand and then put a finger to hers, indicating that she should be quiet. Sakura, for some reason, turned red as a tomato when she saw him. Sasuke shook his head and moved forward slowly, slightly crouched so as not to make any noise. He indicated to Sakura that she should follow him, trusting that she would know how to keep quiet. He still remembered the bell test. She hid instantly and did quite well for a Chunin in just leaving the academy. They approached, and soon the crackling of the fire could be heard. Sasuke could feel his mouth was watering as he watched a wild boar being slowly roasted over some sort of bonfire, but he quickly blocked those thoughts out. I am the heir to the Uchiha clan. I am an avenger, Sasuke thought, frowning at his own desires. However, he still couldn't take his eyes off the food. He ignored it, taking another step forward. He instantly examined his surroundings. Sasuke whispered, Sakura excitedly at the log. Look, look. Sasuke felt his eyes drift to where Sakura was pointing on the log. From the tree next to the food were 3 scrolls warning messages immediately activated his mind, each one telling him not to go near the clearly obvious bait. He looked urgently at the pink-haired girl standing behind him whose eyes were shining with joy. Sakura, don't think about it, it's a trap, said Sasuke. Oh, how did you know Uchiha? Sasuke was immediately on alert when he heard a new voice. His eyes fell on Inuka. Sasuke took in the pale white eyes and the annoying smirk on the boy's face. He felt that his eyes reddened, invoking the legendary Sharingan. The scarlet eyes were fixed on the whites. The HGA clan was a recognized rival of the Uchiha before the massacre. Before the incident, the Uchiha clan was considered the leader in Konoha at that time. There was animosity between both clans. Of course, Sasuke was too young to perceive the true intensity of the rivalry, but by then he had already heard several stories from his parents and his brother. Both clans had Dojutsus patented by their lineage, and inevitably everyone was wondering. A question people were afraid to ask. Sasuke was going to answer them. He lunged at LJ, recklessly wanting to wipe that pitiful smile off as quickly as possible. Imagine Sasuke's surprise when his punch was intercepted not by an EI, but by a boy in a green suit that he definitely recognized. Lee's grip was strong, but Sasuke took his hands away from everyone. Lee bowed. Sasuke, saying, what a shame we met so soon, and that why did Sasuke growl angry, making sure Sakura was still behind him at the same time, because she wanted to defeat you in the finals, but once this fight is over, I'm afraid you'll lose a scroll. Sasuke reached for the scroll in his back pocket, where the paper was firmly stuck. He was relieved for an instant to notice it was still there. If he had somehow abandoned it while he wasn't paying attention, Sasuke wasn't sure how angry he would have been. It would have been a horrible and embarrassing experience if they had lost the Earth Scroll and Naruto had reached the tower with the Sky Scroll. He wasn't going to let that happen. Sakura was trembling beside him. Sasuke, what do we do? Lee and NEI were standing in front of them in casual positions, but Sasuke knew better. They were mentally preparing themselves to act at any moment. Sasuke knew he didn't stand a chance against those two, not even with Kakashi's training. Lee spoke first. Please give us the scroll, Sasuke. Said I would like to avoid any fight between us, since we are both from Konoha. After all, Sasuke, who just sneered, saw how the boy looked at Sakura when saying that over my corpse. Neji laughed. Well, it won't be that difficult. Sasuke felt the anger running through his veins. He understood what NEI intended, but he also knew that it was part of her tactic. Neji was trying to purposely infuriate, hoping that Sasuke would do something reckless. He wasn't going to fall for that so easily. Sasuke got into his own stance. I would like to see you try. Lee seemed to apologize, but Neji's smile widened. Okay. Neji ran forward without another word, trying to stop Uchiha as quickly as possible. Lee stood his ground, knowing that NEI would win the fight, whether he interfered or not. From what he had learned from the last time he fought Uchiha, he was seriously lacking in some aspects. Near the only one he rarely defeated, he beat Sasuke as many times as he could, but that was before Sasuke underwent his training. The boy with hair black knew he had his flaws and had worked them out thoroughly with his team's resident honing. And here was this overconfident bastard trying to fight him head on. Sasuke's Tomo and his eyes spun like a whirlpool. The instant Elga started to move, the first palm that tried to break through his defenses was instantly swept aside. Uchiha swung his leg in rebellion, aiming directly for Neji's liver. Neji shoved his leg down with the side of his arm before attempting and kicked. Sasuke ducked, letting the kick graze his shoulder, searching for shurikens. As he stepped back, he charged the weapons with lightning, and the metallic objects clanged with energy. He threw them with terrifying speed at Dag, who looked startled for a second before smirking. 8 trigram's palm rotation, a ball of chakra spun in the air, densely surrounding the Ika and reflecting all the shuriken bright as Earth. Sasuke simply frowned. Of course, the Ika had their own jutsu. Sasuke had underestimated the clan due to his arrogance, which led to the surprising situation that followed. He knew how his taijutsu managed to completely deactivate chakra, but he was completely unaware of the jutsu he had used before. It seemed they gave some secrets, just like the Uchiha Niji stopped his jutsu right after you see Uchiha. That's the difference between you and me. It's not a big deal. It's just a jutsu. Sasuke thought to himself, frowning on the outside. The pale boy returned to his battle stance. Now, what if we're done with this? Everyone on the makeshift battlefield froze as they felt the ground shake beneath their feet. Even he, who was busy talking to Sakura, while their respective teammates fought. What was going on? What was causing the literal ground to shake? All of you will die. The voice was calm, but it pierced through the rest like an arrow. What is this pressure? Reminds me of Itachi, thought Sasuke. Surprised, Lee, Sasuke, Sakuragi turned their heads toward the newly arrived, who stood on a nearby branch with his arms crossed and eyes lazily closed. His red hair, a stark contrast to his pale skin. The sand rose up in front of him, and the earth in front of the boy dissolved into more sand as it came to life and levitated, eager to be used at its master's command. Sasuke took out his cradle and charged it with lightning chakra. I have a bad feeling about this. Naruto whistled casually as he strolled through the forest with his best friend Kurosuchi right behind him. Are you sure that we are on the right track? He asked with doubt, observing his surroundings every 2 seconds. Naruto nodded enthusiastically. Of course, my memory is impeccable, almost always. Kurosuchi simply laughed, nervously whistled again. Naruto knew with certainty that the girl behind him had a scroll. That was why he entertained her, but he didn't want to face her directly. His level was similar to Leiji's, and he definitely didn't feel capable of defeating them without the help of his shadow. The blonde was just looking for a moment to trick the girl and escape with the scroll, and Lesso wasn't willing to get hurt without help from any of his comrades. What if he lost both of his legs and there was no one to carry him? He shuddered at the thought. We're getting closer, Naruto exclaimed loudly. Chill. What if someone hears you? Kurosuchi asked. Looking around, Uzumaki chuckled. Who the hell would be so lonely as to find us in this vast forest? I asked. I'm here. A tan girl with glowing amber eyes and even stranger hair. Fu made her appearance. Naruto exhaled, cursing his luck internally. The girl fell to the ground next to them. Naruto completely forgot what he saw the last time he saw Yukai. There was a reason why the normally strict boy looked terrified. Oh, she knows my name. I guess I'm pretty popular. Hey, you two look pretty strong, Fu said, looking at them critically. Let's see. You two look strong, and I'm really bored. This whole situation is crying out for a fight, right? Naruto gulped as he could see chakra rising from Yukai's skin. Fu was Jinchuriki against Jinchuriki again, except this time he was one of them. This wasn't going to end well. Naruto stood still, not knowing what to do as Furu slowly advanced. He looked at Kurosuchi, who had a serious expression as she looked at the person in front of them with the same posture. On one hand, he didn't want to fight a Jinchuriki, and on the other, he had no other option. Of course, he could improvise and run away, but he wasn't entirely sure he could beat the girl whose level was too high for him. To even Naruto watched her adopting his own stance, mainly due to her reactions, and then Fur ran. He didn't even have time to process what was happening when a fist pierced his stomach. Naruto immediately staggered from the impact, his eyes bulging from the force of the blow. The blonde was thrown backwards with the speed of a cannonball into several bushes, which barely managed to stop the impact. Bell, the skill has increased by a level. Thank you very much, Naruto thought sarcastically. He moaned at stand up, and his regeneration immediately activated to heal any wounds. If there was anything the QB could use, it was this. Naruto ran back into the fight, eager to help Kurosuchi in her impossible attempt to fight Fu alone. Earth release, earth spikes. Kurosuchi shouted. Spikes sprouted from the ground in a quick wake towards the rival Jinchuriki, who crossed her arms smiling. While they looked very pretty, a gust of wind emerged from her mouth, a few hand gestures later destroying facing the incoming attack, releasing lava cloud of ash swarm. A cloud of ash flew towards the green-haired girl, who watched in amusement. Kurosuchi frowned at her expression before curling her lips upwards. After a few hand seals, she spoke, solidifying the gray blob of ash hit fur and it immediately solidified, leaving her immobilized for a brief moment. Naruto watched in amazement. Is she really winning? Kuratsuchi, of course. He had to say it. Without blinking, Fu flexed his arms, breaking the solidified ash that was stuck to his upper body, then stretched them out. Ah, that's cool. I've never heard of anyone with a lava release. Seems like I can finally have fun after the fight with the red hair brat from before. He was very strong. He's talking about Gar. Naruto realized who was stronger, asked Naruto, shouting T. The red-haired brat tilted his head, looking at him over Kuratsuchi's body. Or are you still conscious? Well, as for your question, I think that I'm stronger. He has a lot of brute force. But the boy has no control over his tongue. Naruto raised an eyebrow at his what Fu scratched his head before winking. Sorry, I can't tell you, it's top secret. I really had no idea that Naruto was also a Jinchuriki and had a tailed beast inside his body. Naruto just tried to entertain himself a little longer while desperately trying to think of something to defeat Fu. If I may ask, why are you alone? You shouldn't have your companions with you. Kuratsuchi gave him an incredulous look as he continued to ask Fu questions like an old friend. Fu's face darkened slightly. My teammates don't want to be swayed by my tendencies. I can do whatever I want as long as I get the scrolls. Naruto realized he had made a grave mistake by asking a personal question as a fellow Jinshu. He recognized that look, the unmistakable look of loneliness. Enough with the questions. This is getting boring, Fu complained. Let's get back to fighting. But first, what are their names? Kuratsuchi, Naruto, Uzumaki. A second later, Fu made multiple signs with his hands. Then, without saying a word, cobwebs came out of his mouth, scattering from one side to the other, looking for enemies. The numerous and tight white lines were surprisingly fast, heading directly towards them, like a spiderweb. Naruto had no idea what the jutsu did, but it was better not to risk it. Water release rough. See, summon a wave of water that interrupted the net, preventing them. Kuratsuchi looked at him gratefully before turning his gaze back to the enemy. Fu clapped his hands, remaining motionless. Oh, that jutsu. It was great. I've always liked water jutsus a lot, but I was too lazy to learn them. I didn't really ask. But oh well, Naruto thought with an angry expression. I wonder what Sasuke and Sakura are doing. It's probably not as dangerous as this, right? Sasuke tried to hold back a scream when another strand of sand flew past him, brushing against them. Lee Yaji, they had a goal. Similar to defeat the shinobi Duna and return to the fight, but from what they saw so far, it was going to be difficult at first. Niji sneered at the sight of the red-haired genin standing so nonchalantly on the tree branch. That was until he opened his eyes. It was easy for him to dodge the sand, but the pure killing intent of his opponent was undeniable. He had the feeling he had much more in his arsenal than simply throwing such a minuscule amount of sand. Sasuke could see that Ika was the initial target. If the incredibly large the amount of sand hurtling towards him at lightning speed was a sign. Nei didn't seem particularly worried as he began to spin his body in the 8 trigrams palm rotation. The sand bounced off the chakra igloo. The technique was efficient at deflecting Gaara's attack. He stepped on a sand-constructed hand that gently brought him to earth when he could have easily jumped. Sasuke vaguely remembered Naruto telling him to be careful of the boy in front of him at the moment. He simply assumed that was the dobe overestimating people or scaring themselves unnecessarily, but that was something the old Naruto would do. The new Naruto was amazingly accurate at guessing people's capabilities, a skill that seemed innate to the blonde. Now he realized how right his partner was. The casual use of the sand without chanting any jutsu was as if he controlled it completely, like a sand god reincarnated into the world as a human. But it was still 3 against 1. Yara was definitely human, thought Sasuke with a smile, and someone had to take control. Listen, we need to unite to defeat this guy, or else we will all die here, said Sasuke loudly. We need a plan before trying to face him. Believe me, it is very different. Niji sneered again. Do what you want, Yukiya. I am not going to resort to joining another shinobi to defeat a single person. Lee seemed torn between defending his teammate and the person who actually made sense. Sasuke just shook his head in irritation. Damn, Ika, Louis need to team up. Do you understand? Right? Sasuke asked calmly, apart from the fact that it was the exact opposite of what he felt inside. Lee nodded. I understand. Sasuke Sen felt relieved. At least someone had brains on that team. Speaking of which, where was his third partner? He didn't have time to ask when another sand tentacle got in his way, making Sasuke look around as he barely managed to dodge it. This time, the Yukio was glad he had told Sakura to run away. By now, she would have been dead if she had been present for the fight, and there were no ifs but Sakura was nowhere near the level of the rest of the team, but she didn't have time to think about that. 3 clouds of sand approached, each one moving of their own free, while searching for each Jin, and Gaara remained motionless as he watched his creations continue to devour the area. Sasuke dodged backwards as the sand descended on the area he was standing in before the entity started to move forward again. This time, he jumped onto a branch before jumping onto another one. Immediately after, as the branch he was on was ripped apart by the sandstorm, Sasuke grimaced, seeing how powerful the jutsu was. He was thankful for his Sharingan. It was the only thing keeping him alive. Lee was still alive for the moment thanks to his speed, which gave him the innate ability to dodge. All the sand Niji was fast, and thanks to Subyugan, he could see from all angles, and if the sand got too close, he simply started a palm rotation, stopping the attack once and for all. But they couldn't go on the offensive as the sand followed them, and they definitely couldn't win a fight without any offense. Sasuke threw a charged kunai at Gaara. The latter didn't even move as a blanket of sand advanced and blocked the kunai completely. What the hell is that broken jutsu? Asked Sasuke, looking at Gaara as he ducked under the sand. Sasuke realized that the sand wasn't that hard to break through. It was almost as if fighting 3 of Konoha's best Jin was difficult even for the monster in front of them. Why don't you stop moving? Gaara asked coldly. What a stupid question, he thought. Sasuke gestured towards Lee, pointing at the redhead. Lee nodded in understanding before pointing at Niji as well. Surprisingly, Elvis seemed to hear him. Either she finally understood the gravity of the situation when facing a Jin incapable of mentally controlling sand, or she simply respected him much more. What he used to respect others, Sasuke highly doubted. It was the latter. Niji went first with Lee and Sasuke right behind them. They ran at full speed, but Sasuke easily noticed how he tried to slow down to match the rest of the group, demonstrating the speed of the taijutsu specialist Konoha's prodigies against a monster. A thick layer of sand surged forward with the aim of enveloping the shinobi that crowded an arena, drowning them to death. Niji wasn't going to let that happen. 8 trigrams rotation of the palm, the chakra dome, completely immobilized the sand, allowing Lee and Sasuke to continue their fight. Yukio reached into his pocket and pulled out another kunai, this time without throwing it. Lee did the same, spinning a kunai in his hand. Gaara didn't seem particularly surprised by the two running towards him at breakneck speed, but really he should have been. More sand appeared, but Sasuke gritted his teeth and kept going regardless. Cuts and bruises appeared on his skin, but no, she could stop for something so tiny, right? Lee was the same. His green jumpsuit was slowly being torn apart by the sand that scratched him. It didn't matter how much pain they were in, they could do it. Naruto felt his eyes dart around as he watched Fu move. She was too fast. The mint-haired girl was extraordinarily strong, much stronger physically than Naruto. Either she trained a lot, something Naruto doubted considering her lack of muscles, or she was a much more experienced Jinchuriki. Kuratsuchi could barely keep up, while Fur ran everywhere, not wanting to be touched. This made no sense. After a while, she got the first hit. Kuratsuchi yelled Naruto in warning. The girl in question barely had time to react before Fu ran at her at high speed and kneed her right in the right shoulder, pushing her to the ground painfully with a grunt. No, and she couldn't have been knocked out that easily, right? Furu smiled mischievously. This is how they're supposed to fall now. It's your turn, blonde Naruto. He knew there was no point in fighting the girl in front of him. As a trained Jinchuriki, she was superior to him in every way. Even if he summoned Zabuza Aku and managed to surprise her, it wouldn't matter. He wasn't used to fighting people with regenerative abilities similar to his own. He really had nothing left in the bag to defeat her. The only thing left was to try and convince her to stop fighting. That's it. Fu, are you a Jinshu? No, Naruto asked sharply. For the first time, Furu looked completely surprised. Naruto nodded to himself. Everything was going according to plan. He started with a captivating question to surprise her immediately before moving on to the secondary conversation. See, how did you know? Asked Fu, looking at him in surprise. Why did I make a remark? Naruto thought Dryly believe me, Naruto. Began grammatically, I recognize that look of loneliness anywhere. You are not the only Jinchuriki in the exams. Fu approach him, wait. That means you're also a Jinchuriki, of course. How, if I wasn't going to know? I'm the host of the Nine Tails, and you asked Naruto, genuinely curious for once. He tries to engage her with questions that make her answer. I'm the host of Chobi. I mean, the Seven Tails. I guess this fight will prove that the tail beast is stronger. No, asked for her with a look of joy. No, Naruto. Breathed, oh no. Reassuringly look, Fu. I really don't want to fight you. I'm sure you know what we're like. My childhood wasn't very pleasant. I had no friends, and everyone was afraid of me, a kid small for something I wasn't responsible for to them. I was the Nine Tails. Even now, I have no friends. That was a lie, but it was also for the sake of fighting. Fu's joy of battle seemed to fade before nodding bitterly. I understand the villagers were afraid of me, and the rest of the shinobi teams respected me for my strength, but nothing more. Even my own comrades barely speak to me. I can see the fear in their eyes every time I get close to them. Naruto smiled widely. You see, they don't see us as humans, Fu. If we start fighting among ourselves, how are we going to live like normal shinobi in our villages? Please, I'm ashamed to say this, but my friend, let's change together the perspective of everything about Jinchuriki. Fu stopped for a brief second. What the hell? Are her eyes filling with tears? Friend, do you want to be my friend? Asked Fu, confused. Why do I find you interesting? You are very pretty, and I see in you an incredible friend. Answer Naruto that. And if I don't do it, I'm going to hurt myself badly like our princess resident that you knocked unconscious. Fu smiled widely with slightly flushed cheeks. Then of course I'll be your friend. Naruto sighed in relief. He had no idea how the hell that worked, but he wasn't going to hang around with that doubt. Then we can stop the fight. Friends don't let each other down. Hee. I'm sure Kuratsuchi would want to be your friend too, said Naruto, walking slowly towards Kuratsuchi's unconscious body. Fu scratched his head. I guess persuasion bell increased by 1 level persuasion. Now it's level CCO. For once, it's not unexpected. The system is amazed by your display of persuasion. Naruto smirk. Thanks, Bell. Persuasion skill is leveling up. Persuasion is now Toll Jutsu. New ability gained Jutsu. No speech. Level 1. Naruto just shrugged. He had no idea what any of that meant, but he could live with them, and it served him. While he looked at Fu, who was still grinning widely while whistling in his own world, he shook his head exasperated. He was the only normal Jinchuriki. While he couldn't say it, Naruto was pretty sure he was the only one with a floating blue screen talking to him. He looked at Kuratsuchi, who was still unconscious, as Naruto lifted her into a sitting position. Naruto looked at the bright purple bruise on her shoulder with a grimace. Yeah, that would hurt a lot, especially for someone without a tailed beast inside him. Hey, Fu's ears perked up. Why did you call the Seven Tails Chobe? Naruto asked while petting the Seven Tails head unconscious person to try and wake them up. What do you mean? Why wouldn't I refer to Cho by name? Asked Fu, equally confused. Naruto's eyebrows raised on their own. They do have names, of course. They've been around for centuries. You know, all tail beasts have names. Or at least that's what Joby tells me. There was something seriously wrong with what Naruto had just said. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Wait, you're talking to SEF? Chobi. Fu shrugged nonchalantly. Well, yeah, Chobi is pretty cool most of the time, but he is annoying when he doesn't give me chakra or ignores me. He gives you chakra. Naruto thought in disbelief, wondering what the hell the tail beast was doing on his head. What bad luck keeping the negative thoughts out of his mind. Naruto performed his water jutsu as weakly as possible to wake Kuratsuchi, who woke up spitting water. Her eyes were wide open in panic until her gaze fell on the only green-haired girl nearby. There weren't many anyway. She stood up frantically, making hand signs. Earth release. Mesla. Naruto lunged at her hand, spreading her fingers and stopping the jutsu midway. Ku, what are you doing? Exclaimed Kuratsuchi angrily. Naruto held her tightly. Fu is on our side now, so there is no reason for us to fight on our side anymore. How could he be on our side? Naruto didn't really know either. I guess we discovered we have similar interests. Kuratsuchi didn't believe it one bit. How could he suddenly become so friendly after trying to kill us? Furu intervened at the accusation. Hey, if I had wanted to kill you, you wouldn't be unconscious. In fact, you wouldn't be walking right now. That's a fair objection, said Naruto, clearly ignoring Fu's words. But everyone changes, Kuru. It would be good if you learned that as soon as possible. Now, where were we? Kuratsuchi snorted in disbelief. I found my partner. Oh, right before I forget to ask, where exactly is your third partner we split? Up the first day, to cover as much ground as possible of possible terrain. He's probably already at the tower with a sky scroll, said Kuratsuchi, opening her eyes wide. She immediately reached for her back pocket, where the super scroll should have been. Her face calmed with relief, realizing it was still their Naruto. Didn't miss any of that calm down. Kurosen, do you really think I'd be stingy enough to steal the scroll from someone unconscious? And don't you dare call me that. Kuratsuchi stammered in disbelief. Why not Kuro? San asked Naruto, in mocking tone. Someone of my height shouldn't be considered with such a silly name. Oh, right, after all, she is practically royalty. Inua. Kuratsuchi, a new voice came from the clearing. Kuratsuchi seemed to recognize the voice instantly. Well, it seems we found his partner, thank God. It's over. The boy from before made his way through the crowd, his gaze fixed only on Kuratsuchi as he limped towards her. You won't believe what happened to me. The monsters were fighting, and their eyes slowly turned towards Fu. The scream, the resulting terror, made Naruto cover his ears, annoyed. Very well. I guess it's time to go. I hope to see you guys in the next round of the Chunin exams. Naruto made a peace sign before turning away. Kuratsuchi worked up the courage to say something just before leaving. Wait, he stopped. Oh, thanks Naruto-san for helping me find Yukai. Kuratsuchi said nervously. Naruto smiled. No problem. It's the least he could do after what happened at the entrance exam. The blonde walked away. Immediately after, not wanting to waste another second, Kuratsuchi pondered over his words, not understanding exactly what the entrance exam meant. When she knew him, there barely a minute had passed as Naruto ran across the forest floor. When he was interrupted, once more he sighed again, wishing the presence he felt behind him wasn't an enemy he greeted for. Excitedly, Naruto blinked. He had completely forgotten about her. Why are you following me? She asked bluntly. Fu frowned. Friends aren't supposed to spend time together. Besides, you left me there with no other option. Naruto sighed. He was partly right. He wasn't that stupid as to take advantage of Fu's weakness and waste it immediately. That was something his teachers would do. Anyway, what was wrong with having another friend? Okay, but I'll go back to my teammates right now, Naruto said. Fu's eyes lit up with excitement. Great, I'll come with you. Okay, Naruto nodded and ran toward the last place where he had met up with the rest of Team 7. How do you know where your teammates are? Fu asked. I'm not sure exactly. For now, I'm retracing my steps to where we met up earlier. My shadow clones. Naruto froze as he was hit by a wave of memories, briefly halting all his thoughts and replacing them with a memory of clone. Sasuke clashed with Team Gaigara. Things wouldn't be good. He turned almost robotically towards Fu. I know where my teammates are. Actually, Naruto's eyes blazed with intensity. How about we meet up with the other Jinshu who are in this exam again? Sasuke grunted in pain as he felt sand on his right shoulder, but that didn't mean he would stop. With Gaara's last-ditch effort thwarted by the Itaga, they were able to try to land a hit. With a jump, Sasuke slammed his leg into Gaara's head while he punched him in the stomach. The impact was incredibly satisfying, to say the least. Gaara was pushed back by the series of blows, coughing blood immediately after, but the Genins didn't stop there. Lee lunged forward with one foot as he swept the redhead's feet, who lost his balance after a frantic dodge. Sasuke took advantage of the brief moment, having to twist his body at the last second to dodge. He narrowly missed a strand of sand and wrapped his arm around Gaara's neck. I won't let you move, Neji shouted. Sasuke. Elga was already there. Palm after palm after palm, they attacked the red-headed boy, whose face was filled with pain as Nu administered his clan's most infamous technique, or trigrams. 2 palms. Gaara staggered back, struggling to stay on his feet as he was hit with 2 precise blows. 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms, 64 palms. Sasuke watched in amazement as the ability left Gaara completely unable to respond, and while still standing, he stopped smiling. It was a mocking smile on his face. It's useless. I've blocked all of your chakra points. How shameless of you to try and fight me in such a random way. I admit you're very strong, but there's a difference between strength and technique, and because of that difference, you have lost. Why is he giving a speech in the middle of the fight? Thought Sasuke, bewildered, but he was right. Gaara did not seem the most cunning of the group, and he made up for it with his pure strength. But now he was defeated. Now that the main threat was gone, Sasuke found himself confused about what to do. Sakura had probably left a long time ago. or maybe even close waiting for him to escape to. The best move would undoubtedly be to retreat as quickly as possible, regroup with Sakura, and try again to get a scroll since time was running out. That was what she was going to do until another sound echoed through the forest. Hee hee. Ha ha ha. Sasuke turned his head back toward the still sun. Janine Niji sneered, "Why are you laughing?" Without further pause, Gaara stood up. All the bruises on his face and body had completely healed thanks to an illogical method. Sand gushed out of the gourd on his back and began to slide down. The boy's pale skin. Cracks of sand fell to the ground as a smile, frantic look was written on his face. Why is mom having fun? The surprise on Nei's face would have been funny if it weren't for the great amount of terror radiating from the boy's body. Gaara's gaze focused on something else. Sasuke followed his gaze only to find blood. "Did you make me bleed?" Gaara asked maniacally. He started laughing again, the crazed look in his eyes even more evident than before. This kid, and he's not human, thought Sasuke with a grimace, grabbing a kunai in his hand. The energy, it was like nothing he had ever seen, felt before. The woman he and Sakura encountered was much stronger, but even her pressure was no match for the bloodlust he felt at that moment. It was almost as if the chakra seeping into the warm air of the forest was tangible. Without warning, a sandstorm attacked an EI from the side, too fast for the boy. Even with Zabuza to dodge it, Niji was sent flying sideways from the impact, but thankfully managed to stabilize himself as he flew before executing another palm rotation to block the sand that followed him. The expression on Gaara's face was fearsome as he looked at the others, namely Sasuke. His eyes were wide open, filled with euphoria. His predatory gaze was unmistakable, and the rest was carnage. Sasuke could see Lee strangely trying to reach his legs before a burst of sand exploded beneath him, propelling him through the air like a small child would have a balloon in the air. The eccentric boy let out a groan of pain. In the air, why the hell was he holding on legs, thought Sasuke, horrified as he watched the boy's limp body fall. Lee's body fell with a thud, and the silence that followed was terrifying. Niji looked shocked for a brief second before narrowing his eyes once more, but Sasuke knew when the fight was over. Without Lee, their main attacker, they had no chance against the bloodthirsty boy in front of them, but they had no choice. It was fight or flight, and there was virtually no way to escape the sand-controlling maniac that was facing. Maybe he could have left Niji with the sharks and escaped from there as soon as possible. And although the Uchiha was a survivor, the idea of doing something like that left a bad taste in his mouth. Niji lunged at Sasuke without speaking to him at all or trying to coordinate any attack. It was practically suicide. He managed to dodge the first group of sand and block the other with his usual technique, but the third was not pleasant at all. The wave of sand hit Niji's knee hard. An unpleasant crunch resounded when something had broke on his leg, leaving him completely immobile. Gaara's voice came shortly after. "Mom says to enjoy the killing and take it easy." Sasuke simply looked at his opponent. There was no expectation of defeating him. Fear filled his chest. Was this really the end? Hey, sand monster. Naruto ran faster than ever, mainly because of the adrenaline and the fear of his companions being hurt or worse from what the clone had seen before, quickly dispersing to transmit to him information. To the original, Sakura was nowhere near the battlefield, which was definitely a good sign. At least she had the common sense to move out of the way before facing someone like Gaara in the middle of nowhere. However, Guy and Sasuke's team didn't look very good. The last thing he saw was Lee taking a hit before the clone committed suicide. That was what happened when they fought a Jinchuriki like Gaara. Of course, Naruto couldn't blame them, since they didn't even know he was a Jinchuriki. Fu calmly followed him without breaking a sweat, whistling quietly while asking Naruto questions. Who would have preferred a quieter trip, but couldn't object. Fu would make the process much easier with his strength. They were here. He was Sand Monster. Naruto shouted from above the clearing where the trio had fought. Gaara looked different. His appearance was the same, but his behavior was completely opposite. Before, he had the appearance of a silent killer, but now he was simply a declared psychopath. Perhaps calling him __. Word wasn't a good idea. New toys came to play. Wait. Her eyes widened at the sight of Fu before her smile widened even further. Last time we didn't get to fight to the fullest, right? Fu gracefully leaped down from the branch beside her. No, really, you weren't worth my time. Her eyes narrowed in uncontrolled anger, and the corner of her lips turned down in disgust. Then I'll make your death even more painful. Fura chuckled. "I like to see you try." Naruto stood up, glaring at her. Gaara's glare. "Surrender, Gaara. Have mercy. Or if not, at least choose how you want to die." "I'm more than willing to oblige." Gaara smiled. "Remain motionless. I'm starving for your blood, Naruto." He in question simply looked curiously in the direction of the voice before nearly hitting his forehead. When he realized it was Sasuke who had called him, he completely forgot about Lukia, who he had actually come to save, and he also hadn't introduced his partner to the eccentric Jinchuriki who was at his side. Sasuke lunged at him while Gaara just stared, waiting for them to attack. "Who is she?" asked Sasuke, looking suspiciously at Fu. Naruto shook his hands nonchalantly, trying to stop everyone from fighting. "Oh, meet Fu and Fu. I present Sasuke." Fu greeted. "Hello. I'm Naruto's best friend." "Fu?" asked Sasuke, absolutely dumbfounded. "I wouldn't say you're my best friend, Fu. But anyway, let's get this over with, and then we'll talk about the details." Naruto instructed. "We have a Jinchuriki." At that, to defeat Fu ran towards Gaara before he could say the plan, which wasn't very unexpected now that he thought about it. Gaara raised his hand, summoning his signature attack against the approaching girl. Naruto knew it wouldn't do much good. Fura danced around the arena, dodging and sidestepping the projectiles naturally, as if they meant nothing to her, as if they weren't tools of destruction that hadn't killed many honing in her life. And she did it with a radiant smile, almost as if she was amused by the whole thing. Naruto wasn't sure if he wanted to help Fu, because she certainly didn't need him. "Where did you find this person?" Sasuke asked, for a moment stunned. Watching her struggle, Naruto shrugged. "In the forest." Sasuke, "Go find Sakura. In the meantime, let's scare Gaara away." Ichin, knowing that was a sign of confirmation from Sasuke, Naruto simply nodded and entered the fight in front of him. Gaara's face filled with irritation as he threw sand upon sand at the girl, who attacked without success for connected kicks and punches after each failure of the rival Jinchuriki, infuriating the redhead even more. His face was full of bruises and his own blood while the fight continued one-sided. "Fu, do you need help?" Fu dodged another ray of sand before answering. The truth is that no." The sand armor on Gaara's face cracked even more, revealing even more of his pale face. It was then that the sand surrounding Gaara rose into the sky and began to surround him. With Furu watching attentively, a few seconds later, Gaara was completely covered by a ball of sand. Why, only one word echoed in Naruto's mind, seeing what the redhead was doing. "It didn't look good. You were talking about helping me." "Yes, maybe I need something." The idiot who was trying to free Shikaku, or part of him. "At least we have to get through this ball before he does it," instructed Fu, still with his eyes set on the future. "Break the shield." What? Naruto had to get through the almost impenetrable wall of sand in front of him. Fu launched himself forward like a lightning bolt as he slammed into the dome, immediately forming a resounding crack in the air, parted only to reveal a small fissure where he struck, which regenerated soon after. Yes, it was practically unbreakable. Being able to withstand a full power blow from a trained Jinchuriki was no joke. Naruto simply didn't have the firepower to punch through the shield on his own, unless the Kyuubi suddenly decided to offer him chakra out of kindness. And it was much more likely that Gaara would turn into a circus clown, but maybe power wasn't what was needed. What was needed was pressure. Naruto didn't remember much about the academy, but he did remember some of the things Yuka constantly yelled at him in class. The smaller the surface area, the greater the pressure, meaning the perfect tool for this situation was a sword. Summons Zabuza shadow. Zabuza, already knowing his will from the moment he was summoned, disappeared instantly, leaving behind a sword for Naruto to use. It wasn't a normal sword in the least, forged to perfection. The massive sword Naruto held in his hands was built to kill. Fu didn't know and didn't even seem surprised by the completely black weapon. A sword? What do you think a sword would do? Naruto couldn't even cut through him. Naruto stopped paying attention to him a bit. After he was right, he wasn't even sure if the legendary sword he held could do anything. It certainly wouldn't be enough to cut before the shield regenerated. He needed more, much more. He needed to use one technique that Kakashi had barely taught him. By simply showing it to him in passing, of course, Kakashi assumed that Naruto's only element was water, but Naruto knew better. With the title of Stormbringer, he received additional stats in both light and water, which meant he could use light jutsu if he wanted. However, Naruto didn't have the time or skill to learn a lightning jutsu. so quickly after. Having also learned 2 water-release jutsus, he had to stick to the second option, something he only attempted for a week or so about the middle of training when his sensei wasn't around before giving up under the extreme difficulty. Breathing deeply, Naruto reached deep into his body, drawing chakra from within before molding it to his will it flowed. From his rings to his hand, where it emanated from, he opened his eyes. A bolt of lightning crackled dangerously around the pitch-black sword. Its blue particles whizzed around the metal. With speed, terrifying Kobikiri was covered in lightning. But with each passing second, Naruto felt like he was losing control. Without hesitation, he ran towards the sand. Doma would probably be the only way to land a clean hit on Gaara with his current speed. He spun around holding the sword with both hands as he threw an infernal weapon at the sand. His sword pierced the side of the ball with some difficulty, cutting it into something resembling a half. Naruto dropped the sword his other hand as the sand came loose, revealing a wide-eyed Gaara inside the other half. He plunged a hand into Gaara's neck, pulling him out of the safe. Gaara stood frozen as he quickly fell to the ground below him. "You have lost, Gaara," said Naruto coldly to the monster beneath him, holding the tip of his sword to Gaara's forehead. The lightning was long gone, but the sword itself was more than enough to kill the boy below him. The look on Gaara's face was something he never thought he'd see. There was gone was the crazy, maniacal look or cold expression he used to have. Was that fear? It was then that Naruto realized the reason Gaara felt that way was because he simply never lost. The boy was so strong that he barely moved while fighting, letting his sand do the work for him. Being on the other side was particularly new to him, and it was only natural that he would be afraid. "Leave our brother alone." Naruto swung his sword to the side, reflecting the incoming shuriken with the flat side of the blade. "What's to be afraid of?" And Kankuro launched themselves into the fray at full speed, forcing Naruto back towards Fu. As several more projectiles flew away, they seemed furious for their brother, shooting him protective. Glares. Gaara looked at his brothers with an odd expression as he stood up. "You were lucky you were outnumbered, or else you would have died in an instant," yelled Kankuro. Now that we're even, Naruto was about to say that the boy didn't know math until Gaara interrupted him. "Let's go, Kankuro." For once, Kankuro and Naruto had the same thoughts running through their heads. "What the hell?" Kankuro looked outraged. "Gaara, I don't get it. Why would we leave after they tried to kill you? I want to face them the next exam," said Gaara. Simply, Naruto couldn't believe that Gaara had simply become a better person. "Don't ask him questions," Kankuro said. Temari, looking confused by Gaara, but also determined. "Okay, Kankuro will do whatever he wants." Kankuro scoffed and nodded, briefly looked at Naruto and Furu once more before that the trio left immediately after. Fur looked at Naruto. "Should chase them and subdue them." Naruto chuckled. "No need." A comfortable silence followed before Fu decided to break it with a question. "What now?" Naruto clapped. "Regroup, my comrades, and I will enter one of the towers." Fur looked confused. "But you didn't say you didn't have an Earth Scroll." Yet Naruto smiled. Kuratsuchi laughed as Yukai retold her heroic stories in her effort to get the Heaven Scroll that now he held his third companion. Saki was nowhere to be seen, but that didn't matter much. The girl in question could survive anything. Actually, she takes out the scroll from the ground. Kuratsuchi-san said, "Yukai could probably hide it somewhere when we look for Saki." Kuratsuchi wasn't entirely keen on the method, but he did it anyway. He reached into his back pocket, feeling the comforting sensation of the scroll being right here. The girl found herself staring at a plastic tube in his hands. It was shaped like a cylinder, mimicking the scroll Yukai was holding. "That's not a scroll." Kuratsuchi-sanayo. "Naruto." Naruto pulled out the Earth Scroll in front of the surprised Fu, winking at her as if he was telling her a deep secret. He felt a little guilty for replacing Kuratsuchi's scroll with a fake one when she was unconscious, just a little. The second exam was officially over. Naruto explained how he got the Earth Scroll to his 2 classmates who were ecstatic to see it. In their pass to the second exam, Sakura just cheered without doing anything, while Sasuke, with a satisfied smile, continued walking. "We just need to get into one of the main towers as quickly as possible. We can't risk another confrontation," with the team said. Sakura, throwing her hair back to smooth it out. "Okay, I think I know exactly where to go, but it might take some time," said Naruto, looking around while remaining still. Sasuke growled. "Naruto, your friend is waiting for you." "Now, friend?" asked Naruto. He nodded. Friend. Naruto directed his gaze to where Sasuke was pointing, only to be met by the familiar and agile figure of Fu, who was standing with her shoulder leaning against a large tree while quietly whistling. Of course, Naruto should have known instantly that the Uchiha was referring to her with his insistent emphasis on the word friend. "All right," Naruto said before running over to Fu and greeting. The girl was one of the reasons why he passed the exam with flying colors. First, she knocked out Kuratsuchi, which allowed Naruto to easily obtain the scroll that he knew was hidden in her clothes. Second, Fu was crucial to defeating Gaara, considering Naruto still wasn't fast enough to dodge the sand at close range, unlike the friendly Jinchuriki. "Yofu Naruto, how strange to see you around here," exclaimed Fu. "Were you waiting for me to come?" Naruto said with a deadpan expression, unable to believe that the other CH was being so childish. "Ha. I was." Naruto smiled. "Well, let's get to the point. Why are you waiting here? I just want to say a few things before I go." Naruto raised a yellow eyebrow. "How about that? Good. Where do we start?" Fu said, taking a deep breath, nervous and thoughtful at the same time. "First, on to the next stage of the exam. Please don't expect me to be lenient with you. Just because we're friends, okay? So don't get mad if we have to fight," Naruto replied, not quite understanding why she was so worried about such a simple matter. Fu's eyes opened wide, excited. "Good. I can't wait for the next exam. I thought you'd stop being her friend if she'd beat you up in front of so many people." Naruto chuckled. "What makes you so sure you can beat me so easily?" Fu just smiled. "I'm sorry, but I don't think anyone in this exam can beat me. Not just you." Naruto being so confident doesn't bode well, believe me." Fu crossed her arms with her eyes full of enthusiasm. "It's okay to be overconfident if you can prove it anyway. See you soon. For now, I'm going with my classmates. It's okay. See you in the third exam." With a last farewell gesture, Fu left. Naruto now had a new goal in mind, and that was to beat Furu in the Chunin exams. "Congratulations. You leveled up." The player is now level 11. Naruto looked at his stats in surprise. It had been a long time since the system gave him missions, so it was surprising to see that he leveled up by natural progression. Name: Naruto. Uzumaki. Title: Stormbringer. Occupation: Konoha. Genin. Level: LV. 11 horsepower, 100 deputy, 100 chakra, 2000 strength, 12. Vitamin 14 to 11 in SE, SAP. Quat look 2 current abilities: Shadow, Clone Jutsu, level 4 Shadow Extraction, level 1 Necromancer class, attribute points. 2 Naruto quickly placed attribute points in a strength and dexterity, seeing the greatest benefits of those 2 stats for the moment. Bell, an attribute point has been used. Strength has increased by 1 point. Bell, an attribute point has been used. Dexterity has increased by 1 point. Impressive. Bell mission defeat __. Created mission details: defeat AF if you face in the third exam. Rewards: EXP 3000. Skill: closing interrogation. Failure: remain a genin for the rest of your life. The player accepts the mission S/No. Naruto felt a deep nostalgia. It had only been a month, but the missions were truly epic regardless of what they entailed. He didn't understand why he hadn't received missions for the past month, but he didn't have time to complain anymore. Yes, Taijutsu skill has increased a level. Taijutsu is now max level. Taijutsu skill is now Taijutsu. Naruto realized exactly what that meant for the future of his own Taijutsu. A grin spread across his face as he began to dance in place with excitement. This was going to be crazy. He scrolled through the system. He finally finished with all the incoming notifications. Receiving those upgrades and leveling up was definitely a dopamine rush. The moment of euphoria and happiness at receiving upgrades was unmatched. He was practically hooked on the feeling. The buzzer wasn't over yet. Hidden mission: Jinchuriki encounter completed. Mission details: meet and converse with the other 9 Jinchuriki spread across the elemental nations. 2 new Jinchuriki encountered. Rewards: skill tree points, EXP 1800. Naruto was brimming with excitement as he read the message. It reminded him of the old days when the system practically offered him new features on a daily basis, until of course it stopped doing so upon reaching the higher levels. A skill tree point probably allowed him to move up the skill tree skills, where he got Iron Skin, which made it a very useful skill reward. At first, Naruto was surprised to see the hidden quest how much more the system had left every time he thought he had reached the limit and there would be no more functions. He was facing a new expansion. Not that he was complaining, of course. It also made Naruto want to meet the other Jinshu Rick as soon as possible, which probably wasn't possible considering how spread out most of them were. Gaara was from next door Suna, but Fu came from a very remote village. Compared to the rest, Naruto decided he would use the skill tree point later. First, he needed to get ahead with the exam. He touched Sasuke and Sakura's shoulders before running forwards at a much faster speed. They arrived at the tower soon. After making sure to hold on to the scroll, they finally reached the stone clearing that instructed them to open the scrolls. Naruto and Sakura opened them at the same time. Imagine their surprise when Iruka appeared and congratulated them. The smile on Naruto's face was radiant at the pride Iruka felt at seeing his students. Iruka led the trio to another large room where other teams had gathered. Obviously, it seemed that not everyone had passed the exam. Naruto shuddered as he realized that he might have dashed Kurdo's Tsuchi's hopes of passing by stealing the scroll. He dismissed that thought. They were shinobi, people who were expected to steal, murder, and cheat to have any chance of success. The next few days in the tower where the tremors were quite boring. Kakashi stopped a few times, congratulating them for passing so quickly. Otherwise, he remained silent and continued reading the book in his hand. Sakura remained silent for most of the tremor, but Naruto could tell she was bored. Sasuke simply managed to fill his time with light training exercises and different types of chakra control. Naruto continued trying to distribute his lightning chakra to his weapons, but found it extremely difficult to do so. For some reason, it was even harder to do with a normal kunai than it was with Zabuza's sword. He wasn't sure why, but the difference was obvious. The lightning chakra on the kuna only lasted for a brief moment before disappearing immediately after. This led Naruto to several logical conclusions. The most reasonable idea he could come up with was that the Kubikiri was made of a chakra-conducting metal. Upon second thought, it made sense that such a legendary sword would be made of a rare material, since there had to be something besides the expert craftsmanship that made it special. So for the next few days, he practiced and practiced. He continued to do so tirelessly with the goal of fully controlling his lightning chakra until the very end. His efforts were not in vain, but he was still far from perfecting the technique. The chakra only lasted a minimum of 10 seconds before he lost the technique completely. And finally, the wait was over. Naruto headed out to the clearing with Sakura and Sasuke behind him. To tell the truth, he was very nervous, not because the exam, that's for sure. He really didn't want to confront Kuratsuchi. A small crowd had already gathered while Naruto hid behind his teammates before dyeing his hair black a little, while later, trying not to be seen by the princess if she was there, of course, he looked around carefully, making sure to write down each team that passed by. It's good to see the rest of Konoha's rookie teams pass. Naruto thought with a smile. There are Gaara and his brothers, of course. They did it. Fu is there. I wonder who she's looking for. Kabuto, real entity. I can't say much about him. Kuratsuchi. Naruto began to cough furiously when he saw the short-haired girl in the crowd frowning. I don't recognize the rest of them, while Naruto thought as he looked at the rest of the teams. It didn't surprise him that he didn't recognize them, considering they came from villages of various nations. Congratulations, everyone passed the second exam, shouted Anko. After a fight of survival and blood, you have proven yourself worthy of competing to become Chunin. I applaud your efforts. Excited murmurs broke through the crowd. The third cashier took control, silencing everyone with his mere presence before going into the details of the third exam. Although the system is well known, let me make something clear. The true purpose of the Chunin exams is not just for young shinobi like yourself to show off your talent and win a shiny new trophy to wear and show off. There is no underlying purpose behind it all. Anyone guess? Well, here it is. The Chunin exams are a system for assess the strength of the other villages, a war within this very building that makes sense today. Konoha had to spend a fortune to cater to the tourists and shinobi that came in, and there was no profit in doing so. Unless there was more to it than crowning one or two henning as winners, they weren't gaining valuable information about the other villages while they were fighting. Realistically, there was no other way to find out how strong a village's future shinobi would be unless there was a direct war going on, and there was created the Chunin exams. Yusin continued to explain the ins and outs of the politics behind the Chunin exams. But at that point, Naruto understood most of it. Another proctor interrupted the okkage just as he was about to explain the exam. He had long dark hair, and his sickly face, the darkness around his eyes, was visible even for Naruto's position. I have to admit something, you might not like this at all. So I'm warning you all right up front. The harsh reality is that, and there are way too many, there are just way too many for continue with the third exam that depends on a tournament ranking. That's why we will carry out a preliminary test to eliminate the weakest. Indignation was visible in most of the genin, but they didn't say anything. Nobody had the courage to do it in front of Okkage in particular. The man smiled sarcastically, and worse still, the preliminaries start now. What now? This has to be rigged. Well, most of them, if any of you don't see yourselves capable of continuing with the exam, I recommend that you leave right now. Your teammates can still fight, since the third exam is no longer a team affair. Naruto looked expectantly at the rest of the genin gathered around him. All right, I'm leaving. Kabuto, the proctor, looked slightly surprised before coughing twice into his hand. Jacuzzi Kabuto of Konoha may leave. Naruto narrowed his eyes as Kabuto left the place. It was oddly suspicious for someone who had already failed 5 or 6 times. He was conveniently hell-bent on giving up with the remaining TR genin. We will hold 15 matches. Whoever loses, whoever wins will advance to the next exam. And for the first fight, the screen at the top remained blank until it finally revealed 2 names: Naruto Uzumaki versus Kiba, and Nezuka. Naruto's grin widened evilly as he turned his face towards Kiba, who was smirking as if he had already won. He couldn't wait to wipe the smirk off that bastard's face. Do you want to give me any advice before the fight? Almost sensei, asked Naruto. Curiously, Team 7 distanced themselves immediately from the rest of the crowd as soon as the fight was announced. Team 8 was probably also plotting a plan with their sensei. Kakashi looked at him with a blank expression. Well, with the expression he had through his mask. No, Naruto smirked. Aren't you afraid of him losing? Kakashi rolled his eyes, as if he both knew Kiin hadn't progressed as much as you. It's something much more serious. Anko came over. Naruto stiffened. If Anko got close to Kakashi, that could only mean one thing. Orochimaru. Kakashi nodded, correctly interpreting his change of expression as a sign of recognition. That's right. I know this isn't a good time to talk about it, but this fight shouldn't last long either. And secondly, this is much more important. The sooner you know, the better to know. What exactly? Naruto asked suspiciously, narrowing his eyes. He recalls the events of the fight with Orochimaru. Did he try to bite you at some point? Kakashi asked seriously. Naruto nodded. Yes, he did. So what? And what does he say? Kakashi grumbled, pacing around the room. Well, at least they didn't mark you. Marked, repeated Naruto, not knowing what the honing meant. Yes, Mark, probably you already know. Orochimaru is not a normal person, much less normal. That man would do anything for an iota of his ultimate goal. Infamous Mark measures talented shinobi with a curse, and little by little takes over them with the promise of power. And unfortunately, Naruto realized I am his target. Naruto intoned gravely. Kakashi nodded. Orochimaru will not stop at such a small obstacle. As soon as he sees his prey, catches her. I don't say that they're going to mark you, but be careful. Naruto took a deep breath. Great. He had a psychopathic Sannin after him who also wanted to take control of his body by biting his neck and leaving a mark. I won't let him do it. Whatever he wants, that crazy snake will mark itself for me. It doesn't matter. Fine, said Kakashi before a sparkle lit up in his eyes. Now, how about we bet on the match ahead of you? Naruto's eyes glazed over with excitement upon hearing. A bet? What kind of bet? Kakashi brought a hand to his chin. Let's see. I bet 5 Ramina that you can't defeat Kiba in 60 seconds. New mission bell. Who unleashed the dogs? Mission details. Defeat here in 60 seconds. Mission rewards. Express 1,000 respect from Kakashi. 1 attribute point, 1 skill tree. Unlock fail. Do you really want to remain a genin forever player? Accepts mission. Yes / no. Naruto smirked. Easy. Sorry you're facing me so early. Naruto, it's completely unfair to you. I understand, said Kiba with a wide smile. Naruto smiled back. Me smiling too. I excuse you. Why wait and see first round battle? Naruto Uzumaki versus Kiba Inuzuka, announced the proctor in the closed hall of the exam stage. Naruto pointed at Kakashi, who remained motionless in the stands with one eye on the book. He was holding the silver-haired honing, simply gave a thumbs up. The meaning, it was clear to both of them, but to the others it was simply an expression of good luck. Naruto had to beat the gening that he had in front of him. One experience point Kakashi's respect Naruto didn't care about a full attribute point and a skill tree unlock. Now, the last two were practically revolutionary. If he wanted to be able to beat the other monsters in the exams, he literally had to get that power boost. He honestly couldn't imagine beating Fur with the amount of strength he currently had, especially without the Kyuubi's chakra to help him. Naruto held his teammates' gazes through the crowd, also avoiding that of one princess in particular, but feeling the pressure of the scorching gaze on his back. That was a conversation he definitely didn't want to have. Sasuke seemed indifferent, but Naruto noticed his curiosity. Sakura seemed worried about him and probably just hoped he won. Don't get discouraged, Naruto. I'll make sure to end this as quickly as possible. After all, I'm not going to break up with you in front of a bunch of foreigners. The blonde smirked. You're right, this fight. It will be over in less than a minute. Naruto just laughed. A Jime shouted. The supervisor Naruto took several steps back. Immediately, he needed to end the fight as soon as possible, but it wouldn't be possible without knowing the enemy. First, if he rushed unnecessarily and received a jutsu from an unknown clan, who knows what would happen. 6. Okay, do a countdown for me. 2. Beast imitation ninja art. 4. Leg technique, shouted Kiba. Kiba supported himself on his 4 limbs as chakra flowed through his body, filling the air with pressure. His nails lengthened like a wild animal's, crunching against the concrete floor as he squeezed, and it snapped. For a second, Naruto was surprised by the boy's speed. Then he realized he had fought alone against Orochimaru. A clear Sannin barely tried, but a fight was still a fight. Naruto dodged to the side completely, dodging the oncoming body. Woof woof. Oh right, the dog. How the hell is that fair? It's practically a 2-on-1. Could Naruto theoretically land a damn dragon in the ring and say that it's his pet? The dog turned into a puff of smoke as soon as it got close to Naruto. The blonde just chuckled. What kind of tactic was that? He really didn't want to hurt the dog. Jutsu of Shadow Clone. Naruto's clones invaded the ring in a hurry. Akamaru, who was now with Kiba, turned red, suddenly jumped on Kiba's back before transforming into another Kiba. What the hell? The duo exploded into 2 fast tornadoes, whipping their surprise clones with havoc. Naruto, he just watched in shock. He had no idea what he was seeing. He shook his head. 40. Okay, I'll finish it in 20. He didn't really need to put in too much effort to finish this fight. Naruto didn't move as the tornado came towards him at terrifying speed. It was a stupid and risky move. He could definitely lose the fight right then and there. He wasn't sure of the strength of the technique in front of him, but he was sure that he couldn't just sit there and face it and not expect to be dealt a blow damage. But it could if he did something very, very specific. Activate Iron Skin. At activating and skill Iron Skin level 1 activated, its use consumes 10 MP and lasts for 1 minute before a 10-minute skill cooldown kicks in. Naruto caught Akamaru's hands and Kiba gasped. At the sharp impact, he fell on his hands. Although his skin took on the characteristics of iron, all the pressure from the oncoming bird had to go somewhere. He tossed Kamaru aside like he was a toy and twisted Kiba's arm like rubber. The resounding scream was terrible. Naruto kicked him in the stomach to make sure the boy didn't scream. The mustachioed Jinim glared at him. I told you this would be over in an instant. Macho the Inuzuka simply groaned. The winner is Naruto Uzumaki. The crowd erupted in a soft applause as they saw the total dismantling that was about to unfold in front of them. Bell Mission, who unleashed the dogs, completed. Rewards X 1000 respect from Kakashi. 1 attribute. Point 1 tree unlock skills. Use skill tree. Unlock buzzer skill tree. Unlock use choose between the 2 skills shown in hindsight. Level 1 iron clones. Level 1 buzzer skill tree. Unlock use choose between the 2 skills shown in hindsight. Level 1 iron clones. Level 1. Naruto bowed to the visor out of habit before slowly walking back to the stands. Naruto, and you've improved a lot, Kakashi thought proudly. I wonder how did you do against his Hutsu? But probably won't tell me. Old man Naruto would have been running around telling me how you beat the Inuzuka. His rate of improvement, and it's not only amazing, but terrifying at the rate he's going at Kaka's. And he erased the incoming thoughts and focused on the small body walking up the stairs. Naruto wasn't paying attention to the crowd as he walked down the steps. He felt sorry for Kiba, who was being put on a stool to be taken away. It was a shame that Kiba had to face Naruto in the first round. But that's the way it is. Naruto, congratulations, exclaimed Sakura, patting him on the back. Naruto smiled. Thanks. Sakura. Sasuke just looked at him. I won't congratulate you. You were expected to defeat Kiba. After all, Naruto nodded. He didn't expect much from Sasuke either, but I guess I have to win my fight now. Sasuke continued Sasuke smirked. Because I'll have to beat you in the finals, Naruto. Chuckled. You can try Yukia. Well done, Naruto. Said Kakashi right after. I guess now, I have to buy you ramen, of course the bet. Is the reason why I try to defeat the brat ADM Naruto? Well, let's hope the next fight for one of us is just as easy. With this, they waited for the announcement of the next match. Naruto looked again at the screen next to him. Choose between the two abilities shown: Enhanced Vision, Level 1 Iron. Clones Level 1 Enhanced Vision, and it is exactly the same ability as last time. As for the other clones, Iron Skin is like Iron Skin, but a more advanced version. It's almost as if the skills themselves evolve. So I can choose which one to unlock. The system faded into a loading screen before showing some sort of digital tree. The skills Iron Skin and Enhanced Eyesight were at the end of the tree. The icons on Enhanced Eyesight were shaded black, indicating that they hadn't been unlocked yet, while the cone on Iron Skin was bright white with the label Clones of Iron. Next to him, Naruto could see that the further he progressed in the skill tree, the more it branched out. Until now, he didn't see the end of the tree, and then came the decision: Enhanced Eyesight Level 1 information. While the skill is activated, the user has a greater understanding of their surroundings. Their vision improves drastically, as well as their general perception of moving targets. It's okay. It seemed quite effective, but he still needed to see the other ability before fully deciding. Iron Clones Level 1 information. While the ability is activated, any active clone that the user has summoned will have the effects of Iron Skin. The use time and cooldown of the ability are affected by the amount of clones used at once. That sounds unrealistically useful. It would be easier for someone to believe that one of his clones was real if it took more than one hit. Plus, he would have a lot more firepower with multiple bodies covered in iron. Naruto could harass his opponents at once, and in the end, they wouldn't know who he was, true Naruto, until the skill ended. Then, though, I really wanted to get Enhanced Eyesight, especially when I could barely see people like Fu move while fighting. I also really wanted to get Iron Clones. Pick Iron Clones Timbre. New skill. Got Iron Clones Level 1. Using it consumes 30 MP and lasts for a variable amount of time before a variable skill cooldown is applied. 30 MP. What the heck, isn't bad at all for a skill that makes my clones be equally strong, Naruto thought with a look of clear surprise. He wasn't sure when he would get the next ability upgrade, but he really wanted to get it soon. Naruto might have to go for Enhanced Eyesight if the Iron Path, as he started calling it, offered a mediocre ability. For now, he could wait. After all, things are going very well. Naruto whispered a dangerous feminine voice next to him. Oh hell no, Naruto froze hearing the voice. He slowly turned his head to the side to meet the Kurotsuchi's dark, blazing eyes. Her eyes were blazing with rage, her fingers trembling as she tried her best not to strangle the troubled blonde. At that very moment, Sakura looked curious as she watched the two begin to interact, wondering what the connection was. Sasuke really couldn't care less. Oh, long time no see. Kurotsuchi, how's the team going? Naruto asked nonchalantly, trying to hide his nervousness. How long has it been? How's the team going? The girl in front of him repeated with a smile. Disbelief with a face red with anger. You are a cheater. What are you talking about? Asked the Uzumaki, not understanding anything. My scroll, you stole my scroll. Naruto shrugged. And what do you mean? And babbled Kurotsuchi. I trusted you, and you stole my scroll. Then clearly it was your fault for trusting me. It's not a battle, not a written test to expel someone for cheating. Kyuk. Naruto sighed, dramatically placing a hand on Kurotsuchi's shoulder. For what it's worth, I felt really guilty for stealing from you the scroll, but I made it alone so you could improve. You shouldn't trust others so easily. Of course you can trust me. Don't talk nonsense or distract me. Naruto, you know what you did was wrong. Accept it. And Mare growled with a dangerous glint in her eyes. Naruto felt anger rise in his chest. What if you don't show yourself morally superior and accept that you were tricked and face it? Or are you too spoiled to realize that you can't trust anyone so lightly and that not everything is given to you no matter what? If what I did was wrong, it shouldn't matter, you idiot, yelled Kurotsuchi one last time with red and slightly watery eyes. She turned around and started walking away without looking back. Wow, she's mad, thought Naruto, frowning. What's wrong? Asked Sakura with narrowed eyes, watching Kurotsuchi's back, walking away. She's just mad because I stole the Earth Scroll, Naruto answered clearly as he looked back at her screen in the stadium. What did you do is a long story, and for the next match of the preliminary exams, Gaara versus Dosu. Naruto watched silently as Gaara made his way to the arena with Dosu Arriving from the other side of the stands, he had no doubts about who would win. In fact, he was more attentive to see how badly Dosu would lose. Since the fight in the Forest of Death, Gaara had been especially quiet. He hadn't looked Naruto in the eye even once, which was surprising for someone who swore he would kill him. Tosu, with his bandaged face, showed no signs of excitement. As he entered the battlefield, "Who do you think will win?" asked Sakura. Quietly, Naruto simply raised an eyebrow. Sakura, getting the message, stayed quiet. Sasuke crossed his arms as he watched the fight. Naruto assumed he was thinking about his own fight with Gaara at that moment, and probably knew how dominant the Jinshu was, although he didn't actually know Gaara was. They had needed him, Neji and Lee, together to be able to hurt Gaara, which meant beating him in one of the one-on-one rounds was going to be much more difficult. Ajime, the fight began. The sand exploded towards Dosu with terrifying speed, but he managed to dodge the first burst thanks to his surprising speed. Naruto watched shocked as Dosu managed to get close to Gaara without being hit by the sand, which was practically impossible for most of the Chunin gathered. "He is fast," muttered Sasuke. "Yes, faster than me," at least replied Naruto, frowning. He needed to find a way to be faster. If the skill tree, if he was given options related to his physical attributes and made him faster, he would accept them in an instant. Although abilities like Iron Skin and Iron Clones sounded cool, he found that the simpler abilities that gave him automatic enhancement without any other consequences were much more direct and effective. Just as another chunk of sand was about to hit Dosu in the heart, his gauntlets released a shockwave of energy or sound that pushed the sand aside with extreme ease, leaving it took until Dosu could actually hit Gaara. But of course he didn't. More and more sand followed the masked boy, who had to use his gauntlets to the fullest to contain it. His eyes widened as he realized he couldn't hold out any longer. The fight was practically over. Dosu didn't have as wide an offensive arsenal as Gaara, who didn't possess a wide variety of moves, but his absolute mastery of the sand was enough to break almost all defenses, along with his defense. Impenetrable, the Jinchuriki was unstoppable, and Dosu knew it. Raising a hand, he prepared to surrender. "Well, that's a smart way to do it," snorted Sasuke. "Naruto has to agree." Not words came out of Dosu's mouth. The audience erupted in a collective murmur, each of them wondering what the hell Dosu was doing. "Wait," exclaimed Sakura. "That's sand." Naruto approached Sakura, since she had a better look at everything that had happened, and Sasuke followed him soon after. He was right. A bar of sand covered Dosu's mouth, preventing him from saying anything. Now his eyes were practically bulging out of their sockets as he stood still with one hand in the air. To everyone else, it just looked like Dosu was crazy. Naruto frowned. "What is Gaara doing?" The sand erupted under Dosu's body, surrounding the boy, who tried to jump up as soon as possible, but it was too late. The sand surrounded him like a sphere, preventing him from escaping. As soon as Dosu saw it, Dosu gave in to gravity and fell back down immediately. Everything happened too much quickly. The sand enveloped Dosu, whose eyes spoke for themselves. Even though his mouth couldn't, Naruto could feel the fear in Dosu's eyes. Soon Dosu disappeared, covered in an armor of sand that rose about 10 m into the air. At first, the dome was big enough to house a normal-sized Chunin. Then it shrank. The crowd watched in horror as the ball of sand began to decrease in size and soon began to gasp in fear as they saw red blood dripping from the dome to the ball of sand fell to the ground. At that moment, there was no doubt that Dosu was badly maimed, if not dead by then. Before the procurators could even voice any objections, Gaara clenched his open palm into a fist. The ball shrank to the size of cannonball. Blood spurted out from the rapid transformation of the container that once held Dosu. Gaara smirked as he released his clenched fist, causing the sphere to disintegrate into sand, which dramatically fell to the ground along with the Dosu's shattered bones. The audience erupted in screams of terror, seeing what was happening in front of them. The Honings simply remained silent as they watched. Naruto noticed that even they were surprised by the display of aggression. The blond man narrowed his eyes as he saw the Jinchuriki in front of him. Pure evil. Some Chunin simply vomited in the stadium, disgusted and horrified by what they saw, while others simply watched in silence. Sakura's eyes were as wide as those of Dosu before dying, and she looked like she was going to run away when Kakashi put a hand on her shoulder and whispered something in her ear. Whatever he said seemed to have calmed her down a bit, but the slightly crazed look in her eyes was still present. Naruto glared at the red-haired boy below him, the boy who simply smirked at a death that he himself caused, an unnecessary death. "Naruto, Sasuke." Sakura said. Kakashi calmly drawing the genin's attention towards him. Don't be afraid of him. Although seem incredibly strong, believe me, I can mold you both to be stronger, scared never. But Kakashi's words still brought him some confidence. There were holes in Gaara's defense. That was something he realized the first time he fought the brat winner. Gaara, stated the procurator with some hesitation. He's crazy, moaned Ino lightly. Well, if I'm paired against him in the next round, I'll surely lose, said Shikamaru. Clearly Naruto didn't really blame him. It looked as if tears were coming to his eyes. Fall soon to Hinata. Why did she have to do that? There are people like that in Nada, believe me. I have seen worse people in my career. As a shinobi, Karina informed her. Now the scared girl Naruto did not want to believe that she was telling the truth, so unjustified. I sincerely hope that my youth is enough to defeat the evil of that boy, declared Lee, seriously looking fixedly at Gaara, who began to retreat into the crowd from where came. Naruto said, how come I hadn't seen you? Yet Naruto prided himself on being quite observer, so to find out that he couldn't notice him, of all people, who was fully dressed in a bright green suit approaching them, was quite demoralizing. Lee thought for a moment, maybe because my footsteps are completely silent. What? Naruto looked confused for a second. How did someone manage to make their footsteps completely silent? The only one he knew who could do it were Zabuza Yaku, in whom the latter must have been trained by the former. He remembered having had the option in the wave mission to learn silent taijutsu, but didn't have time to learn it then, and the file skill didn't seem to be available either. With an interested look, he asked Lee how exactly he learned to silence his footsteps. Lee looked at Naruto as if joking. I didn't learn, so you're telling me it came naturally? Is that even possible? Asked Naruto, dumbfounded. Of course, I'm living proof of that, he didn't reply. Lee, smirking, why am I asking? Is damn rare of nature, thought Naruto angrily. After that, everyone waited for the next fight in a bored silence that was quickly interrupted by the interruption of a certain mint-haired girl. After all, he didn't know any other mint-haired girl. Hey Naruto, exclaimed Furu excitedly. The girl wasn't present at the fight that had just occurred, or she just didn't get the vibe right. Naruto unenthusiastically looked up in her shining eyes. Why are you here? Fu asked Naruto. Humph, what a rude way to introduce your best friend to the team. Hi everyone, my name is Fu Sakura, was the first to respond. We noticed Fu, unperturbed by the other girl's sarcasm. She continued, what are your names? When she saw that her teammates didn't want to answer, Naruto answered for them. The pink-haired one is Sakura, the thoughtful one is Sasuke, and the tall one is Kakashi. Nice to meet you. I'm Fu, Naruto's best friend. Excuse me, I already told you no, Furu asked, laughing. Well, I'm glad to see you. Is it okay if I borrow? Naruto? For a second, the eyes of Kakashi shone happily. Of course, I'm glad to see Naruto making new friends. Normally he always feels very lonely. Naruto gritted his teeth in annoyance, but he was also grateful that his sensei didn't question his story. Yes, I always feel alone. I see them soon. They walked away towards some abandoned seats, which bothered Naruto quite a bit, who realized what someone else might think seeing them. Fu, on the other hand, remained unperturbed. Why exactly did you take me away from my team? Asked Naruto with an inquisitive tone. It doesn't seem like it, but this is pretty important, Naruto, said Fu, and for the first time since he met her, her voice seemed really serious. And could that be it? What do you know about Furu against Temari? Naruto just sighed at the inopportune moment. I guess you'll have to go. Fu smiled. Aren't you going to wish me luck? The blonde rolled his eyes. He would if you needed him to. Well, let me take care of it quickly. I still need to talk to you as soon as possible, affirmed Fu. Naruto nodded. Then Fu jumped from the stands into the stadium. At that moment, Naruto, once he needed to be surprised. The distance between him and her was becoming more and more evident, and that irritated him even more. He needed to defeat Nei quickly in order to enjoy the benefits of the mission that had been entrusted to him a few weeks ago. He walked quickly back to the place where his team was, wanting to see the fight with his own eyes. His ultimate goal for the Chunin exams was to defeat the other two Jinchuriki, but at the moment it seemed completely impossible, unless he managed to improve at a rapid pace, far above average, similar to how he did when he was just a level 5, but something he learned as he rose in rank was that leveling up got slower and slower, which was made up for by the new features of the system and the bigger rewards that were offered as he leveled up. Shaking his head, he went back to focusing on the fight. What did the leaf head want? Sakura asked curiously. Naruto, indifferent to the horrible nickname, didn't really say anything. Maybe they weren't there to talk, commented Kakashi. Naruto just sighed and shook his head, as if that would snap him out of it. Kakashi would have to try harder. because what he just heard was absolutely pathetic. Ajime, the fight was over before he could. Even blink, Temari began to open a large metal fan, probably in preparation for a huge attack that she assumed would knock the girl out instantly. Fu wasn't normal. As soon as Temari opened the fan, she launched herself forward with all her might before hitting her with her fist in the stomach, completely opened, leaving her unconscious instantly. The public watched, shocked by the speed of the girl. The previous atmosphere was completely destroyed by the impressive victory winner. Fu, the supervisor, could not prevent the surprise reflected in his voice. Fu gave a thumbs up to everyone before jumping back in to stand. Your friend is amazing, Naruto, said Kakashi. Finally, Sakura and Sasuke seemed equally impressed, although the former was much more extroverted. Yes, I know, he said. Naruto deadpanned. That's the main reason why I became friends with her, Naruto yelled in his head. He still wasn't sure if she was a good person or not until now. She was only nice to him. But when they were fighting, it was easy to think otherwise. Naruto gasped in his seat when he heard Fu whisper in his ear behind him, "Come on, let's finish what we were talking about," Fu said, without even looking at the rest of his team. Sakura seemed to really want to ask what they were going to talk about, and Naruto would have probably asked or pleased if it weren't for the fact that he didn't know better. Sasuke seemed unconcerned, though. He looked at Furu with a competitive glare that Naruto recognized. "She's okay again," sighed Naruto. They climbed up to the top steps, where they were sure no one could hear them. Naruto wondered what was so serious as to have them completely isolated, but he refrained from asking. He just wanted to get this over with. Hopefully it was something really important. Fu looked around once more before leaning towards Furu's left ear. "Naruto, what do you know about Akatsuki?" Naruto blinked. What Fu's eyes lit up. The Akatsuki? No, he had never heard that word in his entire life. What is Akatsuki? Naruto asked curiously, based solely on their facial expression. It definitely wasn't something good. Fu's face darkened. The Akatsuki are a group hell-bent on causing trouble in all nations. No one knows exactly what their motive is, but all we know is that they somehow exist. Naruto shrugged. Why is that a problem? No, is that a single group can do something against an entire nation, right? That's what I thought. Takigakure. However, later we discovered that Akatsuki was not just any group. Each of its members is a powerful shinobi. I mean, ranks S, not the group games we play in the Chunin exams. A single member could kill everyone here, and I am a small exception, depending on the member, declared Fu. Without any tone of overconfidence, he took the subject very seriously and was serious. Naruto frowned. A group of shinobi from S-ranker who was seeking the collapse of the shinobi nations. Felt like he would have heard about them by now. Fu smirked, as if he realized the situation. You wonder why no one knows about them? Naruto nodded in confirmation. Because Akatsuki has yet to begin their operations, but when they do, believe me, their name alone will give the Kaj migraines. Someone really made Fu nervous. Naruto was also feeling just as anxious, but he still had to make sure of one thing. The blonde stared Fu in the eyes. "And what does he have? What does all this have to do with me?" The Akatsuki's main target are the Jinchuriki. Why? Naruto's blood froze. "And you can't be serious," Fu grimaced. "Unfortunately, I'm serious." The thought pierced Naruto straight through the brain, leaving him slightly paralyzed for a brief second before back to the moment. There was a group of ranked shinobi that were chasing him. Put him together with Orochimaru, a crazed Sannin, that was also chasing him. "How do you know all this?" "I had an encounter with a member of Akatsuki," she told it herself. "Aside from that, my village has a particularly advanced spy system. Anyway, that doesn't matter," Fu began, raising her hand to brush away the hair that was falling on her head. "Aside from a problem, woman, you literally faced a member of the group that was trying to kill us. I need more information." "And why would that person tell you?" Naruto shouted in his head. "There's more." The girl crossed her arms. The longer I stayed in Takigakure, the more likely I was to become an easy target for Akatsuki. In fact, my own Kai told me, we Jinshu master our lives every second we stay. Still, I was going to try to tell the Sandboy about Akatsuki too, but I quickly realized he's a little psychotic. Naruto frowned. "Wait, you're leaving your village?" "Of course." Fu declared it's the best option. "And what about Sami comrades?" "I mean," Naruto corrected himself. "Would you really abandon your comrades so easily?" Fu smiled. "My comrades held out their hands. Where they went?" Naruto. "As soon as the second exam was over, they gave up, just like that asshole." Naruto asked, "Why would they leave?" Furu bared her sharp fangs. "They didn't want to fight me." He shuddered. I don't exactly blame them besides staying in. My village also puts them in danger, Fu whispered, looking down. In fact, it puts the whole village in danger. Naruto found himself nodding. She was right if the Akatsuki really were as dangerous as she said. Then she should leave the target, especially to Fu, who mentioned that he had already interacted with one of them in her own village. It wouldn't be a very smart decision, even though she was an incredibly talented shinobi and had a tailed beast inside her. It wouldn't be worth risking the safety of an entire village. All right, then you're leaving your village. And what does that have to do with me? Naruto felt the hair on his arm prick up as he realized, no, 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 no. I can't, I won't do it, I can't. Leave Konoha, my home. It didn't matter if it put the village at risk, and its safety didn't matter to him. It mattered to be selfish. I wasn't going to do that. Fu held out a hand. Naruto, I want you to leave Konoha with me. Sasuke Yukiya versus Choi. Kimichi announced the supervisor. The visible pallor on Choi's face was amused. Sasuke nodded in acceptance before leaving for the stadium. Well, goodbye, Choi, Sakura muttered, obviously hoping Sasuke would win. It would be wise not to underestimate the genin of your village. Sakura. Choi, as an Akimichi and a capable ninja in his own right, will have many tricks up his sleeve. Kakashi, not bothering to look at his book. Naruto. He fell silent at that. He also believed that Sasuke would win, but he didn't underestimate the Akimichi at all. He was simply aware that Sasuke had become much stronger than when he was in the academy, and most of the other genin wouldn't be ready to face him. Why do you look so distraught? Naruto asked Kakashi, surprising Naruto with how well he could read facial expressions. He must have been in the ambulance or something, because this is just ridiculous. Naruto thought bitterly. Nothing. Sensei, I'm just worried about Sasuke, that's all. Naruto said, meekly shrugging at hearing himself say that. Kakashi simply raised his only visible eyebrow. To be honest, I don't believe you. Why would you worry about Sasuke of all people? No, it was you who said not to underestimate Choji. Naruto joke. True, but worrying about something so simple goes against your character. No, his sensei asked with a mocking smile that Konoha couldn't see, but knew for sure was there. Naruto shrugged, trying to divert the subject. He needed something to distract himself from the previous conversation with Fu. Unimaginable thoughts were assaulting his mind, and the more they were, the more sense they made. He really didn't want to leave Konoha, and right now he didn't need it. Naruto had no proof of the Akatsuki's existence except for Fu's words, and at worst, this could all be an elaborate scam to get him away from the safety of Konoha's ants. Although in reality, it could be the best-case scenario, since the Akatsuki was just a made-up lie by some crazy teenager. But from the look on Fu's face, Naruto was practically certain that the aforementioned shinobi group existed, and it was terrifying the fact that a group of S-rank shinobi people who could actually qualify for the rank of Hokage were after him would leave anyone astonished. That, and the fact that Orochimaru was after him too. Yeah, a completely normal day for a certain Naruto Uzumaki. It wasn't Fu's fault for warning him, and in fact, she was being very helpful by warning him beforehand. But in Naruto's opinion, literally, he ruined the rest of the Chunin exams. Naruto couldn't even focus on the upcoming fight as Sasuke and Choji faced each other. Bowing first, his mind kept wandering to the forbidden fruit, which he later found out was poisonous agime. Sasuke dashed forward in an attempt to end the fight as quickly as possible, twirling his kuna, and it caught between his fingers. How much has Choji improved? Sakura asked the rest of her team. Shikamaru smirked. Much. You'll see, don't you? You won't be surprised if our boy gives Sasuke a hard time. Ino nodded in approval. And who exactly are you rooting for? Ino asked Sakura, her gaze fixed, and she didn't seem offended. Of course. Naruto was a little surprised. Never mind that. He was incredibly surprised and hadn't immediately admitted that he'd rather Choji win than Sasuke. It seemed like the blonde had matured whether she knew it or not. Naruto supposed that training like a maniac during his genin days was a good growing up experience. Anyone, no matter how they were in the past, had to stop underestimating people, as it would undoubtedly affect them in the future. Choji was surprisingly fast for his size. After dodging Sasuke's first blow and practicing an agile taijutsu with the Ukiya for a few seconds, sparks flew when the kunai collided with force, increasing the public's enthusiasm for the double-weight technical fight. Shouted Choji putting his hands together as soon as he had spaced. Naruto watched in astonishment as Choji grew, as if someone were giving him was blowing up a balloon. Even Sasuke hesitated for a moment before running forward again, unfazed by the strange transformation. Sakura whistled wow. But that won't slow him down. It would make him a harder target, Naruto asked confused Shikamaru. Just smiled, that's what I thought, but Choji always surprised me. More a layer of chakra surrounded Choji as he literally began to roll in his gigantic form, crushing the ground as he quickly advanced towards Sasuke. The Uchiha looked forced to dodge the devastating attack at the last second. There was simply no way he would stay conscious if it hit him. Choji's will to get stronger was always there. If only he got rid of his stupid eating habit, muttered Tsuma angrily. Doesn't the shinobi lifestyle negate all the calories he gets from eating junk food? Asked Naruto. Genuinely curious, as Suma nodded yes, but it's probably a Kimichi's thing. Probably he doesn't have a metabolism very good. But I'm not a doctor, so I wouldn't know for sure how much it would help him suspend the chips. Sasuke jumped in the air, dodging another somersault from the living ball of flesh and blood that Choji had created. Wherever he walked in that form, the ground became a trail of potholes everywhere, the concrete completely shattered. Why doesn't Sasuke use his Sharingan? Asked Naruto, looking at his sense, and suspiciously a sneaky idea came to him, which was probably right, because I told him not to, replied Kakashi. Honestly, not bothering to lie to Uzumaki, seeing no point in doing so. You're going to ask why I did it. Yes, I need something to motivate him. The Sasuke we know won't be able to get very far in the exams if he's up against someone like your friend from before. I need a drastic improvement as soon as possible, and that starts with his physical abilities. If your partner can't defeat someone without using their Sharingan, there's no point in training him to win the Chunin exam, Kakashi stated bluntly. That's not too trusting of you. No, it wasn't. Who said we don't underestimate our Konoha Genin? Naruto asked with obvious bewilderment. His teacher had a split personality disorder. That should be the only answer. I told you too that. Sasuke is much more mature to handle these things. Although I see you doing just as well lately, in any case, have confidence that your partner will emerge victorious, Kakashi said with a definitive tone, ending the conversation. Watch the fight and see what you can improve. Right now, it was a cat and mouse game as Shusuk dodged Choji everywhere, rampaging through the arena, hoping for the best, and being able to hit Lukia once didn't seem like it was going to happen at this rate. Naruto had to applaud the Akimichi for her massive chakra reserves, having been undergoing this transformation for so long, but Sasuke had more chakra. Now, much more chakra in comparison. Release lightning arcs of blue light erupted from Sasuke's hand, forming an X in front of him, clearly trying to stop the rolling Akimichi. Truth be told, Naruto was impressed by the magnitude of the jutsu. Lightning bolts whizzed dangerously as the sphere came closer and closer before disappearing completely. Once Shoji broke away from its spherical form, that was when Sasuke moved his hands, moved in an instant, throwing lightning-laden shurikens at the target. Choji, and is somewhat exhausted, he slowly moved away. Some shurikens grazed his clothes due to his immobility, causing a Kimichi Diera of pain upon contact with the electricity and bleed almost instantly. Sasuke's face was set in a wide grin as he began to attack Choji. While Choji was surprisingly agile, as Naruto noted earlier, he was still not as proficient in taijutsu as the Uchiha, who had a fluid and quite technical way of fighting that could beat everyone except a certain green beast. Oh no, and Sakura moaned. Choji whispered Ino. Silently, Sasuke attacked every opening Choji presented to him, without giving him even an iota of mercy to the clumsy boy who looked like a deer trapped in the darkness. As he continued to resist, Sasuke's bombardment wouldn't last forever. Choji was taking hits with every J kick and feint from Sasuke. The burly boy kept his hands up, blocking 50% of the hits. A roundhouse kick managed to slip through his guard, hitting him straight in the liver. Choji winced at the sudden pain before falling to his knees shortly after clutching the area where Sasuke had hit him. He was practically finished, thought Naruto. Frowning, Sasuke looked at Choji with pity resignation. Choji never growled. Choji, his face scrunched up in pain. I can make this painful or not, you decide. I will not lose like this ever again. Choji screamed, frustrated, his legs shaking from exhaustion. In a desperate last-second act to win, he swung his hand to punch Sasuke directly in the stomach. His fist made contact with Sasuke's stomach with a frill on the ladders. Closed Sasuke, clearly not affected by the pathetic attempt at a punch Naruto, looked at Shikamaru wondering what he was thinking. He was probably worried about his teammate, and hoping the fight would end soon. He felt scared when he saw the smirk on Nara's face. Organ expansion technique. Choji's hand expanded instantly, and the boy focused all his strength into the punch. At the last second, the enlarged hand seemed to pierce through Sasuke's stomach, who was thrown 20 meters back. In an instant, the blood that Choji coughed in a face that wasn't his own. Sakura gasped when she saw what happened. She can't control it perfectly, and doing so is a waste of chakra, but it can certainly surprise any unsuspecting shinobi, especially when Sasuke doesn't have his beloved Sharingan activated. Shikamaru said with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Naruto stared in surprise at what had just happened. I underestimated him again, though. His hand immediately deflated, and the boy began to grab it in pain. It was definitely impressive from the start. Sasuke was lying in a heap across the stadium, with Choji reaching up to his legs. Things were looking bad. "Get up, Sasuke," yelled Naruto, covering his mouth with his hands as if his words were some sort of awakening ritual. Sasuke stood up. It was obvious he was in pain, judging by the way he was clutching his stomach. The Uchiha spat his blood-stained saliva to the side before glaring at the Akimichi in front of him. Sasuke moved once more. This time, he got even closer. More. It was as if Genin didn't stand a chance Choji could hit him with the same attack once more, even though using the technique would also hurt Akimichi himself for the win. It seemed like Choji was willing to fight to the death. Naruto wasn't even sure who would win anymore. It was almost as if fate would repeat itself when Sasuke faced him again. But Naruto knew his teammate wouldn't let that happen one more time. Not if he had a choice. Anyway, Choi's hand grew larger again, making it much more difficult to dodge as Sasuke continued to lunge regardless of the technique. He had definitely seen it, but didn't seem to care at all. Time stood still as Choji attacked, just like last time with the target in front of him, doing nothing to dodge. Except nothing happened. Sasuke seemed to know exactly where Choji would strike. The raven-haired Genin leaped forward, leaving his hand under his body, now completely horizontal in the air. He grabbed the neck Choji's and turned to his back, where Sasuke quickly grabbed him in a holding position that left his hands completely immobile. A kunai landed on Choji's neck once again. Your enlargement technique can only be used with your right hand for now, right? Sasuke asked him passively as he took in his victory. Naruto hadn't even realized that. Koya felt hesitant. Sasuke pressed the flat side of the kunai harder against Choji's neck. "Give up. You don't have any more tricks in your bag, right?" Choji sighed. "I give up, winner." Sasuke Uchiha announced the supervisor. Sasuke immediately stood up and held out his hand to Choji. The boy gladly accepted. Naruto felt his eyes widen in surprise. Sasuke wasn't being an idiot. "For once, I wasn't expecting your technique. Thanks for the good fight, Akimichi," Sasuke muttered before putting his hands in his pockets and walking back. Naruto felt his eyes fill with tears. His student had finally learned to express gratitude. Would continue apologize to just have to wait and find out Shikamaru's side. Well, it was bad luck for Choji having to pair up with Sasuke. I'll have to cheer him up later. I looked like he was on the verge of tears. H did what he could. Choji, it's really cool, of course, nodded Naruto. Naruto quickly congratulated Sasuke, who walked up to them with a slightly smug smile. He gave him a quick thank you before sitting back down. Kakashi's eyes sparkled at the sight of his Genin. He didn't feel the need to congratulate. Lukia Sakura was full of praise for Sasuke's injuries, who assured him that he would recover. Many other Genin from Kono came to congratulate him, who quickly saw them off with a gesture. For the next fight, Lee versus Karen, the red-haired girl with black glasses seemed nervous because they called her so quickly, but still walked with difficulty towards the stadium. "Lee is going to win," said Naruto immediately. "How do you know for sure?" he asked, and not with curiosity. "Is it because she's a girl?" Naruto quickly retracted. "It's not, because it is one of the best contestants. I don't think he'll lose that quickly. Besides, I'm friends with Fu, and she's definitely the strongest Genin here." "Oh, the green-haired girl from before?" asked Shikamaru. Naruto nodded. "Yes, it's that one." "Well, I'm going to say that Kareem is going to win," he stated, and not with confidence. "He doesn't even know how he fights," exclaimed Sakura. "He doesn't seem like it, but he's very strong." Lee faced Karen in the middle of the stadium. For once, the boy finally seemed serious It seemed like he wasn't one of those who underestimate his opponent. No matter who he faced a Jaime Lee, he lunged forward and immediately approached Karen Naruto, thought the fight was over at that moment. He was too fast for the girl to react, especially since his acceleration at the beginning of the fight was unbearable. The kick hit him directly in the girl's stomach, throwing her back about 10 meters. Lee looked simply confused, as if he didn't know how fast he was. Don't tell me he's already unconscious, Naruto thought in disbelief. His face was completely covered by the bush of messy red hair, so it was impossible to see if her eyes were open or not unless you had a Bakugan. Sakura looked at Hino with a satisfied smile and didn't refuse to say anything. Naruto froze when he felt a sudden burst of chakra erupt from the girl as golden chains of chakra erupted from her body towards Lee, who stepped back in surprise at the sudden technique. However, the chains were incredibly fast, and one managed to reach him, whose only option was to kick it back at him. The chains didn't move at Lee's kick. Instead, they wrapped around the boy's leg. He struggled with his leg as he tried to get away. His eyes widened as he saw Karen slowly get up. Aino's smile widened. Sakura simply looked confused. Then the chains quickly broke. Lee stopped moving his leg when he realized he was free and that Karen's body was once again collapsed on the ground. Another person who can't control their abilities. Naruto sighed. He seemed to be becoming a patch of the fight was quickly announced as Lee's victory, while the public simply complained about how disappointing it was after such an entertaining fight like Sasuke's. They expected more from the duo in front of them. Poor Lou just seems confused, Naruto thought with pity. They carried Karen's unconscious body to the infirmary. When Naruto felt the sudden urge to do something, Karen's skills are at least interesting to observe. Observing and successful observation. Name: Karen Uzumaki. Title: Blood of Healer's occupation: Kusagaku Genin. Level: LV. 14 horsepower, 100 deputy, 100 chakra, 500 strength, new 9 vitamin 14 4 7 wisdom 3 looks. See you, I Uzumaki. Naruto yelled in surprise, his voice reaching octaves he didn't think possible. He simply stood in shock while all the genin in the place began to look at him as if he were a psychopath. Things kept getting stranger and stranger. Naruto watched in shock as he went over and over the list of stats that floated on the screen next to him. There was no way this was real. There had to be another Uzumaki clan or something. Naruto didn't know much about his ancestry, but from the brief mentions the old man sometimes made, he knew his clan was ancient. There was no way another Uzumaki was alive. Plus, they didn't look alike. Blonde hair against bright red devilish hair. How did they even compare? But even Naruto knew that argument was completely flawed. Just because the hair color was different didn't mean that they were not related. It is most likely that Naruto inherited his father's hair, since his father's last name was transferred to his mother, and therefore it was easy for him to assume that his father was an original Uzumaki. However, it did not make sense why no one else knew. Naruto could only know because he had his ability to observe. Who knows how long he would have lived without knowing that he had living Uzumaki relatives and would not have had the sixth sense to observe her. He had to talk to Karen once the exams were over. Preliminaries. I just didn't have the strength to do it right now. With the Akatsuki fiasco haunting you, I couldn't stand it anymore, especially when I needed to keep winning the exams. Naruto, what are you doing? Asked Sakura, embarrassed that so many people were watching them. Sorry, replied Naruto, looking around. He didn't realize that his outburst had attracted so much attention, although he probably should have. Naruto, in particular, didn't notice how Kakashi shot him a look suspicious. Sakura looked angry. Why were you yelling your name? Naruto scratched the back of his neck. I really don't know. Whatever. Sasuke glared at him. Don't act like an idiot, Tobe. We have other villages watching us right now. You're finally getting back to the Naruto you used to be. Snorted Naruto, annoyed because everyone was getting furious. I didn't mean to yell like that, to be fair. I wasn't lying. Next match, Kuratsuchi versus Tenten. Kuratsuchi, answered Naruto immediately. Why did he ask? Sasuke, trust me. He has skill. Surprising things you'll see in this fight, Naruto replied with a smile. Bulancia. Alright, you've already met her a couple of times. No, Sasuke asked rhetorically. The fight began without delay. Lee immediately began to shout in favor of Tenten, motivating him from what he expected of his usual behavior. Tenten instantly began with a volley of shuriken that she threw towards Kuratsuchi that the latter easily dodged immediately after. Silly Tenten, thought Naruto with a smile. The shuriken don't hit the opponent, right? Naruto was definitely surprised when Sasuke's shuriken managed to even scratch Shoji, but he attributed it to the fact that they were coated in lightning chakra, which definitely made them faster to throw and more dangerous. It seemed that Tintin wanted to give it her all in the first half of the fight, because immediately after she shouted her twin dragon's rising technique, a cloud of smoke filled the stadium, while two bursts of scrolls rose into the air. Tintin, who also jumped, almost immediately a shower of shurikens, kunais, swords, and other weapons began to descend towards Kuratsuchi, who didn't seem at all bothered by what was heading towards her. She simply stood and fixed her short black hair that was blowing in the wind. Naruto watched, wondering what the kunoichi would do if he were in her place. He would probably activate Iron Skin, but if he couldn't do it due to the cooldown, he would probably activate clones that would take the hits for him, or he would use some water jutsu that would completely nullify the momentum of the attacking weapon's lava release wall of lava, or do that. I guess the lava itself rose from the ground in front of Ot Tushur, forming a dense wall that prevented any of the projectiles from reaching the shinobi. Behind it, lava release, repeated Sasuke, amazed by the technique used. Naruto nodded with a smile. Yeah, how come I've never heard of that? Sasuke asked himself more than Naruto. Must be some kind of keiki henkai. Right, I'm not entirely sure. Definitely not the one. Though normal elements center his attention back on the fight content and now on the defensive, Kuratsuchi advanced toward the battlefield seeking battle as quickly as possible. Does Tintin have any other trump cards besides his weapons? Naruto asked timidly, not wanting to offend his teammates. Lee just sighed. Tintin is going to win. I believe in her. Will and youth. Naruto sweat. Dropped a drop of sweat. You didn't answer my question. Lava release. Crushing cloud of ash, yelled Kuratsuchi, performing a complex series of signs with his hands. There it is, Naruto muttered, recognizing the jutsu Kuratsuchi had used the same counter of all people, where he actually managed to briefly stop the giant. Jinchuriki, a concentrated cloud of ash, rushed towards the unsuspecting Tintin, who watched the attack with amusement. To her, it seemed like a simple column of smoke or a harmless cloud summoned to attack her. That's all you have. I expected more from our supposed rivals. From a shouted Tintin with sarcasm. Naruto slapped himself in the face. Yes, that wasn't smart at all. Kuratsuchi's gaze hardened. The cloud of ash surrounding Tintin's lower body immediately began to harden, trapping everything in it. The audience watched in amazement at the use of the highly effective technique. It seemed that no one expected the jutsu to have such an effect. Tintin tried to speak in protest, but found a layer of ash solidifying around her mouth. No doubt controlled by Kuratsuchi, who had a satisfied smile on her face as she approached Tintin. Kuratsuchi gestured to the supervisor, the proctor. I can kill her right now if I wanted to. Seeing as she has no technique or method to escape my jutsu, I consider it an absolute victory. I agree with your statement. Winner, Kuratsuchi Dua. Naruto clapped slowly as he assimilated the victory. Kuratsuchi might be harder to beat than he thought. Since he was advancing in the exams, he hoped that Tintin would have achieved victory by a miracle, if anything. Next match, Sakura Aruno versus Shikamaru Nara. Oh, you can't do that, Sakura. Naruto yelled to his teammate. Deep down, he knew Sakura couldn't handle the Shikamaru, was no better than her level alone, but his intelligence made up for it. The fight wasn't fair, but the Uzumaki had no chance despite cheering for his teammate. Sakura is going to lose. Kakashi said simply. Naruto was simply amazed at how direct his sensei was being. He could hear Sasuke snorting. Kakashi continued with no remorse for his decision. This is the I really don't see her winning. Unless a miracle happens in our career as shinobi, we can't afford to be less realistic. Naruto, regardless of whether Sakura is my student or not, I only wish for her to improve, but any unrealistic expectations would only harm her mental state. Naruto simply nodded briefly in agreement. Ajahn. Sakura ran towards her opponent with a kunai in her hand, throwing it at Shikamaru, who lazily dodged the attack with a frown. The dangerous one finally got close enough to engage in hand-to-hand combat, where in Naruto's opinion he had a clear advantage. His best option was to get as close to Shikamaru as possible and continue attacking him with punches and kicks that he was too slow to counter. Quickly tire Nara and finally land a final blow that would allow him to win the fight. I wish things were that easy. Shikamaru was not known for his skill in taijutsu, But he was not lazy in combat either. He managed to counterattack a few times and even gained the advantage over Sakura before her lack of speed bit her. In the end, Naruto wasn't sure who was going to win at this point, because while Akura currently had the advantage, Shikamaru clearly had some sort of trump card that he wasn't bothering to use, yet if the way his teammates didn't seem concerned was any indication, Asuma almost looked amused. If anything, Sakura immediately backed off, seeing Shikamaru start making hand signs, which in Naruto's opinion was a horrible move. Shikamaru had no way of creating a jutsu that could defeat Sakura in such a short amount of time, and he was proven right when Shikamaru simply stopped his hands mid-flight and closed his eyes. Wait, why was he closing his eyes? Is he thinking he answered some for him? Shikamaru is one of the smartest people I know, and I've met a lot of people. He's probably considering 1,000 ways to beat Sakura right now, and he'd settle for the one that takes the least effort. Naruto believed the man Shikamaru's intelligence was nothing to sneeze at, and he didn't need to see Nara's stats to realize that Shikamaru opened his eyes. TCH, I wanted to win without using that cool jutsu. Now, everyone knows my technique. The pure annoyance. Shikamaru's voice was funny to say the least. Why did he have his hands clasped? Wait, Sakura started to warn Naruto. It was too late. Suddenly, Sakura found herself unable to move as a dark shadow stretched from Shikamaru towards her. What kind of jutsu is that? Naruto asked, without anyone in particular seemed to control Sakura's body, or rather force her to imitate what Shikamaru did. Slowly, Shikamaru reached into his right pocket. Where there was nothing in sight, there was nothing in Shikamaru's right pocket, however, in Sakura and Sukuna's, and it was right there. Shikamaru closed the air in his pocket, while Sakura was forced to close the kunai. Before her trembling horror, the fear in her eyes was visible to all. Nara gave Sakura a cold stare before putting her hand on her neck. I give up, Sakura said in a resigned voice. Shikamaru clasped his hands in an unusual gesture of thanks before bowing. Thank you for cutting the fight short. Even the supervisor seemed impressed. Winner Shikamaru. Nara. A brief applause was heard before everyone went back to wait for the next round. Sakura returned to the stands with a visibly disappointed expression. I'm sorry we couldn't win, guys. Don't worry, you tried your best. You were able to. Sakura, Naruto said with a sympathetic look. There will always be a next time when you get stronger. Sakura nodded slowly, her eyes filling with tears. She gently bowed her head towards Sasuke, who was looking at her with an indescribable expression. Sasuke smiled. He smiled genuinely. Do your best next time. Sakura immediately burst into tears before nodding and promising profusely that she would not lose again. Kakashi proudly observed the maturity of his team, something he definitely did not expect to see when he first saw Sasuke. The boys, it was incredible how much they had managed to grow in such a short time. Next match, Nier versus Uck. Naruto's ears perked up when he heard Ubu's name. He was Kuratsuchi's teammate, and he could definitely stand a chance against an EI if he had a similar skill level as his teammate. He was going to watch the fight, hoping Yukai would win fingers. Cross. Naruto could only watch with his mouth open as Ubui gave up after only a minute of fighting. It was an absolute beating. Niji simply countered every move Ubu made and far surpassed anything his opponent had to offer in Taijutsu. And EI had a clear advantage in speed, and EI was much faster than Inbara. Occupation Konoha Genin level LV 20 horsepower 100 Deputy 100 chakra 200 strength 14 vitamin 15 to 15 int yes wisdom 5 look 3. Comparing him to Abuk was like comparing an Okage to a Genin. There was simply no way the IWA Genin would win. It seemed like NEI thought the same. If the monologues he was letting loose, they had some truth to it. He said that he was destined to win the fight from the moment their names were announced, and that Yukai could only achieve what was assigned to him from birth. Obviously, that didn't sit well with the public, who felt a blatant dislike for the talented Ika. Naruto couldn't blame them. He didn't like the boy either. The next fight, Shino versus Kankuro, was disappointing. As soon as Shino revealed his bugs, Kankuro let out a gasp. He immediately quit, claiming that he was allergic to them. The bugs, and above all that he was terrified of them. Who would have thought that the big fish was afraid of bugs, thought Naruto. Smiling, amused said, and done. The next fight was announced. Next combat, Hinata Iga versus Ino Yamanaka. Naruto wished both girls luck as they headed to the stadium, where they faced each other with the determination to win. Obviously present prediction, Sakura asked the blonde, "Have you been right?" So far, Naruto thought for a moment. He really had no idea of the capabilities of either of them, nor I needed to find out that Hinata would win based on her family's taijutsu. But I didn't really know how strong Hino was. He was absolutely right. The fight was almost as uneven as. Nays with some moments where she seemed to resist Hinata's taijutsu. Well, it wasn't as fast or efficient as Nay's, but it seemed to be just as perfected. I could see that she dedicated hours a day to practicing the Inga style, and that was enough to beat Ino, who just couldn't keep up with her. Wow, I never knew Hinata was so strong. Sakura muttered with envy present in her eyes. To be fair, Naruto didn't really know either. No matter how strong he is, he won't last to the next stage if he doesn't get stronger than this, Sasuke proclaimed, narrowing his eyes at IGA. She wasn't completely outmatched, and it showed with how quickly she was forced to give up. The crowd erupted in cheers as the match concluded. With that, the preliminary exams were finally over. The proctor stepped forward. The preliminary tests were now over. Third and final exam. I urge those who qualify to please come forward. Kakashi indicated to the blonde to come closer. Naruto, I'm going out for a while. I have to run some important errands. Listen to what they say for me. Do you want errands now? And Naruto asked, curious. As it should be, Kakashi felt slowly. Yes, now. Be a good genin and do what your sensei tells you. Honing. Okay, Naruto gritted his teeth before looking at Kakashi with a blank stare. What can I tell you again? Kakashi chuckled. I'm afraid that my own techniques, they don't work on me. I'm a copy ninja, not you. Well then, goodbye. His sensei left without another word, leaving Naruto and the rest of Team 7 to observe the rest of what happens. Only 10 students remained in the stadium, while the other teammates who couldn't qualify watched from the stands. I will begin to explain the final stage of the Chunin exams, so please listen carefully. Yuen ordered with narrowed eyes and seriousness. The final stage of the Chunin exams is a spectacle for everyone to see. Talent from each nation, there will be a large audience watching the fights, which will be important in the future. Many important people will be watching them, and the success of your career as a shinobi will depend on your performance in front of them. Now, the first announcement, the finals will begin in a month. The murmurs echoed in the arena when the message arrived. Because exactly there was a pause of a month. Yusin smiled sarcastically, showing his amusement through his wrinkled but you knew features. The answer to his questions, it's just that it takes the cages time to clear their schedules and visit other lands, especially considering the great distance some have from here. Another reason is that all of you must strategize and improve to the maximum in this short period. Gather information, weaknesses, and strengths about your enemies, and risk it all for victory. The finals are completely different from the previous stages. You can get injured, but you must persevere despite the pain to win. And now we must carry out the draw. We'll decide who will fight who. The genin went one by one, taking a number out of the little box that Ibiki, the supervisor of the first exam, gave them. Naruto looked at his number carefully. 2 looked at Sasuke. What did they get you? 5 recited Sasuke. Looking at the rest of the genin, everyone please recite your number. To Ikki here, ordered the Okage. Vicky listened attentively before writing something on the paper that was attached to the board in her hands, and Vicky looked up from a newspaper with a distraught face, refusing to revealing no emotion. The initial matches are up next. Everyone leaned forward, subconsciously eager to see who is fighting who. Without any anxiety, the first fight is Naruto Uzumaki versus Roble. Naruto dropped his kunai to the ground. I lost, I lost, I lost. And Naruto, reciting to himself, walking absent-mindedly through the streets of Konoha. Why do you think you've already lost before we fight? Fu asked, walking to his side. Because he's incredibly strong, Naruto exclaimed loudly. Too strong for me to beat in a month. At least Fu just chuckled, but didn't say anything after that. Not everyone can skip a match, entirely scolded Naruto. If only I had picked your number, since there were still 10 genin left in the qualifying rounds. 2 genin would have to skip the first match and face off against 2 of the winners, which would give them more time to prepare and observe. And the others, on the other hand, those who fought were more focused on the moment and were able to keep some of her momentum going into the next match. Anyway, it doesn't matter if I'm going to win, for stated matter of factly. Naruto didn't say anything after what he just said. He didn't want to beat Fu. The confidence in his voice was really annoying, and Naruto just wanted to beat Furu in the finals for saying that he still wanted Sasuke to beat Fu, but he didn't see it possible with how monstrously strong the girl was. Nei was the other Genin who skipped the match, placing third. She was also the one Naruto would fight if he managed to beat Lee. But at that moment, it was more likely that Lee would face his teammate in the quarterfinals on his side of the bracket. There was also the fight between Kuratsuchi and Shikamaru, who Naruto would face if he managed to make it to the semifinals. He also felt envious of Sasuke, who had an easy fight with Hinata, but he also felt bad for being on the same side of the bracket as Gaara, who was facing Shino in his current state. Naruto had no way to win, he knew it. And Lee too. As soon as the key was announced, Lee approached to him and wished him good luck, to which Naruto responded in kind, secretly hoping he'd have bad luck at this rate. I'm going to have to beg Kakashi to teach me some more jutsus, and I don't want to beg that man, even if my life is in danger, whispered Naruto. Kakashi is going to be too busy training Sasuke. Anyway, I can't afford to train with our sensei's attention divided. It's not nice. I need a sensei of my own. But who? Fu's eyes lit up. And me? What are you? Asked Naruto, his lips curling. Music. I know Kakashi is definitely stronger than you anyways. No, I can't have you as my teacher. It wouldn't be fair to take up your time when you could be getting ready or doing something else. Naruto answered his offer. Furu seemed annoyed, but Naruto didn't know why. Despite suddenly Naruto felt a chilling presence wash over him. It wasn't bloodlust. No, the sheer pressure of whatever was there gave Naruto goosebumps. Naruto felt a hand on his shoulder from behind. I said, the anonymous voice. What the hell? Naruto squealed in fear before finally seeing the man in front of him. Who the hell are you? Naruto stepped back as he felt a strong hand hit him on the head, leaving him slightly stunned. However, he managed to see the newcomer while he was holding his head. Dark skin, white clothing, and multiple swords on his back. Idiot, my name is Killer Bee, although some call me the 8th Jinshu. You understand now. Could you tell me where I can find a boy named Naruto Uzumaki who __? Are you idiot? My name is Killer Bee, although some call me the 8th Jinchuriki. Do you understand now? Could you tell me where I can find a boy named Naruto Uzumaki? Naruto was completely baffled to begin with. There was a crazy man practically shirtless hitting him in the face while moving his hand with a rhythm he didn't understand. And meanwhile, Killer Bee, as he was calling, seemed completely serious. He could notice that Fu was also in shock. If the expression on his face indicated, showed how strange the situation was. If you remind, I was surprised considering he was probably the most eccentric person I knew before I met the man in front of me. Are you deaf, idiot? Asked Killer Bee, once again arching an eyebrow above his dark glasses. Don't just sit there drooling. Wait, the man was writing those letters in his notebook. What the hell? Naruto took a deep breath. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. Fu. He glared at him for a brief second before standing in front of him again. Protective way. Could be with Akatsuki whispered softly. Oh, Naruto became cautious, instantly recognized the headband, the symbol of Kumo, rival of Konoha. It had been a long time. If the man in front of him really belonged to Katsuki, as Fu thought this would not end well, especially considering that Naruto decided to be an idiot and told him his name despite knowing that a group of S-rank shinobi were specifically after him. Observing an observation fail. The level of the target is too high with the player like a partial observation. No __. BS name, killer title, the rapper, occupation guardian of Kumogakure, level HP 100 deputy 100 chakra street bit dex and luck. I mean, I can see he's a rapper. Okay, Naruto thought sarcastically. Are you Naruto Uzumaki? Asked B, tilting his head. Naruto nodded. Yeah, okay, come with me, idiot. I'll take you to killer school. B, rap B efficiently so I can teach you to be as cool. Wait, Fu interrupted with an air of distrust of the situation. Damn, can you trust you? We don't even know who you are. You didn't hear my verse fast, idiot. I'm the Jinchuriki of the 8 Tails, and I make sure my colleague doesn't fail, said B with an aggressive tone. Don't distract me when I'm with 9, or there will be one less Jinchuriki in the line. Furu seemed furious hearing B's verses. Don't leave me aside like that. I'm also a Jinchuriki. You know, B smirked. Of course I know, shorty. But inviting 2 brats is over budget. How did you just call me Bell? Good timing. Hidden mission Jinchuriki encounter. Completed mission details. Meet and converse with the other 9 Jinchuriki spread across the elemental nations. 3 new Jinchuriki found. Reward skill tree points 1800 EXP. Amazing. Well, this is clear advantages. First, I know for sure that Killer B is a Jinshu, which means I can trust him to a certain extent, and second, 1,800 experience points, and 1 skill tree point. That's crucial. Considering who do I have to fight in a month, although Naruto quickly realized with a frown that he couldn't trust all the Jinchuriki, especially the redheads, Fu, said Naruto, putting a hand on his friend's shoulder. Don't worry, I trust him. He's a Jinshu, no doubt, for put his hands on his hips. And how do you know? Naruto smiled. Trust me when I know I. No, he has very good judgment for a brat. I wish that weird girl would understand. He replied, but you said you wanted to be my teacher, Naruto. Asked the man strange. C nodded. Yes, sir. Why did you come all the way from Kyoto for me, Naruto? Asked, narrowing his eyes suspiciously. That was the only part of the story he really didn't understand. Why would a Jinchuriki and no less have come all that way for Naruto? The simple question kept him from fully believing him. It's a favor from an old idiot killer, but it has much more important things to do than take a little kid to school. Naruto sweat, dropped a drop of pain. He didn't miss the grimace of go hear his own phrase. You just repeated the same rhyme as last time anyway. Please don't answer who is the old man you're talking about, Jiraiya the Toad. I tried to read one of his books, and I couldn't take my eyes off the page, said B, his eyes glowing strangely at the end. This is getting weirder and weirder. Why would a legendary son care what I do? Asked Naruto. Go side. It's clearly a personal matter, so I won't bother, but are you sure this is how you should talk to your godfather? Kane. Naruto couldn't believe his ears first. There was this crazy guy who was a Jinchuriki. Apparently, he had traveled across the country to train him just because his godfather had done him a favor. Oh yeah, and that godfather was Jiraiya of the Ananine, someone he had never met in his life. He really couldn't trust anything he heard, but he had already resigned himself to the oddities of his life. Naruto was frustrated, mostly because of how much he didn't know at this point. Someone could say that his father was the first Kage, and he might believe them. Fuh. He apologized a minute later, saying that he also had training to do, but Naruto just couldn't stand to hear any more of her rants, though. He couldn't blame her. Killer Bee had said that their training would start immediately, which meant Naruto wouldn't get a single day off after the preliminary exams. Heck, not even an hour. My rap is the best. Killer Bee is clearly a level above the rest. Naruto tried not to sigh as he watched the man continue on his way, only to be taken to a training camp that he had apparently booked for 2 weeks straight. Naruto didn't know what to make of the man. It was obvious he was strong. Probably the strongest person he'd ever seen, definitely on par with the current Okage, weakened by age and past his prime. There was something about his aloof attitude and casual thinking that made him think others would assume it was because he was naive. Naruto knew it was because he had a really hard time taking things seriously with how powerful he was. They entered the training camp, a vast expanse of serene green that swayed with every breeze. The serene sun watched them through the immensity of noops with golden rays of benevolence, soothing his skin with a soft and warm heat, but not intense. Naruto sighed with relief. How beautiful. And the blonde flew back when he felt a fist squeezing his belly. His eyes opened outwards, and he immediately spat out some blood as he was knocked down at an incredible speed, but not as incredible as the great amount of pain he felt from the punch. Naruto felt his regeneration start to work immediately, but it just wasn't fast enough to take the pain away. What the hell are you doing? Naruto groaned. He tried to stand up, but had a hard time doing so. Kidder B looked almost smug. Floats like a butterfly, stings like a bee during a fight. I'll make sure you're always ready in a fight. It's not always so slow and steady. Naruto felt a splitting migraine coming on. This guy is a lunatic. Kidder B crossed his hands. I'll train your speed if you want to beat Lu, because that guy is from another race, you understand? Naruto nodded. For once, you're right. Lee is faster than any other gening I've ever seen. I'm pretty sure he's never given his best in my current state. I simply have no way of keeping up with him in a fight. Killer V smirked. I'm sure your friend Lee is fast, but in a race with me, anyone would finish last. Keep up with me during the fight, and I promise you won't lose sight of the green boy. How did he even know? Of course, Naruto was afraid to ask. The blonde simply nodded once more before getting into a battle stance. Killer B's grin. Why didn't you better be ready, idiot? Naruto. He couldn't speak. He was afraid something had snapped in his throat that was preventing him from doing so, but he was also fairly certain it was just shock from what he had just been through. The statement that he received a one-sided beating didn't accurately reflect what had happened. A beating hinted that he had somehow tried to fight back. It wasn't a massacre. Naruto couldn't have done anything. He didn't even hit him, and worse, yet the man punched the whole time. Naruto wasn't even sure how he moved. In fact, he was pretty sure if it wasn't for the kabai in his head, he was pretty sure he would be dead by now. He imagined someone like Sakura having to go through this training and shuddered, wow, that wouldn't end. Well, Kidder B dismissed him from his training after an hour, saying that the training period would increase by day, which was something that Naruto tried not to imagine. Despite all his complaining, Naruto knew he had to do something extreme to defeat him. That boy was a mile an hour, and the only way to catch him was by doing something like this. He was lucky Killer B was a crazy guy, and not as normal as Kakashi, his teenage sensei, would probably have hinted to him about the dangers of such training and would have limited his effectiveness. Naruto went to the ramen stand that always represented him during his dark moments, which frankly was one of them. Now, a miso ramen, for please give me extra pork. Naruto asked Tucci with a dejected expression. I'll come, Naruto said Tucci happily. Naruto sat down and waited patiently, feeling his aches and pains slowly fade away as he smelled the delicious aroma of freshly made noodles and crispy slices of pork. He closed his eyes and simply relaxed. Oh, I could drown in this feeling forever. Ah, Naruto. Naruto tried not to curse at whoever greeted him, and instead opened his eyes to the visitor sitting next to him. It was certainly a surprise to see him. Kakashi right there. Naruto's eyes widened. Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi smiled with his eyes. Hello, the one and only. What are you doing here? Naruto asked casually with a hint of suspicion from the older shinobi. I'm eating ramen. Just like you, even honing needs time to relax once in a while, you know, Kakashi replied, very matter-of-factly. Naruto scoffed. I assumed your idea of relaxation was different from the rest of us anyway. It doesn't seem like a coincidence that you came here right to the same time as me. Look beyond the rest. No, Chi, what can you blame me for trying to find out how my little student Jining was preparing for the Chunin exams? Naruto smirked in response. Ah, you came, that's why. Don't be afraid, I found a suitable teacher. He took a sip of the tea that Tucci had given him with a wink. Kakashi just nodded, as if he didn't care at all. Oh great, such a shame. However, I was going to ask Aisu a favor. Han and special. Naruto almost spat the tea out, which would be a waste of the wonderful Isa drink. Seriously, Kakashi chuckled. I admit. And I don't think it's the best option considering who you're fighting. I guess you'll be training Sasuke, asked Naruto, already with the answer, and so wasn't surprised when Kakashi nodded in confirmation. How about, he asked the Jining, nonchalantly taking another sip of tea. Well, of course, he won't tell me anything. I expected too much from this guy. Tucci placed his bowl of ram in front of him, and Naruto's mouth started to water at the sight. He took out his chopsticks, and the feast began. Itadikamasu. Kakashi received his ramen a few seconds later, which startled Naruto. The thought was so shocking, he almost dropped his chopsticks. There was simply no way Kakashi was going to eat with his mask on. Right, Kakashi knew it too. I have to ask, who exactly is your sensei? His sensei asked, blowing his ramen through his mask like a dumbass. Naruto smirked. Someone and Naruto attacked his bowl a second later, trying to finish his ramen as fast as quickly as possible. He was surprised to see that Kakashi had already finished his bowl. He ate his ramen just as I looked away to eat, and he pulled his mask up and down at the perfect moment to give the impression that he wasn't eating anything. This guy is amazing, Naruto thought in frustration. Kakashi waved at him. Very well, Naruto. I'm going. Goodbye, sensei. Disappeared in a swirl of leaves, leaving Naruto alone at the ramen stand. He took out the usual money and gave it to Tucci, who simply looked at him with a confused expression. T-sensei said that his food was on you. Naruto felt his eyebrow twitch. Naruto blocked another punch before dodging another kick. He stopped the hook with his palm, then flipped the barge over with expert ease. Was I doing it? Was I really doing it? Is it just me? Dodged another punch, or have you gotten any slower? Killer B laughed. I dropped my speed by 70, being an idiot, of course. After all, there was no way he had gotten any faster in such a short time. Naruto shouldn't have gotten his hopes up. Killer B lowered his hand, ignoring the stop forcefully, before gripping Naruto's shoulder tightly. Naruto felt his body control completely slip away as he was launched into the air. With a push from his sensei, he stopped in midair for a millisecond before coming back down, where he was caught by the shirt in midair. Naruto rolled his eyes. Great, now treat me like a ball too. Killer go, he released a snowball that will get bigger as it rolls. Soon you will be the fastest genin in town. Naruto immediately extended hands, bending upon contact with the grass before pushing off and standing up. I don't think that'll happen in a month. And you won't be here for only 2 weeks. There's no way he's faster than him. You don't need to be faster than him, idiot, exclaimed Killer Bee. But you just said, listen, blonde idiot. You're right, you're a drop, he's a pond. But in terms of ninjutsu, he's nothing. But you are everything. Naruto, sweat dropped. That sentence was horrible. Kidder, be clapped. Well, it's time of the next lesson. But first, I have to confess something. Your physical skills are bad, but your rapping is mediocre. But with me teaching you, I'm sure you'll go far. What? No, there was just no way. He had to fight Rogel, the damn Rogel, in a couple of weeks. And his teacher wanted to teach him how to rap. This can't be happening. And it was happening for the next hour. Naruto had to listen to him explain the importance of rap and its influence on musical culture. Then, of course, he made Naruto rap, just sighing in disappointment with every lyric he rapped and simply frowning. Rapping will die if I leave it to this generation. Everyone expects talent to appear like some kind of magic spell. That's why I don't want to rap, idiot, thought Naruto with an annoyed expression. Oh no, it's not spreading. I think we've rapped enough, sensei, said Naruto through gritted teeth. How do I defeat Lee? Defeating that kid is no easy task, you understand. Now tell me all your abilities, and I'll guide you, replied Killer. By then, he proceeded to write the lyrics in his blog of notes. My abilities? Well, my elemental affinity is water. I have some jutsus that I can use against him. Shadow clones. Huh? Naruto remained silent. Seriously, he couldn't tell me about his shadows. That would bring a lot of problems and questions that he preferred to avoid right now, especially in the middle of the Chunin exams where there would be a lot of people gathered. He also didn't trust B to keep quiet, but he could tell him about his iron skin. That was a much more credible ability. And Naruto was pretty sure it wasn't that unusual, to be honest. There was probably more than one shinobi in the world with that ability. I can do something called chakra hardening. Basically, I gather my chakra around my body and harden my skin as a result, though I'm not sure if it's some sort of resurgent bloodline or if I've created some new technique. I can only maintain the ability for a short time due to the strain it puts on my body. Naruto said, hoping he'd stick to his lie. The man seemed to listening to Naruto's last words. Palhumph. Well, that simplifies everything. This fight definitely became a little less lively now. I'll just believe that. Everything you said were lies until I see it with my own eyes. Understanding your message. Naruto obeyed. Activate Iron Skin activating and skill Iron Skin level 1 activated. Its use consumes 10 MP and lasts for 1 minute. While the skill has a 10-minute cooldown, Naruto could practically feel his skin hardening. C skills. Killer B took a step forward before lightly punching Naruto's fist. Wow, Naruto was surprised that he could make B stop rapping even for a minute. Killer B placed his hand under his chin and thought, although this ability is not very original, throw away the idea of ultimate failure. I firmly believe that you have a chance. Do not waste it and return to your fighting stance. Naruto sighed and returned to his taijutsu stance, preparing for another beating. But this time it did not hurt as much. Killer B's blows didn't hurt that much. Even though he barely tried, it still meant a lot considering that this time he didn't weaken himself on purpose. It showed how crucial his Iron Skin ability was and will be in his fight against Lee. He was a monster in terms of speed, strength, agility, flexibility, and basically everything necessary for good physical ability. Naruto was an expert in everything, acquiring some skills and talents on his travels. What he needed was to counter Lee with strength and pure resistance. It was the only way to victory, or summon his shadows, and he knew that wouldn't be possible, and he couldn't achieve it with just Iron Skin or just Iron Clones. He hadn't used his Iron Clone ability yet, but he knew what chances Naruto would have. He wasn't sure of his power, and he needed to do it soon. He would have to use every advantage possible to beat Lee, no matter how dirty she was. And for that, he had to do something more. Use points from the skill tree bell. Unlock skill tree. Choose between the two skills shown. MG Perfect level 1, Iron Touch level 1 information. Pleasing Perfect level 1 information become an Ing Perfect, which means that not even sensors will be able to detect your transformation while active. It has no cooldown, but the chakra consumption is high. Iron Touch level 1 information makes anything you touch acquire the properties of iron. The object must be in contact with your hands. When touching it consumes 10 PM, and the time that the object remains as iron depends on the chakra used a month later it is. Impossible for the blonde to win this, right? Said Ino with a frown. Don't even think about it, snorted Kiba. Is stronger than me, sure. But that guy is on another level, Peppero. Could have improved in a month, argued Nada. In a low voice, no, maybe it is possible, but it is also too unlikely. A month is not enough to overcome such a large gap. Besides, even if he had improved, Lee was not left alone with himself this last month, you know. I have seen part of his training. Kiba shuddered. That guy is another beast. It seemed that the beatings suffered a month before had made Kiba lose some of his excessive ego, which was an advantage. Sakura watched with concern as the public eagerly awaited the first fight of the final stage of the Chunin exams. There was one thing for sure: these guys were seriously underestimating her teammate. Naruto can win this, Sakura stated naturally, and did not raise an eyebrow. Shikamaru shook his head. Naruto Uzumaki is a wild card. I think it will surprise us more than you think. Huh? You too? Shikamaru asked Ino, bewildered. What's wrong with him? I mean, having faith in our partner is fine, but surely they're joking? Shikamaru shrugged his shoulders. Let's see the fight. Ino crossed her arms. Yes, if he really comes to the fight, time is running out. That was the main reason why Sakura was worried. She hadn't seen Naruto in a week, no sign of him. Of course, he was training for the big fight that would decide his future in the coming years. But Sasuke too, and she had seen him a couple of times, however fleeting. She hadn't seen the blonde at all in a week, some say. He got stranded in a dangerous forest and would never return, others said. He died in training, and obviously they knew nothing. Kakashi-sensei was deceptively discreet about it. But Sakura had a feeling he had an idea otherwise. He would have been a lot more worried. She felt a slight urge to ask Fu, the little girl who would probably know where his partner. But for some reason the girl terrified her. She was so indifferent to everything. We have 2 more minutes until Uzumaki. Naruto arrives, announced a loud voice from the top of the tower. If he does not arrive in that time, it will be considered his immediate disqualification. Lee was already gathered in the center, waiting impatiently for the arrival of his opponent. By then, he was doing one-arm push-ups in the center of the stage. To warm up, time passed in relative silence, while Sakura simply watched, worried. Hello, Sakura screamed, feeling suddenly a hand was on her shoulder, but she calmed down when she realized it was Kakashi-sensei. She had no reason to do that. Kakashi shrugged his shoulders. Where's Naruto? How would I know? Sakura asked, confused. I thought you knew. I never know where the brat is these days. And where's Sasuke? Then Kakashi chuckled. I don't think he's coming. 30 seconds left. The supervisor shouted once more. It's over. Sakura moaned helplessly. He can't come now. I knew he would lose, but I didn't think he would do it before. Let the fight begin, said Hino sarcastically. 19 and 8 YSY. Sakura close her eyes. Where the hell are you? Naruto 6 and C and 4, and the silence was deafening. 3 and 2 and 1, and Sakura let out a long sigh. Well, the supervisor seemed to frown. Naruto Uzumaki is officially here. A dark figure body jumped onto the stage from the ceiling, spinning nonstop. The mysterious person landed on the stage with a loud bang and a puff of smoke. The crowd erupted in murmurs. The smoke was slowly revealed to be the curtain of a theater, and the figure stood tall and proud in the middle of it all. Orange and black sweater, black pants, sly grin, and smile. Wait, that had to be Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki is here, idiot. Now, get ready to see me take Mr. Lee to school, rapped Naruto chaotically as he moved his hands to the beat of the lyrics. The audience sat in silence, equally shocked and confused. Naruto Uzumaki, you are terribly late, the supervisor said softly. Sooner or later, it doesn't matter to me. The fight, and see how I do. Thief. Naruto, what's wrong, brat? Asked the supervisor, shaking his head. A month ago, you were much more tolerable. Naruto smirked. I guess you're not much of a fan. You were much younger a few decades ago. Old end bar. The supervisor continued to ignore him or both. Participants ready. Naruto looked at his opponent. Lee got into a taijutsu stance and simply smiled in greeting at the blonde before his gaze hardened determination. Once again, Lee needed to win. Deep down, he knew that he was the favorite, but that didn't mean he was going to underestimate Azumaki. No, he wasn't going to make a rookie mistake. Naruto simply smiled at him. And to begin the first match of the final phase of the International Chunin exams, I can proudly say a Ajime, exclaimed the proctor loudly. The blonde rushed forward without a second thought, activating and taijutsu ability of the Uchiha clan. Level 5 activated. Use drains 8 MP points per minute. The user can use this ability for 2 minutes without consuming PM. Naruto met Lee in the middle, engaging in the classic taijutsu fight that they usually started their fights with. Lee's taijutsu had definitely improved, but Naruto had as well. He jumped over Lee's first strike before blocking the other with his own kick. He adopted a lower stance, lunging in to throw a lower kick that grazed Lee on his recoil. Lee wasn't as fast as Naruto thought he would be. Of course, he knew why Lee rushed forward without a second thought, sometimes not wanting to allow Naruto to get carried away by a regressive streak. Naruto couldn't help but smile. This was nothing compared to be Naruto calmly parried Lee's first blow, taking advantage of his opponent's momentum against him to quickly sink an open palm directly into Lee's stomach. He ignored the pain completely and preferred to try a short twist that managed to touch Naruto. Naruto allowed him to take a few steps back, which allowed both of them to reevaluate the fight and their current situation. Naruto was going to win this, he knew at this rate. Anyway, take them off, you bastard, Naruto growled. What Lee asked in a dazed voice. Naruto pointed at Lee's legs. Your weights, take them off, or I'll lose the fight right now. Of course, it was a bluff, but it was enough to scare Lee, whose eyes opened wide in a panic. The one in question definitely didn't want to advance to the next round like that. Why did he ask? Naruto shrugged. The truth is, I don't know. He could probably beat you before you take them off, but he doesn't have no grace, huh? Without another word, Lee brought his hand to his ankles. The seals looked small. They were delicate little things attached to his legs, and when Lee picked them up, they seemed almost weightless. Then he threw them into the air. Behind him, the seals fell to the ground with a massive crash, kicking up plumes of dust and surprising the entire crowd. Naruto just smirked and cracked his knuckles. It was finally time to start giving it his all. When Lee moved, it was almost impossible to see. It was only thanks to torture and training of B, who was able to react to the boy's speed. The blonde was surprised. In fact, he didn't expect Lee to be so fast. He wasn't as fast as B when he used more than 50%, but he was at least closer to him. Naruto blocked the first blow, forming an X with his arms, preventing his face from opening like a treasure chest. Naruto felt a horrible sensation because he didn't feel any blow on his hands, and a second later a leg pierced his abdomen, throwing him several meters back. Ugh, Naruto groaned in pain as he felt that the regeneration was starting again. He needed to ignore the pain. He gave in and stood up. Jutsu of Shadow Clone. Naruto's clones began to fill the stage in puffs of smoke as he pounced on the figure of him, who calmly watched how they began to harass him. As expected, the clones were like ants to the taijutsu expert, who quickly dismantled the roaring copies of Naruto with kicks and punches, not wanting to waste energy on the extras. Naruto wasn't sure what it was, that feeling, but it was something like fear. He shook his head, pushing those emotions away. He couldn't afford to give in or get scared. That was the first step towards failure. He needed to believe he was going to win. Lee lunged forward, his speed seemingly increasing due to his overwhelming need to win the fight, and end it right there. Naruto wouldn't allow that to happen, activating his ability. Iron Skin, level 4 activated. Its use requires 7 MP and lasts for a minute before it is applied. A 10-minute ability cooldown. Naruto quickly deactivated his Uchiha Taijutsu along with his Iron Skin. Those two abilities normally didn't combine while the punch hit him, but it didn't feel as strong as before. The effectiveness of his speed at this moment, he needed to use everything he could to beat him, but the question remained, would everything he had be enough? He looked at him and started another forward movement. It was time to pull out the big cards. Naruto kept one finger forward. Listen to Lee. First lesson to become a Kenjutsu ninja. He put a hand in his pocket. A second later, the blonde threw 4 pointed swords into the air, activating and skill dance of the 7 swords. Kenjutsu acrobat. Level 2 activated. The use drains 15 MP points per minute. The user can use this skill for 30 seconds without consuming PM. He paled at the use of MP before receiving the swords in each target, one in his forearm, another in the crook of his leg, one in his mouth, and the other right his hand. It was different to B's, especially because B's required much more experience to master, and he had done so since he was born. Naruto discovered that only 4 weeks to perfect, it was too little, especially considering the style of Kenjutsu that he had to copy from B. Without the copying ability of his system, he would not have gone so far. The main reason why he asked B to teach him this was because it was a perfect counterattack for him. Kenjutsu was the antithesis of taijutsu weapon. Kantano in a duel between the two, the weapon used to win. Lee couldn't land strong blows for fear of being cut, and Naruto used that to his advantage. He spun around quickly as his swords followed him, making him look like a spinning metal ball as he approached him. He advanced anyway, not being one of those who gets scared easily by new techniques like other more vulnerable Chunin. Both were the best that could be asked for. It was a shame they were forced to fight as soon as Lee threw a punch at Naruto, who quickly dodged the blow, and at the same time, Lee managed to dodge the second kunai, to which Naruto responded by dropping the sword into his mouth, opening his jaw, grabbing the weapon with his right hand, and hitting him with it all. In one movement, Lee groaned, feeling the pain in his left hand that had a fluid cut running through it. In desperation, Lee began to throw frantic kicks and punches that seemed too out of control for him, surprising Naruto and forcing him to retreat. This was good. He could do it. Naruto smirked as he bounced energetically on his side of the stage, waiting for his opponent to make a move. Right now, he had the advantage. Of course, he knew he could do something to make that advantage vanish quickly, but he wasn't going to allow it. He definitely wasn't going to let that happen. For now, he had a few more up his long sleeve. He dropped his swords and deactivated his Kenjutsu style. Lee was an adaptable fighter. He knew that much. If he kept using the same technique time and time again, she would find the flaw in his plan and make sure to punish him for it. Plus, it would be great if the dance of the seven swords didn't brutally use his PM. 20 PM per minute was insane. Taijutsu had increased to a level what no way. The timing was impeccable. Naruto couldn't help but feel dizzy as he realized what he was about to do. After all, he had waited months for this to happen. Ever since he first fought him, he had this ability stored away in his drawer from the beginning, but his taijutsu level was never high enough. Activate file opening, and taijutsu kin is available. You want to learn this taijutsu? Yes. / no heck yes bell. New skill. Kin taijutsu. Level 1 MP consumption is 25 MP per minute. The user can use this technique for 30 seconds without spending MP. Naruto shot forward with a burst of speed and found him in the middle of his own trajectory, and when he tried to throw his signature punch, and Naruto did too, he made both blows collided in the center, creating a symphony of pain. Although it wasn't really from both sides, since Naruto's iron skin caused more damage from him. Their radio waves were in the same field as they continued to synchronize their attacks. And Naruto could feel the confusion emanating from him, wondering how in the world Naruto could read his movements so easily. His technique, it wasn't fair to gain so much knowledge, experience, and time invested in the technique with only a broken skill that he was fortunate enough to obtain it through pure cosmic luck. It was incredibly unfair, but Naruto didn't particularly care. Unfair was his middle name. He faced Lee's attacks continuously until he finally decided to take advantage of it. Lee's next strike, Naruto caught him with his palm, forcing both hands to form a seal, then the next seal, then the next, and soon he jumped back before putting his hand to his mouth. The release of water, the raging sea, the jet of water that gushed out of his mouth. He flew like a bullet towards the stunned Rogel, who tried with all his might to evade the attack at close range, but failed instantly. The water hit him directly in the chest, forcing him to step back. With a grunt of pain, Naruto pumped chakra to his feet before launching himself back over the water. Lee was already on his feet, although much slower. Then before it was time to finally finish this, he disabled his imitation Kin Judo's shadow clone, said Naruto calmly, before mentally repeating another order. He summoned about 10 clones, activating an Iron Clone's ability level 1 activated. Its use requires 7 MP and lasts for 1 minute before a 10-minute ability cooldown is applied. Lee rushed forward, eager to win the fight. Without using it, he would only use it if he was cornered or if he knew for sure that he couldn't win without it. For now, he could still fight and had beaten Naruto several times. He could handle the blonder, so he thought. Naruto lined up his clones horizontally before giving an order, pointing his finger upwards. Mixed. The clones moved in a completely random way along with the original Naruto. They mixed and matched in such a way that in the end it was impossible to distinguish which one was the real one. He watched him confused while he tried unsuccessfully to keep track of the 11 bodies in final movement. He finally shrugged and gave up. It wouldn't matter anyway. The clones were a mere shadow of the original, and they weren't that resistant. It would be easy to dismantle them. And once again, or so he thought, the clones attacked as one. The first clone reached him with a determined look that Lee almost felt bad for erasing when he threw a simple kick at the clone. The clone didn't disappear. The original already thought. He was surprised that Naruto was the first. Then he attacked the next clone. This time, Lee really tried to get rid of the clone. His leg hit against solid skin, and the clone didn't move. Something was horribly wrong. He tried not to complain. It would take him a long time to get out of this. The swarm of iron clones was difficult to control. Even for Lee, since the general, the green-clad INV, was forced to expend a lot of energy to escape the predicament he was in and instead began to brute force his way through them all. Naruto watched or felt with a smirk as a clone disappeared. Iron or not, they were still clones after all. There was a difference between the original turning into iron and the clones turning into iron. It took Lee around 2 minutes to dismantle 9 of the clones, leaving only one that didn't want to try and attack the Hennings. AE crossed his mind, where's the original? He shook his head. He needed to open the doors. It had taken too long. Although he would have preferred to win the first round, without showing his ace up his sleeve this time, he was forced to use it, realizing that the clone wouldn't attack him. Lee flexed his knees and arms and began to concentrate. An aura of green chakra erupted from his body as he felt his blood boil and his face turn red. Yes, I can win. The power flowing through his body was unimaginable, but it made sense given the consequences that would follow a few seconds later. And oh no, don't do it, that was it. And below him, Lee couldn't react in the middle of his power-up when he felt a hand burst out of the concrete and grab his leg before yanking it down hard. Lee felt his body fly across the ground to the point where his head was the same thing emerging from the concrete. Naruto emerged from an underground hole behind him before sliding down to come face to face with him and placed a kunai to his neck. Ran out. The supervisor nodded. Winner Naruto, Uzumaki. Winner Naruto, Uzumaki. The audience erupted in cheers as they watched the end of what was undoubtedly the most entertaining fight to date. Even the adults who hated Naruto for his infamy could do nothing but begrudgingly applaud his fighting skill. The brat did it, Huss, said Kakashi thoughtfully. I wonder who trained him. What does it matter? Exclaimed Sakura. Naruto has gotten so much stronger. Kakashi's eyes lit up as he saw the determination shine in Sakura's eyes. Your victory could have more effect than you think. Naruto. Kiba looked annoyed. When was the last time the dead got this good? Sure, I thought I'd lose that one. I crossed his arms with a thoughtful look like that. Shikamaru lazily placed his hands behind his head and leaned back in his chair. Naruto is without a doubt the most unpredictable guy I've ever met. It's never wise to dismiss him. The Inuzuka nodded, gritted teeth. That may be true, but as has improved, it makes no sense. How can a person improve so much in such a short amount of time? Stop crying, Kiba, replied Sakura with a snort. Maybe our team tried harder. Kiba's eyes lit up with annoyance. Hey, if that were true, you shouldn't have been so much stronger too. Sakura's hair stood on end like a burning fire, while Kiba felt a chill run over his skin. Would you mind repeating that? The pink-haired Chunin asked sweetly while cracking his knuckles. Kiba paled dramatically while the others laughed at his antics. Kakashi simply chuckled at the genin, remembering his youth for a moment. He looked back at the stadium where Naruto was helping Lee to his feet, the silver-haired Honing's gaze fixed on his student who was smiling after his triumph. He remembered the variety of techniques he used with his eyes half closed. He asked me. Naruto stood still after helping his fallen opponent, enjoying his victory. Seriously, I did it himself. He was still surprised, the adrenaline of the fight still running through his veins, and his still open bloodshot eyes confirmed it. Congratulations, you leveled up. The player is now level 14. Cute. Congratulations, you leveled up. The player is now level 15. Naruto cheered loudly with his fist raised as he finally saw the fruits of his effort blossom. He looked at Lee, who had a slightly defeated look. Good game, Lee commented. Naruto, in the end, I got worried. Lee smiled. Yes, if he had managed to open the doors, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Your youth shines bright. Naruto said, to be honest, I thought this fight would be a simple warm-up for the next one, and I prepared more to defeat Niji during the previous month. Naruto chuckled. Well, that didn't go as I had planned, right? I must say the way you took advantage of my weakness was at least revealing. Lee started to stretch his legs, looking for possible injuries. That I hadn't noticed. I've always struggled with ninjutsu, and in a way even more with kutsu, having learned such a difficult form of queen jutsu with such ease. In just a month you have extraordinary talent. I'm ashamed to say that NEI will be the perfect opponent for you, even more than me. Timbre skill battle strategy has increased by a level. Battle strategies is now level 4. Naruto looked to the side briefly when the notification appeared before discreetly swiping it with a finger. What it said was true. His entire game plan, something that was left to his free will, consisted of bombarding his opponent with a variety of techniques. Literally only mastered taijutsu which left several gaps in his defense that could be exploited what he lacked in his arsenal of techniques. He usually made up for in speed and strength through rigorous training, and that was still true. He was undoubtedly stronger and faster than Naruto now, but Naruto knew that he could at least keep up with him. The difference in their physical prowess wasn't great enough to cause an immediate defeat, and that was all Naruto needed against someone like Gai, whose stats Naruto couldn't even see. The results were obvious. However, I look forward to fighting you again, Naruto. San exclaimed Lee happily with a bow. Naruto smiled likewise. Lee Gai felt tears running down his face, seeing his beloved student accept defeat so easily. Although he hadn't expected his prodigy to lose so early on, he should have known better than to underestimate his rival's student, much less the blood of the fourth Hokage. The future of Konoha lies in good hands, he thought proudly. Niji just sneered a stupid fight. Lee, he never should have been on the defensive to begin with. Tenten hummed, trying to find some fault with his statement. True, if he had been more aggressive from the start, he could have prevented his opponent from casting more jutsus, or even putting his sword back in place. Elika leaned forward, squinting at the blonde as he walked away from the center of the stadium. Our fight will not be the same, Naruto, Uzumaki whispered. I am not Lee, and victory is my only path. Destiny dictates it. Naruto approached, dancing balls to his team that was waiting patiently. Did you see that, Sensei? Asked emphatically to his silver-haired Kakashi. Chuckled. Of course, Naruto. Congratulations on your victory. Of course, you still have a long way to go. Don't take this victory as a sign to stagnate. I won't, Naruto replied confidently. But still it was great, right? Sakura among them all seemed to agree. I admit you were great. For a moment, Naruto smiled widely. Hee, I guess so. Thank for that jutsu you taught me, Kakashi-sensei. If it weren't for that technique, I probably wouldn't have been able to finish him off. Naruto had taken advantage of the favor Kakashi had given him by learning to walk on water during the mission. Hello, despite the completely opposite nature of the jutsu, he managed to master the technique through brute force after hours of training, achieving a rather deficient version that consumed unnecessary amounts of chakra. Fortunately, that was not a problem for Naruto. Uzumaki, the blonde, looked around for a second before noticing something. Whereas Sasuke training, said Kakashi, without even looking at his new edition of Achecha Paradise. Naruto looked offended. Huh, now? He missed my entire fight. He said something like, I have enough faith in my partner to make sure he can beat him. If he doesn't, I'll kick him off the team myself. Be glad your partner has that much confidence in you, Naruto. Sakura laughed, while Naruto's eyes took on an expression of disgust. Naruto gritted his teeth. The bastard didn't come to my fight, or even 15 minutes later. Let's see, if I go to his, you don't want Hinata to feel sad for not having been there to cheer her on, right? Sakura responded immediately with a threatening look. I guess that's true, admitted Naruto. Anyway, I'm out of here. Where are you going? Asked Sakura curiously. Oh, you know, the usual places to be people meet, he said naturally with a wink. Goodbye. Naruto ran out of the stadium, ignoring the civilians who were watching him, and they scared him, and he jumped acrobatically onto a normal-looking building with a bright red roof. The next match would be in an hour, which would allow the audience to eat and rest while the participants prepared for the match. Shikamaru versus Kuratsuchi. An interesting match. In theory, Kuratsuchi was the favorite due to her overwhelming speed and strength compared to Shikamaru. However, the spiky-haired genius wished that Shikamaru's abilities would be underestimated. The outcome of the match would depend on whether Shikamaru absent-mindedly opened his status window while waiting for a certain someone to arrive at their destination. Name Naruto, Uzumaki, title, Stormbringer, occupation, Konoha, Genin, level LV 15, deputy, 100 chakra, 2000 strength, 14 vitamin, 13 dex, 12 at 6 APCU, look 2 class necromancer, attribute points, 2 Naruto quickly poured his attribute points into intelligence, seeking to balance out the stats he was lacking. Compared to his main physical attributes, he wasn't entirely sure what to do with wisdom and luck. While it would certainly be useful to have a lot of luck, it seemed like a waste to spend points on something he couldn't really use. He also noticed that the current skills tab was missing, probably because he now has too many skills to fit into a single column. As he pondered the state of his stats, he clicked and scrolled here and there. Naruto felt his ears twitch at the soft sound of feet moving over. What entered his ears, long arms wrapped around him from behind, as Naruto felt his lungs squeeze uncomfortably for the longest 3 seconds of his life. Good job, On the win, Naruto congratulated him with a wide smile. I supported you the whole time. Naruto knelt down, panting, as he tried to catch his breath. Thanks so much, Fu. Look confused, how you? Don't look too happy. Well, there's still a lot of the tournament left. Niji isn't worth making fun of. Niji mocked Fu. You're gonna leave him in pieces if you say so. Naruto replied nonchalantly, accepting that he would win, but not taking it for granted that it would be easy. He understood the dangers of underestimating your enemy more than anyone, especially since that was what his opponents tended to do against him, resulting in their defeat. Besides, you only have to worry about the finals. After all, it'll be you against me. Don't get discouraged. When I win, I practice way more than you. Naruto sang the last word with a smirk. Naruto felt a wave of irritation at his confidence. And if I beat you, Fu raised an eyebrow. Seriously, I could have beaten Lee with one hand. Let's not argue again. The blonde didn't flinch, taking a step closer, looking directly in the eyes of his fellow Jinchuriki. He was against me in this fight. I improved, and one day, he will be against me in our fight, too. Who would have thought I'd do the same? Furu looked nervous with her face red. She quickly took a few steps, pointing at the advancing ninja. What are you? Naruto looked completely serious. That was the reason why I asked you to come after the match, is my answer to what you asked me a month ago. According to Fu, the Akatsuki were a rampant threat. At first, he had taken his concerns as a slight exaggeration. S-rank ninjas maybe. But Konoha had them in abundance, not the Okage, Kakashi, and some other shinobi whose names he probably didn't know. Fu had asked him to run away from Konoha with her. Until the Akatsuki were dealt with, he was going to deny him, run away from home, become a rogue shinobi, all because of the worries of a foreign shinobi, anyone, even if it was his friend. Then Killer Bee appeared. He had nothing to add. He could only back up Fu's statements. The Akatsuki were serious. Bee had not encountered any terrorist shinobi, but he had heard stories from other Jinchuriki that were more than revealing of the serious situation. However, Konoha was his home. It didn't matter that civilians didn't treat him well. Naruto didn't care how they treated him. Once he became Okage, they had no choice but to recognize him and respect him. It was because all his friends, comrades, and teachers were in this country. He still had a lot to learn, a lot to experience here. If he left, and Kamui didn't allow it, he would never return. He didn't know what to think. Naruto took a deep breath. I still won't be able to leave Konoha. The girl in front of him let out a growl of frustration. Do you really not understand the situation? Naruto, these people can wipe out your entire village in a matter of hours. It doesn't matter. If they lose, think of the lives lost. Naruto growled angrily. Do you think I haven't thought about it? This is my village, Fu, but no. I can hear myself without a justifiable reason, a valid reason. He narrowed his eyes in anger. These monsters will hunt you down and kill you. How is that not a valid reason? Maybe it is, but I won't, and I can't leave everything behind just because something might happen. Naruto refuted, running a hand through his hair to try and calm himself. I may not have that deep a connection with your village, but this is my home. Fura laughed. Your house. The same house full of people who hated and rejected you your entire life. The same people who couldn't care less. If you were to die tomorrow, what about my friends, the ones who looked out for me when no one else would? How would they feel if I ran away, ignored everything, and hid who knows where? Naruto asked, hands clenched at his sides. Ignore everything. Hide, he repeated monotonously, his gaze seemingly devoid of emotion. Do you think that's what I'll do? Naruto sighed, wincing at how his line had come across. I'm not very eloquent. You know that's not what I meant. Fu, what exactly did you mean by Naruto? Fur asked sharply, turning around. Back, I thought it doesn't matter. I understand today is the last day. I'll see you. Then Naruto felt an uncomfortable emptiness in his stomach. Why, he asked, confused. For looked back, smiling bitterly. I'll leave after the final exams, back to hiding. As you say, this can't be our last meeting. Naruto thought, angry with himself as well as with the circumstances. He was in. The blonde took a step forward and took his hand. I said, still, I'll probably try to leave Konoha sooner or later, early, and I'll definitely have to if I don't take care of this group soon. She chuckled, squeezing his hand. And here I thought she was an idiot. Huh, what do you mean? Naruto asked, offended and confused. Fu just smiled. Don't worry, take this as a warning. Everyone knows the Nine Tails Jinchuriki is somewhere in Konoha, not just Katsuki. I wouldn't expect one of your civilians, or even a shinobi, to keep it a secret. Forever be careful, idiot. The longer you stay here, the more you'll become an easy target. He let go of her hand and jumped to the edge of the roof. Goodbye. Naruto watched her go with a conflicted expression. The feeling of emptiness reappeared with a vengeful resurgence. The blonde grimaced as he felt the blood ooze from his right palm from how tightly he had clenched his fist. He wiped the blood on a nearby metal railing. He wasn't sure if he had made the right decision or not, but he also had no way of knowing. Let's see where this is leading. Naruto returned to the stadium a few minutes later and immediately sat down next to Sakura. His teammate Yukiya was still missing. Kakashi didn't even look up from his book. What's wrong? Naruto asked curiously with a strange tone in his voice. Sakura seemed to notice the difference in his demeanor instantly. Are you okay? Why did he ask? Did you ask? I'm not sure. There's something about you that feels different, she commented silently. It's very easy to realize that you're not yourself when you're normally so outgoing, Naruto. Sakura thought with a grimace. Naruto, he reassured with a wave of his hand. I'm not okay. When does the fight start? Sakura shrugged and pointed towards the stadium. Right now. She was right. Shikamaru and Kuratsuchi, they were already facing each other in the arena, with a determined look on the latter and a rather annoyed expression on the former, while the crowd screamed and roared their support with some choice word from the minority who had bet their life savings on the match. The crowd was brimming with electrifying energy, a palpable current of emotion that crackled in the air. Hundreds of voices merged into a thunderous roar, a relentless wave of anticipation that reverberated through the arena. Naruto felt his adrenaline surge just watching this unfold. Who thinks what will win? Asked Choji from a few seats to Naruto's right. Seemingly recovered from his injuries from his fight with Sasuke, I think Shikamaru wins this. He pumped his fist in the air, his other hand buried in a bag of chips. Ino nodded in support. That's right, our partner has him under control. Kiba crossed arms, clearly not as confident as the others. I don't know. Kuratsuchi is really strong. Shikamaru's only history condition right now is his shadow possession technique, and that only works when it catches the other opponent by surprise. Naruto nodded in agreement, surprised by the sensible case presented by the normally arrogant shinobi. And Taro thoughtfully. So you're saying that the only way for Shikamaru to win this fight would be to trap Kuratsuchi with his jutsu, which seems impossible with how infamous he is now? Sakura nodded worriedly. Shikamaru, he's smart, but not the most versatile. Adair Choji finished his bag of chips, falling apart. Hey Shikamaru, well, think of something. He's the smartest guy I know. He's been training like crazy for the last month. Something about his old man asking him for a favor. Kiba was right. Shikamaru's jutsu was already infamous, and the more people knew about it, the easier it would be to evade his technique, rendering it completely useless. The importance of keeping abilities hidden became more and more important to Naruto. Imagine if I had accidentally revealed my romance, what would have happened then? Or worse yet, someone like Orochimaru found out. Naruto shuddered at the thought. The fight started after the announcer did his usual routine. Immediately, Shikamaru went on the defensive, while Kuratsuchi advanced at full speed. Earth release, earth spikes, intoned Kuratsuchi with a firm voice. Earthy appendages and sharp points emerged from the ground and launched themselves at Nara, who immediately ran to the right, moving away from the spikes as well. Oddly enough, the field was now split in two. Shikamaru threw a smoke bomb forward, disappearing into the gray mass that formed on the stadium floor. Kuratsuchi shrugged and crossed his arms, balancing easily on a stake as he watched the gray fog his opponent seemed determined to hide in. Do you think I'm such a fool as to try and get into that smoke? He asked in disbelief. He got no answer. What's Shikamaru doing? Sakura asked curiously. Naruto could only shrug. Kuratsuchi's hands moved quickly, releasing the wind. A soft but strong gale entered the arena, sweeping away the mist. Naruto watched in curiosity as the smoke dissipated, revealing no one. The shadows surrounding the earthly Yuras beneath Princess Iw seemed to move. Shikamaru leaped from the darkness, almost as if reborn from the spikes. Kuratsuchi watched in surprise as her opponent emerged from beneath her with alarming speed, forcing her to jump upwards in response. A horrible situation. Perhaps he jumped too high. His only option now. Lava release. Ash cloud swarm. A smoking ash manifested from his mouth, rapidly flowing towards Shikamaru from above. The shocked expression on his face indicated that he understood how dangerous the mist was. Otherwise, harmless. It seems that Shikamaru isn't the only one whose techniques have lost their ability to surprise. Naruto thought with a smirk. Nara's hands made signs as he shouted desperately. Earth release earth wall style, a 1-meter thick earth pillar emerged from beneath the stadium tiles, pushing it upwards. Either the jutsu seemed rushed or Shikamaru didn't have much experience with the technique. As the wall seemed almost crumbled to cloudy, Ash hit the wall, and his movement suddenly slowed. Shikamaru jumped back without delay, rendering Kuratsuchi's jutsu useless. Shikamaru's hands took up their signature stance as shadows moved towards forward to grab their victim and take control of the falling Eugening with no other way to escape regardless of the continuously flowing ash. The Kunoichi simply had no other choice but to land in Shikamaru's shadow claws. Solidify, oh yes. The ash in the air solidified, forming an almost stair-step structure held up by the few strands of ash that had advanced. Kuratsuchi landed on the newly formed path. Avoiding immediate loss, she rushed forward onto the thin strands of solidified ash that almost looked like a golden trail towards Shikamaru himself. The shadows tried to follow their target by crawling over the solid ash, but were too slow to catch Kuratsuchi, who was charging forward at full speed. Shikamaru threw a pair of shuriken at him. Kuratsuchi sank as a direct attack as he too lunged at him. The Kunoichi nonchalantly deflected them with her kunai, a smirk on her face as her confidence began to grow. Taijutsu was definitely not Shikamaru's strong suit, as evidenced by the beating he took moments later. He really did his best. Shikamaru managed to dodge the first few blows, but fell victim to a brutal uppercut to the stomach. He doubled over with one hand clutching his stomach, and the other trying to keep his guard up. Kuratsuchi grabbed his hand and ripped it away from his head, leaving him completely open to a spinning kick that launched him far away. He landed with a thud, his back against the ground spikes from before. Ino gasped as the blow came to Shikamaru with a worried look in her eyes. "Defend yourself, Shikamaru," she pleaded softly. Choji gripped the railing tightly, his hands completely forgetting about the half-eaten bag of chips on the ground. He stared at the stadium as if he was ready for the fight to end in his teammate's favor. Naruto shook his head. Shikamaru's opponent had a clear advantage at that moment. His face was covered in blood and dirt from the previous kick. He frowned slightly as he watched Kuratsuchi approach him with an almost bored expression. Shikamaru stood up, once again adopting the Academy's taijutsu stance. This practically asked him to finish the fight, a sign of surrender, a way of saying he had nothing left up his sleeve. "Wait, what are you doing?" Sakura asked, pointing with her index finger. She held her hands behind her back in a similar position. Kuratsuchi's eyes immediately followed his shadow, searching for any movement. "You think just because you have your hands behind your back, I wouldn't know what you're doing?" Konoha, and his arrogance, looked back at Shikamaru's ruined face with a smile. "Bilancia, what, you don't have enough chakra for your secret technique? You can't move, you're pitiful. Shadow, do yourself a favor and give up already." Shikamaru shrugged, somehow managing to sketch a wide smile that showed all the teeth. He go to the __. Kuratsuchi became visibly irritated before calming down. "It's you wish now. I won't give you the chance to give up." Nara, he started running, and it seemed that the public was just waiting for Shikamaru's defeat. Some members left their seats in silence. The Konoha genin in the arena continued, watching with their hands behind their backs as Muchi ran towards him without even trying to turn back. "What __, is Shikamaru doing?" Kakashi's Ruby, I seem to notice without problem what Shikamaru was trying to somehow got a chuckle from. The honing Naruto looked at his friends, noticing their similar expressions of confusion. It was then that Naruto saw his shadow, and it was moving, or more specifically, in the shadow's hand were moving. Kuratsuchi was now a few meters away from Shikamaru. His eyes were filled with adrenaline, a look of triumph, and that of victory literally within reach. Release of fire miniature fireball. Shikamaru shouted. The effort of the double-release jutsus was evident on his face, covered in sweat mixed with blood and dirt. The Kunoichi seemed to believe it was a bluff as he continued advancing without hesitation. That was his biggest mistake at the last second. Shikamaru made his move. He stepped back, inhaled briefly, and then released a small but burning fireball from his mouth. The flames roared, illuminating the shadow cast by the spikes behind him and casting an eerie glow across the faces of both contestants. The fireball surged forward, an inferno of intense heat and light, catching Kuratsuchi completely off guard. Kuratsuchi's eyes went wide, shocked to see the burning projectile hurtling towards her. She tried to get away with a slight advantage thanks to her agility, but it was too late. The fireball engulfed half of her body. Its scorching heat burned her clothes and skin instantly. However, the fire did not stop there. She screamed in pain, and the sound echoed throughout the stadium as the fire devoured her. Without mercy, the stadium fell silent. The fight is over. Shikamaru Hara wins, and Naruto ignored the supervisor's words with fear filling it up. She couldn't take her eyes off Kuratsuchi's half-burned body. The medic ninjas immediately appeared on stage, their hands turning bright green as they spoke hurriedly, probably planning the best strategy. Choji, who had been cheering when Shikamaru cast the jutsu, was now deathly silent with his eyes closed and hadn't apologized. Sakura was trembling but tried to contain the shaking of her hands. It wasn't as if they hadn't seen someone hurt before. Gaara had killed someone in cold blood in the same tournament. Wasn't the fact that Shikamaru was the one who inflicted the damage. His teammate, his friend the Nara, did nothing wrong, but the image of Kuratsuchi's half-burned face was hard to leave their innocent minds. Naruto wasn't too worried about the injury, but as he looked at Shikamaru, who stood motionless behind the medic nin, he couldn't help but grimace. An indescribable shame and regret was reflected on Shikamaru's usually relaxed and calm face. Kakashi put on a hand on Naruto's shoulder. The burns won't be a big problem. Medical ninjutsu has evolved so much that he will be completely fine. Although there will be some scars and small burns, I would worry much more about the mental health of those two. Take this as a reminder of the profession. You have agreed. No one, answered. Naruto whistled to himself as he walked calmly through the streets of Konoha, ignoring the looks of civilians. As always, they were not as frequent as before, because they were already used to his presence. If anything now, there were some looks of respect and contemplation among the usual ones of disgust. Hey, I could get used to this. Bell, new mission, talking to the created rocks. Mission details convince Kuratsuchi not to give up on his Shinobi Dreams mission. Rewards 2,500 EXP. Kuratsuchi's respect, unlocking reputation meter, unlocking a new title, unlocking closing interrogation. Failure. Kuratsuchi lives in depression for the rest of his life. The player accepts the mission. Yes, bar. No me, why me? Naruto asked his system in disbelief. I barely know her. How he hopes he convinces her. Kuratsuchi must have suffered a lot of defeat if he was going to take such drastic measures. He was about to advance to the next round, losing to an unpredictable trick, no matter how impressive the technique seemed. At the last second, Naruto wanted to congratulate Shikamaru for the difficult victory, but the boy didn't seem to want to communicate with anyone. Anyway, it would be rude to congratulate him for a victory that left him deeply wounded. He reviewed the details of the mission, rubbing his chin. The blonde accepted the mission hastily, mentally reviewing all the possibilities. The mission was quite simple, with one objective, of course. It came with surprising benefits. He wasn't sure what the reputation meter was exactly, but he could roughly guess its function, plus a new unlockable title. It had been a long time since he had gotten it, along with a mysterious reward with the closing interrogation. The mission was really generous. He just wasn't sure how he was going to accomplish such a feat, considering the rather rocky relationship between him and Kuratsuchi. On the other hand, when has he ever been the type of person to take on a challenge in a medical ward? And Kuratsuchi sat on the edge of the bed, glancing at the bandaged half of her body. From time to time, her companions had just left the room, leaving her alone, wallowing in self-pity. It took her a while to come to terms with the loss, but she more or less accepted it. And with the acceptance of her loss, too, the startling realization came to her that she might not be suited for the path of kunoichi. To the surprise of most people, her family had no say in her decision to become a kunoichi. In fact, they had repeatedly asked her to reconsider, stating that they would be happy with any career choice she made. Kuratsuchi knew from the start that it was her destiny to become a warrior. She wasn't the most talented or the smartest, but her drive to excel, she was unbeatable, which quickly made her the rookie of the year in her class. Without much competition, she found her home in training fighting alongside her comrades, and learning from her teachers. Then the qualification test for the Chunin exams began. She was no stranger to defeats, but she had not been surpassed like that before. Riwi had been a permanent stain on her record, forcing Kuratsuchi to request another test, which she managed to pass with much more ease. Her father had the nerve to ask her if she was interested in leaving her shinobi career, stating that a genin would already be respected in those circles. This resulted in a heated argument, which her mother calmed down. She had planned to find Riwi in Konoha to get revenge on the tall, raven-haired girl. This was all she thought about for a couple of days as they traveled to Konoha. The desire for revenge intensified the closer they got, much to her disappointment. Riwi was nowhere near satisfied. She focused on winning the tournament outright. She then met Naruto and Fu. The latter was a complete monster. Her defeat against Fu was more than demoralizing, a complete disaster. She had never felt so overwhelmed by someone her age. She had never felt so desperate fighting against another shinobi, except in the few training sessions she had with her grandfather, where he would chuckle after every blow she managed to land. Then there was Naruto, who had tricked her in a similar way to Riwi. Irritation every time she saw Naruto. She put the defeats behind her and decided to strive for the tournament, trying with all his might to try as far as possible, but it all ended in complete failure. He lost to Shikamaru in the first round. Kuratsuchi could only thank Kami that his grandfather wasn't there to witness his defeat. All this bad luck started when he met Riwi. He thought with an angry grimace, "If I ever see him in the end, it won't matter." Kuratsuchi muttered, bitterly lying face down on the bed. She sighed. If only she hadn't met Riwi. "I guess Dad was right after all." The door open hit. "I won't let you give up, Kuratsuchi." She immediately tried to get up, but stopped when she remembered the medical ninja's advice to not move at all to avoid further injuries and for the treatment to heal as quickly as possible. The blonde in front of her pointed a pale finger at her face. With a serious expression on his face, Naruto suddenly realized why were plans made before doing something stupid. He immediately cringed as he said his line, but quickly squashed the expression, leaving something more like confidence to filter across his face. The jubilant ninja continued a second later, without letting go of his finger. "I won't let my rival give up after just one loss. Come on, don't use jutsus." As it was a passive ability, Naruto couldn't, but he tried hard to be as charismatic as possible. Kuratsuchi's mouth fell open as she also raised her hand. "What are you doing?" Naruto crossed his arms, not letting any emotion show on his face. "I was passing by when I heard you mutter that you would leave your role as a shinobi, and now I'm here to convince you not to do it. You, a genin of Konoha, are trying to convince your enemy to remain a kunoichi. Are you crazy?" Naruto didn't hesitate at her incredulous tone. "That's right, come on, I'm going." She chuckled, her laughter slowly increasing until it turned into a full-blown laugh. Naruto was perplexed for almost a minute as the laughter slowly died down. "Let's see if I understand this," Kuratsuchi said, wiping away a tear while smiling. "You, Naruto Uzumaki, who betrayed me in the forest, you think you can convince me to leave this career? A decision I made with great regret, much reflection, and doubt." Naruto blinked. "Well, it sounds much more idiotic when you say it like that." Yeah, what makes you so special? Why do you have to force your will over someone else? Why can't I choose for myself?" Naruto thought for a moment. "You're right. I can't force anyone to submit to my wishes like a noble child unless, but you really want to give up on your dreams?" Kuratsuchi, the girl in question, stiffened. "Not that. It's your business." He smiled triumphantly. "Uh-huh. So you don't want to give up, right?" "Why, like I said, it's none of your business." Kuratsuchi snapped, gritting his teeth. "It's none of my business. My rival is planning on retiring. Who else could I torment for the rest of my shinobi career? Now tell me the truth." "It's because I'm weak," Kuratsuchi interrupted with a whisper. "Not everyone has the ability to improve as much in a month as you do. I'm simply not cut out for this job." Naruto started to sweat. He wasn't getting anywhere with this strategy. "It seems that rival support act isn't going to work. I'm going to have to get serious now. Even if it leads to some awkward moments, I need those rewards." Sneered, an expression rarely seen on the blonde's face, so much so that it was no wonder he had trouble keeping his haughty gaze for more than a second. "So that's it, you're weak? What a lame excuse. Just say you're scared, princess." And gladly anger flashed like lightning in Kuratsuchi's pink eyes. "Don't even think about bragging about knowing anything about me. I guess you're a coward. At the very least, come back running with Grandpa. As soon as you lose a few times, what else am I supposed to think? I expected more from my rival. Confusion briefly crossed Kuratsuchi's enraged face. This is it, and rival. Why do you keep calling me that? I barely know you, little you barely count. As an acquaintance, Naruto smirked, raising his hand in reply. Undetected player wants to use character customization menu yes, / no yes, opening and menu in Rue. An equip Rue. Smoke filled the room before slowly dissipating, revealing a terrifyingly familiar figure in front of her. Tall, dark hair, pale skin. Rui stood in front of the IA Genin, who currently had murder in his eyes. She leaped out of her bed, aiming a punch at Rui's arrogant, smirking face. Naruto watched in boredom Kuratsuchi's slow approach. With her injured body and addled mind, she was barely more effective than a genin fresh out of the academy. Yet she was still fast, so he wouldn't take her lightly. He caught the incoming fist with his right hand, dodging the hook and immediately blocking his arm from behind in one fluid motion. For a brief second, the only thing that could be heard was the rustle of a blanket and a slight gasp. "Were you Rui?" Kuratsuchi asked in shock, trying to get away. "So that's why you mentioned the pre-exam in the woods. Let me go. I'm going to finish you, bastard." He shook his head in disappointment. "Finish me off. You can't even touch me in the state you're in." Kuratsuchi knew you were a coward, but also a liar. TCH Kuratsuchi, she blushed in embarrassment, growling in frustration at her new weakness. Naruto let go of her, watching intently to see if she would attack again or not. She turned to look at him, her eyes shining with suppressed anger. "I'll kill you the next time we see each other." The confidence with which she spoke didn't calm Naruto's heart, but he had to continue. "Big words for a retiree. While you help your grandfather with the paperwork, I'm going to train. As a shinobi, what gives you so much confidence, princess?" He clenched his fists. "I'm going to train harder than all of you. I'll train until my bones break and my chakra is depleted to the minimum. Then I will rest and train again. If I don't kill you next time, I will repeat the process." Walked forward, placing a threatening finger on Naruto's chest. "Oh, I will stand down, Yui, but I will only do so when you're on your deathbed." New mission bell, talking to rocks, complete mission details. Convinced Kuratsuchi not to give up on her shinobi dreams, Naruto inwardly cheered. Upon completing the mission, his spirits dipped as he realized that maybe he had made a mortal enemy. "It doesn't matter too much. I just won't let it reach me." Naruto laughed maliciously at the thought buzzer and quickly looked away from the rest of the notifications, hoping to finish his conversation with the previously retired Kunoichi. Previously retired, huh? I guess she's a retiree. Now Naruto, continue the act. I look forward to it. Kuratsuchi, do your best, looking to annoy her further. He tapped her on the forehead, quite hard, seeing her gasp pain, before quickly lunging forward to deal damage. Naruto easily dodged her attacks and fled the room. On second thought, he would have felt bad for unexpectedly hitting her if she hadn't already tried to do the same thing. Screams of frustration sounded behind him, which he obediently ignored before running off to a relatively secluded area where he used to hang out with Shikamaru. As kids, he needed a quiet place after that whole fiasco. Naruto didn't like behaving like an idiot. That was Sasuke's role, but he ended up enjoying her genuine annoyance. Maybe he's a psychopath, he thought with a surprised expression. To be honest, Naruto, leaving aside the acting, the mission was relatively simple. Kuratsuchi never wanted to give up the shinobi career. He only saw it as the only option due to a series of unfortunate failures. He simply had to attract her using Aoi as bait, turning him into some kind of target in her mind. Knowing her, she would have gone back to training with or without the help of Naruto. He just sped up the process side, deciding not to think anymore about the dangerous enemy he had created. The grassy slope was perfect for observing the clouds, something to do with the angle, as Shikamaru said with a sigh of relief. He sat down and opened his status bell. "Congratulations, you leveled up. The player is now level 16. Naruto was shocked how much experience he had gained from defeating Rogel. Leveling up from 2500 was impossible, which meant the remaining amount had to be from the previous fight. This wouldn't have been surprising if it weren't for the fact that I had already leveled up 2 times right after the fight. Level 16 seems like a decade ago when I was outraged that the system assigned me to level for the first time I opened it. Well, I'll give the attribute point to strength. Bell. New window. Reputation meta unlocked. Information. This meter allows the user to understand their standing or reputation with the desired goal. Interesting. Technically, you could use this to see who liked you and who not, which isn't very useful right now, but will come in handy in the future. New title bell. A sad titan dancing in the rain achieved what a weird title, a painful titan dancing in the rain grants plus 3% chakra efficiency when using water-style jutsu or a lightning-style jutsu during a rainstorm, as well as increasing all other stats by 10%. That's really powerful, Naruto thought with a smirk. I'm practically invincible, and it starts to rain in the middle of the fight. However, I'll have to remember to equip the title beforehand. I could also wait for rain and attack an opponent. Then Naruto was more than happy with his rewards. He was progressing even further at a faster pace, something he needed more than ever. Now, the last reward. I wonder what those question marks were hiding. Special mission doorbell. A forgotten relic of time created. Mission details. Yuzu-Gakure, led by the legendary Uzumaki clan, was once a glorious village that tested the capabilities of humanity. To its limits, discovers the ruins of the forgotten village, and the reason for its untimely destruction compensate for mission EXP 25,000. His eyes widened comically. What a Bell special mission, a forgotten relic of time. Created mission details. Yuzu-Gakure, led by the legendary Uzumaki clan, was once a glorious village that tested humanity's capabilities to its limits, discovers the ruins of the forgotten village, and the reason for its untimely destruction, thinks of mission EXP 25,000. Naruto continued looking at the mission for another 5 minutes, wondering if what he was seeing was real or not. Yuzu-Gakure, Uzumaki, what the hell does all this mean? Does it mean that I'm from a real clan? He always wondered who exactly his parents were, but those questions were immediately answered with looks. Even the third one seemed to avoid answering, trying to divert the topic as much as possible. As a child, Naruto just let himself go, feeling little by little that he would never get the answer. Finally, he stopped asking, clinging to the idea that his parents, they were simple citizens. Then came Karen Uzumaki. At first, Naruto doubted their kinship. First, they lived in completely different villages. Second, Karen's blood red hair didn't have much in common with Naruto. Still, yes, the name Uzumaki wasn't common at all. He was tempted to go look for Karen after the revelation, but he waited a bit since she had just lost the battle. He went a few hours later to look for her, but a nearby supervisor told him that they had already left for this mission. However, it seemed to confirm his suspicions. Uzumaki were more than a normal clan, considered legendary and glorious by the system itself. Any praise from the system could not be taken lightly. I have an Uzumaki clan. It means something else, Naruto thought with joy. Then how come I had never heard of it? How come such an illustrious village is not registered anywhere? Maybe I never paid attention. No, what nonsense. Someone else would have noticed the Uzumaki clan for me. The only possible thing is that the information about the Uzumaki clan has been erased from the records. Why, how were the Uzumaki destroyed? The mission required him to discover the cause of the destruction, as well as the ruins of the village. This meant that Naruto would have to go on a journey to find a place that wasn't even mentioned on the maps. He knew immediately. He put the mission on the back burner. It was clear that it would take him several years to complete, and with good reason, given the reward it offered. So much experience would instantly raise his level greatly. I can't do anything now, whispered Naruto. For now, I just need to get stronger. That was the only solution to the countless problems he found himself in. He checked his other reward. The reputation meter, according to the system, appeared every time he observed someone. Naruto returned to the arena, eager to try out the new mechanics as soon as possible. I hope my reputation isn't so bad. Naruto chuckled with disdain. Anyway, everyone reaps what they sow. Naruto ran towards the arena, not wanting to miss any fight, especially this one. Sasuke was going to fight against Hinata. Finally, he could see Lukia's progress over the last month that he and Kakashi had tried so desperately to hide. As he approached the arena, he noticed with confusion the absolute silence that reigned among the crowd. Something happened. Ignoring the crowd, he sat down in his usual spot near Kakashi and Sakura. Although he noticed their gazes drifting to a specific area, Naruto followed their gazes until his sight fell on an elegant podium overlooking the arena. Inside were a pair of old men, between them the third cashier. Why are they there? Inside, sitting next to the third cage, as if they had similar positions, Naruto thought for a moment before slapping himself on the forehead. Of course, The other men were clearly caged from their respective villages. That meant that the other cage had missed the earlier fights. Naruto wasn't sure if that was a good or bad thing. They would have to watch him fight NEI later that day anyway, so Naruto wasn't too concerned. The third smiled at the stadium. He wanted to thank everyone present. This exam is a tradition inherited from our parents and ancestors, a symbolic representation of the hope for peace between our nations. But even more so, it is the culmination of the hard work of hundreds of genin from all over the world without borders. I would like to thank our esteemed leaders of the participating villages who decided to visit us. Naruto felt a yawn coming on, but managed to silence it. He looked at Sakura, who was listening with great interest. "Hey, Sakura," who are the old men standing next to the Okage. He whispered with indifference, was too far from the podium to be able to observe, so, for now, he just had to rely on his general knowledge. Anyway, his observation wouldn't get him anything more than a name, and an elevated title as level was too low to compare himself to Kage. For now, Sakura seemed offended by his language, and even more so by his. Interrupting Lokage's speech, "Son, Kai have respect, Naruto. Anyway, I don't recognize them all. But some are quite obvious. They show clear similarities with the images in our books. The cage is pretty obvious. That's from a Gakure. In case you didn't know that such a Dua is pretty obvious. I don't know the others. Must be smaller villages. Yeah, that's Kuratsuchi's grandfather. He's a lot shorter than I expected. As for the Kaj, there's not much to highlight Kakashi. He should know a lot more about the other villages, but it didn't seem like he was going to give any explanations. Maybe I need to practice my general knowledge," admitted Naruto, frowning. "Who knows how to read could increase my intelligence, although it's so boring." Yuzin seemed to be finishing his speech now. Let the Chunin exams continue. Naruto sighed with relief. Phew, finally. Where is Sasuke? He looked to the left and saw Shikamaru's team. They looked too good, but even better than before Shikamaru. At least he wasn't as pale as before. It was good to see him feeling better. After the horrible incident before, Naruto guessed they knew that Kuratsuchi was practically fine. His teammates were fine too, although they seemed to be looking at Naruto with a strange intensity. Naruto waved with his head hand. "Hey, weirdos. I don't know what's worse, the last one being so strong, or him calling us weirdos," out of all of them muttered. Ino, with a conflicted expression. Choji laughed out loud, eager to lighten the mood. "And no one to say congratulations on the win, Naruto. To be honest, I didn't know you had it. You defeated Kiba pretty easily. But TBH, it's a pretty low bar." Kiba elbowed Kimi in the back, growling furiously. "Say it again, and I'll find the snacks hidden in your room, and I'll give them to my dog." Choji looked genuinely scared. "How did you know about that?" "I made sure to hide them carefully. Nothing hides from this." Kiba pointed at his nose with a satisfied smirk, showing his sharp teeth. "What makes the Inuzuka look more like a dog? Is it some kind of Keikai Henkai?" Naruto thought curiously. "Maybe I'll ask VA later. Maybe Kakashi knows." "Where's Kakashi?" Naruto asked his only available companion. He waited for her answer while smiling at Shino. Sakura answered without even looking at him. "Is with the other sensei." Honing quickly shot a glance towards Sakura, observing and successful observation. Named Sakura, Aruno, title, N-Bar, Occupation Academy, student level LV 8 HP, 100 deputy, 100 chakra, 100 strength, 5 vitamin, 4 to 3 and 6 wisdom, 3 look, 5 reputation, 70. His eyes quickly scanned her usual stats, noting with interest that they had definitely increased since the last time he saw them. Reputation by 70. That's good or bad? Naruto felt like he was pretty good considering how much she used to despise him. The main reason for the change was because he simply stopped asking her out, which seemed to be Sakura's main complaint with him at the academy. Then he looked at Shikamaru, observing and successful observation. Name, Shikamaru, era, title, The Lazy Genius, Occupation Academy, student level LV, 15 horsepower, 100 deputy, 100 chook, 150 strength, 8 vitamin SI, 15 SAP, 8. Oh, luck, SE reputation, 80. The genius, lazy. Naruto grunted, leaning on his elbow. It felt great. Shikamaru was surprised at how much Nara had improved, being only 1 level behind Naruto himself, although that could be attributed to him starting at a much lower level than Shikamaru. The reputation didn't surprise him too much. He was friends with Shikamaru and Choji for a long time. Naruto looked at the others, ready to watch them too, but stopped when he noticed the fight was starting. Sasuke versus Hinata. Needless to say, the fight had drawn. Pay close attention to the fight against Unica, an ancient debate that dates back to the origin of these clans. The public was as excited as ever, betting at an unprecedented level, while people gave their opinions on the fight with a critical eye. The fight also had a political meaning, especially in the case of the Yuga. Obviously, Naruto didn't care at all. "Let's go, Hinata. Give him a beating," he screamed with all his might. Obviously, he didn't want Sasuke to lose. But that didn't mean he was going to cheer for the bastard Hinata. She waited patiently in the middle of the arena for her lagging opponent. She trembled slightly before looking to her side of the arena. Her clear eyes seemed to search for something before settling on Naruto. The boy in focus let out another deafening cry of support before raising his thumb. Hinata's face blushed bright red, much to Naruto's confusion. "I have something on my face," he asked his partner. Without realizing it, Sakura shook her head and sighed. "No matter how strong they get, boys will be boys." "Tell me about it," Hino said, nodding. Head Naruto just looked at them, clearly bewildered. "The system is once again amazed by your stupidity." The center supervisor started looking at his clock in annoyance. His name was Gunma, or something like that. Naruto thought the preliminary exam had a different supervisor, but Naruto heard that he had gotten sick anyway. Where the hell is this asshole? "Don't tell me Sasuke fell asleep before the fight. I will start the countdown of the last minute. If Sasuke Uchiha doesn't arrive by that time, he will be removed from the tournament," said the supervisor without hesitating for a moment. The crowd watched uneasily as time passed, without Caesar finding any trace of the infamous Uchiha. Even Naruto was starting to get a little worried, although only a little. Sakura, on the other hand, was clinging to the railings anxiously. Kakashi stared at his book 5432, and one. Sasuke Uchiha jumped across the arena, kicking up dust that instantly hid his appearance, leaving only his blurred silhouette. The dust settled, revealing the unsuspecting Uchiha in all his splendor. The crowd erupted in cheers, seeing their fulfillment, begging with fists raised and shouting at the top of his lungs. Naruto scoffed indifferently. "Of course the bastard copied my entry. I don't blame him. He couldn't do much more with that dumb. His complaints were hypocritical, considering Naruto had been copying many styles of taijutsu with his system and even kinjutsu. Deb, no matter how badly he had done anyway, a little hypocrisy never hurt anyone, right?" Ino and Sakura, the leaders of the Sasuke fan club at the academy, led the charge of cheers, incoming. Each of their screams tried to burst Naruto's ears without an ounce of remorse. Kiba screamed loudly in support of Hinata. "Destroy Lukia Hinata, make sure she never walks again." "Wow, and I thought he held a grudge against her." Naruto began, impressed by Kiba's nerve. "To be fair, Sasuke didn't make many friends at the academy, none. Honestly, wow, I thought I felt lonely. Even I hung out with Shikamaru and Choji before Sakura and me. Sasuke didn't have a single friend. How come he never?" I noticed, maybe because of all the fangirls surrounding him. Sasuke's new outfit seemed to be the center of attention. His navy blue shirt and white shorts were gone, replaced by a black turtleneck that ended in shorts. His hands and legs were wrapped with black bandages and straps. He crossed his arms with his usual serious expression. Even Naruto had to admit he looked cool for a moment before shaking his head. A second later, he made an observation, watching and successful observation. Name: Sasuke. Uchiha title: the last Uchiha occupation. Konoha Genin. Level: LV 17. Deputy. 100 chakra, 250 strength, 12 vitamin new to 16 in 8 wisdom. CL2's reputation 70, just 1 level ahead. Almost their. Naruto thought with a smile, although he knew that the levels weren't a great comparison. It was nice to see that his numbers reach his rivals. Besides, Naruto was confident that he could beat Sasuke, that in a fight, if he gave his all, he wasn't very sure of a direct fight with his partner, but a confrontation where he could use his shadows would undoubtedly favor. The reputation he had with Sasuke was not a big surprise. However, he was surprised by Lukia's rapid improvement in a month. To what kind of training did Kakashi subject him to? His skill is incredible. Then he looked at Hinata out of curiosity, observing and successful observation. Name and title in slash to occupation Genin of Konoha. Level: LV 14. Deputy. 100 chakra, 250 strength, 8 vitamin, 8 to tenant, 5 wisdom. CCO. Look 4 reputation 90-90 reputation, Naruto thought, with a shocked expression. Why the hell is it so high? Wait a second. Maybe what are you looking at? Asked Chojo with his mouth full of chips. Naruto laughed nervously. Nothing, nothing at all. Shikamaru simply raised a skeptical eyebrow. He was probably wrong in his assumption. He had barely spoken to the shy girl, and even when they did, their conversations usually ended in a series of meek words. Naruto couldn't think of any valid reason for her reputation to be so high. Well, there was one. Once I saved her from some bullies. She finally shrugged, thinking there was no point in worrying about it now. Maybe I could ask her later. I'm eager to see how much Sasuke had improved. The two contestants stood some distance away from each other. The audience waited in deathly silence as the supervisor began to speak, and Yada darted back, eager to put some distance between herself and Sasuke. Her opponent made a beeline for her brute. She gasped, open to Sasuke's speed. For a second, it was almost as if he had launched himself like lightning towards Hinata, whose eyes flew open as she held her hands up in defense. A flurry of attacks rushed at Hinata, who tried to intercept and block when necessary. Naruto suspected that Sasuke wasn't giving his all yet. Naruto looked at Kakashi. How is he so fast? Kakashi winked at him. A secret, of course, I would like to tell you, but Sasuke might get angry. I can't afford to betray the trust of my precious students, right? Unless, of course, you tell me who exactly trained you for the last month. Forget it, moaned Naruto. Naruto knew that Kakashi was eager to know who his sense and secret was, as he liked to call it. He was also sure that Kakashi had sent some clones to follow Naruto during his training, but he had taken care of that easily enough. Naruto went back to watching. The fight hadn't changed much. Sasuke was just stronger, faster, and better. Two styles of taijutsu clashed in a tough battle, only in technique. Hinata seemed to have the advantage. Her taijutsu was more fluid and controlled compared to the acrobatic Uchiha style. However, Sasuke far surpassed her in pure technical combat. Sasuke had not used any of his other techniques, probably hiding waves for future battles. He smiled while fighting hand-to-hand against Hinata, who also enjoyed the heat of the battle. The public enjoyed the fray more than anyone, applauding each punch and kick that connected. Interesting. She's more cunning than I thought, said Kakashi. Suddenly, Naruto raised a questioning eyebrow. Her punches aren't just for showing off. Naruto, the Higas use their sight to reach chakra points, temporarily disrupting its flow. Sasuke is forced into close combat, where Hinata feels more comfortable. He took advantage of Sasuke's initial confidence to land some hits quickly, so he didn't tell Sasuke the Ika could do that. Kakashi nodded. I'll have forgotten. Naruto didn't believe it one bit. Kakashi had a reason to do it, but he didn't feel it was worth explaining it to him anyway. Regardless of Hinata's strategy, Sasuke quickly began to overwhelm her movements. They became clumsier and lacked the terrifying precision that Sasuke once had painted. To the left, an attack that Hinata desperately tried to evade. That action only left her right side in a completely vulnerable position, so she couldn't do anything, while the Uchiha threw a kunai straight to his neck with a burst of speed. Winner Sasuke Uchiha. The audience erupted in applause at the performance, undoubtedly the most sonorous to date, with names like Uchiha Yaga. It was to be expected. Good job, Sasuke. Chunin, shouted Sakura from the stands with her hands to the sides of her mouth. I repeated his words with the same intensity. Great. I didn't learn anything about his current ability, except that he is much faster. I know for a fact that Kakashi taught him something special. I should have known that Sasuke wasn't going to be such an idiot. It seems he's gotten stronger too. This is going to be troublesome, said Shikamaru, massaging his forehead. Naruto smiled. Don't worry too much about Sasuke. You won't be able to get past me. Come on, you shouldn't be worrying about an EI. He's already got him under control. Naruto could humbly say he was one of the strongest entering the tournament. The only problem was he simply couldn't use his shadows. He wasn't an idiot, even though he often made reckless decisions. He knew that revealing the technique would only attract more people. Negative attention towards him. My necromancer abilities are too strange and not a normal jutsu. They would ask me where I got the technique from, and if I didn't answer, they would send me to some interrogation team. I knew that the Yamanaka clan that Ino came from had some kind of way to see memories and stuff like that. Everything would go to hell. That's why he made a rule to use the shadows only when his life was on the line. A situation that became more and more likely as Naruto discovered the harsh truth of his current life. Sasuke, he appeared next to them a second later. Ino greeted him with praise and Naruto noticed with amazement that Sakura managed to contain herself. Sasuke seemed to notice it too, if the nod he gave Sakura was any indication. The blonde was originally going to congratulate Sasuke, but decided against it when he realized his friend had skipped their fight entirely. Naruto sighed dramatically, walking towards his rival, his words summed up with mock arrogance and haughtiness. I won't say you did well. That kind of acting won't hurt me. In the final, Sasuke, I still haven't revealed any of my tricks while you showed everything you had against him. Sasuke replied with a mocking smile. Naruto shrugged and lazily put his hand to his head. I don't need to hide anything, do your best. He walked by whistling, let's go, it must have sounded great, right? And __, be where you're going, asked Kiba from behind. And that concerns you, Naruto joked as he continued walking. Naruto was sweating inside. He wasn't going to let them know that he was so overwhelmed by the act that he had realized that he was walking nowhere. What do I do? What do I do? His eyes moved from one side to the other, observing every possible path. They stopped when they saw a violet-haired girl talking to a woman. Hinata, perfect. Shortly after, Naruto quickened his pace. A drop of sweat fell from Shikamaru's face. He had no idea where he was going, right? Yes, Sakura confirmed with a smile. Kiba burst out laughing, and Ino followed him. Shortly after, Naruto rushed forward, approaching Hinata, who seemed to have no injuries. After a quick checkup with the doctor, however, fatigue was still noticeable in her eyes. The medical ninjas were miraculous, but even they couldn't increase random energy levels. Hello, Hinata greeted her enthusiastically. The girl in question froze. Naruto then noticed the woman in front of her is probably her sensei. Huh, here's something, right? He threw a note so as not to make a fool of himself by observing, and observation failed. The target's level is too high. Would the player like a partial observation? Yes/no like. It was expected from a honing, yes name, Karina Yiki title, the Genjutsu Princess occupation, honing sensei, level deputy, 100/100. Chakra Street Bit Dex, and known luck, the Genjutsu Princess. How interesting. Naruto had never fought with someone so skilled in Genjutsu. After remembering the correct name, Int looked again at the teacher with a slight blush. He noticed that she was incredibly beautiful, although unfairly, with dark hair and ruby eyes. She looked like something out of a book. Calm down, Naruto, dinner. And she seemed amused. Who are you? She knew clearly. But I wanted an answer anyway. There was no one, and much less shinobi ranker, that did not know who Naruto Uzumaki was. Naruto obeyed anyway. Naruto Uzumaki date Veo looked at Hinata with a red face with a smile. Bulancia. Oh, and why did you come? Because I was not going to return to my seat after having embarrassed myself like this. I wanted to congratulate Hinata for such a close fight. I see. Go you too, then. I have work to do. With that, Kurenai disappeared in a gust of wind. __. She is great. And Naruto, San, do you really think I fought well? Asked Hinata. Her eyes betrayed her nervousness, if her words didn't already. Naruto smirked, showing his teeth, raising his thumb in confirmation. Of course, you were great. It doesn't matter if you won or not. It can be seen that you worked hard to get where you are now. You were amazing. Hinata, somehow her face turned even redder. Thanks, come back to where I'm sitting. Hinata, the others want to talk to you too. She looked disappointed for a moment before smiling widely. Of course, Mrs. Hinata, to be frank, your relationship with Sasuke Yukiya was a disappointment. Both Naruto and Hinata turned their heads to the left at the new entrance. Nara stood motionless, without remorse at the words that came out of her mouth. For him, those words were the pure truth. Beside her was Tenten, who felt a little uncomfortable but chose not to say anything. After a brief moment, she continued, "You are not cut out to be a shinobi. I ask you not to try to rise to Chunin. In fact, you can comfortably stay in the Genin ranks and live the rest of your life in peace at the main mansion." Naruto felt his anger rise as the pale-eyed boy in front of him continued speaking. Hinata trembled beside him, taking his words to heart. Yin, I did my best. Your best won't be enough. And Ei interrupted, closing her eyes. Fate is an unbreakable chain that weighs us all. Some were born to be strong, others to be weak, some to be geniuses, while others simply lack talent. You lack self-confidence. You yourself lack instinct. You don't have what it takes to be strong. Please, for the sake of our clan, give up. Hinata froze again, the words stuck in her throat. She wanted to answer like Naruto would have in her place, but she couldn't move her mouth. Please, Naruto gritted his teeth. Hey, asshole, what kind of brother are you? Don't you realize that Hinata tried so hard? It's obvious to me. Why isn't it obvious to you? Why are you such an idiot? Don't get involved in the Itaga clan's affairs, Niji said, frowning. Naruto frowned as he stepped forward, noticing with disgust that he was a few inches shorter than NEI. If he did, the stands were almost empty with people looking for something to drink or eat since it was getting close to lunchtime while they waited for the next fight. However, some spectators stayed. Looking at the arguing couple, Naruto noticed that Tintin had a worried expression, her hand behind her back, ready to pull out a weapon in case of a fight. Niji narrowed his eyes, his veins showing. I'm going to destroy you in our fight. Naruto stepped back, grinning in anticipation, and I'm going to embarrass you to be honest. Even if you hadn't tried to bully Hinata right now, I'd do the same thing. Everything about you pisses me off. Even your attitude of ideals fate to the underscore. With all of that, unless your so-called destiny includes me beating you up, then I don't believe a single word that comes out of your mouth. Tintin scoffed, as if Niji Nei strayed from the topic of fate after you lost. Naruto asked the girl with some curiosity. Her silence spoke volumes. Naruto sighed. He was too tired for this now. He took Hinata's hand and led her towards the others. Thanks, Naruto. Hinata muttered with part of his face hidden in his jacket. Don't worry, I didn't do much anyway except irritate him, said Naruto with his other hand in his hair. Although he probably isn't very smart considering he's my next opponent. Hinata laughed softly. Sorry, he's your brother. He's a bit of an idiot, replied Naruto for her. He's not really my brother, but we are related, said Hinata with a blank stare and a frown. They made their way fairly quickly to where everyone else was sitting. Oh, what do we have here? Ino suddenly asked, her eyes blazing with interest and a creepy smile gracing her smooth face. You're getting confident now. Hinata let go of her hand and reached out with her other to start playing around Yo-Yo. Ino led her to a corner, where she and Sakura started peppering her with questions, all of which left the girl a mess of words. Naruto looked at Choji, looked confused, and shrugged before offering him a bag of chips, which Naruto gladly accepted. After all, I was hungry. I have time for a quick bowl of ramen. I love you so much, ramen. Sasuke was standing next to Kakashi, arguing something heatedly. All I can hear is something that starts with K. What the hell is that? Anyway, I'll sit next to Shikamaru and Choji. What's the next fight? Naruto asked. He could probably remember if he tried, but he was too lazy. Shikamaru replied gravely. Shino versus Gaara. Naruto, she felt her heart skip a beat, and not in a good way. Gaara was a terrible opponent for Shino. His bugs were useless against someone who could take on tons of sand without a second thought. Twice, without even considering the sanity of someone like Gaara, who had already mercilessly killed someone in the tournament. There was simply no reason for Shino to even attempt the fight. Unless he had a death wish, Nara happened to understand Naruto's reasoning. Don't worry, Shino. He's going to give up. He's smart enough to valuing his own life. Gaara isn't abnormal at the very least. It was strange how Gaara seemed to be the only completely insane. Jinchuriki the same could be argued about Fu, but it was simply because she was really thirsty for battle. The fight went just as Shikamaru had said. Gaara and Shino met in the middle of the stadium where Shino announced his decision to surrender. Needless to say, the boos were coming from people who hadn't seen the redhead's previous fights. Gaara seemed to accept defeat, simply returning to his seat. Without showing the slightest emotion, the supervisor pointed to the bracket with the first rounds of each side of the bracket. Resolved, we move on to the second round, and the first match will be. Everyone waited with apprehension for the announcement. The contestants to see if they would rest or fight. The audience to see which powerhouses would fight next. The silence was louder than any scream, and the tension in the air seemed almost tangible. Naruto Uzumaki versus Nika. Naruto couldn't resist laughing out loud, attracting everyone's gaze turned towards him, but he was only looking at one person. I'm going to crush you, Niji. Naruto Uzumaki versus Nika. The crowd was buzzing with excitement at the sound of two great powers. Thousands of spectators erupted in cheers as they realized they were in for an unforgettable fight, and their voices merged into an unintelligible cacophony of roars. Sakura grimaced at the ear-piercing sound and immediately raised her hands to block out the noise. She looked at the others, who all had similar expressions. Shikamaru was curled up, trying his best to block out the sound. Finally, he looked at Naruto, hoping he was nervous or even a little scared. The blonde in question remained silent, his eyes closed and his arms crossed. Naruto, are you okay?" Sakura asked, voicing the same question everyone had in mind. Naruto opened his eyes, revealing blue orbs that seemed to dance with excitement. "Yes, but I can't control my excitement." Thinking about it, Naruto's hands were shaking as he clenched them into fists in excitement. Choji asked doubtfully, "Why are you excited to fight him? Isn't he related to you, or something?" Hinata shifted in her seat, suddenly feeling uncomfortable. Luckily, Kiba answered for her. "He's a complete jerk. I met him a couple of times, and I still don't know what's worse. His attitude and his hair. Don't even get me started on how he treats Hinata." Ino frowned. Who in their right mind would treat Hinata badly? She's the picture of innocence. Someone who's not in their right mind. Kiba replied mockingly. Elika shuffled again. "Nizen isn't a bad person." "Huh. Been through a lot of trouble because of our clan. Please no." Naruto interrupted her. "Circumstances don't justify what Hinata said. We all have our own circumstances, but that doesn't mean we can use them as an excuse to be abusive." That was one of the few things Naruto, respected Sasuke, for Naruto, could say with certainty. That his partner had suffered a lot, and yet the Uchiha had never set out to upset the others, and in the end, he remained reserved. Hinata hesitated once more, but nodded to the final that the contestants go up to the stage, said the supervisor in a loud voice, while his eyes scanned the crowd in search of information. Naruto smiled. "Very well, it's time to go. Wish me luck, although I don't need to go away." His friends did exactly that except Sasuke, who simply nodded, always trying to be different. "Oh wait, I'll beat the arrogance out of you too." Naruto fantasized about his future fight with his partner until he came face to face with clear eyes unlike of Hinata's. These eyes were narrow and cold, completely opposite to the gaunt expression she always had. The veins stood out around Subi Kugen, covering almost the entire upper half of her face. Naruto's mind immediately went blank, concentrating on the opponent in front of him. Nei was undoubtedly the strongest opponent he would face. Lee was following close behind, because Naruto simply had a perfect counter to his taijutsu, and the green spandex ninja didn't stand a chance unless he managed to open its doors. Opening in a small area with no cover was a very unfortunate victory condition against opponents completely focused on preventing the taijutsu specialist from doing it. An Ei could also be classified as a taijutsu specialist, but was just as competent in the other arts. Therefore, Naruto was facing a version of Lee with access to chakra, along with that damaged Emhatsu that had no disadvantage except its creepy appearance. Observe the observation was successful. Name, Nika title, Inbar, occupation, Konoha Genin, level LV20 deputy, 100 chakra, 200. Strength 14, vitamin 15, 10, 17 in SI wisdom. See look TR reputation 10. For a moment, Naruto thought that reputation was also a statistic, but he quickly realized that Neil hated him much more than he thought. Naruto didn't blame him. He hated him anyway. It wasn't that they were mortal enemies. In fact, Naruto and Nei had barely interacted and only did so through words. The truth was that they were examples of completely contradictory ideals. Was Nei, who believed that life was simply a mere servant of fate and that destiny was a fixed path that offered no change. Then there was Naruto, a brash blonde who despised destiny for having left him an orphan and generally ruined his life. He hated the idea of not being able to change his life. And so the goal of becoming Hokage was the motivation of his entire life. If Nei was the symbol of the inevitable and unbreakable nature of destiny, then Naruto symbolized the whirlwind change that relentlessly tore at the threads of destiny itself. So there was no doubt that both calamities would eventually clash. And now they did. The crowd began to roar louder than ever as the overseer began the countdown. Naruto heard nothing. It's showtime to begin. Activate the Uchiha Taijutsu. Activating and Uchiha Clan Taijutsu skill level 5 activated. Its use consumes 8 MP points per minute. Initially, the user can use this skill for 2 minutes without consuming PM. This skill had become Naruto's preferred choice to face any enemy since he had grown comfortable with the fluid style and coupled with a lack of MP drain as long as he used it for only 2 minutes. It was also very cost-effective. Naruto dodged the kick that went over his head with a simple duck, then deflected with his forehead the palm that was heading for his stomach, pushing Nei's hand to the right. A left counterattack missed right in the liver while the Higa stepped back with a strong kick to the ground, releasing water. Raging Sea Naruto exclaimed after making the proper hand signs. With a forced exhalation, a torrent of water escaped his lungs, falling rapidly like a powerful wave threatening to drag IGA into its clutches. Neji responded with inhuman speed, hands flashing as he chanted something Naruto couldn't hear over the sound of the breaking waves. 2 walls of mud rose up beneath him, dividing the aggressive tide into the earth. Spear parted the stream of water with ease, leaving a relatively dry Neji standing above it with an impassive expression. Naruto shook his head in disbelief at how quickly Nei had dismantled his jutsu. He had no illusions that his opponent would falter, but he was eagerly hoping that Nei would use her ultimate defense. Instead, it was almost as if Nei knew beforehand that Naruto would attempt such a technique. With how quickly he launched his mud wall, he decided to keep the information to himself. Later, he met Eni in the middle once again, pushing chakra through his feet to keep from sinking his legs into the water and greatly reducing his speed. The Ikka did the same, which made Naruto realize at that moment that Nei was much faster than him. The following taijutsu match didn't go as well for Naruto. Neji's taijutsu had been perfected through years of grueling training, and each strike was the result of countless hours of individual practice. Naruto's taijutsu was not his and never would be. It was just that an imitation. It lacked the essence and soul of Nei's taijutsu, and even more importantly, it lacked the experience and the finesse Naruto understood. Again, something surprising, he was inferior in taijutsu. Neji interpreted his movements with expert ease, his gaze fixed on the ground, while he blocked any attack that Naruto attempted, and then he began to counterattack with all his strength. Naruto was not an idiot. He knew that as soon as he started to defend himself, Nei would have an easy time access to his chakra points, which would probably give him the victory. So he continued his incessant barrage of hooks, uppercuts, and kicks, not caring about Nei's blows. He had to take damage now to avoid a bigger defeat in the future. Meanwhile, Sasuke frowned from the stands. The dove shouldn't have used Mutsu from the start. He still didn't understand how Naruto was so good at copying taijutsu and ended up attributing it to a talent. He knew his partner was hiding something, but getting upset about it would be hypocritical. Considering the pile of secrets that Sasuke himself was keeping, Sakura had her hands on the railing watching the fight with concern. Why is he so aggressive now? Naruto doesn't want to be on the defense against the gentle fist, muttered Hinata. A second later, what's so special about the gentle fist? She asked, and not confused for once, Hinata didn't murmur anything, her gaze fixed on the fight before her. The gentle fist is a lethal style of taijutsu created by the Ikka clan to optimize the Bakugan. We can to the maximum disrupt the opponent's chakra pathway by injecting chakra along with our strikes directly into the Tenketsu node. Someone like Naizen can prevent someone from even absorbing chakra and connects their strikes. Her face immediately flushed as she realized how much she just said. The others looked at her in shock. Well, explanation, Enat said, a new voice next to them. Sasuke looked to his left, recognizing Tenten. As they watched the fight, Tenten smirked as she watched as one of Naruto's hooks passed helplessly next to Nei. I told the brat that he shouldn't have underestimated Nei. Of course, he didn't hear me. Look where that got him. What are you doing here? Shikar asked, annoyed. Tenten smiled mischievously. Oh, I just wanted a better view. We're all Chunin from Konoha, right? Besides, I wanted to meet those famous rookies that everyone's talking about. Lee shook his head with an excuse me expression. That didn't stop him from approaching Sakura with a certain innocence. Sasuke gritted his teeth. You better beat this bastard. Naruto, I won't let you live if you lose right now. Naruto felt a drop of sweat on the corner of his lips. The salty taste was unwelcome in the already humid environment. He managed to dodge another punch, but his luck wouldn't last forever. As long as he didn't manage to hit my chakra points, I'll be fine for now. He was too slow for the impending kick. Right to his shoulder, throwing Naruto several meters to the right as he briefly rolled on the ground before pushing himself up with his hand to get back into position, whatever, underscoring it could be. Naruto groaned, inwardly reluctant to show his pain to the world. But this was good. There was some distance between the two, and NEI was in no hurry to get closer to him. Without wasting a second, he reached into his pocket and threw 4 swords into the air, making sure not to throw them too high as it would take too long. The previous fight had made one thing clear. Naruto would never win in a normal taijutsu fight. Nei's experience and age as a Jinchuriki were crucial. Therefore, Naruto had to rely on his skills to match. The conditions, if only I could use my shadows, he thought bitterly. He wallowed in self-pity for a moment. Before coming back to reality, there was no time for indecision. Activating and skill dance of the 7 swords Kenjutsu acrobat level do. Activated, the use drains 15 MP per minute. The user can use this skill for 30 seconds without consuming MP. He simultaneously disabled the Ukiyo-style taijutsu, just in case there were any consequences to having both active simultaneously. He was not unsure if it would have any effect, but also unwilling to take any chances at a time like this. Naruto felt 3 of the swords land in the appropriate hollows of his arms and legs, and anxiously awaited the last one as he watched AI advance. Never landed clan. A shuriken impacted the sword in midair, completely deflecting its trajectory. Naruto could either maneuver his body and let the sword fall into the correct position or drop the 4th sword and attack with only 3. The problem with the first option was that he risked 1 hit from Neji, something he couldn't allow. 3, thought Naruto. With a grimace, Naruto lunged, eager to see how his Kenjutsu would fare against Neji's taijutsu. It wasn't as comfortable without his 4th sword as it left a gap near his left side, but Naruto didn't let that stop him. He launched himself into the fight with a somersault, making sure to do justice to the name of the acrobatic Kenjutsu. A solid palm launched itself towards his abdomen, which coincidentally wasn't covered by a sword. Naruto, in a tremendous display of flexibility, he bent his knees and staggered to the ground, determined to dodge the blow. His hands came down, palms first on the flat surface before tensing and pushing upwards. Naruto turned all his strength into torque so he could twist his body towards Nei, smirked as he felt his sword impact with the light-eyed Chunin, splattering blood on his weapon and the ground. Finally, Nei jumped back, not at all eager to continue fighting the style unpredictable of the shinobi in front of him. Naruto, sensing the blood in the water and the chance to gain the advantage, leaped forward without hesitation, spinning in the air as their swords spun dangerously. The flash of metal and blood ruby shone in Nei's eyes. Once again, narrowed time itself seemed to slow down as the boy in the air descended upon the defenseless Ik-8 trigrams. Rotation of the palm, a spinning ball of chakra manifested almost instantly. The incredible speed with which the jutsu it worked, it took even Naruto by surprise. 2 of the 3 swords that made contact with the blue dome crumbled instantly, but they also saved Naruto, who avoided falling into the doom sphere soon. After what's that smell? Naruto looked down and saw cuts all over his arms where the swords had been. His black and orange uniform was torn to shreds in random places. Blood was slowly oozing out, covering his exposed skin in red. Naruto wiped his hair with his bloody hands, not caring about the impurity of his actions. Red stains covered his hair and face, and along with the smile on his face, Naruto looked terrifying. Demon, whispered one of the spectators. He received looks that did not necessarily express disagreement, but clearly wanted him to shut up, and remained in the middle of the small hole he had created in the ground, unperturbed by the frenzied state of his enemy. In any case, he received it with pleasure. Now, at last, we can start fighting for real. Naruto thought excitedly. Jutsu of Shadow Clone. 9 more clones formed around Naruto, each one with a bloody look. Nei's gaze was fixed on his clones, scanning them all with no particular preference for the original. That means it's impossible. The Byakugan can't distinguish between a shadow clone and the original. This is perfect. Naruto started to run, feeling his clones following him as well. They ran in a practiced V shape, Naruto lassoing. Neji stood firm, reluctant to make any kind of retreat against the blonde. The Ika quickly deactivated the first clone that turned into a ball of smoke. The others fell soon after, not as desperate to protect themselves as Naruto before, and therefore succumbed to the chakra blows that Neil dealt them. Without mercy, Naruto was soon alone, and not wanting to stop his attack, he made the appropriate sign with his hand to summon more clones. Instead, he found himself with a kunai that was heading straight for his head. When the hell he threw it? Why is it moving so fast? I can't afford to stop the attack right now. At that moment, the game was like a game of chess. Whoever gave themselves the advantage during the fight would end up losing. Naruto was the one who exerted pressure, and although he responded easily, he knew that NEI would end up collapsing or making a mistake that he could take advantage of. After all, Naruto was the type of shinobi who firmly believed in the saying that attack is the best defense. Losing his offensive position at that moment would force him to defend, which would probably be a defeat with those close behind. Naruto knew that. He needed to perform his shadow clone jutsu immediately if he wanted to have any chance of continuing his offensive. Therefore, he only had one option. The kunai flew forward without any interruption in its trajectory, while Naruto's chakra simultaneously accumulated to summon more clones. The Jinchuriki tilted his head to the left and caught the kunai in his mouth. The crowd gasped in surprise before bursting into wild applause with screams and shouts. A girl with mint simply shook her head fondly with a hint of nostalgia. A princess shook her head angrily because her rival's life could have been in danger from a single kunai. At that moment, Naruto spat out the kunai, not enjoying at all the taste of blood that flooded his mouth due to the deep cut the blade made on his gums. The only good news was the regeneration that was working overtime to solve the problem, no matter how slow. It was as summoned clones at that moment launched themselves forward. For a moment, Naruto thought he could have used Iron Skin to defend himself from the Kuna and continue his attack, but he remembered the small activation window needed before any ability could execute, and wasn't sure if it was worth the risk. Although some would say that catching the Kuna's blade with his mouth was just as risky. Speaking of iron, he activates the iron clones by activating the iron clones ability level 1 activated. Its use consumes 30 MP and lasts for a variable amount of time before it is applied. The time of use of the ability, Naruto rushed forward along with the clones, spitting out another jet of blood that had formed. Meanwhile, Neji continued attacking the clone normally before realizing that this was actually the original, seeing that it survived more than one hit. The chakra blows prevented the correct circulation of chakra, but that did not mean that the clones could not move at all. In fact, he did not even need them to cast jutsus. NEI stepped aside to counter the second clone, knowing this time that he would disappear in one fell swoop, but he didn't. Confusion flashed across his face as he growled in annoyance. When the clone managed to land a punch in his abdomen, the clones began to emerge from all directions, eager to catch IGA. While they had the chance, motivated by a punch from one of their comrades, they never had the chance. Rotation. The clones turned into smoke shortly after leaving Angia somewhat breathless as she found herself in another hole of his creation, so even Iron Skin isn't enough for his rotation technique. They weren't iron clones. Iron clones aren't as indestructible as my Iron Skin, so maybe my Iron Skin can withstand his rotation, although I won't try it right now. Naruto came face to face with an EI. Once again, this time his opponent's face wasn't so calm. A silent anger was reflected in Nei's expression, as if he couldn't believe the fight was taking so long to end. Don't you worry, Naruto thought sadly. I'll finish it soon. Naruto lunged forward with a plan in mind, his mind spinning with possibilities as he resumed his chess game. Neji also moved forward, desperate to turn the fight into a real taijutsu match. For Naruto's plan to work, he needed to get in some hits. So he held on. The crowd watched in confusion as Naruto almost willingly launched himself into a fist fight. He tried with all his might, but without any clan techniques equipped. The wild style taijutsu, Naruto's, was completely deficient. Every move he made was countered perfectly and punished almost instantly. For the first time, Naruto actually felt what was supposed to be the soft fist. He felt a strange chakra invade his body, hitting something before Naruto could even realize what was happening. It was so sudden, so fast. One moment, he was perfectly fine, and the next he felt a great disturbance in his body. His organs must have been affected in some way as well. because a simple blow like that couldn't cause that much damage. Otherwise, blood splattered the ground in Niji's face as a palm struck Naruto directly in the stomach. He fell several meters backwards as the nauseating feeling of chakra sickness invaded his science. In a seemingly last desperate plea, the ground around Niji shook. Elga smiled. The hand that tried to pull him out from under him was grabbed tightly, and he lifted him off the ground before slamming him in the face with a flying kick, putting into his short existence an Rio between his teeth. What a shame I couldn't even use my 64 palms technique. You were strong, Uzumaki, but nothing is stronger than destiny. Triumph filled Naruto's heart when he realized what had just happened. Naruto summoned more clones, but the process took much longer than usual due to the chakra imbalance in his body, so he only formed 5. One of the clones exploded instantly, hiding the blonde ninja. For a second, Naruto activated the iron clones, once more hoping that they would last as long as possible. No, was more cautious this time, taking the 5 clones as seriously as possible due to their tenacious nature. As soon as he got a good angle, he unleashed the chakra sphere. The clones dispersed without incident, further cementing Niji's victory in the hearts of the audience. Niji slowly walked towards Naruto, and the Jinchuriki could only thank Kami for the Ikka's love for the theater. With a desperate impulse, he threw a Kuna Yinji. The throw was despicable. The kunai, it trembled pitifully at Nei's feet, the sound resonating throughout the silent stadium. Some chuckled at the weak attempt. Niji didn't even pay attention to it. Subikugen, the all-seeing eye, considered it insignificant. That was its fatal flaw. As soon as Niji took a step beyond the Kuna, his defeat was all but confirmed. The kunai wasn't just any kunai. Naruto was an Inge. But how could an Inge go unnoticed by any eye? Perfect level 1. Information. Becoming a perfect Ing, which means that not even the sensors will be able to detect your transformation while it is active. It has no cooldown, but the chakra consumption is high. He had been testing the energy sensitivity of his MP abilities throughout the fight and noticed that while any eye could perceive when a jutsu was cast, he could not distinguish when Naruto used an ability. The Byakugan could not detect PM. Also, Perfecting was not called perfect for no reason. It was at maximum effect, avoiding the watchful eye of the Byakugan. With ease, Naruto spun an extra kunai in his hand. When Inai noticed the presence behind him, focus, a spark formed, roaring as Naruto wrapped his kuna, and with lightning, not with the perfection he had obtained with Zabuza's sword, but with enough effectiveness. Niji immediately tried to spin, but Naruto couldn't. He grabbed his enemy's spinning arm with his left hand before sinking the lightning kunai into Nei's waist, making sure to aim for a spot not lethal, but without letting it hurt. Lightning covered an eye for a brief moment as the boy froze in shock before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Winner Naruto Uzumaki. The crowd erupted in applause at the end of the exciting fight. Before them, Naruto collapsed exhausted to the ground as he stared up at the sky. Fuck you, fate. Doorbell. New mission. Teaching the Ikka. Completed mission. Details. Defeat AI during the Chunin exams. Mission rewards EXP2. Learn Taijutsu style and increase Taijutsu level by 2. Finally, Doorbell. Congratulations, you leveled up. Player is now level 17. Naruto cheered internally. Doorbell skill tree. Unlock. Choose between the 2 skills shown. Camouflage level 1. Interesting, that means I can hide anywhere. Sounds too powerful. Black flash level 1. What the underscore is that? Doorbell skill tree. Unlock. Choose between the 2 skills shown. Camouflage level 1. Black flash level 1. Naruto looked at the options for a moment longer before deciding to choose later. More importantly, he looked at the crowd cheering his name, soaking up all the uses with a beaming smile. I did it honestly. Naruto had almost completely forgotten about the perfect technique for a few weeks. After having to choose between it and Iron Touch, he ended up choosing Perfectung because he didn't find much use for Iron Touch back then. He would probably use a sword anyway. It could have been an unpredictable tactic if he suddenly fought with a leaf or something similar with iron properties, but Perfectung offered infinite more possibilities. Naruto knew from the first jutsu he fired that NEI could see jutsus before his opponent used them, perhaps because the Byakugan could detect any sudden flow of chakra in the body. However, NEI had not responded to any ability obtained from the system since there was no chakra flow. Also, the properties of Perfectung made it impossible to detect. The camouflage kunai walked towards NEI, who had several medic ninja at his side around the moment of the fight. was decided in their favor. LGA's eyes looked shocked, as if they couldn't believe the situation. They were in the ponytail that used to reach down was gone, leaving her long hair cascading around her face. The blonde decided he wasn't going to comment. He wasn't cheap enough to talk nonsense when someone was at their worst. Good fight, said Naruto. Slowly, you almost beat me. Neji froze. An awkward silence filled the air between they. Finally, their mouth started moving. Good fight, Naruto shrugged. That's the best answer you can get from this guy. At the same time, a very smug Sakura crossed her arms as she looked at a grieving Tenten. You have nothing to say. Superior Tenten stumbled a bit before regaining her composure. She was in enemy territory, and she didn't have any victory to back her up. A fight with luck. Right. Lee stared at the COR Bull Ninja, challenging me. Ready? Lee thought with a sigh. With relief, I managed to answer without angering them too much. Hino smirked. Our last attempt proved it. It was a great fight. I almost thought Naruto lost for a second. It's almost like I've been telling you how unpredictable Naruto is all day, grumbled Shikamaru, yawning. I can't believe I have to fight this monster. Choji chuckled. Good luck with that. And Nada was left alone, reflecting on the fight and the moments leading up to it. A light blush crept across her pale skin. Thank you, Naruto. Kun Naruto ran back to his seat after the fight, responding embarrassed to the congratulations from the public. The usual looks of fear were still present, but the recent expressions of amazement were more than welcome. Good fight, Naruto, exclaimed Sakura. Was very exhausted. Naruto laughed in a mocking voice, scratching his hair with his hand. Yes, it was, but in the end I got it. Sasuke's face remained impassive. You better not get hurt before reaching the finals, Tobe. I wouldn't want you to face me with half your strength. Naruto knew this was how Sasuke used to congratulate him. He nodded before smiling mischievously. I'm sure you'll be in the finals with me. You'll have to beat Fu. Sasuke scoffed. I'll take care of her. They both knew it was bravado. Both the crowd and the stadium instinctively understood that Fu had a huge advantage over her opponent. She was simply faster and stronger than everyone else, with a wealth of combat experience to back it up. Naruto wasn't sure if Sasuke stood a chance against Fu, but he would still support his teammate. Of course, Fu was his friend, but thinking about supporting someone to defeat Sasuke left him with a bitter feeling. The Uchiha continued speaking. You have to be careful with Shikamaru. Naruto nodded. Shikamaru wasn't as strong or fast as any of the other final contenders, but he made up for those weaknesses with great intellect and determination. Naruto was sure he could beat Shikamaru without too much of a challenge, but he didn't want to take any chances. He would fight Shikamaru with the same respect that he would show to any opponent. Kakashi appeared a moment later next to the blonde. Good victory, Naruto. Thanks, Sensei, replied Naruto with a smile. It felt good to receive praise from his elusive sensei, who preferred to bombard the blonde with hidden insults to infuriate him and force him to try harder. It was effective, of course, but it did not benefit the teacher-student relationship at all, in Naruto's opinion. After mature reflection and observing and failed observation, the player would like an observation partial yes/no. I wonder when I can see Kakashi's real stats. Yes, by the way, name Kakashi, attack title copy ninja. Occupation honing sensei, level deputy 100 Chakra Street bit dex and known look reputation 75. Not bad. In fact, it was a very good fight. It's very likely that you'll end up being Chunin after these exams. Naruto, you and Sasuke. It's a shame my team is going to split up. I guess those are the consequences of being such a good teacher, said Kakashi. Sighing with a kind of feigned sadness, Naruto felt that an eyebrow twitches. Good teacher, I'll pretend I didn't hear anyway. How come Sasuke and I can be Chunin? Does the winner of the tournament not understand? And before you interrupt me, Sakura. Yes, we are Sasuke and I. Sakura stopped whatever he was going to say. Immediately, Kakashi laughed through his teeth. Really can't believe that only one of you can become Chunin, right? If that were true, our Chunin population could completely collapse. They detect the candidates with the greatest potential to be considered Chunin, and they get promoted after the exams. Winning would probably guarantee promotion, of course, but other than that, it's not necessary to win to get promoted. Naruto thought deeply. I guess it makes sense. It would be a waste of time for people just as talented to wait for another exam to start. And it's not like the Leaf can afford not to have more shinobi. The blonde suddenly felt a growl of hunger in his stomach as he sank into the maelstrom of thoughts, desperately searching for food. He would gladly oblige. Well, everyone, I'll go out for a while. The next fight is in 20 minutes, Naruto. Declared Kakashi, it would be wise to assess your enemy's skills. I'll be back, Naruto promised, while holding his hands up in a peace sign. Hey, to Chin, give me a big bowl of miso ramen, Naruto ordered with a cheer. The old man, with kind eyes, lit up at the sight of his number one customer, extra pork. As always, Naruto Rio. You know it. He saw a pretty and familiar girl near the counter. How about it? He sighed, making ramen daily. It's the best. It can be great. And you, Naruto, I've heard you when you're gay. Naruto's eyes widened. Yes, I did. I didn't think they'd know so quickly. The gossip chain in Konoha runs faster than you think. There once was a time, and the Jinchuriki enjoyed the conversation as he found that talking to a normal civilian really emphasized just how crazy the lives of Naruto and his friends were, as well as offering a sort of glimpse into Naruto's life. If he weren't a shinobi, never mind. If I weren't a Jinchuriki, a smell of pork and grease enveloped his senses as Tucci placed a steaming bowl of ramen on the counter. Naruto's hands traveled to the bowl and chopsticks in record speed, first savoring the beauty of the dish in its entirety before devouring it. Steam flooded his face like a gentle embrace, soothing his skin with its warmth. The broth, a symphony of rich tom katsu flavor, blended harmoniously with the delicate handmade noodles, each strand a testament to craftsmanship. Crowned with tender slices of chassa pork, vibrant marinated eggs, and a delicate spiral of fish cake was absolutely beautiful. Itadakamasa, shouted Naruto before digging into his plate. He ate a little slower than usual, not wanting to eat too much before the fight he would have later that day, and so he savored the food at the same time. Naruto checked his stats. He had leveled up with the fight against NEI, which meant he had an attribute point available. Without hesitation, Naruto allocated the point to dexterity. Now it's time to look at the skill tree options, Naruto thought as he slurped a noodle that was on his chin. Hey system, give me more information about these abilities. Camouflage level 1 blends into the environment with near-perfect accuracy, allowing the user to be practically visible even when completely still. This ability consumes 10 PM and drains another 10 PM every 3 minutes. Naruto's eyes widened in wonder. This is really useful. He would be practically invisible if I activated it during a fight. It could also deliver very stealthy hits, but it's nothing powerful, right? Close mentions close for both aspects of the ability. Can I really trust him if my life is on the line? It would be useful in most situations anyway. Black Flash level 1, a phenomenon where space is distorted when applying chakra. Within a millionth of a second after a physical hit, when a user achieves this feat, their chakra turns black, and the strength of their attack is raised to a power of 2.5 Q. What Naruto thought, frowning. What do these words mean? Let me read it again. Chakra and 1 millionth and black already to the 2. I know basic math. Let's see what Irika Sensei said to the 2 would be to multiply the number by itself once. So if I had 6 ramen and I squared it, I would have 36 ramen. Naruto screamed in joy, realizing he had managed to remember the operation. Heck, maybe it's because of my end point. So if I hit with the force of 10 bowls of ramen thrown, an enemy Black Flash would make it the force of 100, no more than that, because it's 2.5. So, and what this is trying to tell you, and if I somehow manage to apply my chakra within a certain time interval after a hit, I will gain a huge power boost to defeat my enemies. Naruto finished his bowl of ramen with incredible pride. A smarter person would have taken longer to understand the logistics and benefits of choosing either ability, but Naruto wasn't the type. He quickly chose Black Flash, feeling a bit of regret as he saw the camouflage ability disappear, but he swallowed it right away. To be honest, his decision had other reasons. First, that Naruto's fighting style was not optimal for camouflage, and it would probably disrupt his strategy. Naruto knew that if he had chosen camouflage, he would also have to adapt his fighting style to his ability. The blonde was a direct fighter who used his vast array of abilities to overwhelm the opponent. Offense was the best defense. Black Flash seemed to agree, and the second main reason Black Flash had no cooldown and no use of MP all effects. Black Flash was a passive ability. For a moment, Naruto assumed it was a technique that the older Honin could also execute as a chakra application, but quickly dismissed that idea. He was sure he had heard or seen someone use it before. This made Naruto the only person in the world who could use this technique. What's so amazing? Naruto slowly turned his head to the side and saw a familiar face. Fu, the mint-haired girl, was standing next to him with her eyes narrowed. He have been trying to figure out what you've been looking at these last few minutes. Have you gone crazy, or is the sky really beautiful? Today I thought last time would be our last meeting. Naruto asked stiffly. Fu shifted nervously. Hee, I said it, no. Anyway, promises are made to be broken. What's up? Naruto stared at the empty ramen bowl in front of him. She coughed, of course. A silly question. Why are you here? Can I visit my friend? Fu asked, pouting. She sat down next to him, resting her hands on the counter. Great victory, by the way, thanks. Naruto drawled his words. Sorry if I'm being rude now, but we didn't have the best conversation last time, and I'm not going to believe that you came here for no reason. Date. Fu nodded, understanding. He looked around. There were no more customers apart from Naruto, and the two chefs inside the ramen shop were busy with something. In that case, I shouldn't waste time. You said you were leaving Konoha. After a while, Naruto sighed. Look, Fu, I'm not really sure, but there is a possibility, he interrupted with a twinkle in the eyes. I'm not forcing you to do it. Although leaving is undoubtedly the best option, I'm only trying to help you. When you finally decide to leave, help. She nodded. Do you think I would ask you to run away? Without any goal in mind, a little don't finish that I knew other Jinchuriki Naruto, they don't want to sit idly by waiting for Akatsuki to attack them. They've been planning for a long time. See, by now, she must have been contacted by the other Jinchuriki, explained Fu, pursing his lips. Naruto nodded slowly, starting to understand. You're forming a group with all the Jinchuriki to fight against Akatsuki. He grimaced. The group is going too far, to be honest. For now, we are more of a secret club. We just pass around as much information as possible, but the leader wants us to develop more. For now, we almost have no information about Akatsuki. Some members have been seen, but apart from that, they want to capture all the Jinchuriki for some reason. That's all we know. Who is the leader? Asked Naruto. Seriously, Fu smiled smugly. I can't tell you unless you join, of course. He shrugged, ignoring the pang of curiosity that filled his stomach. Where do they get this information? Or knowing that also compels me to join. I'm not giving it to you for free. You should know. It was this person. He's actually from Konoha. Naruto's eyes perked up. Someone from Konoha. Fu tucked a lock of his short hair behind his ear. He calls himself Jiraiya. Apparently, he's very famous. The leader managed to contact him and ask for his help. Jiraiya has an extensive network of espionage, which was very useless. Jiraiya. Where did I hear that from? That's right, Jiraiya of the Ananin, one of the 3 legendary shinobi of that group. If someone he is following Katsuki, then the situation is more serious than I thought. He's from Konoha. Then why can't I tell the old man about this? And your plan? Asked Naruto, frowning. Old man, repeated Fur, confused. Oh, that's the Okage. I've known him closely since forever, so I'm calling him. Do you really think he'll let you leave Konoha? Asked Fur impatiently. Do you think your village is going to let their main offensive force and a military unit abandon their country? Just like that. Naruto knew the answer. Of course, you didn't say something about help, right? Where would I have to go if I wanted to leave Konoha? Fu cheered up instantly. Of course, you'll come to my village. Of course, Takigakure is beautiful. There's a huge waterfall with some caves underneath. And if you know the way you can get in, I have a place near the entrance where you can stay for a while. How will I get there? Naruto asked, a little nervous at Fu's sudden enthusiasm. I'll get a map after the Chunin exams are over, or maybe a little before. Don't worry about it. I've got you covered. She looked expectantly at Naruto, who was just wallowing in uncertainty, not knowing what to do. Thanks, Naruto said, gulping. Good luck in your fight, even if you don't need it. But Gaara is a different kind of crazy. Let's be clear. Naruto wasn't the most insecure person, but talking to Fur seemed to have some effect that made him doubt everything he knew. Fur smirked. You worry about me, Naruto. Don't worry, I know the type of Gaara very well. I will show him and Shikaka the difference between the one-tailed and the seven-tailed anyway. I'm running late. This conversation has lasted much longer than I expected. See you in the final. Naruto, with a last gesture of peace, he left. A second later, Naruto looked into the distance for a minute or two before giving Tucci the amount of ramen. Tucci smiled widely. Invites you to the house. Naruto, I can't let them see me doing that. The number 1 of Konoha, I paid for my food, right? The blonde thanked him effusively, happy not to have to make another hole in his increasingly scarce wallet. He had not been able to get money from the minor rank missions for a while due to the Chunin exams. Gaara versus Fu. Naruto watched with anticipation as the aforementioned participants headed to the center of the stadium. 2 great figures of the team finally faced each other before the official announcement of the team. Many had bet on their pass to the finals. But with the order of the fights, one of the two Jinchuriki would have to be eliminated. Naruto wasn't complaining, of course. He was sure that Fu would win, but Gaara could definitely make it difficult for him. Naruto quickly discovered that she hid many of her abilities just like him, which left her at a disadvantage despite her lacking abilities. Fu was simply superior, stronger, and faster than everyone else by a wide margin. It was like a child trying to fight an adult. No matter how much grueling training you gave the child, he or she would inevitably lose. Now, make the adult the host for a primordial mass of chakra. And you have Fu, not to mention they are somehow friends. Naruto grumbled inwardly. He looked at the seal on his stomach covered by his clothes. You couldn't be much nicer. It wasn't like Naruto was asking them to be best friends or anything, but any sort of acknowledgement would have been nice. I guess I shouldn't expect that from the QB. Of all people, what's your friend, right? He looks very scared, Naruto, said Sakura with some disbelief. Because he is very strong, said Naruto, answering the why of her question. Super strong? Sasuke frowned. His eyes were alert and open with the Sharingan glowing red in both of them. He would have to face one of the two monsters before him, yes, in the next fight. So getting as much information as possible with the Sharingan was crucial. How did you meet her? Did you say something about the forest? Asked Sakura. Naruto remembered the moment with a grimace. He was trying to get a scroll from Kuratsuchi when I first met her. Somehow managed to convince her not to hit me in the forest. Now we are friends. Let's skip anything Jinchuriki related. I don't think Sakura, of all people, is ready for that conversation. Fu had a wide smile on her face as she looked at Gaara. Due to his taller figure, Gaara looked nonchalant, as always, with his arms crossed as the sand slowly trembled near their feet. The air in the arena seemed colder as both they stared at each other. An evil aura that filled all possible space radiated from Ando's, causing some civilians to tremble in place. The most eager for battle watched with amazement and expectation the fight that was about to break out. It was almost as if the entire world was watching their fight. At that moment, Gaara made a sign to the supervisor, and I give up. The crowd erupted in screams of disbelief and dismay. Naruto simply watched with his mouth open. What the hell had just happened? Passing his companions and friends seemed equally shocked. Those who were betting shouted curses at the Jinchuriki, not fearing for a moment the possible consequences of yelling at a clearly unstable shinobi. Others simply watched confused as one of the tournament favorites surrendered before even attempting to fight. No one was more surprised than Fu. Her eyes were wide open, and the mocking smile she had given him earlier turned into a furious growl. And you can't give up? What the hell are you doing? Making the child in question didn't reply. Fu looked at the supervisor, indignantly. Tell supervisor that someone like him shouldn't give up right now. And why can't he? Asked. I ate, raising an eyebrow. Fu Pharaoh indignantly has been wanting to fight the whole exam. Why would he give up? Suddenly the crowd rose in an uproar to support his complaints, mostly for his own selfish reasonings. The principal waited patiently for the complaints to die down before speaking. Although the timing is unfortunate and there is nothing that we can do. Side-eye 8. Due to Gaara's defeat, Furu of Takigakure advances to the semifinals. Furu slumped in defeat. Her subsequent protests immediately silenced. Sakura elbowed her. Why do you think he lost? I have no idea, Naruto said, staring into space. Completely baffled. For once he didn't seem like that type. I for one am glad he's gone, Choji said with a shudder. He's not right in the head. Ino frowned as if in meditation. I can't believe he's here, saying this, but I agree with Choji. Hey, Naruto reflected inwardly on everything that was happening. This made no sense. Someone as bloodthirsty as Gaara wouldn't give up to Fu, the person he was competing with throughout the exam, for no reason. There had to be some reason. The blonde wasn't smart enough to figure out on his own. He didn't even have time to try. Now, Gaara seemed strangely calm as he made his decision. There was no expression on his face, but his eyes said that everything was excited for something. Naruto wasn't sure what it was, but little was he sure. He wanted to know. He was sure it wasn't anything good. The next fight will be announced. Either Naruto versus Shikamaru, Ofu versus Sasuke. Hey, Shikamaru, you know I won't go easy on you, right? Naruto asked with a confident smile. Shikamaru Brun, I won't pay you back. This is going to be a drag. I hate fighting with little fast-talking brats, yelled Ino a second later. Small. I guess I'm still a little the lowest here. When am I going to get the Growth Spurt Bell bonus mission? Take it easy. Created mission details: defeat Shikamaru without using any of your system abilities. Mission rewards: EXP 2000. Fail. None. Yes. Slash. No one. Bonus mission. Naruto looked over the details quickly. He could beat Shikamaru without using any of his system abilities. That would include Iron Skin, Iron Clones, Perfect Ing, and his newly acquired Black Flash. Normally, Naruto wouldn't accept the mission. He didn't want to risk losing against someone as cunning as Shikamaru by overestimating, but at that moment, he needed the experience. Fu was still levels ahead of him to even stand a chance against her. He needed to level up. Naruto had assumed that his level up would have concluded with his last fight with NEI, which had been a mission, and he had no more missions left. By completing this additional mission, along with the natural experience of beating someone in battle, Naruto had the possibility of leveling up. Plus, he didn't there were consequences for failing. That is to say, if things got complicated during the fight, he would use one of his abilities to avoid defeat. Yes, the lazy genius's eyes lit up as if he had had a revelation. He could do like Gaara and surrender immediately, before suddenly he felt the furious glares of all his companions that threatened to burn him with their intensity. It doesn't matter. The supervisor coughed, attracting everyone's attention toward him again. The next fight will be Naruto Uzumaki against Shikamaru. Naruto felt that the adrenaline was rising with fervor. Blood was running through his body when the fight was announced. He was getting a little addicted to the feeling of a fight. He wasn't sure if it was because of the tournament or not, but right now he didn't care. The tiredness that would normally be felt after 2 grueling fights had disappeared, replaced by the desire to win. Good luck, Naruto said Sakura with a small smile. He nodded, hitting his right fist with his open left palm. Thank you. You better not lose against the lazy Naruto, he said. Sasuke, casually with his arms crossed and a relaxed posture. It would be a boring final, you understood. He made his way through the crowd, smiling as he passed Junitendon, who still had a sour look. Lee's eyes shone as he raised his thumb to Naruto. Nin was not with them. I suppose having your ideals prove you wrong will shake anyone. To be fair, I wouldn't want to watch any more matches if I lost so late in the tournament, Naruto reasoned as he almost tripped on the last step. Shikamaru, he followed him a few steps behind. Hate indicated to both of them to approach the center before starting to speak. They did so, staring into each other's eyes, ignoring the bustle of the crowd. Start. Naruto immediately dashed back, ignoring his body's instinctive urge to move forward. It turned out to be the right idea, as Shikamaru instantly used his shadow possession technique, evident by the strands of darkness that rushed out from his position. Had Naruto recklessly dashed forward, would have been immobilized instantly. Phew, I dodged a bullet, Naruto thought as he analyzed the situation. In an instant, both of them stood still. The blonde knew he couldn't beat Shikamaru, like always. That's why he did something that many didn't know about, thinking, I can't attack him with the speed of the others. In case his technique catches me, as soon as it catches me, it's an absolute victory for him. On the other hand, he can't rush me because he knows that a duel with me would result in his defeat. In the end, Shikamaru hasn't shown all his skill with the shadows, or else I would have already lost the fight. I can't completely trust what I know about his abilities, and forcing an attack right now would be suicidal. The main problem was the lack of drawbacks to the shadow possession technique. In addition to having to remain motionless, Shikamaru had a jutsu that guaranteed his victory if executed correctly. It was an incredibly flexible jutsu that worked equally well both in attack and defense. If Naruto had been able to use his abilities, would have launched Iron Clones and forced Shikamaru to continue advancing, preventing him from using the Nara clan's most powerful technique and ending the fight with a strong hook to the face. But right now, he had no other choice if he wanted the extra experience. So we're both at a stalemate. If I follow through with the blow, I could get caught in his technique. And if he advances, there's no way he can win. Shikamaru had come to the same conclusion, although much faster. He stared at Naruto with narrowed eyes. The crowd stared in bewilderment at both frozen students. Move fight already. Remove blonde. I spent my entire salary on you. They are constipated. A stinging feeling of anger at their inaction washed over Naruto, and the instinct to attack reappeared. What the hell is that? It disappeared as quickly as it came, so he ignored it. Shikamaru threw some kunai into the air in front of Naruto. At first glance, they seemed discreet, but it was immediately noticeable how slowly they descended. Each of the few kunai had small parachutes that projected a shadow in the ground. The position of the sun was perfect for the kunais to be as long as possible. He must have positioned himself in his favor from the start. Naruto realized with a grimace. He stepped back as threads of shadow emerged from Shikamaru, connecting with the shadows of the aerial weapons to increase their range. Naruto moved as fast as he could, avoiding any traps the shadows tried to set for him, like cornering him where another tendril of darkness lurked. A rookie mistake would have been to try to jump over the shadows, completely missing the target of the technique. The person who jumped would still project their shadow on the ground. Shadow clone, due to the clones that formed, immediately moved out of the way, avoiding the shadows completely. Naruto wasn't sure if shadow possession worked on his clones, but he wasn't about to test it. The clones were to throw shurikens at the floating parachutes, which they did a second later. The kunai hit the ground with a thud. Naruto found himself gasping as the attack of Shikamaru finally finished. He wasn't necessarily tired, but he could still feel the exertion in his body. It's time. He summoned 7 more clones, making the total number of Naruto in the stadium 10. Naruto followed behind him as the other 8 clones ran forward slowly. They surrounded Shikamaru, who seemed relatively relaxed in his position. One of his clones was next to Naruto, but Shikamaru, with much more pressing matters, didn't pay much attention to him. What Naruto needed was a chance to attack Shikamaru without him using his shadow technique. While they were close, and for that his clones advanced, not at all scared by what Shikamaru was planning. Fire-style flame stream, the jutsu, was launched without a single use of hand signs, probably made by his shadows like the ones he had used against Fu. Naruto noticed with a frown that Shikamaru had hesitated a little when using the jutsu. He remembered what happened to Kuratsuchi. Well, at least he was able to use it in the end. Shikamaru is much stronger than people believe. Shikamaru brought a hand to his mouth as he released a torrent of scorching red fire that moved in a tight circle, forming a ring of flames that rapidly emerged from him. The ring of fire trapped the clones that refused to give up, destroying them. As the scorching heat burned their chakra bodies, a resulting circle of smoke formed around Shikamaru due to the sudden destruction of the clones. Blocking his line of sight from the rest of the world, Shikamaru stood immediately on high alert. Upon noticing that he was unable to see, he raised his hands in the shadow possession position, ready to grab anyone who appeared from the smoke. 2 Narutos tore through the smoke and cleared most of the white apparition with their great speed. Shikamaru narrowed his eyes as he examined them. Which one was the clone? Rationally speaking, the one in front had to be it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so brazen in attacking like that. So, the one in front is a clone of shadow, meaning that a single hit wouldn't be enough to dispel it. If it were to dissipate, the resulting smoke would hide the real Naruto's position as he went for a killing blow. What a shame, Naruto, in this situation. I just need to push the undispelled shadow clone away and focus my technique solely on the original. Shikamaru had calculated all of this in a span of a second. As the clone advanced, Shikamaru focused on not hitting it too hard out of instinct. In case it dissipated, he gently stopped the punch to the side, mentally preparing himself to start the shadow possession as soon as possible. The clone immediately dissipated. It wasn't a shadow clone, it was a normal Bunin, one of the 3 beginner jutsus of the academy. The smoke covered most of the area inside the circle of smoke. He was in. Shikamaru tried to run back in response while propelling his shadow forward, but he had no idea where to direct the shadow, when in reality, he couldn't see his target. In the end, it was too slow. Through the smoke appeared a smiling blonde ninja. Understanding Naruto delivered a perfect left hook to Shikamaru's face, who was too slow and surprised, did not even try to dodge it. The Nara felt himself losing consciousness for an instant as he fell to the ground with a groan of pain. A second later, a kunai settled next to his pale and vulnerable neck. Uzumaki Naruto. Wins bell. Naruto ignored the notification. He looked around for someone in the crowd. As soon as he saw green hair, he tried with all his might. His forces convey a message with his gaze. Furu seemed to notice as he returned the smile with a challenging expression. You're the next bell. Bonus mission. Take it easy. Completed mission rewards EXP 2000. Naruto noticed with a frown that he hadn't leveled up, but he really hadn't expected. He had leveled up exponentially in the last month thanks to the various fights and training and now the experience needed to level up was increasing. Open my stats, name Naruto, Uzumaki title, Stormbringer occupation, Konoha Genin, level LV, 17 deputy, 100 chakra, 2000 strength, 14 vitamin, 13 to 13, in 8 SAP, 4 look cough class Blackmancer, attribute point 0, had improved a lot during the Chunin exams, especially during the tournament part. Not only had he gained a lot of experience, but he had received more missions in the last week than in a month and a half. It was almost as if the system wanted him to fight and reward his fights with skills and small advantages. How much the stronger the opponent I fought, the more experience I received and the more tempting the reward. Fighting against Line had only confirmed that suspicion. If I want to improve, I have to fight even more. The idea intimidated Naruto a little. Anyway, there's no turning back now. My goal is to become Okage. But before that, I need to survive whatever comes, and to survive. His eyes lit up. I have to get stronger. Fu of Takigakure against Sasuke Uchiha of Konoha. Yes, the previous cheers that Naruto had given him, heard in any of the fights, have been strong. The current explosion left them all with their mouths open. The famous Uchiha, emblematic figure of the Hidden Leaf Village, against the clear favorite to win the tournament in the semifinals. It was a perfect duel. Good luck, Sasuke. Make sure you weaken her a little for the finals, he said Naruto with humor. Sasuke smirked. If I don't win, what are the chances that you will more than you think? Sakura toyed with her fingers. Good luck, Sasuke. Thanks. The rest of the rookies also wished him luck, and Sasuke was quite perceptive with all the wishes. He has changed a bit, Naruto admitted to himself. He is not that much of an idiot, although he has his moments. Sasuke slowly walked down the stairs. His entire presence emitted a calmness, a confidence that captivated the audience. Say what you will about his personality, but Sasuke Uchiha was a showman through and through. Furu was already at the center of the stage, tapping her foot impatiently. She, on the other hand, was not the best artist. Before you ask, I think Fu is going to win, Naruto said clearly. He interrupted Sakura before she could reply. With that calm, angry expression, I obviously want Sasuke to win so I can face him in the finals. But I'm telling you the truth, Sakura cleared her throat. Whatever. I think Sasuke is going to surprise us all. Fu hasn't fought someone that strong yet, right? That's right. You haven't seen her fight Gaara with me, so you don't know how strong Fu is. I don't know much either. She's clearly hiding something, or she wouldn't have such a high level. You'd be surprised. Naruto replied cheerfully, not taking his critical answer seriously. Sakura turned her gaze towards the upcoming fight. The two enemy genins stared at each other as Sasuke finally approached the supervisor. The crowd watched in deathly silence as they waited for the order to begin the fight. Screams of excitement arose from the stadium instantly as the two launched themselves at each other. Sasuke was fast, matching Fu's speed in this case, which was no easy feat considering his attitude. They met in the center, covering the same distance, and began to exchange blows. Suddenly, Naruto realized how Sasuke was fighting. He turned his neck towards Lee, who also had a knowing look. His Sharingan must have completely copied Lee's fighting style. The taijutsu was not what was copied. To be exact, it focused more on the use of speed and how Sasuke took advantage of sudden and random changes in speed during combat. He moved like Lee. However, when he reached Fu, Lee-style Sasuke's fluid fight, the Uchiha clan's taijutsu, was repeated. It was a varied, powerful fluid combined with Lee's speed, which made it even more dangerous. Sasuke's kick flew over Fu's head, who tried to counterattack, but saw that his opponent was no longer there. He quickly thought with a look of surprise. It took the Uchiha half a second to get behind him and launch another attack, one that he had to block or suffer dire consequences, Jinchuriki or not. Sasuke's fist headed towards Fu, who had his arms crossed in a gesture of he blocked his fist and struck her in the arms with pure force, propelling him forward with the force of the blow. She used the momentum of the punch to do a backflip, landing on her feet before launching forward again. Fire-style Dragon Flame Jutsu, Sasuke chanted. A second later, those signs were fast. Naruto noticed with a look of astonishment. Unlike Shikamaru, Sasuke didn't hesitate for a millisecond to launch the jutsu. A ball of fire transformed into air before slowly spinning and acquiring the unmistakable shape of a dragon. The monstrous creature seemed to roar with rage as it flew at great speed through the space that separated it from Fu, illuminating the entire stadium with a bright red. But Fu was still faster. She managed to escape the creature with a jump too. The right at the right time, which would have been enough if it weren't for the fact that the dragon roared once more before turning its head to follow Fu, who was escaping. The turn was not very pronounced, but it was enough to head towards her target. Since she hadn't expected the change of direction in the first place, that must consume a lot of chakra, surmised Naruto with a thoughtful look. I'll have to ask Sasuke. Next, Fu took a different approach this time. She wasn't sure if the dragon could make another turn, but no, she was willing to risk it. She lunged at him before jumping over the fiery construct near the body, willing to bet that he wouldn't follow her through his own fire unknowingly. Furu had walked right into Sasuke's trap. Is that wire ninja? She asked Shino, looking for confirmation. No one answered clearly. He saw nothing abnormal. Sasuke Yukiya smiled. His hands pulled the cables that surrounded Fu's area, what quickly built small and numerous, to cut it immediately. Only something as fast as Nei's rotation could have stopped the attack completely. His fingers twitched. Crack, a lightning bolt came to life and followed the more than willing cables towards its target. Blue flashes reflected in everyone's eyes for a brief moment before hitting Fur with all his might, who moaned in pain before falling completely silent. Why do you just accept the blows? Fu! The sound of crackling electricity finally stopped and was replaced by the sound of Furu laughing. Oh, actually, that hurt a little, Fur admitted with a giggle, but I'll have to end it here. Spirals of chakra erupted from his body, taking on an orange hue that blended with the ground of the dirt stadium. An oppressive aura took over the atmosphere of the stadium, alerting Naruto, whose eyes shot wide open. Recognize her, just like when he faced Gaara in the Timber Forest. Bloodlust was detected. He was sure the others wouldn't be able to pinpoint exactly what made Fu's chakra so immense in his presence, but had a good reason. As a Jinshu it was. Almost as if his body was more receptive to his chakra than usual, but he wasn't sure if he was imagining things or not. The wind started to blow harder in the stadium, maybe pure coincidence or something caused by the sudden discharge of chakra. Fu flexed her arms in a sudden motion, snapping the wires surrounding her with ease. She rolled her shoulder, which took the brunt of the electrifying pain, before bending her knees and jumping up to test her lower body. Then she moved in an instant. She was next to Sasuke, whose only saving grace was the Sharingan, which managed to track her movements enough for him to raise his arms and try to block her. The punch brutally impacted Sasuke's defense, knocking him down about 10 meters. Is even faster than Lee. Really is the effect of the chakra of a tailed beast, thought Naruto, with surprise. Advance again, this time even faster than before, practically confusing for the majority of the audience. He launched himself towards Sasuke, who had enough presence of mind to avoid a physical altercation. At this point of the fight, his agile hands went into his pockets before throwing something to the ground. A cloud of smoke emerged from the bomb, covering an eighth of the stadium with a fog almost opaque. Naruto could no longer see much, trying to squint against the fog, but without success. Fu, as serious as ever, did not deviate from her path. Although no one could see what was happening, they could certainly hear. It was almost like the song of a bird. Chitarazo through the smoke at a dizzying speed, holding the other arm with one hand while the electricity built around his hand with ferocity. The air around him crackled with energy, while the ground beneath his feet bristled due to his blinding speed. A lightning bolt emerged around his arm, arced also around the rest of his body with faint sparks. It was as if personifying a lightning bolt in that moment, as if it were no longer striking. The high-frequency howl of the Jutsu screamed a single word: danger. For a moment, it seemed that Sasuke Yukiya would win, but no. Fu, he was a complete lunatic. His fist was covered in a dense orange chakra, almost viscous, and without hesitation, he faced Sasuke's technique. A loud explosion illuminated the center of the arena, while a blinding light was in everyone's eyes. Naruto instinctively closed his eyes before opening them immediately after to see the result of the crash. Sakura looked like she was about to cry. Please, Sasuke. Kuin and Sasuke had fallen. Fu was standing with a charred and scratched right hand and a pained expression evident on his face. Winner Furu of Takigakure. This is awkward. And Naruto sat down in chair next to the patient's bed in the hospital room without saying anything, while Sasuke remained silent. The blonde wasn't exactly the most sensitive, to say the least of all. He didn't know how to handle the current situation. Sasuke Uchiha, one of the greatest prodigies Konoha had ever seen, had lost in a fight that meant the finals would consist of Naruto versus Fu. It had been an hour since Sasuke lost in the semifinals, which meant Naruto's fight would likely start soon. The delay was due to injuries sustained by both sides, and most importantly, Fu, who was due to fight in the finals. Naruto hadn't seen exactly what had happened, but his hand, she was badly injured by the Chidori. However, she didn't worry too much, as a Jinchuriki, the author generation of Naruto, was nothing to sneeze at, and coupled with modern medical ninjutsu, she would heal quickly. The most pressing problem at the moment was Sasuke's mentality. His usual aloof and cold demeanor was gone, replaced by a terrifying emotional void. The Uchiha would stare out the window with a wonderful view of Konoha for an abominable amount of time, occasionally sipping the water at his side. Her hand was practically healed, having suffered less repercussions than Fu from the crash. Sasuke began Naruto before wincing at the blank stare of his rival. "Are you okay?" Sasuke paused before answering. "No, not really. You don't want to talk." They were outclassed from the start. Speed, strength, experience, and everything. Chidori MIAs in the manga was completely useless against her. Naruto shrugged. "Yeah, that's what happens when you're up against someone stronger than you." Sasuke growled, anger finally rising. Reflected on his face, "You don't understand, right? I guess I shouldn't have expected it. For me, every fight is life or death. Every time I practice, it's with a purpose. Every time I throw a shuriken, practice ninjutsu, or even wake up in the morning, everything is for a reason. Naruto, if I can't beat some random girl from Takigakure, how am I going to beat her?" Sasuke broke off, but Naruto knew what he was talking about. When Kakashi asked Team 7 to show up, the Uchiha mentioned that he wanted to kill a certain person. At first, Naruto, more immature at the time, he considered it another provocative comment from Sasuke. However, the more time he spent with his partner, it became clear with the conviction with which Sasuke trained that he clearly had a greater goal in mind, similar to how Naruto wanted to become Hokage. Naruto's aspirations were based on a desire for admiration and respect, as well as proving everyone wrong in their assumptions about him. Sasuke's goals for the future were that of puppets held by the strings of revenge. Everything Sasuke did was to kill that particular person. Naruto had always wanted to ask who that person was, but in the end he was too afraid to ask. He wasn't sure how he would answer such a question. "Then you were weaker than her in every way." Naruto guessed in one sentence. He let out a frustrated sigh. "Yes, he was." Naruto crossed his arms. "Then I know exactly how you feel, Date." I'm going to say Sasuke was dumbfounded was an understatement. He knew Naruto wasn't the most normal person in the world, but coming to that conclusion was completely mind-blowing. "How do you think I fell at the academy every time we fought?" "I could barely scratch you," Naruto said, scratching his head in pain. "You were first in everything except maybe written exams. Sakura was the leader in that. But in everything that mattered to me, you were better. To top it off, you got everyone's attention. And worst of all, it seemed like you didn't care at all. You had everything I wanted in the palm of your hand." "Not that I wanted attention," Naruto chuckled. "I already knew it, but I didn't want to admit it. It was obvious to anyone who wasn't a fan of you. Shikamaru saw it. And so did Choji, in a way. Now that I think about it, I think I wanted to be your friend for a long time. Of course, I didn't know how to show it to you other than challenging me. Like crazy, one week I didn't go to the academy, so I couldn't do anything but exercise. When I came back and you laughed, I felt like nothing had changed. I got the same beating as last time Sasuke mocked me. I don't understand how this is good. I needed to vent. Listen, if I, Naruto Uzumaki of all people, could be at your level, why can't you do the same with Fu? Is being surpassed like that a bad thing? In any case, it prevents you from becoming too confident and complacent with yourself, right?" Sasuke remained still in complete silence. Then a chuckle escaped his mouth. "It's funny how you make everything seem so trivial." Naruto, "Yes, you're right, even though it's hard for me to admit it." Naruto smiled triumphantly. Uzumaki." Naruto attacks again. "I guess it's true that no one can resist my charisma, or even the ruthless Uchiha. Well, now that you're back to normal, I have a battle to win." His rival towards the stadium saw a notification appear. Bell, new title, the Shinobi Therapist achieved title. The Shinobi Therapist grants 40% more efficiency in the speech jutsu, not when conversing with Shinobi. who have a reputation of 50 or higher with the user will find it easier to connect with their patient and converse fluently. Oh, is there something this system can't do? Looked at the Coliseum that approached, and the amount of people queuing at the entrance looking for any last-minute tickets available, along with others who wanted to watch the fight from any spot or angle. __B Naruto tried to move through the crowd without much success. Excuse me, I have a fight, please move, he yelled as he made his way through the crowd. Someone started yelling angrily, hey, you're taking my spot, wait a minute. It's Uzumaki, you better be like this, Brad. I put a ton of my savings into you. Hey, how about you just lie back and let she beat you this time up close? She seems much shorter. The last one unnerved Naruto, like he hadn't been seen back in the village. Already the only reason he was in that position was because he had initially left the stadium. The supervisor had ordered that contestants not leave during the event, but Naruto just wanted to visit Sasuke before the idiot sank forever into his own misery. His remaining shadow clone was probably wasting his time, making one excuse or another not to participate in the fight. Finally managed to pass thanks to some guards who recognized him. Thanks to Kambi. I'm here, Naruto shouted, suddenly panting with difficulty. He held one finger up and the other hand on his bent knees. Only wait a second. Everyone looked at him, bewildered before looking back at his shadow clone. His clone only blinked before dispersing, leaving behind a curtain of smoke. His eyes were once again fixed on the original Naruto. Felt a wave of memories invade him. Did you seriously tell everyone I had a headache from talking too much to Kakashi-sensei? Well, yes, they believed it. I didn't seem impressed. You broke the exam conduct and left the premises. Naruto smiled with his teeth open. What's he going to do? Disqualify me? Hee hee. It's the finals. Calm down a bit, Mr. Proctor. Young people these days. I muttered, get in the middle. Uzumaki slowly walked towards the center of the stadium, where Fu was also. He had a small, annoying smile on his face. How's your hand? He asked. Naruto, casually. Fu looked at his hand indifferently before looking back into her blue eyes. Well, your friend is fine. Naruto shrugged quite a bit. Anyway, remember not to be lenient with you. He crossed his arms, leaning forward. Oh yeah, you really didn't see me beat up your supposed rival. We're not equals, and I could stop flirting before the fight starts. I asked, pinching her. He just ignored her completely. And now for the finals of the Chunin exams. We have Fu from Takigakure against Naruto Uzumaki of Konoha. The crowd roared with excitement, waiting for the start of the finals, anxious to see who would emerge victorious. As always, the palpable energy of the crowd set Naruto's nerves on edge, taking his adrenaline to the limit. He felt his heart pounding and his feet shaking uncontrollably. Breathing begin. Watching her from afar was one thing, but fighting her was a completely different experience. Fu was fast to the eye and even faster in combat, activating and taijutsu skill of the Uchiha clan level 5 activated. Its use consumes 8 MP points per minute. Initially, the user can use this ability for 2 minutes without consuming MP. Naruto dodged most of his blows, and the few that he managed to dodge weren't very strong. The problem was that he couldn't stop attacking at all, and for someone whose fighting style depended completely on his attack, that wasn't good news. He felt a sharp turn approaching his head, and as he couldn't dodge it quickly enough, he simply uttered a mental order. Iron Skin ability level 4 activated. Its use requires 7 MP and lasts for 1 minute before a 10-minute ability cooldown is applied. His head took on the properties of iron and didn't move when Fu's leg landed, and Naruto took advantage of the surprise to finally launch his own attack. He extended his hands, trying to hold it to have a better position in the fight, but it was in vain. An orange chakra enveloped his body instantly, enhancing his senses to mask Lozos. She dodged before Naruto could land an attack on her. Fleeing, Fu asked Naruto with some desperation, trying to provoke her. Well, according to you, that's what I've always done. No. Fu responded, abruptly touched shadow clone jutsu. A dozen clones ran towards the other Jinchuriki, eager to cause some damage to the enemy. Activate Iron Clones. Activating an ability. Iron Clones level 1 activated. Its use consumes 30 MP and lasts a variable time before the cooldown is applied. Ability cooldown. The clones stood no chance. Chome-powered Fu was simply out of her league. The fight was unfair from the start. In fact, even if he managed to outsmart her once or twice, in the end, It didn't matter the team tricks she used to win against Reggie Shikamaru were useless against someone of his caliber. The main issue was the chakra she was receiving. If I could somehow stop that form and land a hit on her, and no matter, I have nothing like Chidori on my arsenal, unless it was Ares. ADO, but it was worth a shot too. She held out her hand before motioning for Fu to come forward, who had just taken out the last of her clones with ease. Fu, never one to back down from challenge, longed. I'll try it once, it won't work a second time against her. Her punch was infused with viscous chakra, threatening to end Naruto's tournament run with just a centimeter of contact. Instead of dodging to the side like usual, she leaned towards Fur to get closer to her guard, activates the Ika Clan Taijutsu, activating an Ika Clan Taijutsu skill level 1, activated use drains 15 MP points every minute. He had acquired this style thanks to the rewards from the mission to defeat NEI and had not been able to use it against Shikamaru, although he did not have the Yugon to see the chakra nodes directly. Naruto had an instinctive and broader sense to know where to hit thanks to the system. It was a crude imitation of what was clearly a well-practiced and very efficient style, but it would fulfill its purpose, couldn't completely disrupt Fu's chakra. But even a second of conversation would suffice. Memories of training. He never performed instincts, he never honed, and skills he never learned rushed in his mind. The fist that was going for Fu's arm turned into an open palm. He drove the palm forward with all his might, ignoring the stabbing pain he felt in his freshly struck right rib. Even through the iron skin, Fu daoed as he felt his chakra suddenly stopped moving. For lack of a better explanation, the orange chakra dimmed for a moment. Naruto closed his eyes before letting his chakra course through his body. Focus. It's all a matter of time. The black overcame his mind. He clenched his fist with determination, with an intention clear in his soul. Only two words echoed in his mind. Black flashed. The space around his fist darkened for a brief moment before returning to normal. His fist slammed straight into Fu's stomach. The force of his fist surprised even Naruto, who couldn't believe what he was seeing. She was thrown backwards with incredible speed, saved only by the return of the orange chakra. He had made a mistake. The timing wasn't right. He wasn't sure what exactly. Black flash. But he knew that whatever he did right now was a poor version. It's much harder than it looks. Fu opened her eyes wide. Wow, that really hurt a lot. Back to the fight, but the fight never continued, and their feathers. Naruto thought with disbelief. Bell. A sudden need to sleep took over his senses, and Naruto, already tired from the constant fighting of the day, fulfilled the order without much effort. What is happening? And Naruto woke up with the sound of screams. A torrential rain fell on the stadium. While he drowsily shook his head, in confusion water ran down his hair and body. As he finally regained control of his body and mind the fight, he looked for Fur, but didn't see her anywhere. He tried to recognize the smell that entered mercilessly in his nose. "Oh, that's right, blood, you're awake," said a voice from behind him. Naruto looked behind him and saw a small dog that didn't even reach his knees. Kook Bell. New mission. Naruto Uzumaki. Save the hidden leaf. Created mission details. Prevent Orochimaru from destroying Konoha. Mission rewards EXP 5,000. Failure, the destruction of your home. The player accepts the mission. Yes. / No. Suddenly Naruto's mind was filled with purpose as he closed his eyes. Yes, the dense rain that clouded his vision could not penetrate the clarity in his mind. Title: A Sad Titan Dancing in the Rain. Equipped title: A Painful Titan Dancing in the Rain. Grants more 35 for chakra efficiency when using water-style jutsus or lightning-style jutsus during a rainstorm, in addition to increasing all other stats by 10%. And let's do this. Underscoring her. Naruto growled. Yuzin immediately felt something was wrong. An energy pulse emanated from somewhere in the stadium, alerting his system of chakras like a beacon of light in the middle of a dark forest. He stood up urgently, ready to direct the ambu hidden in the shadows of the room where he was to identify the culprit. "What's wrong?" Inoki asked abruptly, also understanding the oddity. Then everything went to hell. The people lay on the floor, dozing with their eyes closed and breathing slowly. One by one, the entire stadium was filled with sleeping attendees who had no idea what was happening. He watched some honing who could identify the answer to the Genjutsu. "Well, they will take care of the genin and civilians." Formation of 4 violet flames. The combined voices of 4 unknown shinobi around them suddenly became evident. With them, a surge of chakra emanated in the form of a translucent, glowing purple wall that surrounded the entire building they were in. The analytical side of Yuan emerged as he began to inspect the jutsu that enveloped them, a purple barrier for violet flames. I can't risk crossing it. Even if the barrier can't stop me, I don't know the capabilities of the four who cast it, but they must be quite skilled in. Few in jutsu, or they wouldn't have attempted something like this. Needless to say, the fact that it took for me to cast it means this barrier is nothing to be taken lightly. He felt another surge of chakra beside him as Inoki began to float in the air, his eyes looking around for any sign of danger. It's clearly a trap to hold me back the cage. While the perpetrators wreak havoc on the village, think, old man. Who could? His eyes widened in realization. Yusin suddenly felt the unsettling of cold steel at his neck. The sound of a familiar voice reached his ears. Sensei. The Okage felt the urge to smile. My dear student, and I didn't think you had the guts to do something like that. Orochimaru chuckled in a loud voice. Kara Kanoa, what child's play master? Aren't you challenging me? The Sannin, as practical as ever, brandished the kuna as quickly as possible. Almost no, he couldn't believe it when he felt the metal piercing his master's throat as blood flooded his face. It couldn't be that easy, could it? Of course not. Orochimaru looked up at the menacing figure of Okage in his war uniform standing on the roof. He looked down, almost disappointed, at his once favorite student. The disappointment quickly faded, revealing a far more dangerous look on Huzin's wrinkled face. Angrily, the traitor of Konoha laughed out loud. Endo extended the hands. Let it be known today will forever be remembered as the day the third cage died. Inoki hovered in the air next to Yusin with his arms crossed and a disapproving expression on his face. Orochimaru of the Sannin, I have heard of your exploits and how they have all failed. What a young nerve. Do you really think you will be enough for both of us, let alone me? It has been ages since I've been insulted like that. Orochimaru laughed amidst beings. No, I am not many things esteemed Suchikage, but fortunately, I am not always insolent. I have respected my predecessors too much, some would say. Yusin froze as he felt an oppressive aura. These are coffins. Large vertical coffins were summoned alongside the serpent Sing, from which emanated a vile aura that betrayed the danger that stalked them. The doors of the coffins opened to reveal, and Yusin gritted his teeth. The faces of the first and the second stared at him even after death. Azarama Senju still retained that inexhaustible glow in his eyes. You have aged, Sarutobi. I am going to kill you. Orochimaru finally realized what he had next to him. What are you? The dog not only spoke, but was also dressed in shinobi attire. I am Kakashi's partner, or someone to be more specific, replied the dog dryly. My name is Paken. Why are you here? He asked the dog curiously. Well, someone had to wake you up, although it took you a while anyway. We have a mission to fulfill. Rank. According to Kakashi, that Gara child has completely disappeared, and it is our task to find a Naruto. Felt a slight headache from the avalanche of information that reached him, as if the mission wasn't radical enough. First, he discovers that all of Konoha is in danger, and somehow he has to help save it. Then news about Gara, who had lost to Fu. Wait, what the hell is going on right now? Why was he asleep? Naruto asked in disbelief. Paken grumbled incoherently before answering, follow me. I'll lead the way. We can't take long. Naruto picked up the dog in his hands and put it on its back up, ignoring their barks of protest. He's faster than ran. __B. I'm pretty fast right now. I guess leveling up to Dex. Does it? He balanced the chakra flow on his feet as he ran along the vertical wall of the arena. Pointio. So it's an ambush by Otogekyur Sunagekure, clearly sided with them, without us knowing, a plan hatched by the mastermind behind it all, Orochimaru. Naruto's eyes darkened when he heard this name. An unknown jutsu was launched at him, public, lulling the civilians and the vulnerable shinobi. It was then that the ambush began. Orochimaru revealed himself as the cage in disguise and is now fighting the third, along with the cage of Ie. The blonde man's eyes widen. The old man is fighting. Orochimaru, the fight continues. Who else is out there? You seem to have the wrong idea of how long you've been asleep. It's only been a few minutes. The area is blocked off by a sealed border, so no one can enter. We must prioritize the safety of the civilians, and allowing the strongest in the village to do their best. Someone of our caliber would only serve as a distraction. They walked through the stands of the stadium, and Naruto quickly noticed the groups of sleeping civilians that other shinobi were waking up and escorting. There was blood everywhere on the chairs, on the walls, and on the bodies of almost everyone. Naruto felt another wave of anger before taking a deep breath. And what about Gaara? The boy has been spotted near the outskirts of the forest, and our job is to find him. Kakashi made me smell him. And let me tell you, it's unforgettable. The faster we go, the better. Kakashi said you were the one for the job, and here I am. And before you ask your friend Sasuke, and he's already looking for Gaara right now. Kakashi had already prepared for just such a situation by summoning Gaara to sniff. It was times like this when Naruto realized just how intelligent his silver-haired teacher was, and Fu asked Naruto, remembering his opponent from before the match, ended your opponent in the finals. He nodded in affirmation. No idea. Kakashi summoned me after the Genjutsu was cast, and by then she was out of sight. Is it okay if someone can defend themselves in this situation? That's Fu Sakura, and the others asked Naruto. A second later, she was the first to wake up from the Genjutsu, and she's probably helping the others honing with homework and stuff. Some of the others accompanied Sasuke. I need to get there as fast as possible, preferably before. Sasuke thought Naruto, frowning. Naruto could see a large purple barrier around the building where all the cashiers were gathered. There were entire trees sticking out of the building from inside the barrier, which means they must have come from inside. What the hell is he trying to do? Orochimaru shook his head. Paken was right. There was no point worrying about the OC when he couldn't do anything right now. They ran through the area at full speed, leaving the stadium and entering the open streets as fast as possible. Naruto noticed the absolute chaos that surrounded him. Smoke rising from buildings scattered throughout the village. Giant snakes moved ahead with incessant screams all around. Many civilians were also being escorted to safe areas. They continued on their way, focused on their priority, the mission. Naruto listened to Paken's instructions to the letter and was surprised to see that the dog knew all the shortcuts of Konoha. Naruto knew them from years of jokes, and even more importantly, from running away from those he himself made. The smell is getting stronger, commented Paken with a grim expression of Gaara no muerte. They reached the outskirts of the forest soon after, with Naruto instantly on alert as he felt a wave of killing intent reach his mind. Buzzer bloodlust was detected. Naruto ducked just in time for a few kunai to whiz past his head. They landed behind him, meaning Naruto was too slow to escape. As he turned around and noticed the blast marks on the tips of the blades, he managed to take a few steps before the boom. The EXP wave of the explosion hit him, launched toward a nearby tree. Naruto managed to tuck Paken into the folds of his jacket, absorbing most of the impact as he slammed into the wood. Underscore. Pain. He felt numerous cuts and burns on his skin, and also the burning sensation of his healing factor activating. He stood up to see 5 masked shinobi running towards him, dressed in the attire of the Sound Village. So it's true, these are the ones that tried to ambush us, risking everyone's lives in the process. They deserve no mercy. It's my life. Or Izanokage would do anything to protect his village. I'd do the same if I left them alive. They'd just kill others in my place. His thoughts were reinforced by the corpses he saw nearby. The unmistakable Konoha shinobi attire was visible among the bodies. Some weren't wearing it either. He kept Paken on the ground. Stay here. A quick glance showed that the one in front of the running gang was level 16 and a Chunin, meaning the others would also be somewhere around that level. If not, at least there were no more words between any of them. A glance at each other besides each other. It was enough. A simple thought passed through everyone's head. That is my enemy. This was the shinobi way. And then Naruto too ran forward. He spun a kunai in his hand, squeezing the handle with incredible strength. He felt chakra coursing through his body as he directed a beam to envelop his kunai. It was easier, much easier. In fact, he owed it to the title of a pain titan dancing in the rain that granted him much more chakra efficiency when using lightning or water type jutsus. Apparently, this also involved overall chakra control. His muscles tensed, and with a jerk, he threw the kunai as hard as he could. The crackling electricity kunai flew through the rain in a blur, appearing as lightning to the shinobi of the sound. Running Aru, the kunai disappeared into the lead shinobi's throat along with the lightning, which distributed through his body, finding another suitable conductor before dissipating finally into the ground. Blood flowed relentlessly from the man's throat as he relentlessly clawed at the kunai, falling to the ground. Shortly after, the bell rang. New ability obtained. Berserker level 1. Information. If the user gets the first kill during a fight, activating this ability results in a 50% increase in all physical stats, but with certain disadvantages. Its use consumes 20 MP and the effect lasts temporarily. He was sure that he could kill the rest of the Chunin with relative ease, but the problem lay in his speed. Right now, Naruto, he needed to get to Gaara as soon as possible, especially before Sasuke or any of the others arrived. If they were to face Gaara alone with no idea of his true capabilities, then the underscore activates Berserker. A malicious red Laura erupted from Naruto's body before disappearing into his own body. A second later, the aftereffect came. Naruto felt pure, unadulterated rage flood through his body. His blood was rushing so fast that all he could hear was his heart beating. His mind was focused on one thing. Only thing, anger at his enemies, anger at himself, and a desperate search for something to show his anger. His body shook with anticipation and eagerness as every hair on his head stood on end in response. His eyes took in the remaining shinobi who had frozen as they registered the death of their comrade. Naruto's eyes were not their normal. Gentle blue, they were burning up his body, begging him to move, begging him to come closer, begging him to kill those who dare to look at him. Skill set level 1 blood activated. He gladly agreed. Naruto bent his knees, charging power and chakra into his feet. As the ground shook and groaned in pain under the pressure he launched himself forward without hesitation, running with his arms swinging wildly at his sides. He ran like a desperate, hungry beast with no technique or specific skill in his movements, just pure strength in every step. Fire style fireball jutsu. One of the enemy shinobi shouted frantically after making the signs with hands for the jutsu, faster than ever, too slow. Naruto jumped over the emerging fireball with ease, looking at his next target. Above the fireball activates Iron Skin. He had already predicted his opponent's next and obvious move, which was to throw every projectile they had at him, since he was clearly stuck in midair. Activating an ability, Iron Skin level 4 activated. Its use requires 7 MP and lasts for 1 minute before a skill cooldown is applied. 10 minutes. The Kuna and Shuriken bounced harmlessly with a series of thuds, much to the alarm and horror of those who threw them. Naruto caught a few Shuriken as they landed and threw them accurately at the torso of a tall blue-haired man. The man yelled in pain. Naruto ignored Azul for now. Concentrating on a rather short brown-haired man with a scruffy beard, he lunged forward and proceeded to deliver a swift uppercut to the liver, completely ignoring the man's right hook. Perhaps due to his mentality current or his confidence in Iron Skin, his attacks were too fast for Brown to respond, so he fell in pain from the brutal blow. Without a second glance, Naruto sank a Kuna into the man's chest before impaling him in a bloody display of cruelty. A crimson liquid filled Naruto's face, while the man's eyes and body relaxed. Soon after, she ignored the disgusting feeling of other people's blood on herself, and almost like a robot, she turned to the next person. 3 more than 1 to go. Of the 3, a shuriken had partially pierced his chest. The other 2 were running towards him. They looked strangely alike, both with sharp noses and almost identical appearance and height. Twins. Kill, kill, kill. Another wave of anger invaded his mind as Naruto gritted his teeth. His hands moved in complex ways, making signs that Naruto had never seen before. It seemed like a long jutsu considering the amount of signs they were making. He didn't care. After all, Naruto wasn't going to let them. They completed the jutsu and grabbed the hand of the corpse below with both hands, pushing it towards the running shinobi. However, that didn't seem to deter them at all as they jumped onto the body and continued their hand signs in the air. Once they landed, things didn't go as expected. A hand burst out from under one of the twins, grabbing the leg of the one on the left and roughly throwing him to the ground as he screamed in surprise. The other twin was instantly startled by his brother's screams, and his hands took a moment. Second to stop a second was all it took. Naruto, he grabbed the stunned man in front of him by the head, pushing him with all his strength. While shoving his skull into the ground, the other twin escaped from the clutches of Naruto's clone and was about to counterattack. Earth Jutsu style, rising earth, a column of earth began to form in front of Naruto. The earth slowly coalesced, becoming denser. With every millisecond, Naruto crashed through the column of earth with his hand grabbing the twin's throat with his strength and preventing the jutsu from thickening any further. His enemy, Jade, today moaned in pain as she desperately clawed at Naruto's hands in an attempt to escape. Naruto lifted his enemy into the air before slamming him into the ground. Next to his twin one, remains Clan the Blonde, deflected a kunai with a flick of his hand thanks to the iron properties of his skin, walked towards where the kunai came from. K, what are you, babbled the remaining shinobi of the sound. Naruto laughed with style. Appearance deep within the Yusen forest, he was in a state of confusion, bewilderment, anger, and sadness. This was all Orochimaru had intended by summoning the two Okage before using himself. Large roots sprouted randomly from the building beneath his feet, cracking and tearing the cement as they rose with a kind of force of their own. The wooden tentacles moved relatively slowly, but the magnitude of the jutsu was more than enough to compensate. Yuzen felt a brief moment of triumph. Whatever technique Orochimaru had used to resurrect the two legends was imperfect. If the real Hashirama were here right now, the fight would have been very different. The wood-style jutsu of this shadow was not as elegant, fast, or even as immense, yet it was still incredibly dangerous, especially with the student of Huin in the fray. Inoki couldn't believe his eyes. The first cage and the second as well. The short man shook off his disbelief before focusing on the approaching wooden tendrils. He flew through the air, concentrating on not hitting the ceiling of the box. Ada, they were in focused her chakra into her hands, feeling the familiar embrace of the unique energy pumping through her fingers. She parted her hands, revealing a cube of blinding light floating between her palms. Particle-style atomic dismantling jutsu. She spread the jutsu as far as she could, concentrating more on a widespread effect rather than the complete destruction of a small area. The wooden appendages disintegrated upon touching the bright light that seemed to so innocent, but in reality they were destruction lasers. Yuzen watched Inoki's jutsu with absolute respect. He knew how destructive and powerful that such techniques were, but seeing them firsthand was more than surprising. How good he's on my team. Particle-style, repeated Hashirama with interest. You have unique friends. Sarutobi Tobirama seemed almost proud. After all, he is my student. And as if the conversation hadn't happened, went back to the fight. Tobirama and Hashirama ran forward together. The two brothers seemed as inseparable in battle as they had been in life. Suddenly, they separated, Hashirama aiming for Huzen, while Tobirama ran straight at floating Loki. He can take care of himself. Yusen reasoned with himself. He saw Orochimaru standing behind him with a big grin and his arms crossed. Your arrogance will be your downfall. Orochimaru, if you had helped one of these two, the fight would have been yours a long time ago. Looking back at Hashirama, Yusen began to make earth judo hand signs. Mud dragon. The mud writhed, churned, and rose into the air, forming an enormous serpentine dragon that shone with energy. Its scales, every drop of liquid earth that caught and reflected the light, gave it a hypnotic shine, almost hypnotic. Let's go, ordered Yusen. The dragon roared as the colossal beast flew towards Hashirama. That Hashirama didn't even bother to make hand signals. The wood sprang up at his feet, lifting him gracefully above the destructive creature, allowing him to continue running without difficulty. The wood continued to grow beneath him, surrounding the dragon and lodging itself in the ground, trapping the mud structure with no way of escape. The third cage dodged a hook, but wasn't fast enough to avoid the kick that stealthily landed in his dead zone. Huzen's eyes widened in pain as he was thrown against the side of the building, sinking into the structure, his footprint embedded in the cracks in the wall. He remained strong regardless of whether he is the real one. First, or not, taijutsu may not be the best option in this case. He heard an explosion to his right with debris and shattered wood scattered everywhere. He looked at Inoki and saw him defending himself against Tobirama, which was a good match for the old man, considering that his ability to fly made combat very difficult for most shinobi. Flying was one of those fantastic ideas that one only dreams about without even thinking about seeing it in real life. Combined with his highly destructive techniques, that Sachikage was doing well against the second Okage, who was a fragment of his true self. Huins bit the tip of his finger, letting the blood flow, before placing his palm on the ground, summoning jutsu. A circle of ink forming intricate designs flowed around his hand before a curtain of smoke surrounded him. Onward, Monkey King Enma, a muscular and bearded monkey in tiger-like clothing, appeared from the smoke. With a passive expression and his usual raspy voice, Orochimaru has become a bigger problem then ever not having him killed was your biggest mistake. Salat toy among my many. I'm sure we don't have time for this discussion. Emma transformation Adamant staff Enma was replaced by a large black staff that emanated a strong presence and landed right in Huzin's hands, who was waiting with one hand. He held the staff, tucking it into his armpit, which meant he could no longer perform jutsus that required both hands. The one-handed hand signs were relatively more difficult and expensive in terms of chakra, but they were worth it because of the surprise they caused when used by an experienced individual like Yusin himself. The wood grew under the third cage, who took advantage of the sudden change near his feet to propel himself into the air. He observed Shama, who remained motionless while controlling the movement of the trees that were still chasing him. Huzin's left hand blurred the signs of his hands while he was in the air, Earth-style, serpentine hand. Thousands of small, narrow vipers made of earthy material formed around his hand before lunging forward into an arm. The makeshift appendage created by the snakes latched onto a large tree near Asalama, who began to back away from the technique. As soon as he saw it, the snakes twitched, pulling Huzin away from the desperate trees that had dug out of the spot where he stood. However, his earthen hand wasn't just for escape. His real hand had begun another series of signs. As soon as the technique was successful, unlimited gale wind style, a huge torrent of the wind propelled Huzin forward, acting as his personal propulsion system. Using his ground hand, he spun around the tree at breakneck speeds, harnessing centripetal force to finally break free and fly towards Hazarama. The first cage held up a wooden shield before leaping back. Of course, Yusin had expected something of that nature to happen and landed a few feet away from Hashirama's position. He purposely pointed his staff at the first cage. The steel pole extended, almost indestructible, magically extended forward, opening a hole right where the Da Sidama should have been. The hole could have been bigger if he had enlarged the staff a bit, but that would have sacrificed the speed he needed to hit the first Saratobi, yelled Nuki from somewhere to his side. These creations of his don't die from regular hits. They have slow regeneration. True to his word, Hashirama had started to heal himself. Papery shards were forming around his body every second. The only advantage was that regeneration was relatively slow, meaning they had time to maneuver before full regeneration occurred. Yusin, not one to take the opportunity for granted, quickly retracted his staff before extending it again, striking Sidama in the chest once more. He repeated the process several more times, stopping only when the former was lying face down on the ground. I need to join Inoki and discuss the best method of action. If his regeneration is truly unlimited, the only way to win would be to interrupt the jutsu by attacking Orochimaru directly. Inoki shouted Huzin as he approached his comrade. The old man floated in the air with sweat running down his face as he panted heavily. He had cuts all over his body as he stared at the second Okage, or rather what was left of him. Tobarama Senju had several holes in his body, but his expression remained as impassive as ever. He didn't recover as quickly as Asama, which could be due to the fact that Orochimaru's style of fighting was particles were an expert in complete disintegration. We have to take care of Orochimaru to finish the jutsu, or else we will end up fighting these two until fatigue dominates us, said Huzin calmly. The best thing is to mark them all with your particle style. Do you think they will stay still long enough for me to use my jutsu? Asked Inoki in disbelief. I will think of something. Whatever you do, do not hesitate to use your technique, even if it costs me my life. Inoki, archaeologist, motionless, while his master got closer and closer, the smile almost alien on his face that instilled fear in his enemies had no effect on him because he had seen that smile his whole life. Yusin threw a single shuriken at his student, holding his hand in a particular sign that allowed the shuriken to multiply by one. The projectiles hit the target, but Orochimaru was too fast. The Sannin was fast, even faster than the last time Yusin saw him. He has gotten stronger. While I have been rotting in my office, he thought bitterly he was going to change that. Once he got out of there, Orochimaru raised his hand, and the limb turned into an enormous snake that hissed dangerously as it approached. Yusin swung his staff with a twist of his wrist and arm, snapping the snake in half. The front half of the snake transformed into numerous smaller snakes, much too close for comfort. Yusin breathed a small but focused flame from his mouth, burning the snakes down to their skeletons. He felt a familiar presence nearby. Hazarama, Ha, he's back now. Yusin ran towards the traitor, keeping an eye on Hirama, who was running from the other side of the building. Orochimaru stood in the way as two Okage ran towards him, each with completely different motives. He jumped over a bulging tree that was looming over him, sending chakra into his feet so that they stuck. He moved around the tree so that he was running upside down to avoid another death vine. He released his chakra so that he could run back to the ground. They were wary of the tree they were on. He was considering who had sent him. Yusin was now only a few meters away from his once valued student, Asama. He was even closer. This time, not even Yusin Shudo was able to dodge it. Numerous wooden shards pierced his left arm as he felt pain envelop his mind like a blanket of knives. Wooden tendrils sprouted from underneath him and dug into his arm, piercing through the other side of his limb as well. I can't stop here, he thought, gritting his teeth. He swung his knee over the wooden end, freeing his arm to the maximum. The mobility of the arm had practically disappeared completely, but his fingers still moved. All he needed were two hand signs, earth-style mud grab. The simplest judo he knew for this specific moment. The ground transformed into a sticky substance similar to mud that adhered to the legs of Orochimaru and Asama. His student, in his arrogance, had believed that Hashirama's technique would have killed Hyuzen, or at least would have completely immobilized him. That would have been true if this Hashirama would not have been a shadow of what it was. It seemed that Orochimaru had too much faith in the jutsu he was using. The clay did not last long, although it was not necessary. As soon as Hyuzen grabbed Orochimaru, he pulsed the chakra in his hands to keep them together, preventing the elusive Sannin from escaping. Hashirama immediately moved slower than usual due to the residual effect of the third jutsu. Now Yuzen ordered. At that moment, he was no longer the retired scholar known for his fatherly presence and benevolent attitude. No one gave that order was Hyuin Sarutobi, Tobirama Senju's student and one of the most feared shinobi of all time. Inoki was already in the air before Yuzen could speak. One side of his face was bleeding. He had a long cut that reached his eye and reached his lip. His vision was completely disoriented because he had never been used to having only one eye, but the concentration he maintained on his technique was enough to compensate. His face shone with the light emanating from his hands, jutsu particle style. Atomic dismantlement, a piercing white light enveloped Yuzen's vision. Naruto looked at Gaara appraisingly. Finding him wasn't difficult at all. The numerous dead shinobi he left behind were more than an easy trail for a summon whose purpose was to track Paken. He had disappeared after finding the red-haired Jinchuriki, saying his mission contract was over. He had shown some regret at leaving, but Naruto also insisted that the dog leave, saying it would be too dangerous to him. Anyway, Garai didn't look normal, to say the least. His arm was replaced by a strange, bulky sand appendage that ended in claws. The cocoon on his back was cracked and looked more like sand, and Naruto would have sworn he saw it. Moved slightly. Half of Gaara's face was covered in sand, and one of his eyes was completely black with a strange yellow pupil, and that wasn't even the worst of it. The maniacal look in his eyes screamed psycho killer vibes. Drip, drip, drip. The torrential rain continued to fall, with nature no longer concerned about the bickering between the minuscule humans. Naruto stretched his arms out wide. I guess it's time to give him my all. He summoned Zabuza. A familiar dark, smoky matter coalesced around itself. It swirled gracefully into the silhouette of a man long dead in the waking world. An impossibility made reality. It was now Brat. Zabuza growled. Can you pass me the sword? Naruto asked, who isn't okay with that. Humor for his normally trivial conversations with the Espadachim Kubikiri in his shadow form gleamed dangerously in the rain. Naruto stabbed the sword into the ground with both hands gripping the hilt and began pumping lightning chakra into the vessel of destruction. Electricity crackled erratically around him, and blue sparks of light fueled Gaara's irritation. The sand Jinchuriki roared into the air in rage. A scream filled with pain, sadness, and frustration. Come on, Gaara, or what was left of him, he yelled maniacally as he swung his hand at his enemy. A tower of sand erupted from the ground beneath them, taking on a life of its own as it fell towards Naruto, eager to crush the insect to his master's liking. Naruto stood his ground, his gaze steady. Even if his instincts screamed at him to move, he slashed the sand with the gigantic sword in his hand, electricity following the motion of the blade. The column of sand split in two, seemingly losing its connection to its former master. The sand roared at them both sides, but he came out unharmed. Naruto returned the Kubikiri Muzma to its rightful owner, who looked legitimately confused. What the __? Are we up against Zabuza? Asked a second later. Naruto grimaced. A guy who has a crazy sand demon inside him, and he's kind of crazy right now. We want to capture him. Capture. And what are his abilities? Absolute control over sand. Nothing more really, unless you count the transformation he's in. Sounds pretty easy. Humph. Of course you're saying that, Naruto. He spun to the side as another blast of sand headed towards him. Whatever transformation the boy was undergoing seemed to be weakening his control over the sand. It was no longer as precise and calculating. However, this came with increased power, which was equally worrying. One hit, and Naruto wasn't sure if he could get up or not. Then Gaara moved 1 second. He was 10 met away. And the next, right next to Naruto, a large arm of sand slammed down on him. Naruto's head, threatening to sever Sela completely with his claws if Naruto hadn't immediately put on guard. The blunt force concentrated in his left hand, which gave way to the force of the attack. Without much resistance, Naruto felt the air leave his stomach as he was thrown backwards. His mind was a confusing mess along with his thoughts. A confusing and meaningless mess in the middle of his flight path. Naruto managed to return to the waking world. He turned his body in the air. His feet landed on the side of a tree as he released chakra through the soles of his sandals and launched himself back into the fight. A huge black sword was swung relentlessly with grace and speed, cutting a path through the sand that seemed to never stop. Zabuza didn't seem happy with his current position, forced to defend himself with all his might when he most definitely wasn't a defensive fighter. Zabuza seemed to finally get a break as he managed to evade another attack before stepping back. What do you think? Asked Naruto as they watched the Jinchuriki walking menacingly towards them. Zabuza sneered. He's a damn lunatic. That's according to his defenses. His defenses are almost impenetrable, and getting close to him is like wishing for death. Where do you find these people? Just like I found you. Naruto replied mischievously. Whatever. Look for any gap. A huge sandy hand extended from Gaara, seeking to envelop the two enemy shinobi in its welcoming embrace. Obviously, Naruto didn't like Zabuza very much. Neither did the swordsman. He released a torrent of water from his lungs, dampening the incoming sand and slowing its movement to a much more manageable speed. Interesting, coupled with the torrential rain that didn't want to stop for some reason. Not that Naruto was complaining. Of course, the water released by Zabuza was acting as some sort of mush agent, turning the sand particles into a mixture that wasn't all that. Dangerous water, throw all the water you can at him, yelled Naruto as he aggressively ran towards his fellow Jinchuriki. Fighting a half-demon shinobi wasn't in the cards to do in Naruto's life, but when life has given him things like this, Gaara swung his hand at Naruto, who crouched down with his hands in position for his favorite jutsu, one chance. Clones appeared on both sides, throwing Gaara with all their might into the air. Naruto leaped into the sky, following the boy's trajectory in the air, eager to continue his combo. I'm going to kill you, Gaara shouted loudly. As he felt his voice breaking, it was as if two of them were talking at once, and the implications were worrying Naruto more than he cared to admit. Gaara reached out his hands downwards, forcing the sand to rise several meters in the air. Dozens of strands of sand, twisting around themselves, formed tendrils that flew towards Naruto, who was unable to defend himself in the air. Naruto wasn't too afraid. After all, he had support. A crack of water crashed into the deadly sand from the side, decisively slowing its advance, and Zabuza appeared in the air with his sword at his side, slicing through the wet sand with his. Naruto continued his descent towards Gaara, swiping his fist down on the exposed part of his enemy's face with all the force he could muster. Gaara crashed into the ground with a loud thud, creating a small but noticeable crater in the soft, wet ground beneath them. Is it over? Naruto asked, already knowing the answer, but still holding out hope. The air suddenly changed. Naruto felt his hair stand on end at the immediate change in the atmosphere, while formed in his throat. His mouth went dry. He opened his eyes wide open, quacking, wringing an intense thirst for blood. was detected, and immense pressure took hold of Naruto, who did not fall to his knees despite his legs preventing him from doing so, and a second later, almost as if the presence had never been there, the thirst for blood disappeared. What was that? Gaara emerged from the crater with his back to Naruto. He turned slowly, and what Naruto was looking at that moment was definitely not Gaara anymore. His face was completely covered in sand. His eyes were a dark black with glowing yellow pupils, and now he had a sandy tail on his back. The worst of all was the deranged grin crossed by sharp fangs that spread across his face. This was no longer the apathetic and battle-hungry boy he had faced. This was not the tailed beast. Taking almost complete control, the beast roared. A shockwave of energy erupted from the monster, pushing Naruto several meters back. But he managed to propel his chakra through his legs quickly enough to stand his ground. Sand fragments exploded from the abomination in all directions at a speed almost impossible to track. Naruto managed to dodge a few, but he didn't escape and scathed his shoulder, the side of his stomach, and the top of his cheekbone, terribly close to his right eye, were bleeding from the attack. However, he felt no pain that would come after the adrenaline coursing through his body finally dissipated. Gaara ran towards Naruto, and each step of his prince sank into the ground. The blonde braced himself, however, no attack reached where it was going. Naruto, thought confused, Zabuza found himself caught in a hand of iron without expecting at all the sudden speed that attacked him. Precisely, if he had been at his best, surely he would have been able to dodge the attack, but unfortunately that was not the situation. He was confused. What would happen if he died in shadow form? He never got to know retreat. Shadow Zabuza. Naruto intoned in his head. The swordsman lost his physical form, transforming into a mass of shadows that disappeared into the air. Naruto couldn't help but smile. Summon me seems fine. Naruto summoned clones as fast as he could. While activating iron clones, the MP consumption he had was relatively high, but he wasn't too worried considering that it hadn't been long his clones advanced without fear of death, because they knew they were mere clones, a fragment of chakra. With a greater purpose, they surrounded the sand beast in a tight circle, leaving no room for it to escape. Naruto advanced along with Zabuza, who was holding his sword hanging from his shoulder, both walking calmly together, as if they were teammates of years. Zabuza nodded, as if affirming something in his head. I must admit that your clones are cool. And yes, they're said. Naruto watched without any expression as the iron clones slowly died one by one due to the sand that flowed through them. The blonde smiled. Let's go, Zabuza ancient. They launched themselves forward when the enemy, Jinchuriki, noticed them and finished off the last clone by piercing it with his hook tail. Gaara also started to run, spreading his hands as the sand surged forward with immense force. The sand reached Naruto without mercy. Naruto ducked his head, a spinning sword as black as the abyss launched itself into combat, grazing Naruto's head by an inch, severing a few strands of bright yellow hair. In the process, the sword sliced through the oncoming sand with ease, clearing the way for Naruto. Gaara knocked the sword aside. Gaara threw a punch with a grunt, the blow directly to his neck. Images of himself with the severed head filled Naruto's mind. The urgency and determination to survive filled his body with energy, causing Naruto to writhe in the middle of his maneuver. Naruto activated a certain technique, activating the IKA clan's taijutsu, activating the attack clan's taijutsu skill, level 1 activated. Use drains 15 MP every minute. Naruto slammed his palm against the nearest part of Gaara's body, feeling his chakra distribute into his sand armor. The sand particles vibrated as the foreign chakra struck him. It stopped working, leaking deeper and causing the sand to lose all its ability. The sand shattered near Gaara's shoulder, revealing normal human skin once again. Naruto smirked. That's Zabuza, the ever-so-serious shadow assassin, silently appeared behind the slightly weakened Gaara. He thrust his sword straight through the opening, continuing to advance even as blood gushed from the wound. Naruto could have sworn he had seen Zabu smile through the bandages around his face. He continued to attack, cutting through the gap in the armor, ignoring the sand that tried to seep back in. Gaara screamed in agony, his voice full of pure pain. It made sense for someone like Gaara, with such perfect defense and able to kill most of his enemies with a look. He probably hadn't taken that many hits. Therefore, he couldn't have that high pain tolerance. Naruto, or his palm attacks, disrupting Gaara's chakra as much as he could. It wasn't too difficult. The fellow Jinchuriki's chakra was glowing. Like a lighthouse in a way, it was like throwing a stone into the sea. It was harder to miss than to hit. At the same time as blows with the palm Zabuza slashed at Gaara's body with inhuman hand, eye coordination the attacks continued for 10 seconds before something strange happened. Gaara brought his hands up to his face and cried a tsunami of sand erupted from a boy's body, throwing Naruto and Zabuza backwards. Naruto regained his composure and looked to where Gaara had been, then looked up. What underscored her Gaara was it grew bigger with every passing second, the sand building up around its body, growing stronger as it grew stronger. Naruto was an insect in comparison, insignificant and in some ways insignificant. However, it didn't matter. He was a shinobi and he had a mission. Lives were at stake. It didn't matter if someone else was more suited for the fight. He was the only one there, along with Zabuza, of course. Zabuza smirked, pointing his sword at the monster's eyes. The bigger you are, the stronger you fall. It seemed that Gaara was a little confused. His state being constantly observed, his transformation was supposed to be different, perhaps even greater. The sand monster opened its mouth and spat out a giant ball of condensed sand. There were no hand signs or mention of jutsus, just a buildup of chakra from within him, something similar to how Gaara used sand. Naruto had always wondered what gave the boy so much control over nature without using jutsus, but now was not the time to question the nature of chakra. Zabuza replied with a ball of water, and both calamities of nature met in the middle. The ball of sand was slower, but it was still a massive and speedy earth ball that threatened to crush him into the grass. After receiving Kubikiri, Naruto poured his lightning chakra into the sword, enjoying the satisfying sound of electricity crackling through the infamous blade. His control over his chakra had never been greater thanks to the title of Stormbringer. He thanks CI for allowing it to rain that particular day, and even more so because of the dark and angry clouds that refused to disappear. He soon struck the sand with his sword when he noticed something strange. The lightning seemed to react with the wet sand because the sand that had been soft and shiny transformed into a kind of almost tubular brown rock that followed the path of the lightning that crossed at. Half of the sphere was now a strange mineral that cracked easily under the pressure of his sword.